nucleus under the right conditions. The nucleus splits into two pieces and energy is released. This process is called nuclear fission. What I find interesting though is that like my sister's a nuclear engineer on an aircraft carrier, and so I mean it's weird to me how like some nuclear fission can create an atom bomb, and it's just I don't know. Their explanations are just getting so far out. It's hard to kind of grasp. Like if you define fission, it doesn't even really make sense. You know. And also, I heard recently that they actually think that the Big Bang did not start everything. That was actually, it went further back than that. Can you imagine that? Wow. It's like nothing they say makes sense. and
The
they
thing
change
is,
it all the time.
well, the thing is, Gifted, I'm not trying to knock your sister, but at the same time, she's obviously going off of previous information that she is researching for herself, and you really have to start looking into the fact that enough TNT, explosives will create a mushroom cloud. It does not take what they would say is specifically nuclear material. And when you start to delve into this information, you will notice that what they will call nuclear radiation is complete BS in the aspect of, if you look into Chernobyl, you can actually research this for yourself and see that, how they say in the mainstream narrative that people are not able to live in the near area of Chernobyl, but the fact of the matter is that's a fallacy, because there are people that do live in these areas that they would say are uninhabitable. And when you look into that information, you'll notice that it's ridiculous, man. These things that they try to say are facts are complete BS.
Speaking on that, there's a YouTuber, this Ukrainian kid, and he went there to Chernobyl. They brought the radiation, their Geiger counters and stuff. They also found like the Russian version of their space satellite, right? And they went inside of it. He's like, "Wait, guys, this is fake." Like they didn't know like that they weren't actually going into space. He's like, "Look, see, this is made of wood. This is not a real dashboard." And they're like, "This must be the practice model." They didn't know like the whole shit was fake. You know what I mean? They were in the hangar for their space shuttle. I think
that's crazy.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. He's got, let me see if I can find his channel, like Cryosan or something, the name of his YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for instance.
Oh, God, yeah. That's... I mean, I don't really talk... my sister, Flathead, I don't really talk to her about anything, really, because it's not possible. Not only is she her own person, she's also in the Navy and doing really well, but I can't talk to her about politics or my own opinions or anything. The last time I tried to, she actually visited 2 weeks ago, and she was supposed to hang out with me for like a full day. We were supposed to get lunch the next day, but the first night she got here, we were just having a conversation about, I don't know, something random, but I was just trying to talk to her, and she was like, "What, you think you're better than me?" And I was like, "What? No, I didn't say that. I'm just trying to talk to you, and so it's weird though, because she's making good money, she's married now. I don't hate her husband, but she just is so close-minded when it comes to anything. She's not even willing to, she's so difficult to talk to. It's almost impossible. I didn't see her the rest of the trip. I didn't want to though,
You have to understand, Gifted, that she is part of now the military-industrial complex, and her ability to critically and independently think has been robbed from her, because now she is literally a piece of human property, as I was at one time, because I'm a former U.S. Navy sailor. And when you are indoctrinated, through boot camp, through that, and like I said before, the military-industrial complex, you have given your, and I hate to say it, you've really kind of given your soul away in a way, and I'm lucky to have experienced the U.S. Navy and came all the way back and been able to take back my independent and critical thinking, because most people that do inundate themselves into that hive mindset, they never come back fully. And that was another aspect of why I did get out of the military, is because deep within myself, I've always been a truther, and everything that they're pushing is completely anti, truth. It's just to push that narrative. Not one time underway, especially looking back in retrospect, that did I ever experience Earth curvature when I was in combat control within the ship I was on. There was not one globe model that allegedly we were going off of. All the map charts were flat, and it's just complete BS. That the NASA movement, all of it, it's just to keep your mind inside of a.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my dad was in the Navy. I think I told everybody, actually, my dad was in the Navy 24 years before he died in 2019, and I mean, I wanted to join the Navy too. I was medically disqualified, but thank God. But yeah, I mean, I've now seen two of my closest family members, be pretty ingratiated with the military, and there's certain things they're not even allowed to do. Like, they can't talk about politics on social media. They're not supposed to. They can get like dishonorably discharged for speaking out against the president, even if it's like a mild thing, and they can't really share. They really can't even form their own opinions as easily as anyone else, because they can't really talk about their own opinions if it passes a certain line according to the military. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad I didn't get an opportunity to actually join for a reason that was out of my control, even though I was upset about it for years, and it really kind of made me self-destruct a little bit. Ultimately, it's better than signing a contract that is my life, and find out later that like I might not have even been good at it or wanted to do that. You know.
Trust me, you not going in was a blessing in disguise, my friend.
Yeah, I think it was. I really do. Honestly, bro, with my problem with authority, I don't think I probably would have got kicked out for a bad reason anyways. So, I mean, it ended up working out fine. I needed a few extra years to grow up than if I would have joined the military. I could just see that ending in like a court martial real quick. Now it probably wouldn't, but if I would have joined when I was 17 like I wanted to, yeah, it wouldn't have been good at all. Would have been probably really bad.
Exactly.
Not only that, you guys probably, I'm sorry, I just jumped in, but I just caught the last tail of your conversation. I was just thinking about what you said, and when you sign up for that, it's also a blessing because a lot of times they use soldiers for experiments that you don't even know about. You're subject to so many things and have to take so many injections. You don't know what they're injecting you with, because they don't. In the end of the day, you're just cattle to them. They don't care about you. So it is it is a big time blessing.
Well, you're definitely right about that. I mean, I knew a guy because when I was living in Italy, one of my good friends, his dad was taking a malaria pill because he was stationed in Africa, and he ended up coming back, and he was like somehow allergic to the pill, and he got like sick with like an AIDS-like sickness. It wasn't AIDS; they couldn't detect it, but he died in like 3 months based off the medicine they were giving him to protect him. And with Jessica working around so much, like she's working around a nuclear engine, like. Yeah, she did get a $60,000 sign-on bonus for the job she picked, but that was basically because it's like the most dangerous job they have other than being shot at. Maybe even more dangerous than that. She's like hands-on with the nuclear fission machine or whatever the fuck they use. I mean, that's definitely probably not good.
The nuclear thing is not actually dangerous. Like there's a guy that was eating like nuclear material, Galen Windsor. Should look that up. I'll see if I can find it for you. But
I think
the nuclear weapons thing is a hoax. Like the thing that we have nuclear weapons, these bombs that explode like that, is all a fallacy. What they've actually been using is something called a directed energy weapon. That did you see that thing in Beirut?
9/11.
Yeah, 9/11, Beirut, Lebanon. What's that?
So like Death Stars type shit.
That was the Dr. Hiroshima?
It has a massive explosion, like it looks like some people would say, oh, it's a nuclear explosion. They have different varieties. They have one that just that can make things burn, like we saw in Paradise, California, Fort McMurray, Canada. They what was that, Notre Dame Cathedral? They burned the roof off it with that thing. The there's different settings. It's not all just one setting where it pulverizes shit. It's a really high tech weapon they don't want us to know exists. And it, from my research, it looks like they had it during World War II. All the damage footage from like Hiroshima, it looks the same. There's no debris field on the streets. The only building that survived in Hiroshima was a Jesuit building. It's like there's too many coincidences. Oh, really? The Jesuit building? It was 8 blocks from where they dropped the bomb. So the bomb just magically went around their shit and destroyed everything else selectively.
That should have disintegrated the Jesuit building if it was a nuclear bomb 8 blocks away. Like, no more. It doesn't exist.
Everything would have
Ron,
been.
Weapons generate radiation.
that ties right into Operation Fishbowl. What you're talking about?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the weather climate change one. I looked up that. You told me to look it up.
No, I'm saying more so of them actually, trying to break through the firmament, if you will. These things that they're calling nuclear are something completely different. You can call it direct energy weapons. It's just not what they're saying it is.
Wasn't there a nuclear physicist that came out and tried to debunk all the things about nuclear weapons and how in radiation, and he actually used to swim in the cooling tanks and used to then run experiments on himself to prove that he wasn't poisoned by radiation and that was all a hoax? Am I imagining that, or is that? I swear there was some guy that came out and did all that.
That was Galen Windsor. I have that video. He was literally eating. Yeah. He was eating uranium. He was eating the shit.
What a gangster! What was his last name?
Galen Windsor. He knew it was harmless. He would drink the water, a glass of water from the cooling pond or like the pool where they kept the flow rods. Yeah. He would drink a glass of it every day. He'd go swimming in there. He's like, yeah, this stuff is perfectly harmless. He's like, the reason they want you to think it's dangerous is so people don't steal it. He said it's very valuable as a resource. It does produce heat when you stack it. It will boil water and make steam, but it's not like a hazardous substance like they claim.
Well, because it's almost like free energy, right? I mean, if we actually harnessed that power and used that power for everything, it would be so cost effective that nobody would be able to make any real profit.
There's abundance.
That goes into if you're so scared of something that you're completely staying away from it, how are you ever going to get accurate information other than what you're told about said materials? Right. These things are not what they're telling us they are, like I said before.
He would put it in his lab coat, like his lab pocket, and walk around with it. He's like, we used to handle it with our bare hands when we were finding it. He's like, nobody ever dropped dead. So I think that there's something else going on. And I guess that was a way to protect. No, I don't know if he was or if he died of old age or what. I think he died in his 80s. So I'm not sure if they suicided him, but
okay.
Yeah, he's like, see right here, this would be a lethal dose. He smeared some on his hand. He's like, this whole area would have to be decontaminated, this whole region or whatever. And he's like, see this? He took the Geiger counter, waved it over his hand, he smeared some on there, and he licked it. He licked it off, put the Geiger counter to his tongue. It was still clicking. It's like, see, this ain't gonna hurt you.
There was a doctor that did the same thing with the AIDS virus too. He would actually inject a needle with his patients that were HIV positive and then stick himself with the same needle and then take tests later to prove that is not how the virus is contracted at all. He used to do that all the time. He used to have big news conferences, press conferences all the time doing this shit in front of media, but it got ignored and it got swept under the rug. And I think he actually might have gotten killed, but I can't remember. I wish I could remember his name. I'm terrible at remembering details like that. But yeah, I remember there was this doctor. I'm sure some of you probably know about it or heard about it before.
This gets into anything that starts getting into that electron microscope level, and they start talking about atoms and electrons and protons and neutrons, and we're giving these contextual lexiconal terms, precedence in our thought process and our consciousness. We're not defining these things correctly. We don't truly know what we're dealing with.
Oh, well, I think it's like impossible to really design them or explain them correctly or describe them correctly because our entire language is based around a lot of concepts that are probably not even true. So like it's almost like the language really isn't there for most people or anybody really to understand what's even like we don't know what's going on, bro. What's going on? I don't know. You know, it's what it is.
Right.
I mean, I'm not a nuclear physicist, but they probably don't even know what's going on either. You know, so it's like.
They have a white lab coat on, so we're supposed to give them, the appeal to authority.
Right. Well, and their theories sound good. I think their theories are really interesting. But even they'll say, "Yeah, these are theories. It's probably true." They might say that it's probably true. They're not going to tell you it's a fact because they know it's not. But they might.
Here's the thing. I mean, J.K. Rowling sounds good. Harry Potter sounds good.
Oh yeah, of
but
course. She's a best-selling author.
It's all ridiculous.
Your regular mainstream doctors today that are the exact same way. I mean, to doctors today, they really don't know anything. They are sold on a script and they recite that script and they're told to sell and push certain drugs for certain things, and that's really all they know. I can't tell you how many times I've been to a doctor for a certain thing, and one of the first questions they always ask me is if I'm a smoker, as if that has anything to do with my leg hurting. Or like some kind of that's happened to me so many times where I went to the doctor for a thing and they were so hung up on whether or not I smoked, and I don't smoke, but that they harped on that for so much, and I quit. It was to the point where I just quit going to the doctor for everything because it seemed like every time I went to the doctor, all they cared about was whether I was a smoker.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that's
these are
definitely
just
one of the questions they ask
then these are just things that they've been told through their doctrines, through their I hate to even say educational system. I like to say more indoctrination system, and they like to push it off as unequivocal fact. But at the same time, they don't even realize that they're being duped. They're just pushing what they have been taught to tell you. Like you're saying, are you a smoker or not? This is just what they've been taught in their schools.
Right. And they feel empowered and entitled too, because they feel like, hey, I've spent 8 years in medical school and I did this. Like I'm the authority. I know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, they're full of crap. You know what I mean? They don't know shit.
And then they have, over the top of their, or next to their name, they have the caduceus and they have all these other, esoteric, symbols next to their name and stuff. And they don't even really know the true origins or meaning of these things. And they're just going with it nonchalantly, like another day.
They get so their head gets so swelled up with people kissing their butt all day because they're doctors. Just like they're almost like celebrities now. Celebrities are the same way, where their head gets so blown up by everybody telling them yes all the time and yes and being so agreeable and nobody telling them the truth and nobody being honest with them. Everybody's just kissing their butts that they think every time they take a poop, gold comes out. Doctors are the same way these days.
Their egos are so conflated.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I had one doctor. This what I had Crohn's, apparently, if that's even a real thing. But the only doctor I've ever had be honest with me said, dude, we really don't know what's going on. And he was talking about basically all GI doctors. Any doctor dealing with the stomach, he was like, 95% of the time, we have no idea what's even going on with the people. And he was like honest with me about it, which was refreshing, but also eye-opening because he's the only doctor I ever trusted, and now, somehow magically, because I tried to get on partial disability, now I don't even have Crohn's. This happened one other time when I was also smoking weed for a while, where my Crohn's disappeared, gone. Like what? I had surgery for this.
And what 98% of them won't tell you either is most of that is probably caused by diet.
Oh, it definitely is. Because I eat better. I'm less nauseous when I wake up whenever I smoke a little bit. So that's mainly why I do it. I'm starting to eat healthier. I'm drinking more water. I always do it. Every time I start smoking weed, it's like I want to eat healthier almost because I'm hungrier or something. I don't know. But anytime I start doing it for longer than a month, all of a sudden, the old trace I ever had this serious, irreplaceable disease, which is what it is, Crohn's apparently. Now it's gone. There's not even any evidence of it. They've told me you don't have that. It must have been a misdiagnosis. And then I'll go back after whatever, a relapse or something like, oh yeah, the Crohn's is really acting up, and I'm like, what? What do you mean? I don't have that. What's going on?
There's a lot of people on this forum that will disagree with me, but I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I years ago went to the doctor, and I'm
42 now, and this was probably about 4 years ago. I went to the doctor, and my doctor told me that my cholesterol level was through the roof, and that I needed to make some changes because I'm getting at that age where I need to start worrying about that. So that kind of scared me. So when I left that office that day, I made a conscious effort that I'm going to become a vegetarian for a while. And I did. I was a vegetarian for a year. And then I went even further and I said, you know what? I read about and heard about this thing called the Dr. Sebi diet, which is an all complete alkaline diet. And I did that for 2 years. I went back to the doctor after I was on that Dr. Sebi diet for a year. And my doctor could not believe my levels and my tests and everything that he did. It was like I was 20 years old again. And I'm not going to lie to you. I was in the best shape of my life and I never felt better. Being off that diet, that alkaline diet for just a year was amazing. It completely transformed my entire life. It was like I was 20 years old again. And I was at that time 40. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I gotta agree with
Well,
you.
doesn't that kind of change your perspective on what is considered old age? You know, people are like, "Oh, you're in your 40s, you're middle aged." Well, what if we're really supposed to live to be 120, 130 years old? You know, if you're focused on all these things, how are you ever supposed to look at objective reality and use critical thinking and independent thought and truly understand the plane of existence that we're on?
Yeah, I was going to say that I've had similar experiences with the all meat diet, with the high fat, moderate to low protein, and then low to no carbs. So I've spent periods of time where I wasn't eating any carbs, and I felt wonderful. I felt good
I believe that too. I would never discredit that either. And I think it's all to each individual. I think
it is. Yeah, it's based off your own body.
Everybody is different. Everybody reacts to everything different. Foods, drugs, whatever. Everybody, and to be honest, some people that overweight, that's healthy for them. Some people I feel like that are overweight, they live forever and don't have any problems, because that's where they're supposed to be at. I really truly believe that. And you'll see people that are super athletic and then end up dying for some stupid reason in their 40s or 50s. But they jogged every day and they ate right every day. Well, obviously that diet probably wasn't right for them.
Y'all hear actually that Demaryius Thomas was found dead, dude, in his wherever he was at. He was found dead. He was 33. You guys hear about that?
Yeah, he took the Jabba Dabba Doo, bro.
Jabba Dabba Doo? What did he take?
Yeah, he took the Jabba Dabba Doo.
What is that?
I don't know the jab. The thing we can't talk about.
Yeah, I don't think he knows what we can and can't talk about.
No. What's okay? Maybe somebody just message.
Don't ask, dude. Wait a minute. You said he was 33. That's probably bullshit. Anyone that's the Freemasons' favorite number. They put that code. So if he's 33, wow. It's 99%. It's bullshit. Yeah.
Wow. Well, he was friends with Kyrie Irving. That's probably how they got him.
Hey, so we don't get in trouble for just bringing that up real quick. I got a flat Earth question real quick for any Globers that might be out there. I was reading about where you're at on the supposed globe Earth and the sky that you see in relation to where you are on the globe. And in my reading, I found out that so if you're on the North Pole, you see a completely different sky than what you would see on the South Pole. So that got me thinking. So if that's true, so there must be certain constellations and certain stars that you can only see at the North Pole or at the South Pole. Does any Glober out there can confirm this? Because I've never actually heard of constellations that can only be seen from certain places on the globe. As far as I knew, all the constellations and the whole sky has already been mapped out. We pretty much know everything that we can see anyway with our naked eye from anywhere on the plane. So if anybody can chime in and say, no, actually, there is certain stars or constellations that you can only see in a certain place, I would like to know that.
All right, so let's say that yeah, let's say that the sun, right, gave perfect 12-hour days, right? It doesn't, right? We have seasons and whatnot, but let's say that it did. So when the sun is like real close by, right, you get pretty long days, right? And then
Yeah,
in the equinox, you get long days and long nights. But during the summer, it's long days and short nights. So when the sun is closer, right, we can see it, and this is an estimation, about 6 hours away, right? So 15 degrees, however much land that is, right? I think, and then we can't see it for a while. So it's the same thing with the stars. Like if you go down to Australia, like you're going to be able to see different things overhead because you're, I don't even know how far Australia is from the United States. So I don't know, like what, 18,000 miles away? No, that can't be right. Let's just say 20. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Forgive me. So yeah, you go 20,000.
Don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, so you go that many miles away, right? And you're going to see like different things, right, above your head. You're always going to see the same sun and moon, right? But you're going to see different stars. Like for me, Pleiades is almost directly over my head. So that's my constellation. But I can't even see that all year round, right? Because it disappears, I think, into the daylight for a few months. But anyway, yeah, you can't always see the same things above your head. Like it changes, except for the North Star, right?
But
The polar stars.
But to get back to my question, there's no constellation or star that you can't see any, that from the South Pole or the North Pole. Eventually, you're going to see them all, right? Because they're moving. They're that's what's moving. We're not moving. We're stationary. The stars are moving above us. So at certain points of time, yes, there's going to be certain things that you can see and that you can't see. Like for me, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Wisconsin. I always look at Orion because it's always the easiest for me to spot that belt, them three stars that make up that belt. But all the time, it's always in a different position throughout the whole year. It's always in a different location. It's always slowly moving around. But so my question is, though, what I read on, and I got it from Wikipedia, anybody can look it up, that they say that the sky that you see if you're standing on the North Pole versus the South Pole is completely different. And that they made it seem like there's certain constellations or certain stars that one can see from the North Pole that you can't see from the South Pole, or vice versa. But what you just said sounds like, well, no, it all depends on what time you're in either place, which wouldn't make sense on a globe Earth. It shouldn't matter what time of year. If you can still see the same stars that you can see on the South Pole that you can see on the North Pole, just at different times of the year, well, that doesn't make any sense to me anyway. Is that clear? Maybe not.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I know is that Polaris, if you look through the Georgia Guidestones, is always in the exact same position.
No matter where you're at. Right? No matter where you are on the supposed globe, it's always in the same position. And everybody can see it.
And when you look through that peephole, it will still remain in the same place. Completely impossible on a heliocentric model.
Exactly. How can you be on one side of the globe and see a star, and then the person on the complete opposite of the globe can see through the globe and see the same star I'm looking at on the other side? I'm sorry, I can't wrap my head around that ideology. And that's one of the things that is so simple about everything we talk about and everything that we are trying to talk about. It's It's so easy. Why is it so hard for anybody else to understand that or even question it? They don't even question that. So, simple logic.
That's the morbid part of it, is the simplicity. It's in the irony of how simplistic it is. It doesn't take a rocket science. I hate to even say rocket science because that just kind of goes into the heliocentric model, but it doesn't take somebody of even incredible intelligence, if you will, to grasp your head around the concept.
Right. And see, my dad is a flat earther too. So we always bounce these ideas off of each other. And I was talking to him today and I asked him, so, okay, again, because we ask each other these questions all the time. And I already know the answer to this. But I asked him, so if I'm in Australia, I'm upside down, right? How does it rain upside down? And, he chuckles and laughs. And then I started talking about stars and constellations and how do I see the same, blah, 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 blah. And he actually came back and played a good devil's advocate. And he said, well, because we're in space. And in space, there is no up or down. And he almost had me for a second. I was like, hold on, you're making a strong argument for a second that, since we're on this sphere in space, we are in space. So in space, there is no up, down, left, right. It's just space. But I mean, come on, that's not, you got to go a little further than that. And he couldn't elaborate any further. So, It made me chuckle.
Well, most globers will deflect to gravity or the theory of relativity, and just more irony. They're both theories. They're not laws.
Right.
It's like the law of the second law of thermodynamics, which is an unequivocal law of gas pressure and vacuums. And the sad part of it is, being flat earthers, we know the heliocentric model, quote unquote mathematics better than the globers do. And the globers, the cognitive dissonance will just kick in, and they just don't want to hear it, man.
I know. Well, and they do that spin too now, where when you want to talk about theory, that gravity is a theory, well, then they hit you with, well, it's scientific theory. So basically it started out as a theory, but now it's a scientific theory because they placed all this science on it and they did all these experiments to basically prove that it's true in science terms, but not in reality. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, of course, dude, because this has been going on for so long that it's still a theory, but all scientific theory means is that it's a theory in science. But whenever you hear scientific theory, it's almost like the word theory is wearing like a white lab coat. Like, now it's official. Now you can trust it for a fact.
Yeah.
Without even them really saying exactly that. Yeah, they don't even have to say it.
That's what
have to say scientific theory.
That's what irritates me, and I wish I had a kid right now in school so that I could go to his class and sit in on a class to hear, are they even using the words theory anymore when they teach this stuff? Are they even using scientific theory? Or are they teaching this as just straight facts now? Is what I'm curious about.
Who knows, dude?
Well, hate to bring it into the conversation because Dr. Judy Wood, she has a great video on Vimeo of breakthrough energy technology, and she delves into 9/11, which is a complete rabbit hole. You can look into this energy technology and still completely be an unequivocal glober. It goes into, you can be on one aspect of the truth but still be a heliocentrist. But flat earthers, flat earth to me means we just know it's not a globe, and we know how to objectively reason these things. They used that appeal to authority. And in the beginning of the video, I suggest everyone at least watch the beginning part of the video. She uses that white lab coat to walk out on the stage and then hands it off to a gentleman, and then he explains the origin of the white lab coat, which most people don't know about, which ironically, me and my wife recently were talking about the white lab coat. They explain it even better than I'm explaining it right now. Just like I said, go watch the video and you'll see the explanation. But these people are still heliocentrist, but they are on one aspect of the truth still, but they're not in full truth. don't
Those
think
people
any
are
of this
perfect.
What
because
irritates
there's
me
not
about that the most?
yeah, because there's still
I'm sorry.
questions. No, I was just saying that there's still questions that we all have about the truth, and I don't think anyone ever will know the full truth of reality. But it's to say that you can sit here diving down rabbit holes all day, but it will distract you from objective truth.
That's true. What I was going to say was the only thing that irritates me about the heliocentrics and how hard they push it, what most of them don't realize is not only are they pushing that, but they're pushing an ancient religion that they don't even know about, that's based and rooted in religion,
Yeah,
which is super irritating.
it is definitely irritating. One thing I was doing the other day, which I mean, I don't know. I felt like the best way for me to kind of grasp like the people I'm arguing with or trying to like have a conversation with would be to go far back, like as far back as I can, to where all these theories started really gaining steam. And if you like look up like the guys that were alive during Albert Einstein, because he's like the big one, everybody knows him because his theory is widely accepted. But I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the Planck constant. Max Planck made this, and it's basically like a frame per second of life. The number is 6.62607.015 times 10 to the negative 34th joule per second. And Einstein hated that he like made a formula about like his theory of relativity. He hated this guy, but the Planck-Einstein relation states that the energy of a photon is proportional to the frequency of the photon. The formula is used in the study of quantum mechanics. It's E equals h times F. Energy of photon equals Planck constant, which is undefined. It's just defined as this is just a Planck constant. It's just random number. Times the frequency of the photon. And I'm just like, that's as far back as I went so far, because I really try and like study everything I look up, like to find out what each and everything I'm looking at means, really. But it's kind of crazy. Like there's a couple of them that you guys should maybe look up around Einstein's time. You can just look up like physicists during Einstein's years or whatever. But Paul Dirac, him and Einstein got along at first, and then they disagreed. Like it's just these guys were all philosophers, or at least theoretical scientists. None of them agreed on anything.
They also had other means too. They were all fighting for funding. So they would make up some shit or claim something was true in order to gain funding to continue their research, because they were all fighting for the same paycheck.
Oh yeah,
and I'm sure in your research, when you looked up Einstein, you found out that a lot of the stuff Einstein did, he was a fraud and a plagiarist.
Oh, yeah.
His wife
Oh, yeah, he
did
was.
his math. It wasn't him. The guy was a straight up fraud.
Yeah, no,
Right.
it's funny though, because when people think of like genius, they think of Albert Einstein. Whenever you take like an IQ test online, if you ever do it, one of the people that they'll show you, like random people's IQs, Einstein, like he's always one of the ones they show, like insane IQ or something. Yeah. But it's
Never
just I
show
find
Tesla.
it funny. No, yeah, not Tesla. No, not him. Not the guy who's obsessed with 369 and free energy. Why would we show his IQ? That's not important.
The only true genius.
Well, and I really like looking up Tesla too.
I want to add on to something that you said. Yeah, you were talking about the contemporaries in Einstein's time, right? His contemporaries. If you're looking into this error, it's really important to look at the Russian side, right? Because during the time of the Soviet Union, people were being thrown into the gulags. So you need to research the Einstein scare. So the Einstein scare was anytime a physicist in Russia was going against Einstein, his ass got disappeared to the gulags, right? Because he was an anti-communist. So check that shit out.
Oh yeah, I looked it up.
Then he threw me off the roof.
It says the FBI was involved and it had to do with the Red Scare. Is that the right thing? What I just looked up. There's the Einstein Russell Manifesto and Red Scare. Is that it?
No, the Einstein scare in Russia. Einstein scare in Russia.
Russia.
It's kind of an obscure thing, right? Because the Soviets, right, they're not going to advertise that they were killing people who were against Einstein, right?
No, of course not. Why would they expose that?
Yeah, it was easy for me to find in 2015. I don't know if it's still.
It's not. I'm gonna have to change the way I typed it in. I typed in the Einstein scare Russia, so I'm obviously gonna have to get way more specific than that in order to get probably what I'm looking for.
Yeah, Google is so.
Don't forget that Einstein
Who's
couldn't.
that one? Go-Go Duck? Go-Go Duck.
Don't forget that Einstein couldn't even tie his shoes.
Oh, wait. Shut up, bro.
Or comb his hair.
He probably couldn't tie his shoes. I just do the bunny ears, and I'm proud of it. I know how to tie my shoes. I don't care if you guys do the fancy loop-de-loop. Fuck that shit.
Hey, he had too much on his mind.
Bro.
He didn't have time to tie.
For real, bro.
He couldn't waste time with those trivial ideas. He couldn't waste time.
Yo, why did all the forces make fun of frictional force? Because he wasn't a normal force.
What? Repeat it? I'm sorry.
Why did all the forces make fun of the frictional force? Because he wasn't a normal force.
I guess I kind of get it. I don't know. It's a joke. It's funny. I can tell it's funny, but
it's not. It went over. Well, I'm not going to say it's not. It just went over my head. I wasn't listening.
I mean, I get what he's. Isn't it friction when two forces are going against each other or something?
Is that what he said?
I don't know, bro, but it sounded like it was a good joke. I just didn't get it. Good for you, dude. Tell that to a smarter person, and I'm sure they'll love you for it.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Pseudo-Force, right?
That's why you're a gifted paradox, brother.
There was a German group of scientists that got together and were talking how Einstein was full of shit as well. They published a book.
Einstein was technically full of shit. Inside his stomach, like there was like the food that he ate, which turns into shit.
Was Einstein a Nazi?
Well, it also shows in the very beginning of Back to the Future.
Einstein wasn't a Nazi.
If you watch the first 5 minutes of the movie, it shows.
He was forced into building the atomic bomb.
It also shows in the beginning of Back to the Future, right after the AE model is shown, that, Einstein is full of shit.
Yeah, I feel like any of those people, any of the side. I mean, look at Fauci today. They're in if things keep going the way they're going, 50 years from now, they're going to be looking back at Fauci as he was like an Einstein, like a hero. And look at what a bumbling idiot he is.
Hey, I was trying to look up that thing somewhere to look up. Apparently, I didn't know this, but I found this accidentally trying to look up the Einstein thing. But apparently, Albert Einstein was in love with a Stalin spy. Fell in love with a woman who was a spy for Stalin. There's a lot of websites that are saying it. This one's .org. So, I don't know. It's cool. Didn't know that.
This guy, dude, Gifted Paradox sounds just like Witsit. He talks just as fast. He's
I like that guy. It's cool. Oh, I made coffee. My bad. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can look into Einstein's life. He was quoted as the saying that the German people should have left when they had the chance. Right? Not a lot of people know this, but I think it was like when Hitler took power, the Nazi party took power, they were shipping Jews like for free. Like they could sell everything they owned to the government, and the government would give them vouchers for German goods when they got there. So they sold their stuff, but Germany would pay them to get out of here. We'll take your businesses, we'll take your houses, your cars, or whatever you own, and we'll give you these vouchers for German goods. So they had more than enough opportunity to leave in the 30s, as far as I understand.
Yeah, it's called the Hara Agreement.
You know what they say?
Well, see, that's one thing that I never understood. It was about World War II and Hitler and their claims about how he wanted to just eradicate all the Jews. Well, that's not true. The only Jews he eradicated were the poor. The rich all got out. The rich were able to leave. He really, if you think about it, cleansed them of all the poor and the sick, and made if you want to call Jews let's say they're a race of people, okay? He basically cleansed them, made them stronger, got rid of all the weak.
Well, here's the thing. You have to look into the difference. You have to look into the difference between Judaism and Zionism. And there is a massive difference between both. And when you start looking into what the Nazis were doing in Antarctica, If you look at Heinrich Himmler's symbol of the black sun on his floor, when you start objectively looking into these things, you will notice, of course, his story, quote unquote. There's a massive difference between what is told to us as objective fact and what is actually going on. Am I sitting here advocating Nazism and what was perpetuated as what they were doing? No. I'm just telling you to look into what you're told as fact about them, and then make your own decision on what was actually happening back then. Then you will be able to get a more clear picture, especially based on the fact that, hold on a second, guys. Oh, that's right. They're lying to us about the ground under our feet. So a lot of things they're telling us is wrong.
Yeah.
I heard a wise man in here say that
about World War II and the Nazis. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
No, you go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. At the same time.
I was going to say, as my grandfather used to always rail on me in my head, he said, if you think about it, they always talk about how the Nazis moved all these Jews on these train tracks, on these trains. Well, he told me, look into who built those railroad tracks and follow that money and follow those tracks, and they lead all the way back to the United States.
Look into the number.
I was going to say chemistry jokes are boring, but physics jokes have potential.
I get that one.
Research, Paul. Look at the numbers of Jews in Europe before and after the World War.
Hey, that's a good point. You know what? Actually, I've done that, and I actually went further, and I did it for the world. I looked at the number of Jews in the world at that time versus the number that they say was killed in camps. And I gotta say, the numbers do not add up at all.
Yeah, 15 million before and 15 million after, yeah.
Look at the pre-pandemic.
If we're talking about the Holocaust, I always got to bring up the Holodomor. Who doesn't know what the Holodomor is?
Do not know what that is. I would like to know.
I know what it is.
So the Holodomor is the Ukrainian genocide that no one ever talks about, because Einstein's been rubbed in your face and shoved down your throat just like the Holocaust has, right? They've both had equal publicity, right? But what about, when other people die, right? When Christians in the Ukraine who were German, who didn't want to fight the Russians because they were Ukrainians, and they didn't want to fight Germany, right? And they were not communists because they were self-reliant. What happened to them? So Stalin passed a law that all the food had to go to the cities, and anyone caught gleaming food that fell out of the machines onto the ground to feed themselves was the death penalty. So the Ukrainians started eating themselves within a matter of weeks, and they were starved into submission. And estimates from 3 million to 9 million people died in the Holodomor.
You know what, Hank? That's a good point too, because if you think about it too, who it doesn't matter, but they always want to make it a point of Jews and how horrible the Holocaust was and blah 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 blah, and how traumatic it was. Well, what about the Crusades? How many Christians died in the Crusades? Or Muslims died in the Crusades. Like, you don't hear Christians or Muslims crying about how many we lost during the Crusades, and there were millions.
That begs the question of what was actually going on during the Crusades in general, because you're basing this off of his story.
What I find crazy is
World War II, you hear about Nazi hunters, right? People hunting down Nazis, right? George Soros was a Nazi. He's got billions of dollars. No one's hunting his ass. Where are the Bolshevik hunters? The Bolsheviks.
Well, George Soros wasn't really a Nazi. He worked. He was a little errand boy for the Nazis.
He was. If it was a goyim, they would go after his ass.
Yeah. I know.
Here's the thing. The Nazis won the war, but the German people lost. From the Ukraine all the way to France, Germans were killed. Like, they were absolutely slaughtered. If you go look up the mass graves, right, I bet you find Germans in there, right? I know it sounds crazy, but if you think about it, like, what was the whole reason for going over there? to kill Germans, right? So if you look, crazy places like that aren't censored, like World Truth videos, and you go there and you were to type in like the German Holocaust, I mean, you might find like a different narrative, right? Or
Right.
The rape from
Exactly.
8 to 80, you might find a different narrative. But here's the thing, like, how do you know if any of it's true? Like, how do you know? Like, what
Well,
is
that's
the
a problem
truth?
too,
So
because
it boils
the
down.
victors
Hold
of
on,
all
hold
these
on, hold on,
wars are
hold
the
on,
ones that
hold
write the
on,
history books.
hold on, bro. I'm almost done. It boils down to
Sure, I'm
this. You can look at Anne Frank's diary, and you can look at it, and they say that it's not a forgery, right? And well, what about the pen? This pen wasn't even invented yet during the writing of this book. Well, those were inserted. Those pages were written within that pen. They were inserted later. Okay, so these pages are forgery, but the rest of it's not a forgery. It's like, how do you know? How do you know if Anne
Right.
Frank really existed? How do you know they didn't make it up? Or how do you know that they didn't make it up?
You know what?
How do you
Hank?
verify it?
They did make it up because it's the same thing they did. The American government did during, I think it was the Gulf War, with that woman soldier that was supposedly captured and tortured, and they went in to try to rescue. I forget her damn name.
Oh,
But do
Jessica
you remember? And they
something.
tried to make her sound
Jessica.
like some hero, and it was all made up. It was all lies.
Her name was
This is-
Jessica something.
Don't forget literally I'm reading it as we speak. Okay. The definition of pen: female swan, or a penitentiary or a prison. Of course, an instrument for writing or drawing. So based on that, they're telling us these things. They're saying it was written by a pen, but
Yep.
that pen is quite literally a prison.
Well, Hank was saying the ballpoint pen wasn't invented, and it was written in ballpoint pen. So
Exactly.
it's like, wait a minute, this shit is fake.
Right.
Case closed.
Exactly. It's almost the same thing when you try to talk about that whole ancient aliens craft, and you're talking to a glober, and they're saying, well, what about all these ancient tombs with all these hieroglyphics in them showing spacemen and stuff? Well, you don't know when that was done. That could be all be co-opted. That could have been done years later, just to fool you, just to make a laugh, a joke, like haha, look at what we did. You don't know if that was real. You don't know if that was done thousands of years ago by the ancient Egyptians. Nobody knows. It's the same thing.
Yeah, the Egyptians were more than likely flat earthers.
By the way, Hank, there was three separate starvations in Ukraine. The numbers go up to probably around 60 million.
Well, you know what
Yeah,
I think is crazy is that we're talking about this right now, and nobody ever puts up a fuss about the dinosaurs, dude. I mean, who knows? Billions, maybe? I mean, come on,
Dude, dinosaurs. It's funny that you mentioned that, because there was just a new article on my feed the other day about how they just found this new dinosaur tail some damn place, right? So I clicked on it and I wanted to read it, and I'm thinking, let me see pictures of the supposed dinosaur tail bones that they found. There's not one actual picture of the excavation site or what they found or the bones. It's all it's all cartoon images of what the dinosaur supposedly looked like. I'm sure some of y'all have seen this, and this is recent, but it's the same thing.
No, I haven't seen it, but I find it like, I don't know. I was looking it up the other day, and I know that they have like a full skeleton of a T-Rex at the Smithsonian supposedly. But I was looking it up the other day, and apparently they have no full skeletons of any dinosaurs. Period. Like they just don't have any.
Nope.
So I'm like, what was that, like a replica? Has it been like a replica the whole time, and I just never knew that it was like
prepare
openly
to have someone maybe come in soon and school you on dinosaurs. But
yeah.
my recommendation is the more you talk about dinosaurs, the worse it's going to be for you.
Oh no, I'm sure they weren't
That's
real.
what I mean. I don't like threats. What is
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's not really a threat. It's
Yeah, I'm just going to school you.
no,
So
not
here's
Hank.
the thing.
Okay, fine, Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
There were terrible lizards, right? Back in the day, there was twice as much oxygen, right? Humans were bigger because they had more oxygen, right? But humans weren't the
Giants.
only thing that were bigger, right? So if there was big humans, is it possible that, before water covered up all this land and humans kept adding concrete, that, there was twice as much vegetation, right? And all this vegetation would have created a lot of oxygen. Right before all the rainforests were cut down and all that stuff, we probably lived a lot longer. Well, some lizards don't stop growing. Did you know that? They never stop. As long as their environment allows them to keep growing. That's why you hear stories of like Africa, they got crocodiles that become like man-eating crocodiles. And they get like so freaking huge that they have to be taken out, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I lived in Florida and Louisiana, and somehow, even alligators who are smarter than crocodiles, they get like monstrously big, like scary stuff. Like I think there was a 12-foot one found in Louisiana recently in somebody's backyard that was eating a 6-foot one. Or not?
They live a long time too.
Yep. So do tortoises.
But dinosaurs? So that's where we get our fossil fuels from? I remember I learned that in school. They used to tell us that we got oil from dinosaurs.
We did though. They're called fossil fuels for a reason, obviously, dummy. I mean, what are you trying to?
Really?
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, dinosaurs really started all the wars that America's been in. Turns out they shouldn't have died that way and turned into oil. Mistake on their part.
If you think about that lie, there's oceans of oil underneath, all over, just like water. There's oceans of oil. Imagine how many dinosaurs you would need to create oceans of oil. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous. And if there was that many dinosaur bones and that many dinosaur decay to create oceans of oil, you would be walking in the woods in your backyard and trip over dinosaur bones. Nobody trips over dinosaur bones. They're so rare and so far few between. It's ridiculous.
So, quick question: what's the best way to preserve something in the terms of longevity?
You gotta freeze it, bro. Hitler's frozen right now. Freeze it.
I'm talking about as in the terms of trying to tell a future generation about something. What do we do in the modern era? We use disk. We've used floppy disk. We've used 8-tracks. We've used all these different things, right? In the past.
I don't even know what that is, bro. What is an 8? I'm gonna look it up. I don't know what an 8-tracks is. Let me shut up. Let me just look it up.
Before there was tapes, there was 8-track tapes. There was whatever.
Oh, the things with the skinny black things in there, like a VHS. The skinny
You've used, not
audio,
used,
no video.
People have used stone. If something is so profound that it is reality, you're going to capture it in stone because it's going to last through the elements over a period of time. And I hate to use the word time because time is a man-made construct.
Right.
But I'm saying this in the contextual aspect of, you look back into the Renaissance, quote unquote Renaissance period, and you look at these things like dragons. Okay, if I have a real dragon skull and I put chicken arms on it, and I say it lived roughly, what is it? They said Jurassic Park, like 650 million years ago. I don't even know if that's exact. Whatever the hell they say.
Don't matter.
Knowing that, does that make it actually true? Or does it make it a T-Rex, or is it still a freaking dragon?
I mean, it is whatever you say it is until somebody challenges it and proves differently. That's the thing. It is whatever you say it is.
Until you objectively look into what it actually is.
Exactly.
I can take something that is real and then embellish it until it creates a narrative.
Exactly. I could kill my cat right now, skin it, bring it down to its bare bones, and then glue antlers from a deer to it and whatever else I want to, and say, look at this weird creature I found. And until somebody actually looks into it, and I can make a whole backstory, I can lie and say, oh, this is such and such. But until somebody actually looks into it and says, wait a minute, this is your dead cat that you did this and such, that's basically what's happening. Am I wrong?
You're pretty much describing a jackalope, really.
I'm describing a jackalope and a T-Rex and any other damn dinosaur they want to try to dig up and pretend that it existed millions of years ago.
This is what they're pushing in the modern day museum.
And they have to, in order to keep the globe spinning, and their whole narrative that we're not the most important thing created on this earth, and there was all these other magnificent creatures here before us, and then when we came along, we ruined it all. We're the despair of the world. We're the problem. We're nothing. We're scum. We don't belong here. That's the narrative they push, right?
You're infinitesimally small, and you don't matter.
Exactly. When we are all that matters. Which is why I don't get down on people about as much as I want to believe in veganism and not harming animals and all that crap. You know what? The hell with that. We are here. We are Earth. We have dominion over this plane. It is for what we want to make it. So I'm all for hunting and eating flesh. There is a little part of me that feels weird about it and thinks that we could survive without doing that, and survive in a society where we truly have dominion and we take care of the planet and our surroundings and the creatures that God put on here for us. But at the end of the day, He put them on here for us.
Yeah, well, and I don't disagree with I think that at one point we did have the world we live in today isn't how it started off. All these these butchers where they put 1,000 cows. I worked at a butcher's place one time as a meat packer, and they just they butcher these cows for profit. That's not the way it was always. Maybe they trade a cow to somebody, but it's just the world we live in today. It's not designed to be kind to animals. My sister's vegan, and it's not for health reasons. I mentioned her earlier. She's 14. She really hates the animal cruelty. I don't like it either, dude. I know that they test stuff on animals and it sucks, but that's the world we live in. I'm not gonna stop eating meat.
I have with that too is God is God, so He knows if He's going to give us something, a toy to play with, we're going to exploit it to the fullest, right? He knows that already. So if it was maybe not, because there is free will. So maybe He is leaving that up to us, and we're making that horrible choice to exploit cattle like that. Maybe that is our man's fault, and we should bring that back. But what I mean, that does seem kind of right. Because those slaughterhouses do seem unnecessary. Well, if you can't go out and hunt your own damn food, if you can't go out and kill and process the meat yourself, maybe you don't deserve to eat meat.
And the thing is being up where I am in upstate New York, there's a lot of I live in a city in Watertown, but I live around a lot of farmland more than anything other than where I reside, which is inside of mini city. But my sister sends me videos all the time about local stuff that's happening, and I watch them because I support her decision. But there's always lawsuits going on against. It's not about the fact that they're killing the cows; it's the inhumane conditions beforehand, having them cramped together, they're getting diseases. This is something that happens at almost every butcher shop. It's just a matter of can they make it look okay on inspection day. Any job I've had, we clean super big on inspection week, and then the rest of the time it's just kind of meh, which that's okay at a normal job like a gas station. But when you start owning this multi-billion-dollar butcher thing, that's not okay anymore, and so
but to compound on your point, a lot of people too believe that what you're just talking about how horrible those conditions are, that is going into the meat that people are eating. That horridness, that all of that how horrible it is, the horrible conditions and the horrible way they slaughter them, that is getting in and affecting the meat that then humans eat, and then it affects the humans that eat it.
It definitely is.
In a negative way.
I looked into a lot of beef stuff and like stuff with pork just because I have Crohn's, and that stuff always messes up my stomach. And if you look at it, all the stuff they put in, especially like pork, like sausage, they're trying to like put these like triglycerides. You can look those up. All these things they put in there are really bad. For you, and the reason they're doing it is because the way that they're harvesting the meat and the way that they're getting the amount that they can sell what they want to, the way they're doing all of that is bad for the meat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, animals living in cramped conditions is not good.
Well, and they bleach it. They put and when it gets into the grocery store or the butcher shop, they inject blood into hamburger meat to make it look redder, so that because they think that people will be more inclined to buy a pack of meat that looks redder than versus gray, which has had all the blood. You know what I mean? So you're absolutely right.
I worked in a mini butcher shop in Oklahoma, like a small town, like locally owned place. And the thing about it is, like, I'd never experienced like freshly killed, skinned, and I was learning to become a butcher, like use all the knives, but I never got that far. I ended up relapsing and losing the job. But it was cool because when you smell that meat that just got butchered, it really does. It has like such a neutral smell that it almost smells gross. You know what I mean? Like we were cleaning.
No. It doesn't smell gross. It is gross because I'll tell you, when I was on the Dr. Sebi diet, when I was on that 100% alkaline diet where I wasn't cooking any of my food and I was eating only certain vegetables, any kind of cooked meat, anytime I entered anywhere where there was any kind of thing being cooked where it was meat, it was the most horrid smell it was worse than being a smoker and then quit smoking, and then you smell somebody smoking and you smell that cigarette smoking, you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. Meat being cooked is 10 times worse than that. It was horrible. It made me never want to eat meat again.
I mean,
you're absolutely right. There's something to that.
There is. I mean, it's. I think at this point, because my mic was away from my face. I think at this point, because working there, I kind of realized that this is kind of like near the starting point of like where everybody's getting their meat and stuff. And I started to realize like this is probably something that's in like cows' genetics now and has been passed down. However you want to explain it, natural selection, whatever. If you believe in natural selection, human beings definitely mess that up for cows. So at this point, they're inheriting genes that probably make them more docile, more easy to kill. Like out back, we would have like this little air gun that would shoot them through the head. But they knew when they were about to get it. Obviously, they would see other cows being murdered. Like their last moments, the blood that's coursing through their veins as they're being murdered is probably filled with a lot of stuff that's not normally there because these cows are seeing it happen to other cows. They might not be able to consciously think, oh, we're getting butchered, but they see it, dude. They have instinct, and so it's.
But people that think the other way, you would think, wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't eventually the cows would catch on?
They're not smart. They do catch on. They do. Like they resist going to where they're getting killed. They know they can't consciously think like, oh, let's plan a way to escape this. But they know when they're about to die. I don't know if they can smell the death because they do try and hide it from their eyes, and they try and muffle their ears.
Animals aren't dumb. It's the same thing. If you've ever had an animal, a pet, a cat, a dog that you had to put to sleep, the moment that you take that animal into the vet and you're in there with them in that room, holding them, and they're about to get that shot, they know.
No, they know.
They know immediately because I've had to do it at least 3 times to a cat and a dog, and they wailed. They wailed. They knew the moment that shot was about to be stuck in that tube to be put in their vein. They knew, and they wailed and cried, and it's heart-wrenching.
Well, luckily, I've never had. I've only done it once to my 17-year-old dog, but he was. I mean, he was sick, and when we ended up putting him down, because he was having like 3 strokes a day, so.
No,
Fred, Fred. We did that to Fred, but
you weren't in the room when they did it, were you?
No, I was holding him. He's a miniature pinscher. I held him, and I think that's the best thing I could have done. It was a really important time for me because I was trying. It was right before I went to my first rehab, and I held him, and he looked at me as he went, and he seemed to be at peace. But I think the biggest mistake a lot of people make, he was 18, he was deaf and blind, he was having strokes, but I was there for him, But he definitely knew it was time to go. He just didn't resist it. I could tell. I looked him in the eyes. He was suffering for probably like 3-4 months before we decided to do it, and it's like
I had a dog and a cat that was suffering from heart failure, and very much like what you're talking about. But as soon as that needle came into the room and they knew it was about to be stuck in that tube. They knew, and both wailed like banshees. It's a sound I'll never forget.
It's definitely different though, because like, you know, heart problems. It sounds like they probably went before it was basically old age. Like my dog, basically, we put him down and he basically died of old age. Like everything was shutting down. You know, so he probably had like been like he was ready. He was ready to go. He was like, bro, this is hard. Let's just get this over with. Yeah. But,
well, you got off easy.
I did. Yeah, I really did. It actually wasn't a bad experience. I was like, damn, bro, he's good. All right, let's move on with my life.
Yeah. I've had at least 3 bad experiences where the dogs, I mean, I just couldn't keep them no more. And the cats, they were throwing up and shitting all over the place and getting it, you know, staring, putting their heads against walls because they didn't, they were so disoriented and having seizures and stuff. It was like the quality of life just wasn't there.
I feel like with cats too, when they die, it's a lot more. I don't know if that's even the right word, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. Like cats, I feel like are way better at surviving alone than dogs. I think we probably all agree with that. But when they die, they usually. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, I don't know. The lifespan of a cat's like 20 years or something like that. So I've only met one cat that was over 20. Most of them die before their time. They're so adventurous, you know. And I believe they see different things than we see. Because my fucking cat, Paisley, she's like tripping like 24/7. She like sees shit that I don't see. It's cute. I like it. You know,
I had a cat.
Entertaining, but
I had a young cat 2 years ago. He had a damn blood clot go to his back. He was young. There's nothing wrong with him. He was young. All of a sudden, he just for some reason got a blood clot, went to his back, and it fucked up his back legs. He couldn't walk. I walked and he was the outside cat. I live out in the country, so I keep all kinds of barn cats to keep the rodent population down. But I keep they have their own barn, which has a fireplace in it, and I keep it warm for them so they can go in at night. And I went in there one night to check on him, stoke the fire up, and he was laying on the ground crying and dragging his back legs. And I was like, oh my God, what is going on? So I rushed into the 24-hour clinic. They said he had a blood clot, went to his back or whatever, and put out his legs. And they was like, there's nothing we can do. Absolutely nothing. We got to put him down. But he was screaming the whole time like there's nothing that could be done. And he knew the moment they brought that needle in, I was holding him. He knew his time was up, but he didn't want to go. Because
with the blood clot too, like the reason they probably had to put him down is because they knew it was going to end up going to his heart. Because that's what blood clots do when they get when they get broken off from where they're clotted at. And he was young too. He was young, so I mean, it's almost like he knew he really had to go, but he didn't. I mean, it's almost like I don't know. It's different. He was so young too. It's like a weird thing that happened.
Yeah. Like he's like, I'm too young. I don't want to die yet.
Yeah.
Whereas you like an older dog, you're like, man, I've been living for so long. I'm ready. Take me out. I see what you're saying. But the whole point is like animals know. Animals are smart. Animals ain't stupid.
They got instinct.
They do. Right.
I think the fact that they have instinct because of our consciousness and our belief in like science and all that's one advantage animals have over us like now and probably forever at this point is that they have the instincts that we probably also have. They don't have the conscious thought to be like fuck up their instinct, which is probably like me. I learned how to trust my gut. That was the biggest thing in me getting sober because anytime I would relapse, I would have all this anxiety. Like like I didn't want to do it. I think is what it was, but I would do it anyways because I thought whatever I was relapsing, I would get the anxiety to go away. And now like I see people like that have been up for days or whatever. I can tell they're high. I can see it. It's not hard. You could probably see it too. And like I get that same like gut feeling like. Immense anxiety, almost crippling. But now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna listen to my gut. My gut's telling me that this is not that's my instinct. That's something that most human beings are not good at listening to. That's where a lot of bad decisions come from. You hear people say it all the time. Like, I knew I shouldn't have done that, but they do it anyways. Why? Well, I mean, their instinct said, hey, you might like be arrested or whatever. Like something that will
that's happened
affect
to me
your
a million
life.
times where I felt like I had this gut feeling where I need to leave here. I need to get out of here. I should go right now. And then I didn't, and something bad happened. And I got caught up in it. That's happened to me a million times where I didn't listen to my gut instinct. But animals is the same way too, because there's been plenty of times I know where if you think about it, I live in the country. So I'll tell you right now, when I walk out of my house, and I live in the woods, I walk out of my house, nothing in my hand, squirrels jumping around, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of animals moving around. If I walk outside with a rifle, nothing.
they disappear quick.
Yep.
Not even a rifle. I could have a stick in my hand, and they're gone. You don't see them. You don't hear them. Nothing. But if you just walk out with nothing, like so, explain that. Same thing with deer. Deer the same
Deer
way.
are like that. They're actually really smart.
I know. So deer, and I swear, deer are the same way. Deer know when it's deer hunting season where I live.
They definitely do, man.
They're all over the place. The first couple of weeks, right before deer hunting season is open, I see 20, 30 deer running through my yard all the time. As soon as deer season opens, boom, they're gone.
There's a lot of movement, especially like right towards the beginning of hunting season before it starts. I mean, so where I live in upstate New York, like I'm in like the only city that's like the closest one besides this one is Syracuse, which is like an hour and a half away. So my mom lives like 20 minutes from me in a place called Rodman, and it's like every house has like at least 15 acres, and so like you're like out there in the woods, bro. You're like out there.
Right. I'm on 40, so I know what you're talking about.
The animal movement is something you can't get when you're not in the wilderness. Like, dude, like in my mom's like on her property, I really like was trying to learn how to track like animal footprints, and I was getting into it, and I found like they let some ducks go to be in the wild, which I was like, they're gonna die. They died the first night. I found out how it happened. A fox got it. It didn't. One didn't make it but 2 feet. The other one made it like maybe like half a mile before it was fucked. And then I found like bear footprints. There's so much animal activity wherever there's not people.
Yeah.
And I think that the reason for that is not only the fact that they can be undisturbed, but I think the animals lose a lot of their ability to like make decisions based off of instinct when people are around. People are unpredictable. Everybody's got a different perspective. I mean, I know people that would purposely run over
but you go on the flip side. You go to when I went to Washington D.C. and I went to the White House. I'm sitting down at the White House in front of the gate. A squirrel jumped in my damn lap.
Yeah, they can be pretty dumb about it too, especially if people are feeding them.
You know what I mean? The animals in the city are different because people don't hunt in the city, so they're used to people. So they all over. They have no fear. When you get out in the country,
people feed animals in the city. So it's like they view humans. They view humans as a completely different, like almost species, probably in their head. Like they don't have thoughts, but they probably don't even view us as a threat in any way.
Intelligence level. You know what I mean? It shows you that intelligence level that these animals ain't dumb, man. Because if I can walk out of my house with nothing in my hand and squirrels are jumping around, running across my feet in the woods, but I walk down my driveway with a stick, they're nowhere to be seen because they think I got a rifle.
Oh, in my background, I don't have my bachelor's yet, but I'm like a year away from getting my bachelor's in psychology. And there's like a ton of studies you can look up, psychology experiments, where they use rats frequently, especially in like drug addict studies, like with cocaine. They've done a lot of cocaine rat studies, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But Pavlov's dog is a very common one. I believe that almost any animal, any of them, even cats, you can train any animal because they learn how to react to their environment based off of how their environment usually reacts back with them. It's called classical conditioning. Like my cat, anytime I like do certain things, she comes sprinting because usually whenever I go to a certain area of the house, she's being fed or I'm changing her litter box or something. Every animal is like that. So you got to think that like the animals in this city, they've been conditioned by people to trust them. They think that they can get food from them, basically. That's their food source. And then you go somewhere like where you or I live, and they know that if you have like an extension of your body, something that's not like a part of your body, a stick, a gun, something, they just know something's up. They're like, nah, fam, we're not gonna go over there. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, this is probably something, I don't know how it relates to genetics. I don't know much about genetics, but you got to think that like this is probably something that's been ingratiated over generations of these animals. Their parents didn't have to worry about their parents and their grandparents got fed by people, or over here like their great ancestors have been hunted for years. So it's like I think this is a lot of like unspoken, like just the way they operate. You know what I mean? Like their habits and all that. It's just something
I think it's gotten worse over the years because we've lost our connection to the animal kingdom and our goal or our mission as to be the protector of our domain. We've really lost that, and when we just become straight hunters.
Oh yeah, I mean, we definitely have too, because like if you look at like this is true for, in my opinion, a lot of things in society. I see it all the time with like addiction in the family members and the random citizens who just hate people. But I mean, it's all getting a lot worse because if you look at like the sides of like wanting to protect animals and the people who hate hunting and the people who like hunting, and these are like kind of polarizing topics when you get with the right people who feel strongly about it. And the thing is that none of it really matters right now. Like hunting used to be a thing that you had to do to survive. The best hunter would get his probably dick sucked by every woman in the fucking tribe if he wanted to, because it was so important. Like you needed food, like you had to have it, and now it's like people who are against hunting. I mean, I get what they're saying. You don't need to hunt. If anything, it might actually cost you more. It's probably going to cost you more to hunt than to buy food. You got to buy the guns.
No, actually, no, it doesn't, because I actually just did the math on that the other day of how much it costs for me to hunt and the meat I get off of it a year versus the meat. If I were to buy that meat a year, it's double.
Really? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Or actually, if you put it this way, if you were to buy half a cow, you're going to pay about $3 a pound for hamburger meat.
Yeah.
And probably about $3 a pound for steaks. But if you were just to go buy that in the grocery store, you're going to pay double. You're going to pay $12 for a steak or $20 for a steak, and you're going to pay $6 a pound for hamburger meat.
Oh, yeah,
which I realize you're not hunting, but at least you're getting it from the direct source instead of buying it from the grocery store.
I agree. My mom and aunt actually just split a whole cow like 2 months ago, and
it's all about the energy it's all about the energy that's being put into the food. The cattle,
absolutely,
all this stuff that is being killed, injected with these GMOs, all this other ridiculous stuff. If you're taking it from nature and the way it's intended to be taken, it's healthy. It's good for you, and it's also not just about the way you're taking these things from nature. It's also about the portion sizes. This idea that you have to have 3 slabs of meat every day is absolutely ridiculous. It goes back into moderation. Everything is supposed to be in moderation.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I completely, like sodium, for example. Let's just look at that for a second. Like back, like when Jesus was alive, way back then, like thousands of years, salt was like precious, dude. Like if you had a block of salt, you were like rich as fuck, like millionaire rich. Now we have too much sodium in our diet. Like what? Like people get cholesterol because they're eating like 4 times the amount of salt their body's supposed to. That like, how does that make sense? Back in the day, this shit was apparently so rare and hard to get that if you had it, you were like top tier in society. You were like up there.
And the reason why they do it is because they learned back from the whether it was the Japanese or the Chinese, they learned, well, that's how you keep bad meat good. Salt the shit out of it, and you can take rotten meat and keep it fresh. You salt the shit out of it, and that's why you go to Taco Bell, you go to Burger King, you go to McDonald's. That shit is so saturated with salt because it's bad meat. That's how they keep it. That's how they keep it fresh.
It's not like it's not necessarily bad. I've worked at Taco Bell and McDonald's, and it was better than I thought it would be before I worked there. But it is frozen, and you got to think like, how do you elongate?
It is injected with a shit ton of
injected.
Salt,
oh yeah, because it preserves it. You can keep it frozen, like some of the expiration dates on these patties that I get at work now. I work at a gas station. We make a lot of food. That's probably one of our biggest sellers. And like some of the expiration dates on chicken is like 2 years from now. I'm like, what? Like it's in like 2023. I'm like, or like 2022 or whatever. I'm like, dude, that don't make no sense. Like what? Like, so
imagine keeping a piece of chicken in your fridge for 2 fucking years.
Jesus, dude, the whole house would probably have to be quarantined forever. Like it'd be like it'd be worse radiation than fucking Sri Lanka or whatever, Chernobyl, whatever you guys were saying earlier, which has no radiation, obviously.
And then people, wonder why we have such heart disease and cancer and all these problems that we didn't
you're putting into your body. 100% in your body. Yeah. I mean, whether it's smoking cigarettes or whatever, which I still do that. I'm trying to quit, but it's our food too, and everybody eats it. It's like,
but no. Okay, go back to cigarettes though. Explain to me how you'll have somebody that'll smoke cigarettes till they 95 fucking years old, never get cancer, never had no health issues, but then you get somebody 30 years old and die of lung cancer, and they'll say it's because he smoked. Bullshit.
Oh yeah, I mean.
Shit.
And the thing is that, like, with where I work, I saw a lot of tobacco or nicotine products, vapes, everything, and a lot of old people come in, and the only thing I really noticed, a lot of like old people that smoke, like they're usually not even overweight. The only thing I really noticed is their voice is raspy, which does make sense, I guess, if you're inhaling smoke. But most of them are some of the healthy. Like I know one lady who runs like 2 miles a day. She's like 60, and she buys 2 packs. She comes in every day, buys 2 packs on a run. I'm like, dude, you're like it just doesn't.
Dude,
You know what I mean? Like.
they've proven in them tobacco studies and them lawsuits, they've already proven that there is no scientific evidence that cancer causes. I mean, I'm sorry, that smoking causes cancer. They've
Right.
already proven that shit. That is a done topic. They've proven it in court and have won lawsuits in court
Right.
that proves that smoking does not cause cancer.
What about the fact that
Alrighty. Hey, I'm gonna have to stop you guys there, man. Not only is that not medical advice, but this is Flat Earth server. I don't know why we're talking about whether or not smoking causes cancer or not. There's a lot of evidence that points to putting shit in your lungs is not good. So, is there any way we can get back to Flat Earth, please?
You're right.
No worries. It just sometimes gets off into the weeds.
Because it's all lies. That's how we relate it back to Flat Earth. Because it's another lie that we're told, just like Flat Earth.
Well, I don't think smoking is good for you, but I mean, if you actually look at the outside of the packages, like most of them say, which I'm not advocating for smoking, but most of them say, like, as far as carcinogens go, they'll say this item contains carcinogens as found in like California state. Most states don't even acknowledge that they contain carcinogens. Usually it's just California that makes that be on there. And then, that also happens to be where the most chemtrails are, I'm just saying. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, maybe it's that. No, like, what's up with all this shit you're putting in the sky, dude? It looks like God's like doing
look
cocaine.
at anything. Look, go to any hardware store or any auto parts store, or maybe even like your local convenience store, and read the fine print. Almost every product you will see will say this product has been
don't ignore what Glad just said.
in the state of California.
Don't ignore what Glad just said. He is on point. Stay on point.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No big deal. I totally get it. I smoked for many, many, many years. It was, and I quit 1,000 times. Right? It's the easiest thing I ever did was quitting smoking cigarettes. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm battling it right now. Well, I'm trying to quit, dude. It's cigarettes are hard. They are, like, tobacco is very difficult. It's easy to switch to vaping, and I've done that a few times. And switch back to smoking, and then dipping.
No,
it's all bad for you.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, it's not hard to quit as long as you made up your mind to quit. You can quit.
Yeah, right.
You just have to decide that you quit.
Just like with anything, man. If you want to know the truth about your reality, you have to want to know the truth. Otherwise, you're gonna stay a Glober.
You're right. It was the same thing with the drugs I quit. Like, I had to make a decision to quit, and once I made the decision, it wasn't easy. I was like unwilling to go back on the decision I made. It was final, And I guess with cigarettes, like, I've been talking to myself in my head about it all the time. I'm like, dude, you must not be ready to quit cigarettes. And like, I want to kind of force myself to be ready to do it, but for some reason, like, that's just something I'm gonna have to come to, like, organically. I feel like, just like I did with the other stuff. It's like I can't force myself to quit smoking. I've tried like really hard, but like I don't really want to. I think deep down. So all my efforts are basically futile.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you do gum, nicotine gum, or patch or nothing. If you don't have it in your head that you want to quit, you're not gonna quit.
Yeah. I've been really thinking about it though, because I've been smoking nicotine for like 7 years, and my dad actually quit after he'd been doing it for 7 years. When I was like, because I started, those little candy like cigarette looking things, I used to pretend to do it with him, and that's when he quit. And he died 2 years ago, so I feel like 7 years would be a good mark to just. Maybe it'll be my New Year's resolution. Maybe I should attach some like external outside of me New Year's resolution. Maybe I should like attach that
you
to
just
it.
do it because you want to do it. Don't make no bullshit.
Yeah,
resolution.
you're right.
Just do it because you want to do it.
I do want to. I mean,
just do it because that sets you up for failure. Just do it because it's what you want to do. If it's what you want to do it. Don't do it for no stupid reason, because you're gonna find a reason not to follow through with your reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't know.
Do it because you want to do it, man.
I think I'm pretty sure I do, but it's like I just don't know with cigarettes, dude. I've never like done anything for like 7 years straight. Everything else I did, I would do for a while. Don't get me wrong, like 6 months, a year, whatever. Then like go like get help with it. And unfortunately, they don't make a rehab for cigarettes. Otherwise, I would definitely go. You know, I would. Like, I mean, just
they
to help
kind
me
of
a
do.
little bit.
You can do that too. There's no excuse there. There's a lot of smoke ending things and around. There's just as many as it would be for alcoholics or drug use.
But it's all power. It's all power of the mind. It's all power of the mind. If you're not willing to let go yet of that vice, then you're never going to let go. No matter how many programs or whatever you go through, if you're not made up in your mind that you're ready to do it, you're not going to do it.
Oh yeah,
Go to jail, you have no choice but to quit.
Flat Earth, brother.
Yeah. So I posted 4 videos going from 16.4 miles across flat and level laser test all the way to the Nikon P1000 maximum zoom range test at 93 kilometers or 57 miles. So in an ascending order, distance-wise from A to B, we've got the 16.4, then another one at 26.22 miles, then another at 31.82 miles, and then the last one is the observation at the whopping 57-mile distance. Yeah, so.
You posted that in the chat?
Huh?
You posted that in the chat, you said?
Yeah, the voice text. Yep. Live stream voice text. Right above this channel. And those are 4 good ones to watch. And I don't post these things like, "Hey, look at this. This is irrefutable, empirical evidence that the entire world is flat." I would never say something so fucking stupid.
Hey, let me ask you this: is that your own footage? Do you have?
No, this is not my footage. Hold on. Let me say that I post this information because that's all it is just information for you to take however you want to take it. But my hope is that it motivates somebody, whoever wants to do it, to go out and test it for themselves, make measurements, do observations, test the Earth against the globe math and see if it comes anywhere near it. And I guarantee you'll find it doesn't.
The reason why I asked you that is because I actually own a Nikon P1000, and I played with it a bunch of times.
Yeah,
and you know how when you're sitting outside and you look in the sky and you see those stars that are moving across the sky, and you tell your Glober friend, you say, "Hey, look at that! What is that? What is that moving that way?" And they say, "Oh, that's a satellite." And then a couple minutes later, it's be like, "Oh, look at that! Look at that!" And it's moving the opposite direction. You'd be like, "What is that?" Like, that's a satellite. Well, I've actually taken my Nikon 1000 and actually was able to zoom in on them a couple times, thinking that, what am I going to see? Guess what I saw? The same thing that I see when I zoom in on a stationary star. It looks exactly the same. You know that pinwheel light that you see when you zoom in, like a Nikon P1000, you zoom all the way in on a stationary star. You zoom in as far as you can with that Nikon, and you see that image of that reflecting, pulsating light, pinwheel light. I saw the same thing when I saw these supposedly moving objects.
You know what the global response is that? Your P9000 is totally out of focus, and that's overexposure of light and processor malfunction.
Yeah.
Well, it can't just be ignored. That's a valid response. The next step is to prove it's not a processor malfunction through demonstration.
So you're saying that I should take my camera back to the shop and say I need a new camera?
No, I'm saying somebody has to prove it before I use it for a proof. Because overexposure is a processor error. We all know this with cameras.
Well, that's the thing, though. What I don't understand is the overexposure situation, because it is extremely hard, and I'm very new to the camera.
Focused on a light source, so it's overexposure. Just like the sun, where they say you have to have a filter or you're not showing the true size. Well, for somebody to be that proof, we have to prove that it's not sun flare or glare. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm saying where we got to get to for that to be a hammer fist proof. End of the debate. Debate was already over, though. We did it with navigation, but in the sextant, in specular highlights, and black swans, the debate's already over. There's no debate. But for this to be another nail in the coffin, that's what we need. And then
there isn't any.
And
when we got about 10 nails, listen, when we got about 10 nails, I'm going to pay a writer to help me write a book.
Battle mod.
And that battle mod, that's why it's hard too. I've been trying to catch it on film, but I can't because for one thing, it's moving and it's so hard to even get focused on the object.
Well, here, this is what I want people to understand, because they kind of get pissed at me sometimes because I'm the naysayer. But I'm not the naysayer. I want that fucking nail to drive in that coffin. And I know the other side of it. And I cover every variable. And I want the one that I can use. And I want that to be the one. So you got to understand where I'm coming from. I'm just trying to advance our argument and strengthen our armory. Steel sharpens steel.
Battle mod, since I've literally been waiting for you for about an hour, can you please flat earth verify Gifted Paradox, please?
Gifted Paradox.
I'm in the server and induce within
I don't have to verify him. Are you vouching for Gifted? Are you vouching for Gifted
Yes,
Paradox?
because
then he's got flat earth.
Does he have flat earth now? Because I was asking.
He does
earlier. Let me get to it.
Let me clarify a few things for people. Flathead has silver. We don't just give silver and value to any motherfucker here. You have to earn that respect. So their word should be as valuable as their valor. On your word, you got flat earth. There you go. That's the way it's supposed to be here. If other people don't respect that, they're not doing it righteous. Our first purpose here is to create a community that's welcoming to our people. A place where you're not called a fucking retard every time you talk about this stuff. Because we all know we can't do it at home. We can't do it in public. We can't do it with our family without opposition. This is our spot. Our word here is gold.
Can I object for a second, Battle Mob? Because I was on here a while back ago with you, and I think
it doesn't always get followed, bro. And some people aren't seen as value.
What I'm trying to say is,
be very careful, bro.
I was on here with you.
He's cool. Let him speak.
Somebody else. I'm trying to think of his name, but I can't think of his name right now. But he's well known.
Hollywood.
And we were no, not Hollywood. But for some reason we were in a deep conversation, and it wasn't you. It was a other dude. Oh, I wish I could remember his name. He has his own YouTube channel. It'll come to me in a minute. It doesn't matter. The point is no. I was asked whether I believed in flat Earth, and I do believe in flat Earth.
I remember that, and they tried to prove you don't.
I hesitated in my answer because I've been asked that question so many times.
Give me a minute, I'll remember who did it to you. I listened. That's not supposed to be done, but you've heard the saying, there's one in every group.
Right, but I lost for some reason I lost my certification for that.
What?
Because I hesitated too long in my answer. And it kind of upset me, but at the same time, I didn't care because I thought, well, so what? My beliefs are my beliefs. I don't care what,
I remember
but
that.
now that I'm on here more often, I hear that that's actually important.
It is important for our people. Welcome to Flat Earth. You should get it, and then if you don't keep it, then maybe we can revisit that. If you're not staying true to our standard, which we shouldn't have a standard. You just shouldn't be here as a flat earther trying to make flat earthers look stupid. Then we have to wonder whether you're an agent. But I remember.
Well, Battle Mod, that's what made me irritated about it. Is because I tried to
remember what you're talking about
and reserve myself to make a conscious.
It wasn't even a week ago, bro.
I didn't want to just flat out say, yeah, I'm a flat earther. I
know you put deep thought into it, and people were mad because you actually paused to gather your fucking thoughts. I remember this, dude. It wasn't even a week ago. Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
And
Actually,
listen,
it was
I
like
want
a
to
couple
finish
months
that
ago.
thing. Listen, I had a point with that thing. You've heard there's one in every group, right? A jackass. Well,
Sure.
unfortunately, we have about 5 in ours. Welcome to Flat Earth. Well, you're doing it right, bro. You got to pay attention to who's who and what's what, and then bring your grievances to the right people, and you get treated properly. Because that is our first mission. But newer people don't know that.
But
older people, listen, I'm old. I'm as old as it gets with the server. There's only so many older than me relative to the server. And that's what we built it for. We all got together.
But I'm not.
We
new.
all
I'm
got
new to
together.
the server, but I'm not new to the movement. The people that put me on
I know,
the movement.
listen, I want to tell you about our history. Bunch of us got together, Helio, me, and Cass. Bunch of us. Some I won't even name. But we could talk to each other without feeling stupid. And we wanted to create that for all the people that believe the same that we do. So
But
we
you
created
didn't do that
this.
for me.
Well, I just did. I give you Flat Earth.
I know that, but I'm already in Flat
listen,
Earth. But
I remember that, and you dipped out before I could correct it and tell people to shut up.
I didn't though. I didn't dip out.
Well,
I
you
didn't
quit
dip out,
talking,
and then
or
I got
somebody
accused.
muted you.
I got accused
And then
of crying because I lost my status, and I said I'm not
Yeah.
crying about it. Like I don't care. But you misrepresented me is all I'm trying to say. And the people that put me onto this, because I've been in this for a long time.
Oh, I remember
the people
that,
that put
dude.
me in this Discord, have
You're
been
right
in
about
since
all of
the
it.
start and they didn't.
You're right about all of it.
No more.
You're even right that quite a few people in the VC that are running shit didn't stay true to the mission of the server. You're right about that. And maybe even that older one was listening and didn't make them. But there's a lot of politics with that, and they're not here for me to argue with right now. Can you appreciate that?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sometimes I don't want to argue with these motherfuckers, so I just do it when they're gone, and I keep doing it when they're gone until they get it. I'm the constant gardener. When I say something this way and I correct it, I keep correcting it, even if you're a miserable fucking aggressive fuck who keeps doing the same dumb shit. Me and the dude you're doing it to, we'll get over it because we'll know we're always together and I'm always going to have you and nobody's banning me. So cry to whoever you want to cry because I keep on doing your shit. I'm still here and people been crying forever.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't like that. I don't like that label that I'm crying because I ain't crying. I'm
not talking about you. I'm talking about the motherfucker who gets mad because I keep on doing his shit because I think he was wrong in practice and principle.
I think I know what you guys are both.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. My moderators understand that I'm supposed to be with them in practice and principle, and I'm not supposed to say they're wrong. But they don't understand they're supposed to extend the same fucking respect to our people.
Yeah, I get
for what I said. This is
and that's why
the main purpose of our mission is to create a non-toxic environment for our people.
I'm not.
So those of you who have grievances and you haven't spoke out about it, pay attention to this guy. Speak out about it because I'm still on our number one mission. If nobody else is, and I'll remind my brothers of it.
Sometimes it's frustrating. Like I understood. That's why I didn't make a big stink about it because that night there was no Globers. So I understood. I was the.
So now you know what I deal with. Every new guy we fucking get pisses on some member because it don't. We get members that get banned just because two flat earthers disagree over a motto, and I disagree with that. So what? Welcome
but all I was trying to say about
welcome to my struggle.
I wasn't new. I sporadically pop on here, and the people that put me on and put me in here are not new. They're founders.
Here, a lot of people in here
you'll never hear from. I could speak a name.
Everybody
right
here
now
that knows me really knows me.
Call right now and talk to that damn near started this whole thing.
Let him drop a name on here.
Every people in here that really knows me, they know I'm not lying to you. I just have to struggle against all these other motherfuckers.
Yeah, I know, but it just kind of irritated me, and that's why I let it roll off my back.
Yeah, I
Like,
should have nipped it in the
you could
bud.
take. That's why I said you could take away my status. Like,
It
I don't
seems
give a
like
fuck
it's
about
one
that.
of them
That means nothing
days.
to me.
I'm getting called on a lot of shit I let slide when my ethics, morals, and principles go against it. I let people go against it. And this is just one more time it's been pointed out today.
Well,
my daughter does
I'm just telling you because I do respect you, and I do.
No,
respect
you're
your opinion.
right.
Yeah.
I respect the fact you're right. And I'm man enough to admit it. But I want to be a real man. I want to make my mama proud. How about you?
Well, I mean, that's what we all strive for, right?
Well, those of us that are good men, real men, yes. I'm glad you agree. It would be nice to make our parents proud, but most of all, our mamas.
Yeah,
Question
definitely.
is, what is a real man?
Is what?
I'm 49. She's still my mama, and she's already dead and gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, with my dad
Never
passing
changed
or
a
whatever-
mother. I
No,
never
my
called
mom
her
is,
mother.
my mom is literally like a saint or something. I don't know. I don't even know if she's even. She's like never done anything wrong ever.
Madamad, how do you feel about the whole situation with that relationship between Mother and Mother Earth and Mother
Quantum?
The whole idea, the whole concept of
it was quantum.
But I'm saying, do you understand
Am
what I'm
I
saying about Mother? The whole concept of God and reality and where we live, the plane. It's all Mother, right? We're all God is Mother.
Well, them
God is-
super
God is
religious
female,
people,
right?
Yeah, those super religious people want to separate God from motherhood. But yeah, I agree.
But I mean, not to separate.
A dad supports you. A father supports you. A mother is everything you are.
Right. Without a mother,
She's your
you ain't
every
nothing.
thought, your every ethic, your every moral, your every principle. Your dad just does the work to maintain it. So
Yeah,
God
I
could
agree
be a
with that.
father as a creator, but as a teacher, the Holy Spirit would have to be a mother.
But the creator is the mother. You're created from the
I
mother.
know.
Everybody.
Well, listen, that stems to the Father too. So the Father put the seed in the Holy Spirit.
Right.
And the creation was at the moment.
Are you speaking from?
Well, the mother's
But
the
you're speaking from.
womb.
I know you native too. So you.
Yeah.
Is that
Mother
your-
Earth.
Right.
We
right.
live-
Mother Earth.
Yeah, it is my native belief. We live in the womb of creation. And the great mystery is the Father who seeded the womb.
Okay.
Or, other religions, from my perspective, see it as the cosmic egg. But people like to ridicule and distort the cosmic egg. But
Right.
it's a fertilization thing. That's what the cosmic egg is.
Right. And that's why you can't say, okay, so what came first, the chicken or the egg? No, you can't have the chicken. You can't have the chicken without the egg.
Yeah, they want to act like, so all the universe is in the egg. No, bitch, does the egg exist after the turtle grows? Does the egg exist after the chicken grows?
Exactly.
No, don't be a fucking moron.
Yeah, and if you think about it too, with chickens, if you think about chickens, who protects the chickens? The rooster, right? You can't have all these damn chickens and all these hens running around. They'd all get slaughtered by the weasels.
My rooster's a bad motherfucker. He can kick a cow's ass. Hey,
to protect everybody, right?
My rooster, he's a bad motherfucker. He'll fight a turkey, a cow, a goat, a pig, a pit bull, a human with a gun. They are.
But bantam roosters or mini roosters are like half the size, and they're way like twice as aggressive.
I had a mini rooster. They're gangsters.
They are. Well, I mean, if you look at that, I mean, it all works together perfectly. They all have a role. And the chicken and the egg conversation is pointless because they're the same thing. The chicken is the egg is the chicken. Yep. It's the same thing.
Right.
So it's like they're trying to and that's such a basic question that everybody talks to each other about, the chicken or the egg. And then you'll have endless debates about which one came first when it's the same fucking thing. And the entire question threw off the entire point. Like the questions that people ask each other.
You can't have one without the other.
What came first, the man
my rooster
or the semen? right?
My rooster is a Brahmas, man. They're the biggest breed of big roosters. He's a big son bitch, so he kicked my ass, really.
Adam was the first
it
man.
don't matter.
Right?
I had a rooster. The small. He was small. He was smaller than all the hands.
Men come from an egg.
That shit even work?
Men come from an egg in the womb.
Oh my god,
it's true. Yeah. I mean, it's.
And guess
it's
what?
Crazy.
When a man creates semen to seminate that egg in the womb, there's a spark on the point of delivery. And when the insemination happens, there's a spark. So it takes semen, divine spark, insemination, and comfort in the womb to bring about creation. But you have to have the divine spark. All of that is a catalyst of the divine spark. The divine spark starts it, ends it, and nurtures it.
You know what I don't understand about that battle mod is so what you just said. All that is true, but what I'm thinking about is so every animal that then does that deed and has and creates
a divine
life,
spark.
They all have that spark.
It has a soul. All animals listen. I'm going to talk native again here.
That makes us neutral, doesn't it? That makes us not that important.
No, I mean I wouldn't say that. I would just say it makes us a part of it. It makes us a part of it. That's what I would say.
Our soul is special in this vessel in creation. We're the caretakers of the Sioux in the garden. That's why we were given dominion over everything. But
we're not caretaking shit. We're not taking care of nothing.
Well, we're not. That's just the but we're not doing it. And but everything has a soul, and I don't see. As a native, I say I recognize all things as a light being or a living, breathing being, just like the Hindus. You can't. You got to stop saying you're talking to a human. That allows you to treat it like shit. You have to recognize you're talking to a living being. Then you'll give it the same respect you give yourself. And when you realize all things with life are a living being, you give them all equal respect.
But how do you? Okay, like
just
I would
a
love
different
to live my
vessel
life that
for
way.
life.
But how do you? So what happens when you're living your life that way, and then you meet a piece of shit that is not? When you look at them in their eyes, and you know they're not a living human being. They're a living piece of.
Yeah, I'll give you.
You know what I mean?
I'll give it to you like this. So a dog that bites me, I don't love him any less than a dog that doesn't bite me, because I understand all dogs have that capability, and that's just how he reacts with the world he's in. The world is feeling. Everything stems from a feeling. Every action you do, feeling in your heart, it affects your soul. It either hurts your heart or warms your heart. That's how you know the difference from good and bad. And we all react differently. So I accept the dog that bites as a dog that bites, and I treat him accordingly. Same with the piece of shit human that could kill you for an evil reason. Treat him accordingly. And if he comes for your life, defend it. It's yours to defend. Nobody can tell you can't.
Right.
Battle Mod. I definitely, one of my sponsors early on when I didn't end up staying sober was Native American. He's a really good guy, one of my best friends to this day. And some of the best life lessons I learned from him is just a lot of people in AA tell you, sponsor, like guided me through AA. Yeah, I don't do AA anymore, but he was really important. He's still important in my life. I still talk to him, but
most of our stuff is based on what we observe, but it becomes spiritual because it's based on what we see in the creation,
right?
And then ties it to the spirit. And the spirit is what I just said. The divine spark that exists in your heart. That's the spark that makes your heart pump. That's why what you see gives you feelings, because it either hurts your divine spark or it empowers it. That's the difference between love, fear, and hate. Hate is just a product of fear. There's only love and fear.
I encounter a lot of people all the time that I'm not like super fond of their personality, and the thing that helped me the most is I had to acknowledge that there's God in all of us, divinity, whatever you want to call it. But then whenever I see somebody who wrongs me or wrongs somebody else, I can even do it with pedophiles, even though it's really hard. I look at them and I'm like, wow, that's a really sick person.
You're a better man than me.
You know, I was still probably, you know, I
They
definitely would
transgress the law, though, and the wage of that is death. And I'm a righteous man, so I want
I
to
agree.
deliver death to them.
I do too. I would definitely kill him with
That's
my
your
bare hands
wage.
if I had him.
You know why we do
agree.
that? We do that out of love so it doesn't pollute and curse our generations. It'll
feel the same
multiply.
way.
Listen, if it's left unattended, it'll multiply over the generations, and it has.
It definitely
That's
has.
my
and
proof.
It definitely has. I mean, if you look at like I don't know what you want to call it, our current society with
Current status is shit in the world.
the deviance that's so common. But I agree. I think that children are the most pure form of humans. I think many people can agree with that when a baby's born, that's a clean slate. That's the only time you ever have a clean slate again. So when pedophiles, you know, or people that do stuff
Ask
like
a
that,
child if evil person should be allowed to live. See what they say.
it definitely shouldn't. No, I mean, you know, and it's, I don't know, but I also
And they'll say no, and you say why, and they say because they'll hurt people, and they'll teach other people to hurt people.
They usually have
It's that simple.
Yeah, they have the best explanations because they don't add all this extra perspective that's added on over
Yeah, all that
trauma and
learned
experience.
bullshit.
Right, exactly, and that's why I think kids are literally like best human beings in existence. Unfortunately, you know, it happened to me even as a kid. Like when somebody corrupts that early on, obviously the human body and mind does not react well to that. PTSD, you know, a lot of people have it, you know, through physical or emotional or sexual trauma. And I mean, for me, that's a result of the divine nature of human beings. And so the people that, you know, are turned on sexually for some reason with like stripping a human being of their purity or whatever purity they might have, to me that's evil. I can't think of many things that are more evil than that. I think drugs are evil too, like the hard stuff, you know, you know, it's like, you know, so yeah, I hate those things and I hate pedophiles, but at the same time they're obviously like fucking sick beyond repair, you know. No matter who I look at, I'm like, yeah, they're just sick today, you know. And it helps a little bit with being able to like deal with the world we live in, which is quite frankly kind of a, like, I don't really like it that much, you know.
Yeah. Is Smurf banned? Or is he incognito? Anyone know?
He's just muted as far as I can. I don't remember what happened, if anything happened. He was server muted last I saw. Did he get banned now?
No, he can't be because it's letting me tag him.
Yeah.
He must just be muted then. Man, Smurf, you stop getting mad and just say what you need from me, brother. I thought we were above that. You know we're friends. Just say, hey, Mike, they fucking muted me again. Unmute me. Don't give me all that other stuff you do because you're hurt. That's love. See, he loves everybody here, but they treat him like shit, so that's where hate comes from. Oh, okay. Yeah, the ladies don't want a drunk Smurf smurfing their Smurf. You're right, KG. You smurf the Smurf. You can't smurf the Smurf on the Smurfins. The Smurfettes. You can't fuck with them. That'll get you smurfed. And you got smurfed, and now you've been on smurfed by a brother, so smurf your Smurf. And don't smurf the Smurfettes, damn it. They don't play it.
That's right. They don't play.
Don't be smurfing our Smurfettes. That's my Smurfette, punk. You gotta respect my Smurfette. These are my flat women. I make sure they get the respect they
Hey, watch your
deserve.
mouth.
Because, you know, not every man we have in here is a real man.
And not every woman's flat either.
That's right. And I'm not pointing any fingers, just so we know. I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody that's here currently. I'm just saying some people do some shit that I don't agree with. On a demoral level. I think real men have morals that they adhere to. It's just my opinion.
I think you have to. I mean, if you ever don't want to not hate, if you ever want to not hate yourself, you have to have a moral code. Necessary. Live any kind of good
Yeah,
life.
you hit the key of it. If you don't want to hate yourself for not being the best that you can be, Have a moral code.
You have to.
Run your life by morals that you see as unwavering truths.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. My mom told me that at a young age. I tell you this, son, because I don't want you to have regret. Regret comes from the truth of it. Evil prevails when good men fail to act. You want to be a good man, so you shouldn't allow evil to prevail. Speak up. Be
Amen to
heard.
that.
Be a factor. One man can make a difference. When we do it, we make it easier for other people to do it because they see us do it, and we've said with our actions, this is okay to be like this. Fuck what other people say. You either have to agree or disagree.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be lukewarm. That's for sure. You can't try and avoid conflict.
It's like Phil. Professor Phil, he's just another guy, and some people don't like the way he does stuff. So he messages people, and he tries to talk to them about a globe. That's not allowed for him because he's a glober, but we're flat earthers, and we can do it. We can preach flat earth in our DMs or our messages. Nobody sees a damn thing wrong with that. It's two sets of fucking morals. I know, and while I'm calling people out on their shit, I know I'm not perfect, but I try to be. Do you? I try to question my actions based on morals. That's why I keep a journal. I keep a daily journal. I write down shit that happens in the Discord because it affects how I feel in my heart. It weighs on me. We're still people, even though you're just a name on Discord. You're still a person to me, a living being.
And I think, like, journaling's been useful for me too because, I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of what journaling did for me. Let's just start there. It allowed me to kind of get to know myself a little better and to set some time aside to get my thoughts out organically. Writing for me is easier. I have more time to think about how I want to word it, and I found that it really helped me learn myself a lot better and realize that a lot of the decisions I made for years really fueled the self-hatred. I felt like a fraud. That's really what it was. I felt like a fraud because, I could tell everybody the right advice, but not take it. I could tell everybody the right way to do things. You're being an asshole if you do this, but then I wasn't following my own advice. So in my heart, I knew the morals. I knew what morals my heart had, but I had no moral code. Like every time I get sober, I would always shoplift random shit, like just put a lighter in my pocket, whatever. Yeah, but I haven't done that this time around.
Because I run 3 businesses. I had a problem with that.
Now, dude, I work at a gas station.
I had to fix?
Doing it.
What I had to fix? That people should 100% guard their shit. If they don't want it stolen, they shouldn't let you steal it. I didn't steal it. You let me steal it. Oh. But hey, the attendant at the gas station, it's not his shit. There's got to be a gray area where your morals take over.
There definitely does. I mean, so like, for example, at my store, I mean, the company I work for is only in New York, it's very local. So I've taken like a little more pride in not letting people shoplift. Like I called the girl out in the store. I was like, listen, just put it back or I'm going to call the cops. I don't want to get you arrested. Just put it back though. And I try and like be compassionate about it and stuff. But yeah, I mean, like that was kind of a turning point for me in my life, was starting to like eliminate all of the things that I know are wrong, and after I do it, I feel bad about it. And that shoplifting, it's like being unfaithful. Even if I'm not dating someone, being honest with them about like what I'm doing and like what my plans are for relationships and stuff. Being honest in pretty much every situation is really the key for me because I'm good at lying, and it's really hard not to lie sometimes. I'm so used to doing it, but having a moral code like has allowed my mind to open a little bit more to be able to communicate with other people. Me and Flathead reconnected recently, but we've known each other for like a decade. And me and him had a lot of conversations I probably wouldn't have been open to. He's awesome, dude. I love him, bro. He's so cool. He's one of my favorite people to talk to. We don't call all the time, but usually whenever we call each other on the phone, it lasts hours. I think one time it was like 4-hour FaceTime. It was insane. And that doesn't happen with a lot of people. I feel like you have to really on the same wavelength with somebody in order to be able to talk to them for that long.
Yeah, hey, if I do something for you, man, here, I'm only trying to do what's right. I'm only trying to make my mom proud. I don't need thanks. I get that gratification when I feel like I did something my mom would be proud of. Like like respect people like they're supposed to be respected.
Right.
I'm not the one. I don't do it for all the thanks and Battle Mod, he's our man. I don't do it for that. I realize I get it, but that's not what I do it for. I do it for me. I respect me. I don't want to be seen as like you said, a hypocrite. I don't want to be seen as a hypocrite. We got to walk what I talk. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't walk what you talk, nobody's gonna even trust you. That's the thing. Like, if you can't, if people don't even like trust me. I lost trust from my mom. Doesn't even fully trust me yet. She trusts me, but she's always worried, which I get it, and I hate it because she's already been through so much her entire life. So I'm working to earn that trust back. But if you're not reliable in your words and your actions and the way you treat people, if you don't like do what you say you're gonna do and don't do what you say you're not gonna do, people can't trust you because they can't rely on your words, which is one of the most powerful things that we have as human beings, the ability to communicate with each other through words. And so, yeah, I mean, you have to, that's why, like, if you have a moral code or whatever, and let's say you go against it, you make a mistake, right? Okay, a lot of people do make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes at some point. Then own it. Like, if I ever lie to somebody, I do my best to, as soon as I can, be like, hey, listen, I lied about that. My bad. Like, and it's weird and awkward to tell somebody, yeah, hey, I just lied to you. Guess what? It kind of feels like good,
Yeah, I agree with that, dude. 100%. Be man enough to listen. Everybody knows none of us are perfect. Stop acting like you are. Be man enough to accept the fact you're not perfect. I agree with that. That's why I told him, hey, I shouldn't even allow that to happen. That's why I said that. Well, after about 3 words, I already knew who he was and what he was getting ready to say about what situation that happened. And I was mad that I let it happen. Or not even mad, more, more disdain for the entire situation and a disdain for the fact that I faltered my own beliefs. I was mad at me, not him. Because I should have nipped that in the bud and said, hey, guys, we're not here to attack each other. That's not what we built this for. But I didn't. I was frustrated with nobody ever listened, so I quit doing what I do. That happens sometimes. I gotta quit doing that. Just be me. Fuck them if they can't take it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're doing stuff in a respectful way, nobody should. Not to say they will. They won't care, but nobody should. If somebody takes something personally, I think a big step in my journey, I have to understand that as long as I didn't use any insulting words, and if something I said really like gets them upset, it's because it is like true and it hurts, and they don't. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, I think a big part of anybody in life is you have to kind of. What's helped me is I've had to kind of like realize the perspective of whoever I'm talking to or whatever the issue is, because their entire perspective might, lead them to have emotions about maybe what they think I'm saying about them or whatever the case may be. And, as a result of that, they get offended usually. Not everybody, but, usually people get offended at that point. That's when they get offended, is whenever like they start taking it personally, and so whenever people say stuff to me, I have to remember like, it's not really about me. Maybe I remind them of like their ex-boyfriend or something. Like, who knows what it's really about? I don't. They might not even know what it's really about. They probably don't know what it's about, actually. It's like a subconscious, like, for whatever reason, like, like they took whatever, whatever the action was or the word I said or the way I worded it, I need, maybe it's my ADHD or maybe it's the fact that I overthink things, but I need to like be able to say to myself like, okay, they obviously didn't take that the way I intended for it to be taken, and that's, I mean, I don't have a choice, like, because I'm the type of person that would just, I take things personally, so I have to have that mindset like 24/7. If I ever want to like be like happy in life, I guess, not always think that people are like out to get me. I have to be aware that pretty much anything anybody does is almost always because like that's just what they wanted to do, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, Phil made a point here, man. He kind of does the way Professor Phil, he's in my DMs. He says, I think it comes from being a person constantly faced with responsibility. You need to stand by your decisions, you make and what you believe, regardless of who is coming at you. It strengthens your character. And he's right. Without that realization, you have no character. And he pointed out that himself, every time he faces 200 new students, you always got a group of students who are out to, I'm going to tame this fucking professor. I'm going to one-up him. I'm going to teach this guy he isn't the know-it-all guy. And, I had to understand that because I went to college. And I came in every class thinking I was going to one-up my professors. Now, I may have made an ass out of myself a few times trying to, and put them in a position they shouldn't have been in, really. Because it was all about my feelings, not about the way they teach. You know what I mean? But that's life, and all we have is to acknowledge it and accept it for the way it is. And that builds strength of character also. If you don't accept the truth for what it is, man, then something's wrong with you.
No, I mean, that's called denial. I mean, you see it in addiction all the time.
And as flat earthers, we have to break down the fact that we're not just treating Globers like Globers and flat earthers like flat earthers. We have to understand that we're always dealing with people. And sometimes people get treated in a way here that they shouldn't be because they're just human beings.
Of course. It's definitely, I mean, and whenever you're talking about anything where there's any kind of debate.
Listen, we don't put a standard on them like we put on ourselves. And they don't get the rules that our flat earthers can abide by rules that if they abide by the same rules and act in the same way, they get treated differently. And it just shouldn't be that way. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And that means what's good for the man is good for the woman. Not what's good for the woman is good for the child. But it all rings true if you say it. What's good for the woman is good for the family fucking unit. She suffered through carrying you to get you here. It's got to be hard to a gander.
Spend more time being appreciative of what we do have instead of complaining about what we don't. Maybe we do better.
Yeah, think about it. A gander. A male duck is fucking grateful he doesn't have to shit out an egg.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
that probably hurts.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I mean, it's. And I agree with who said that, the cat person as their image. Yeah, if we just appreciate what we have, it would be better. I mean,
no, abundance. Professor Phil. He's a Glober.
Professor Phil?
Yeah, some people won't acknowledge the truth in that just because he's a Glober. And that's my fucking point. He's a man first. Come on. We all have our beliefs, and it doesn't make us disingenuous for propagating our beliefs. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah. I mean, everybody.
If there's something wrong with him for trying to teach people what he believes, then there's something wrong with us for trying to teach people what we believe. We made it true with our own fucking actions.
I think everybody should be able to. I mean, as long as you're being respectful of each other, everybody should have freedom of speech. I mean,
exactly.
I think that's a fundamental. I mean, they put it in the Bill of Rights for a reason. It's a fundamental.
I don't care what you say to another person in their direct messages, as long as you did it respectfully, then it shouldn't be an issue. No matter what you say, I don't give a fuck if you're saying you don't have a right to hate gay people. If you're saying it in a respectful manner, and it's probably true. It's just another person. The same issues apply.
Mm-hmm. Definitely does. I mean, people, I think, over time, I mean, I know definitely my generation, I'm 25, I can't even hardly talk to anybody younger than me. I have trouble talking to at all because I think we really unlearned how to respectfully communicate with each other. Like, we can't communicate with each other in a respectful way. Like, a lot of people, my sister's one of them, she's 2 years younger than me. As soon as you disagree on something, it's anger and it's insults, and a lot of people, especially the younger
eventually
people,
it becomes she's the victim because you didn't agree even when she got aggressive, right?
Right, exactly.
I feel
It's
sorry
always.
for you, bro.
Oh yeah, she's definitely. It sucks because I do love her, but she's difficult to have any kind of conversation with. But I mean, people just forgot how to agree to disagree. Like my one sister, she's like 14. If I ever say agree to disagree, that doesn't go. That makes it worse. Like I have to like submit to whatever she's saying. And the fact that like her generation, for the most part, cannot agree to disagree, that's kind of a problem. They can't have any healthy conversations. They can't respect each other. It's like intelligent conversations no longer exist unless you're with a like-minded person, which kind of sucks because if you really think about it, like if you're having an intelligent conversation with a like-minded person, are you really learning anything, or are you just solidifying your own beliefs even if they might be erroneous? Like, I mean, that's possible too, but because of our communication style in our country and our world at this point, and a lot of it's done over social media, there's a generational gap between older people and younger people, because there's even newer apps that I don't even know, like, how to use with social media. And so I can't imagine being like 60 years old. Like, we all see them on Facebook sometimes, and it's kind of, it's not funny, but it's almost like, I mean, this stuff was introduced when they were well into their adult years. So the entire communication style of our entire society is like fractured and it's breaking rapidly. From what I can see, like it's just, it's sad because you can't really even have intelligent conversations with the people you love unless you're 100% agreeing with them. And it's like, it's unnerving. I feel like I think about it a lot. But if you guys want to hear something funny, I mistakenly mentioned flat Earth to my mom over text, and she asked me if I was using drugs again. I think that's kind of funny. I just want to throw that out there. That happened to me. I thought I kind of chuckled a little bit. Yeah, I was like, nah, dude, I'm not on drugs. I mean, one of them, but it's not really a drug. It's just a plant. But, I'm like, no, mom, I'm not doing meth again. I just really, I tried to disengage with the conversation, like, immediately, obviously. I didn't want to pursue it. But it took, like, a solid text string of, like, 20 texts for me to even get off the topic. Even though I didn't mention it again, it was just more of me trying to, like, get back to where she doesn't think I've been up 2 weeks because I think the earth is flat. I was just trying to disengage. And it took a while. Like, it really, like, it's just... it was funny. I thought it was funny.
It's really sad that you even had to do that, to be honest.
I know. I think I texted you about it actually the night it happened. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember you.
You're like the only person I kind of talked to about it because my sister thought I was like high too. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. Guess that's how it is.
I feel your pain though, brother. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you do. How's your dad doing, by the way?
Oh, we have the server. He's doing good, man.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that was in the Navy? There was someone from the Navy here. He's still here?
Yeah, that's me.
Flathead?
Oh, I was so on it. I pick on every Navy man here. I was going to say, you're talking to the squid right now, man. I'm wondering if he's got semen on his boots. You been on the poop deck today, bro?
Hey, Battle Mod, we've already had this conversation. Don't forget who your mother is now.
It's all out of love, bro. You know it is. I would totally rely.
Oh, crap, are there angels in the room again?
I wouldn't let you talk shit about my naval medic.
Doesn't the Navy sign the checks for the Marines?
That's our parent organization. Easiest way to put it, that's our parent organization. We are a child of the Navy.
Well, my friend was in the Navy, and I flat smacked him. And I can see, like, anyone who spends that much time on the ocean would probably understand that it's a flat surface, like just by observations and things. Like they can kind of wrap their head around it because they've done observations, like line of sight observations, and they've seen it with their own eyes, like things. Oh yeah, there's say they're coming into New York and they see the Statue of Liberty or some of the skyscrapers, and they know how far they are offshore, and it goes back into their memory bank. Like, yeah, I've seen that before. Like that shouldn't be physically possible. Or if they're lasing an enemy target, like a ship, they kind of know these things and they start thinking. You know what I mean? If you can get them to think,
Can I say,
it's easy to work with them. Is what I'm saying.
can I say something real quick?
Go for it.
I'm going to say this from experience. Being underway, actually, okay. First of all, we've all seen a globe model. We've all seen it, on the axis, the way they create these models, right? And you try to, comprehend that when you're on in a heliocentric mindset. From firsthand experience, and especially looking back in the past of what I experienced when I was on that heliocentric model, and then looking at where I'm at now as a flat earther, it's vastly more expansive than anything you can pretty much almost comprehend. Let's just put it like that.
See, when you're sailing overseas, let's say you go to the Middle East, right? What they're doing, they would. This is what I heard them. There was a term called boxing, where they would sail in a box pattern. They wouldn't sail point to point. They would add distance by going in a circle, essentially to add more days to the voyage.
I'm sorry.
Well, wasn't it?
Let me mute. I wasn't laughing at you, Ron. I was laughing at something I read. I'm sorry.
But I'm saying the point of it does sound stupid. Like, hey, they're sailing in circles. These guys, I could see. I thought you're laughing at why would they sail in circles? Oh, it's maybe some kind of like rivalry, maybe making fun of the Navy. But what I'm saying is, they don't want the crew to know how fast you can get there. If they know the ship does a certain speed, the ship can't go 60 knots. You don't know exactly how fast, but it can't go that fast. But if you went from the U.S. port all the way to the Middle East, and it only took you 2 days, you're like, wait, shouldn't that be like 6 days voyage? Because on a flat Earth, there's a lot less surface to travel. You know what I mean? When you add the convexity, it adds miles. So the ship couldn't possibly get there that fast. And they said there was one time there was an emergency. I heard some sailor, he was giving a testimony. Like we had to get something to, I think it was somewhere in the Middle East, during the Gulf War. And it had to be there quick. And they didn't fuck around. They just went straight there. And he's like, we got there days ahead of schedule. Like, we know the ship can only go so fast. So how did we get there so fast? He told us, he was saying they normally do a technique called boxing. And they said it's to avoid submarines or something, where they basically do circles, like loop-de-loop patterns.
Yeah.
That's not to throw off the submarines. That's to add more time to the trip. They're like, hey, it only took us 2 days to get to the Middle East, and you realize it's a much shorter distance. It ain't a globe.
So my dad, being in the Navy 24 years, he ended up becoming a Mustang, which I'm sure you know what that is. Flathead, where you start off enlisted and then you become an officer. But he did a lot of stuff. He went out. He was on like 4 different boats, a bunch of different employments. He ended up flying in basically spy planes. He was stationed in Turkey for 2 years straight without coming home, and he was the information warfare officer on the spy plane. Meaning he had linguists underneath him and like cyber personnel underneath him. He was basically in charge of the entire team. And so he told me a lot of things he probably wasn't supposed to, honestly. He didn't talk to my sister about this stuff, and he would always say, don't tell anyone. But a lot of the things they do when they're out to sea, like they're not just like...
We should cover that what a Mustang is, because that's a great accomplishment. That's a man. Normally to be an officer, you have to come out of academy.
Right, Annapolis,
you have to
be in the ROTC. Yeah.
Yeah, ROTC. So you have to be a learned person who was conformed before
my dad,
service.
Gifted. I don't know if
his dad earned officer while in service, which is a feat. That means he learned everything while he was in service.
My dad
I just wanted to tell you something, before you continue.
Go ahead.
I don't even know if you realize this, but I did serve under him.
You served under my dad? I didn't know that, bro. He might have told me, actually. Was it in Pensacola? He might have told me.
This is fucking cool.
Anyway, so we'll have to talk about that actually in private sometime. I'd love to hear about it. But
That's
he
fucking cool. I'd
yeah,
like
so
to
my
know
dad,
how people under me talked about how I commanded a special operations group. That would be interesting.
it would be. I mean, I know that Flathead and my dad talked a lot when I was in high school too. They knew each other pretty well. Actually, our dads were really good friends before my dad died. But yeah, I mean, so a Mustang, my dad, dude, like he's a really good role model for me in life in general. He is somebody I met where if he said he was going to do something, he did it.
Respectable thing in the service. He earned his way.
Everybody loved him, even his higher ups. Yeah, I mean, he retired as an 04 after 24 years. And he, everybody loved him, dude. Like, everybody loved my dad. Like, it was insane because when he said he was going to do something, he was going to do it. Right before he actually got accepted to OCS, which is Officer Candidate School for Enlisted People, he actually got sent to Captain's Mast for a fight that involved a padlock that he used as a weapon. And then, like, 3 months later, he got accepted. So that just kind of is a testament to, like, his brothers and sisters in arms, the people he worked with, the people he worked under. They adored him because, like, he's somebody that, I mean, if I could pick anybody alive or dead that I could, like, go to war with, it would 100% be my dad, and it's not even close, you know, with anybody else. He was just the manliest man I've ever met. Like, it wasn't, you know, and he died suddenly, not for health reasons.
Everyone, hello.
It's an accomplishment. It doesn't happen a lot. That's why they're called Mustangs. They have a specific name for that type of person.
Everyone, hello.
What's up?
What was that?
Yeah.
Somebody whispering on the mic. Yeah, the whole concept of war is all bullshit. Like nations going to war is the people controlling everything are the ones pulling the strings. Like there's no necessity for war.
No, there isn't. My dad knew that. He actually told me, like, because his field was information, he was an alcoholic. He would get drunk and tell me a lot of stuff. But he always wanted to tell me, like, how he didn't ever tell me how, but he's like, China got our technology from us. He never said how. He never would go into detail. But I mean, the naval technology that they have, he was just as much an expert on, like, what they had as what our Navy had. And he was telling me, like, if we go to war with China, their Navy is probably going to demolish us. They have submarines that we can't detect. You know, and so a lot of the stuff that the Navy does is covert. Even their enlisted personnel, even the people that are out there on ships or whatever, almost a lot of it's covert stuff that even the American public doesn't really know what their real mission is. You know,
but
not just the Navy
you need
SEALs.
to
It's
look
all.
deeper. China and the United States are controlled by the same people. There is no difference between China, the United States, Russia. Like they all bend a knee to the people above them. It's not us versus them.
Repent of your sins. Turn to Christ. I promise you it'll be the best thing. Repent of your sins. That's the thing you need to do.
Dude, Yahuwah saves you. Just believe in
this knowledge won't last forever, but the love of Yah will. So repent.
Yeah, the end time is coming.
That's right.
Y'all have a and I hope this goes on the algorithms too, because I know this is going on YouTube. Spread the love, not the hate. Amen.
Well, that's what I was just saying. The whole concept of war, of killing, going to war with nation states, it's all determined. Like, oh, you were saying China's technology, our technology, they got it from us. The people, what I'm saying, there's no difference. Like the Russian Space Agency, the American Space Agency, they're all working for the same people. It's all a hoax. They're like, oh, Russia's taking our guys to space. So I mean, that's what we need to get around. Like those are not our enemies. Like the people in China.
Shabbat Shalom.
I mean, well, no, even if you talk to anybody, veterans of just about any war, like, you know, even the ones that I've talked to that have been to war, like, they understand that at a different level, you know, but I agree. I believe what you believe, and that's, you know, countries are like names for something made up realism. I mean, it's all about control and power, and the people in power are they have so many resources, the media, everything at their disposal. Of course they're gonna stay in power. For me to think that China's the enemy would be me not realizing what the real enemy is. And so all this information my dad gave me over years, I've kind of put my own perspective and what I see into it, and I can kind of see how he kind of was like on the right page, but he was also an officer in the Navy, so his perspective is, the technology that the United States and China have, they got from the same people, probably. I mean, so it's like, it's with him being in the Navy, U.S. Navy, of course, he was very patriotic as well, but it's just, I'm grateful for the information that he probably shouldn't have shared with me. Him being in the Navy my whole life.
Don't disclose that. Don't disclose that to the world. That was confidential, so.
Yeah, nah, it was, yeah. It was, but I mean, that's not really something he was super guarded about, the whole China thing. His disdain for China was pretty well known amongst everybody that knows him. There's other things that he told me that kind of...
They were telling us Russia's our enemy. You hear this propaganda in the media. Iran's our enemy. China's our enemy. It's all bullshit. The enemy is the one feeding us the propaganda. It's the enemy of all mankind, and they're trying to give us
our biggest enemies, bro.
What?
We as a people
it's a
are
war
our
on
biggest
God.
enemies.
But it's definitely a spiritual warfare. I mean, if Iran's the enemy, let's go with that one. Well, Obama gave them like $10 billion for their nuclear program. That doesn't make any sense, because what I've been taught is that Iran is a bunch of terrorists. I mean, like at a fundamental, simplistic level, that's really what they push about a lot of different countries. Like, Afghanistan really, I mean, it was bad, but based off of what I've been told, like there was other places way worse that just wasn't in the media. You know what I mean? And so like what I try and understand is that pretty much no one I talk to on a day-to-day basis like really has the full picture. I don't have the full picture. Nobody does. I know one thing for sure. There's certain medias that I just can't really believe anything they say. Most people don't even like think about that. They don't even think about like the media is probably lying to them. And so it's like, yeah, it's a spiritual warfare. It's a warfare of what a human being believes in his heart. It's, if you want to call it brainwash, I don't care. We hate each other over an argument over an argument like based in lies. Political arguments based in lies. Arguments about evolution based in lies. So it's like, it's almost like we're having arguments about what we're supposed to believe with most people. That I think a lot of people talk to on a daily basis.
There's a motto for the Mossad. It says, by deception there shall be war. So all through the propaganda that you see on mainstream media, like Iran is building nuclear weapons. Well, if you looked into it, you'll see the nuclear weapons are a fabricated technology, just like the globe, just like outer space. They're pushing, the next enemy is going to be from outer space. It's going to be the alien invasion. I'm convinced of it, because all the shit they're saying, Tesla's going to space. Jeff Bezos is going to space. All these, like this whole narrative, you can see where they're taking it. It just lines up.
Recently, agency, they just created an agency to investigate UFOs. I have a screenshot. I saw it recently. It's like where is it? I gotta find it. But here it is. I think. Yep, here it is. Pentagon creates new organization to investigate UFOs, and I have like the whole article screenshotted for some reason. But they're talking about like all these incidences of a handful of objects that appear to demonstrate advanced technology, which is really vague, by the way. Also, like I don't believe they don't have any other information on these supposed UFOs that exhibit advanced technology. They make it vague so they don't have to go into details. And so now we have the government. We have Trump with Space Force.
Yeah. Well, even below that atmosphere, they're just interested about your long range military rifle rounds there. They would peg a target there, especially the Navy. They would peg a target, and it would be an eye-to-eye contact over a long span of ocean front.
Mm-hmm.
You have any experience in that?
I don't have any experience with that. Personally, I've never been in the Navy, and I've never operated weapons. So personally, no.
No, nothing to say about that.
Anything to say about it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Anything I would say about it is based off of conversations I've had with my dad and his friends. I mean, he briefly, because he was on the bridge of a communication ship. I forget. It was the USS Gravely. It might have been a destroyer. He was on both types. Those were the only two he was on. But he was on the bridge towards the end of his career, and he was learning like navigation and stuff, and how to evade like torpedoes and stuff like that. And based off of the conversations we had, looking back on it now, the calculations, the equipment that they use to do the calculations, and all that. Yeah, I mean, their equations operate based off of a flat Earth, not off of a curvature. There's no curvature in anything that they do in the Navy on the open water, based off of what I've heard secondhand.
It's a flat level.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it has to, but it has to be based off of, I'll look up some of the names of some of the technology they use, because I don't remember the
That's
exact.
your opinion. That's what I asked. Thank you. Yeah, man. That's it.
Destroyer, right? U.S. Navy destroyer. Navigation.
That's a pretty interesting thought. The long range capabilities with laser targeting things over flat land, water. Water is always flat.
Yo, I have a for this chat. I don't know who's gonna answer, but what is your thoughts on the metaverse?
Yeah. He said, what are your thoughts on the metaverse?
Metaverse. Oh, I don't really think about that too often.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I actively avoid thinking about it. Anytime I see an article, I'm like, nah, fam, I'm not ready for that, because it's probably not even like it's not something I think any human. Metaverse.
What is a metaverse, man? I heard of
I've heard of it.
Do you remember the game The Sims?
What's a metaverse?
Yeah,
it's basically a game, a digital reality like The Sims. You buy clothing, you buy a house, but it's all in a digital realm. It's like they have a fake digital realm.
Ace, do you want to explain what the metaverse is?
Facebook is trying to get into basically a virtual reality realm where you buy real estate, a virtual avatar, and everything is going to be supposedly online. Mark Zuckerberg basically premiered it about a month ago or something like that.
Oh, I believe it. As soon as I saw that Meta was the new Facebook thing with that weird commercial with like the tiger and all the other animals, I was like, what's this commercial for? Then I saw Meta and it had Facebook underneath it or something. I looked it up. I traced it like. It's weird because it seems to me, based off of what I've looked up, that like these companies like Google, they're actually owned by Alphabet Incorporated, by the way, which owns a bunch of other things like YouTube and stuff. Most of you probably know that Gmail, YouTube, all that's connected. Well, it goes back to Alphabet Incorporated, and with Facebook, the whole metaverse thing, that they're including Instagram, a lot of different things. Like I have this app on my phone, Upland, doing like Bitcoin, where you can buy real estate and you farm Bitcoin and stuff. And I think that's the direction we're heading with a lot of things.
It's basically a way to get all your information online. Now they're going to be required for you to be able to, interact. They're going to be pushing it more and more with, making it fun via the metaverse. Facebook has already been doing it by gathering your metadata, your friends, your identity, your school, everything. It's just progressive.
Like a layer.
How is it?
I'm thinking of it as a layer upon where we are. It's a layer upon where we are, where you just exist in a cyber world.
And yes,
I'm a next generation. Apologize.
Yeah, it's going to be digitizing everything with digital layers on top of the real world, basically like a computer.
A layer. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Woo.
Yeah, but you don't have to participate. It's like I don't have a Facebook. I don't participate. I'm not going to participate in their metaverse bullshit. It's just it's a fucking video game. It's The Sims, dude. It's The Sims 2.0. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, nobody has to do it, but I think the problem is that so many people are so ingratiated with Facebook and Instagram and all of the main ones being a part of their life that every time they go up a level of getting more of your information and all these new terms of agreement and privacy stuff that they keep on pushing out, it didn't start off like that. It's like they're elevating it because they know that. I mean, social media is addicting. That's a pretty commonly accepted fact. You can look up experiments to show the correlation between addictive behavior and social media. So if some people are addicted to social media, why wouldn't they just agree to the terms or whatever the fuck their hidden agenda is? They won't even think about it,
It's gonna flop, dude. It's gonna flop. Like their AI goggles was a flop. Look at every social media burns out after about 5 years. It was MySpace, then Facebook, and then Twitter, then Instagram, then Snapchat. And there's a new one, TikTok. They just keep coming up with new ones all the time because they get old. No, this metaverse shit's gonna flop. It's just The Sims, dude. People played The Sims. It's okay, maybe better graphics. It's the same fucking concept. Here, you own this digital house. You own this digital Ferrari. Get the fuck out. You own an NFT, an NFT Picasso. Hey, you want to see? I just paid $50 million, but you can only see it on my phone. I don't have the actual photo. I just have this fucking this JPEG. This
Can I
NFT
physically be there? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
no, you can't, right?
But the hard thing about it is that you guys should look up Upland. I'll post a link to it. So the hard thing about it is they're doing these new apps like Upland where you actually buy actual real estate that's digital. Like I am in Brooklyn right now in my Upland, and I have one little apartment, and anytime somebody visits it, it pays me a little bit of rent. And once I get to 10,000 unit dollars in that game, I can actually start owning stuff and getting cryptocurrency through people visiting my thing. So if you put money in it, Bitcoin is money. Depending on how it turns out, but if you put that into Meta or even Upland, tied that into Meta, now you have money in Sims, real money, real world money, and that's where they're gonna get people. I think that's what I think.
Fractions like the Sandbox. I watch these cryptos. They're all
of course it's fractions. Yeah, I mean we're eating crumbs. We're eating the crumbs off of the cake that they devoured. Of course, yeah, you're not getting a lot of money through crypto through doing stuff like this, but it's enough for people to have a reason to get on their phone and do it every day. Though it's more than if they don't
really.
do it.
It'll wear out. It'll wear out. It's like okay, when you went on DLive, they would give you lemons, but it's here you earn 25 cents. It's not enough to waste your time. It's like this is fucking stupid, and people move along.
I play a lot of video games. I play a lot of video games, man. This sounds really like a video game, but within a layer from my reality that is so close that I can't differentiate myself from it.
If you actually go on like these games that do offer like the ability to own cryptocurrencies, some of the people that are at the top of the leaderboard who have YouTube channels about Upland and stuff, they owned a ton of crypto on Upland. Upland's not live. Upland's not like officially on the market yet. It's in beta right now. But the people who have a lot of shit have like a ridiculous amount of cryptocurrency. It doesn't happen to anybody. It doesn't happen to me. I get on it and I just kind of. It's hard to follow a lot of it and it's hard to keep up with it. But the people who do own a lot of land in this app that is basically like real estate for cryptocurrency, they're doing pretty good. If it ever
is there a map for the land that you could own? Can you go browse around?
So yeah, it's actually a map of the United States. They only have right now. They have New York City. They have New York City, San Francisco, and one southern. I think maybe New Orleans on Upland. And basically every single piece of property in real life that is owned, you can own an Upland, but you have to be the first one to get it. You have to buy it. You can trade with people, and it's basically like it's like Monopoly. Mixed with crypto, mixed with actual buildings in real life. So the map of Upland is a map of the United States. They've only mapped New York City and San Francisco and New Orleans so far to make it a part of the game, but they use like GPS location and
there's detail. Detail. Yeah.
I mean, it's cool. It's a game. It is, but I mean, it's
not a game I'm going to play, but it's interesting.
I just log in every day to get the bonus. I don't really play it, but yeah. I'm gonna look it up and post the link. Upland.
Yeah, I haven't even got on board with cryptocurrency. I'm that old. So, hey.
Yeah, it always crypto. I always end up losing money, but
Yeah. My brother of mine there, he showed it on my phone. Hey, and he put a bunch of money in. I said I couldn't sleep. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I had that on my phone. That thing going up and down, and how much he made. It's not even a stock market. It's like it's interesting. It's where we are.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
okay.
it
You know?
is. I mean, crypto is hard for me. I mean, it's like stocks, except for on a microsecond level. Like it's changing all the time. It's too much stress for me. I can't deal with it. Like, I wake up I bought $100 worth of something that was kind of somewhat low at the time. Dogecoin. Yeah, I mean, I was on unemployment. I was just doing whatever, but I wasn't doing good at that time in my life. But it was so stressful because like
$100. That's a lot of money, man. That's money.
Well, you know, and but you gain or lose like $5 within an hour. You're gaining and losing like 25 cents like a second.
I couldn't
It's
live
really
that way.
stressful. No, it's not a
absolutely.
good way to live. It's so unpredictable. It's so chaotic. Yeah, but I mean, hey, if you would have bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin when it first came out, you'd be $100 millionaire though.
Yeah.
So you know, people can fantasize about that. all day.
My friend had a million Dogecoins that he mined himself. He got them for free.
Nice.
They were worth before Dogecoin blew up, it was worth $1,000 for 1 million of them, 1 million Doge. I think he sold them for like 500,000, and he just made them on his computer from nothing. He just let the computer mine them, and it turned. I mean, Dogecoin never should have blown up like that. And then there was another coin. It was a ripoff. It was called Shiba Inu, which is the dog in the Dogecoin. They made a ripoff of it with even more coins. And people who bought that made even more than Dogecoin. It like because it was such a small fractional unit that people could buy 1 billion Shiba Inus. Like for $100, you could buy a shitload. Oh, I'll buy 1 billion of these. And since your multiplier is so high, you have such a high multiplier having 1 billion coins, you can make a shit ton of money from $100 investment if you're early because they kept multiplying exponentially.
Well, and you have to understand crypto too, because every coin, if you ask me, what you want to call it, has a set amount that it can have. So Bitcoin, at some point, every Bitcoin in circulation will be owned by somebody. There's going to be no more mining it. When you mine cryptocurrency, what you're really doing is you're dedicating your computer to like sift through information. Every Bitcoin is a result of your computer, if you're mining it, like using programs and code to basically decode information, and that's how you find them. So realistically,
building the block.
Exactly, you're building the blocks. Exactly. And you know, so I mean, it's.
I remember the SETI program. Not to interlude, but remember the SETI program. You put your computer. You assign it to be part of this network to find other life in space. Anybody remember it? No.
I don't remember that.
Really?
What do you mean space?
SETI program. People would crunch numbers on their computer. From
I might have heard it. I think I have heard of that.
Maybe it's old. It is old. Actually, it is.
Well, the thing is, they had you chasing your tail to believe you're going to communicate with an entity in space. Like, so
you're crunching numbers. You're crunching numbers, right? You're part of this whole.
But the end game was to communicate with someone in outer space. That was the end game. So it basically miswires your brain to think that there is this life.
Oh, you're already there because you're pre-programmed to understand that you're looking for that.
Hey guys, I wanted to mention
your computer to do that.
I wanted to mention that there was a simulation done recently by multiple nations participated. It was done in Israel. And they simulated a cyber attack that affected the whole financial system, the banks, the central banks, and basically access to money, bank accounts, transactions, and it was the hackers. The hacker damaged the hackers destroyed the economic system basically, and they're gonna in the simulation they're gonna fix it. They fix it with cryptocurrencies basically. That's how they're gonna fix it. With the introduction of the new system.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
See, the problem with Bitcoin, most of the Bitcoin is owned by just a handful of people. They've accumulated almost all of it, so that people are fighting over like a fraction. Like say you had $1,000 to your name. Right now, Bitcoin is down a bit. It's down to 48,000 from 69,000. But still, how much of a fraction of a Bitcoin can you buy? You can buy like 2% of a Bitcoin.
Yeah, like
and then your
0.02.
multiplier is like 2%. But if you buy 1,000,000 Dogecoins, your multiplier is 1,000,000. Every time it moves a penny, you make 1,000,000 pennies. So it's like it matters a lot to have more coins.
It does, but like you or somebody said earlier, it's important to get them early on, because the reason Bitcoin's like that now is because early on there were people who bought it when it was cheap, and so they could buy more of it. Their $100 got them a lot more Bitcoin than my $100 today would get, you know. And yeah, I mean, it could create. I'm sure what it's creating right now, like a not monopoly, but kind of like a little like. I mean, only a certain number of people really have most of Bitcoin. Kind of like money in the real world, you know. A certain number of families have. Oh, yeah.
You have an oligarchy. There's an oligarchy who owns Bitcoin, and they own about 90%, and they can move the price up or down 50% at any minute they want. And they don't have to sell all the Bitcoin. They can move it from one wallet to another and crash the price. In other words, it doesn't change hands.
So how y'all feel about XLM and XRP?
XRP definitely, but Bitcoin is more like that globe side of things that they promote you in TV and in the movies, and people buy it, but they manipulate it, and it's just to manipulate the markets. That's Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have any utility on the actual financial systems. It's just
and it can't scale. It can't scale in like the Bitcoin.
Does it have a stock? Does it have an actual stock? Or does it have an actual stock?
No. So crypto has like its own like mini stock, I guess. I mean, there's nothing physical with Bitcoin. It's all digital.
Right.
So they have like their own like crypto stock. Like you can.
No, there's another side to it, because remember, there is the financial system, and there's utility on the transfer of money and services, right? So companies that provide services, they need transfer of transferability, transfer and connection with other systems, connection of the banks, of the user and the provider. So
yes,
there's utility.
It has to scale with no delay.
Systems. But Bitcoin doesn't have that utility. There's all the meanwhile people are arguing about Bitcoin this and Bitcoin that, and in the TV and the news, they're implementing other systems that have basically nothing to do with Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is used as a euphemism for cryptocurrency. When someone says Bitcoin, they might not necessarily mean Bitcoin. They mean all cryptocurrency in general.
Right.
A lot of people.
Ethereum, Dogecoin, there's a ton of them.
Well, yeah, there's thousands, but the big ones are Bitcoin and Ethereum are the two giants. Ethereum has a fatal flaw. I had one time I had $100 of Ethereum left over in my Trust wallet. They wouldn't let me convert it to a stable coin because the minimum transaction is $150. I only had 100, but I seen that Ethereum was at $4,300 the first time it reached that price. I'm like, dude, I just want to sell this. It's not going to go higher than 4,300. At least that's what I thought.
And that's why everybody getting the XRP and XLM, because like the transfer is fraction of a penny. You know, Bitcoin.
Let me finish my story before you cut into my story. Okay, let me just finish my thought. Okay. Anyway, I had $100.
But go ahead.
All right, can I please finish? Anyway, I had the $100. I wanted to sell it, so I'm like, let me send it to my brother. He's got an account on an exchange. You know what the fee was to transfer from my wallet to his? It was $30.
Like
it was $30. $30 to send. So he only got $70. They took a third of it, pretty much. So if he sent it back to me, then they take another third. How many times can you send it back and forth before all of it's consumed? It has no utility if the transaction cost is that high, where they take that. I thought it would be a few pennies. I thought maybe $1 or $2. I had no idea that it could be that high, a third.
It's like our old money wire transfers when we used to ask for money from Dad. If we did.
I feel like Bitcoin and Ethereum not going to last that long because of the fees. You know, I look at like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Like, you know how back in the days when you had like dial-up internet, when you first had AOL, you got the dial-up. Now you have now you have like Wi-Fi or whatever. So I think Bitcoin is like the Napster of the new age or whatever. Because XRP and XLM, you don't have to mine those like pre-mine.
Biggest distraction.
The biggest ledger that is being invested by huge enterprises like IBM and huge companies, it's Hedera Hashgraph. XRP is gonna function as a bridge asset between all the CBDCs and the cryptocurrencies, and it's gonna be XLM too. But then yeah. But then there is a Hedera Hashgraph that is gonna be a huge one as well, because the biggest companies are investing in this one, and they have like $5 billion in development of the Hedera of the ledger in the Hedera Hashgraph, and that's the biggest crypto that is being invested in from the.
I own HBAR, but Algorand is a good one also, and you could just hold it and just gain and accumulate interest per day just by holding the token. You don't even get that much money like holding $100 or $1,000 in your savings account at a federal bank, a central bank or whatever. But if you just hold Algorand, you just accumulate 4% each day, not a month. Each day, you just get more. You get more of the same token.
So basically, what they're doing is basically making the expansion of liquidity and access to money very convenient, and people are gonna love it because it's gonna have utility, to be able to buy whatever people want, even in the digital side of things, like you guys were talking about, like digital art and music and all that kind of stuff. So to pay for things, you're gonna pay digitally. So the expansion of liquidity is gonna be a lot of access to money for everyone.
And that's the thing about it, they just can't snatch it away because it's decentralized. Can't nobody hack it, and that's why like a lot of people adapting to it.
All they have to do is crash it. That's what I mean.
No, like the people own it. Like they were saying, it's not owned by one government or by one institution. Like that's one thing about crypto. A lot of people don't understand. Like the government don't own it. It's for the people. They call it like a level playing field. You know what I'm saying? So can no one person or a company just go in and just take everything away?
Well, I mean, so yeah, it's not owned by any government. That's true, but I mean. It's owned by the people who own it. So, I mean, it's not like any better, you know what I mean? Like how they were talking earlier about how 95 or whatever percent, I think it's actually higher than that last time I looked it up, but most of Bitcoin is owned by somebody or by, like they said, somebody said a select few people. I mean, even look at Elon Musk, like he plays with crypto a lot and he'll buy like a lot of it. He'll drive the price up and down just kind of to prove a point sometimes. Watching his tweets about crypto is kind of funny because he calls them out every now and then. And so it's like, yeah, it's not owned by the government, and that's good. I mean, the government doesn't have a whole lot of involvement with crypto. It's not approved by any government agency, at least not in the United States. And so, yeah, that's good, I guess. But it's controlled by somebody, and
yeah,
so
it's controlled by the
any
people.
better.
Yeah, the people control it.
They're gonna give you the toy to play with, but they're building the toy. They're gonna provide the services, and people are gonna have access to get the services, and the transactions are gonna be done by these digital things, right? Digital assets.
The only way the government,
but they're gonna provide the services, and they're gonna control the resources, and the governments are gonna be in control like always. But the enterprises are gonna be gonna have huge control. So they basically outreaching and expanding the control of the markets with this whole thing.
I disagree. Like that's why crypto is like so worldwide. Like it's not controlled by the government. You know what I'm saying? So can no government can come in and just take your crypto away. If they do that, they have to shut the whole internet down. They just
Well,
can't.
but remember, what we call government, they are positioning themselves in these positions. What we call government, they expanding themselves. What we see as governmental institutions, they are the enterprises. Get it? So they're gonna paint themselves in a different brush, and then you're gonna say, "Hey, yeah, cool, you guys are the good ones," but it's gonna be the same people just in bigger positions.
I think we're talking about two different things.
They're gonna crash the government.
I think we're all talking about the same thing. I think that I need to figure out who's talking so I can refer to him. But the last guy was talking about them changing their names. I mean, that's the same thing that's been going on throughout history. Like the name changes, but the people behind it, they don't change. But if you push the name change through enough generations, eventually it's just accepted as a completely different entity when it's not. It's the same thing. So I think that's what the last gentleman was trying to say, and I agree. We're all talking about crypto and government, current government involvement, but I mean, at some point for crypto to become what is used by the vast majority of citizens of this flat Earth, then the governments are going to have to accept it. Or we're going to have to fall in the case. I mean, because it's going to have to be approved by the, what is it called, FICA? I don't know. The federal financial organization is going to have to accredit it in order for it to be used in everyday life. It has to happen, so it's like, but is it going to take long enough to where we're going to be like, oh yeah, this is better than the banking system, which has collapsed more than once? Like when are we going to actually start to see some of the familiar, I guess, indicators of who's actually in control? Because anything they ever do that involves money and controlling the money, eventually there's, I don't know if you want to call it a glitch in the system, something, look at the Great Depression, the stock market crashing, the other recessions we've had. Those are symptoms of a system where the minority controls the majority. It's going to happen with crypto too. When? I don't know, but it's going to, because I mean, it's the same. They're doing the same thing in a different way. They're adapting with technology.
It's already happening. It's already happening. You know what I'm saying? Like in the third world countries or whatever, they really bank in the unbanked. So you don't need like a central bank to be able to access fund and trade on the free market or by having crypto. Is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, the government gonna control and do their thing, but as in like the third world countries that don't have a bank, I don't think it needs a cell phone and download a wallet. Now you can be able to move money, cross border. It's right. What I'm saying, that the government that can't control that. So it's banking the unbanked.
Right. Well, and it's not even the government. I think that the other guy was even talking about necessarily is the people who run the actual government itself, and it's like he mentioned earlier, how they can literally manipulate the prices of certain cryptocurrency just by moving the wallet, not moving who has it, but moving it from one wallet to another. That's how, if you want to call it the government or just the people who control the government, that's how they would manipulate that. That's a potential way that they will and are doing it.
I totally understand. I totally get that, but that's just like one coin, like Bitcoin, for example. Okay, the government own a lot of Bitcoin, but you have other cryptocurrency. If the community, agree that, okay, this coin right here gonna be, worth value because we trust this coin and we want to invest our money in it to go to whatever price because we the community investment, we believe in this token. We have the power to do that. The government can't, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. I mean, if people could unite and not let greed get involved once they got a certain amount, because people can be bought. If we could all unite,
it's tokens like that.
It'd be good.
It's tokens out there like that already. Like like the people up. It's called Doge Lumens. It's the first utility meme coin on the XLM blockchain, on the Stellar blockchain. It's called Doge Lumens. You should look into that. I don't know if y'all heard like Akon, like the rapper or whatever, but he building a blockchain country town that's running on the Stellar. They're running on the Stellar blockchain somewhere in Africa. I forgot what city or whatever.
I'm not surprised. I mean, Akon does a lot of stuff in Africa. He did a whole clean water deal through his nonprofit that a lot of UN
So they've been working on this for years.
He's heavily involved in their community over there, and he does a lot of good things. Clean fuel, clein water, and all that. So I believe that's something he's probably working on.
He have a smart city now. I forgot what it's called, but Akon Smart City. It is, and it's everything going to be crypto friendly over there. You know what I'm saying? You know, the same thing gonna move over here to the US, you know what I'm saying? But slowly but surely, but they just ahead of us right now.
I think Akon too is like one of the few people that we have a good example of somebody in power who tries to use their money and power for good things. Akon does a lot of good things. I have a lot of more respect for him than almost anyone else who's famous. But I mean, that's an outlier in my opinion. That's an outlier in my opinion. I don't think that there's a lot of Akons in the world. I just don't believe it.
I'll do a show up to Akon.
Yeah, Akon, he's the man.
Hey, did y'all watch the hearing yesterday? Like the CEOs of the crypto people, they had like a hearing in front of the Congress, maybe like I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, they had like the CEO of Coinbase, the CEO of Binance, the CEO of Stellar or whatever. Everybody had a hearing in front of the Congress. It was like 4 hours long. And they telling you what they're looking for in the future of crypto.
Yeah. Well, and
there's a roadmap. There's a roadmap, right?
Yeah. Well, what I hate about these congressmen like interviews with whether it's Mark Zuckerberg or the crypto guys. I hate that it's the Congress people doing it because they're a bunch of fucking old people, bro. They're not even if you watch the questions they ask Mark Zuckerberg, they're not asking them the right questions. They're asking him questions that they don't even really know the answer to. So basically, he can kind of bullshit his way through it. Like they're not asking the right questions. They got to get specific. They got to catch
the hearing that they did yesterday and the day before. I can't remember what it was yesterday, but they were asking the right question. You should check it out when you get a chance to. Yeah, they were asking the right questions. All the questions that you want to know, what they about to predict or whatever, what they plan on predicting.
You think they don't fucking know? It's Project LifeLog is fucking Facebook. They fucking know, man. It's a dog and pony show. What you watch, if you watch that shit, it's all a dog and pony show. They fucking know. It's all a CIA monitoring Project LifeLog. That's all it is.
What they say, the world, the stage.
I love the CIA. They're the real MVPs. I think we can all agree on that. The CIA
we're a commodity. We're a commodity. All our decisions and all our interests are all a commodity now. And
one of the builders of the XRP ledger, which is gonna be one of the bridge assets of all the systems, the financial system. He used to work for the NSA. And he's one of the builders of the ledger that is going to be used by basically all the central banks.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
Yeah,
and a lady name that's on the $100 bill or whatever. She worked for Ripple, and Ripple is part of XRP.
Rosa Rios. She has her name signed in trillions of dollars, and she's now, like I was telling you, people that used to be in the government, they have positioned themselves in these high places that are gonna be very, very important in the new economic system. They're gonna have a lot of influence.
Exactly.
I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah. Her name was on the $100 bill, bro, and she worked for Ripple XRP. Just prepare yourself, man. You better buy you some crypto. Her name is on the $100 bills. It's no more I could explain on that one.
I hope not, but I think they're gonna crush the market in kind of ugly fashion.
Not to be the doomsdayer, but they always says it takes one sort of flare to just wipe the whole system out, man. Just takes one fucking EMP, fucking poof. Gone.
No, not like that, but
crash, man. Done.
They're gonna say that the old system is broken and
it's over. It's over.
The banks are gonna be panicking and the stocks are gonna go down, all that kind of stuff, and then they're gonna say, "Hey, we have this solution. Don't worry, we got you."
Oh, do they?
I mean, an EMP on a fundamental level literally isolates every if you take it down far enough, like hospitals, all their equipment pretty much is no longer working. The communication between emergency. Well, theoretically, if the EMP did happen, it would pretty much descend the nation and probably the world if it was a global EMP into chaos instantly. I mean,
and that's a planned thing, man. Half the infrastructure in all of North America cannot handle one EMP attack. It will devastate the entire country. It will devastate many countries.
Yeah,
whether you believe we're on a flat globe or not, man.
Yeah,
Our
you better start
infrastructure is
getting some
not
beans
there.
and rice.
Our infrastructure is not there.
Yeah,
Well,
you
yes,
better start
I
getting
mean,
some beans and rice. Get
It
EMP.
could be,
you know,
it could be a solar
electricity.
flare, or, you know, and then they hit the trick in your back of your mind, man.
The only time they bring the heavy guns and they will do something like that if people rise up and start fighting back and dragging these people towards the center of these towns and saying, "Hey, you committed crimes against humanity and you're gonna pay for it right now." That's when they bring the heavy guns.
No, man, the crime against humanity. What is the crime against humanity nowadays? Not wearing a mask on a bus? Is that a crime against humanity?
I'm telling you that they're not gonna do anything like that because they already have control of the system, so they don't have to bring the
Yeah,
big
I
gun.
mean, I guess I kind of see what you're saying because I mean, realistically, like I feel like bringing that big gun out would be like a last resort. Like, okay, let's just like, you know what I mean? Because it would cause mass chaos like immediately among many nations, if not all, because of how ingratiated technology and electricity is into every single person's everyday life. It would just
You
our
guys
system's
believe
so
that
big.
shit? You guys believe that shit? An EMP attack?
No. They say it's a solar flare. They say it could be an EMP.
Come on, man.
It could be a
A solar
natural.
flare.
I'm
That's
just saying, man.
bullshit,
I'm just
bro.
saying it's out there. That's all.
That's all fear porn, man. That's like a nuclear weapon attack. It's all fear porn. It's bullshit.
Well, so is the solar flares that are flying at us.
Yes, it's bullshit, man.
It is. I know that.
I mean, whatever you want to call it, an EMP, a solar flare, whatever. Like, I mean, if there was an attack on the infrastructure of how we communicate, which is through our technology, it would definitely, I think, cripple humanity because of all
It's
the things we have.
bullshit. It's like
We
an
have our hands in
asteroid.
everything.
It's like being hit by an asteroid. They put that fear porn. Hey, we're gonna get hit by. If you're a flat earther, you know that's bullshit. You ain't getting hit by an asteroid. You ain't getting hit by an EMP. You're not getting hit by a nuclear weapon.
I don't
It's all
disagree.
fake.
I agree. I don't think there's going to be a nuclear winter. I don't believe there's going to be an EMP attack. All I'm saying is, if there was, we'd be fucked. I'm not saying it's likely.
There's no such thing as it. There's no such thing as a globe. There's no such thing as that shit. Is what I'm saying. It's irrelevant.
Let me just. So you're saying that EMTs don't exist? Is that what? Because I mean, I agree that there's no
attack
globe.
with a nuclear weapon. It does not exist.
Okay.
An electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear weapon is a nonsensical thing. There is no such thing. There's no such thing as a nuclear weapon to set it off.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, I don't know if it would be. What if it's a virus on the? Like, I'm not talking about just like EMP. I'm talking about in general removing the ability to communicate with our government from a local to a state to a federal level to a global level, whether it's an EMP
That's what needs
or
to
whatever.
happen.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
needs to
maybe
cut the
yeah.
cord.
It probably would need to happen, but would it send us into chaos? I think.
No,
it would. I think-
absolutely not.
No, you don't think
Absolutely
so?
not.
Okay, well,
No.
I mean, we might have to agree to disagree on that one then, because I think it would be chaos almost instantly.
That would be utopia. Cutting the umbilical from a centralized government is like the only way we could free ourselves of tyranny.
Don't
Every
disagree.
community has self-determination, just like you have every Amish community has self-determination, but yet they're all Amish. They're not warring, they're not stealing, they're not raping and pillaging. They live peaceful in their own community, and that's how most people want to live. Everyone's not going to go raping and pillaging just because there's no federal government.
Not everybody would, but I mean, you're using Amish as
But
an
people
example.
who
When
do would
Amish
be dealt with swiftly, dude. The people who
Amish
do would be dealt with swiftly, and they wouldn't be a problem to humanity. We'd be
Right,
deal
well,
with the
okay, so-
motherfuckers, and they'd be gone.
Amish people are born Amish. They stay Amish their whole life. They have a period when they're teenagers where they can go out and explore, and if they just choose to stay out in the real world, they're shunned from their community.
That's not my point. I'm just using them as an example. Do you
I
go,
know you
do you go
are.
rape and pillage your neighbor?
Right,
Do you go
right,
rape
no.
even though if it's not against the law, are you going to do it?
I'm not, but here's the thing that I'm trying to say. The Amish example is not, you can't apply that to what we're
No,
talking
I'm
about.
asking you
because-
personally.
No, I wouldn't do
Are your
that.
neighbors
No,
gonna? Are your wait? Hold on. Let me finish my point. You've been talking like diarrhea mouth, dude. Let me get a point in. You need to slow your roll, dude. Let other people talk. Okay, just let that sink in. If just because you're believing their propaganda that everyone's going to rape and pillage, right, without government to protect you, that's bullshit. Normal people don't do that. My neighbor's not going to rape and pillage me, and I'm not going to do it to him. People live in communities. They live in peace without a government. That's my point.
Yeah, when people get hungry, they go fishing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I live in the country too, so I get what you're saying. I'm not talking about people raping and pillaging. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, my basic point early on was how much we're all reliant. Like my one example was hospitals, how much they rely on technology. And my point is that Amish people never have that stuff. It's a part of their culture that they've been cultivating for generations. So it wouldn't be the same as ripping it away from a culture where generations have become dependent on it. If it was ripped away suddenly, I don't think it would go well. It has nothing to do with whether or not I think my neighbor's going to rape me or I'm going to rape them. It has to do with how every single person on every single level is dependent on technology mentally and to get physically to get to work. It's all intertwined with our everyday life. It's not about people raping and murdering each other, and I never said
No, you're saying it would descend into chaos, and I'm saying you're wrong.
We can agree to disagree.
I gave you examples where it doesn't. So you can believe the propaganda that there would be raping and murdering and pillaging.
That's not what I said. You keep on saying that I'm saying raping and murdering and pillaging.
You're
and I just
saying
said
the government is a necessity, or there's going to be chaos.
That's not even what I said. We were talking about an EMP. We were talking about getting rid of technology. I didn't say anything about the government. I said that nothing on any level would be able to function. You're not even you're saying that I said these things when those words never came out of my mouth. So we're not even talking about the same thing at this point. So I would really prefer if this conversation
nothing would change.
Could you just stop talking about it? Can we stop talking about it, please? Like, I'm gonna agree to disagree with you.
You need to check your mouth, dude, because I'm gonna have to mute you because you're running your mouth like diarrhea, dude.
I want to stop talking. You keep on bringing it further and further.
I'll let you stop talking, dude.
Yep, I'm done.
Well, damn.
I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, you monopolize every fucking word for the last 2 hours. Let a motherfucker speak.
Me and you were having a conversation, and
I get it. There's a thing called etiquette. Now you're talking.
You're interrupting me right now. You interrupted me. I stopped talking for 5 seconds and let you finish, and then
I'm done with you, dude. You need to shut the fuck up for a minute.
Man,
you don't come here as a noob and fucking disrespect people who have been here. You don't come and do that. You don't come into someone's house and disrespect them. So anyone that wants to have a conversation can participate. End of story, dude.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night on that note. Fuck with y'all boys later.
Is Ron still here?
Not.
Is Flatipus is he camping? Are you here, Flatipus?
Oh, I'm here. What's up, dude?
I haven't heard from you in forever, dude.
I know. I was just listening to you just now. I was gonna pop in, but it didn't feel right just yet. But yeah, man.
No.
Good to hear you.
Yeah. Like, I'm tired of that bullshit argument that you need the big daddy government or else everyone would be raping and pillaging and murdering. It makes me sick, dude.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. I went and I stayed with the Amish for a little while.
And I'm just using them as one example. I'm not saying that that's the way we can. I mean, there's no reason that you or I couldn't live that way in whatever community we live. And for the most part, if the police went away tomorrow, my neighbors and I would be cool. And if anybody got out of line, those people would be dealt with and they wouldn't be a problem anymore. That's all I'm saying. Is the people who, like back in the day, everyone was courteous. Like Oh, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And nobody got out of line because people walked around armed and they dealt with hoodlums. There's a hoodlum. He's going to rob the bank. Boom. Not anymore. Here comes the townsman. They dealt with them. And that's just how it would be. There wouldn't be thugs. Thugs wouldn't be thugging because they would get dealt with swiftly. That's all. And then you'd have a polite society.
It's nice when communities look out for each other. It's a beautiful thing. And it does happen. It does. And it's just within that
I don't know
even within those communities, when somebody gets power, though, sometimes they get kind of.
Remember the guy that, I don't know if the story's true, but they say with Jesse James. He rode in with some people to rob the bank in Minnesota. And back then, that was those people, the farmers, that was their hard-earned money. And when it was gone, that's their personal savings. So the townspeople came with their rifles and shot them up. They're like, hey, they're robbing our bank. Go get the rifles. And the guys came with long guns and they dealt with them. They're like, oh, shit, we didn't expect these farmers to come at us so hard. They thought they would just hold up the bank and steal their loot. But
in a lot of communities, it's called policing your own. Right?
And that's what I'm saying. It would be much better if it was done at a town, at a county. Like, I don't even like it being at a state level. Like, in my state, the governor, they said, Governor Whitmer, this cunt, you can't buy seeds, you can't go fishing, you can't do. She put in all these restrictions last, when the COVID shit came out back in 2020, back in sometime around March. They put tape, like crime scene tape, around the playgrounds. They wouldn't let the children play on it. All this bullshit.
Irrepressible.
I tore that shit down, dude. I tore that plastic tape. But what I'm saying is, I'm saying is, if you got a governor to decide at a state level, or you got a president like Biden saying you must get the mandatory jab, that's what you're going to have with centralized power. And if you decentralize it, like take them out of the system, then you can live peacefully, just like smaller communities live peacefully.
Yes. And, and even people in their own communities. I watched this poor bloke there in New York, and that's nowhere near anywhere where I live or belong. But he was trying to get on a bus without a mask. And the masses took power in the situation. I don't think we all said that. Yeah.
Who took power?
Well, the people on the bus and the bus driver, and they called the cops, man. They had him removed from the bus. He paid his fare. Like, there used to be a time you pay your fare and go A to B. But apparently now you can't get on a bus without, I don't even want to, man, this is not the fucking platform. I don't even know if I want to go. But I'm going. I'll take the hockey puck right to the top corner on it. They're building up the masses of the mentality of the people, just like globies, to just mad dog people, and these are people who did what the right thing is to do. But you know what? Now I want to live my life. I did my double vax. This guy did his double vax. He wants to get on a bus. He wants to get where he has to go.
Right. Double, dude. My brother,
he did it.
He took the fucking vax, dude. The brother, see, he fucking got it.
Yeah, he got it. Right? Okay, I got the vax. I'm on the bus. I want to go where I have to go. I got to go to work. I got to provide a life for my family. Right? I feel this today in my personal life. I mean, I can't go back to work without a vax. I can't.
Whoa. What do you mean?
No, I can't. I can't go on site with a double vax.
So what? Like, are you taking it? Are you saying you're taking it, or you're not taking it?
I'm saying if I want to go to a site, a construction site, or wherever I belong to, if I want to go and be an employee, even a contractor on that site, I am required to have a double vax.
But did you do it, or are you going to stand against it?
That's neither here nor there at this moment. Fact is, if I want to go on that site, I have to be done
I
with
heard that, but where do you stand? Like my friend, he never went back to work.
Yeah,
He's like,
guys would. So, do you feed your children? Do you pay your house payment? Do you pay your car payment? Do you
gotta
starve?
find a different. You
Man,
gotta.
what's your line? Or find another job.
Well,
Right?
I work for myself, so I don't.
Yeah.
need it.
Well, cool,
If
man.
you do construction, you can too. I mean, if you do like I do construction, I do roofing, and no one gives a damn if I have it or not. I'm
I
working
could
on the
care
roof.
less. I could care less. Yeah, but in government sensitive and safety sensitive positions that you work within in the energy field, especially government energy positions.
But if people don't draw a line in the sand and say no, like
people
my
have
friend,
to, right? People
they
have
have
to.
to.
They
He
have
works for he works for Google, and he didn't.
I don't want to. I don't want to go to work. If that is a mandatory thing, I don't want to go to work. I don't want to make my brother go to work. I don't want to make my sister go to work. Right?
If no one shows up to work, then they don't have a workforce. Like you guys got to realize you have the power.
But they will get a workforce, right? But that's
There's
but they will.
You can't even find people to work in
They'll fly them in. I watched them. I watched them fly people in on a helicopter and take people's jobs. Right?
Well, I'm saying McDonald's is paying $16. They can't.
Well,
they're having
I
a
don't
hard time
make
finding
$16,
workers.
man.
Huh?
I don't make $16 an hour.
That's McDonald's wages. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that 2 years ago, that was people in the assembly line were making that.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like McDonald's was way below an assembly line worker, and now it's not. So now what? It's like if you can't find workers to take the job for that pay.
Again, and that's why you got that little check stand, and you walk in there, and there's not even a McDonald's worker at a cashier anymore. They won't even take your money, right? Now they got a little menu board.
Oh, the touch screen, yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Pretty soon, it's going to be you dealing with the vending machine. Like, here, I need.
My groceries one day in Walmart. Sorry to interrupt. Man, I was so mad. I was so mad. There wasn't somebody there to bag my groceries and run my till. I was like, you are unreal. Couldn't believe it. I was like, that thing asked me, how was your experience today? I said, I should be getting paid for this. Why am I bagging my own stuff? Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
I do it just because it's faster. If I got one cart, I'll bag my own shit.
I suppose, but like I'm stealing somebody's fucking job, man. There's some low income people.
What if there's not a
whatever?
It's taking the job. Like if there's
could be my job.
I know, but if there's not if they can't find an employee, you might have to bag your own shit. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, that's true.
I don't buy it necessarily, but I mean it is hard to find employees right now for whatever reason, and there's like a lot of people out of work. But I suspect that'll go back, and if people make a stand, they can't force you to do something against your will. Like if you need construction workers and you got to get something built, and like
quality skilled construction workers. I mean,
yeah, skilled tradesmen are hard to replace.
Tradesmen, man.
I don't know where you sounds like you're Canadian, but over here, what's that?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So is there like an abundance of skilled labor in Canada?
Well, we're all fairly well educated people.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like skilled tradesmen doing construction. I mean, not everyone wants to do that kind of work.
No. But
so what I'm saying is it's hard to replace. It's hard to replace like a skilled carpenter or a welder or something like that. It's not. It's not that easy.
No.
Especially welders. Welders are very difficult to replace.
Especially pressure welders. Right.
All that stuff. Like you have to be a certified TIG welder or whatever.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're X-ray.
Or the guy who fits it.
Oh, pipe fitter. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a fitter and there's a welder, right? There's a mechanic and there's a welder, right? There's
a lot of times the pipe fitter is the welder. He fits his own joints.
Yeah, or whatever, right? Or you're building in another construction scene where you have to fit what you weld, right?
Well, you got to make your gaps
wall
right.
or-
You got, like the
Yeah.
welder does that to his own liking. Some
well,
people
no, there's a fitter. There's a fitter who fits it. That's his job. He fits it.
he bevels the edges for him. The pipe fitter.
Well, not just pipe fitting, boiler making or whatever, tube making or whatnot, right? Right.
Well, the keyhole gap is something that the welder's going to want to adjust for his own.
That's a TIG
Like-
welder. He wants a 1/8 gap. Yeah.
It depends. It depends on your metal thickness too, and your amperage and all that. There's a lot of variables, but even the oil pipeline welders too, they still have to have the same gap, not just TIG.
Like a 3/32 or whatever not. Yeah, it depends on the welder and what their experience is. But there's also a fitter there who actually fits it. It's just,
Yeah, that's more of a grunt job. It's not as
this
skilled
stuff,
like the,
the stuff doesn't show up there by accident for a welder. It's fitted for them. There's people there, right?
yeah.
Probably a whole team.
But I'm saying the it's all a skill. It's still a skill to bevel the
It is a
pipe.
skill.
But
Absolutely.
it's the welder is a more difficult skill to replace because it is such a finesse, like an art.
Yeah. Yeah, the welders are very sought out people. Absolutely. Yep. I
I
agree.
mean, I've done it. I've done a lot of it. And that's probably why my eyes are all fucked up. It
yeah.
didn't help.
I can't even
didn't
see a
help.
tape anymore.
What's that?
I can't even read a tape anymore. They're all just flashy.
Well, I had to get reading glasses because I can't.
Yeah.
The print is all blurred together. I'm like,
It
fuck,
goes
my
with
eyes
age,
are-
though. Goes with age.
What?
We're not 30 anymore, you know. Goes with age.
Well, mine just came suddenly from yeah, over the last 2 years. I had perfect eyesight maybe a year and a half ago, and it's just the a lot of time in front of the computer screen and on my phone, and that kind of burned out my eyes. Like I feel like they're burning, and then welding and stuff like that, getting arc flashed.
I can do it. It's all good. Don't look at the arc. Don't look at that.
I gotta see the. I
tell all
gotta
the
see the
apprentices
arc. How
that.
you gonna weld?
Hey, apprentice, don't look at that.
Also, maybe using the wrong shade, using too light of a shade. A shade
yeah.
10 should be.
Yeah. A 10 minimum.
It should be a higher shade for more
Please.
amps, but I think I've done it with just a fixed shade lens.
Yeah. If you're welding TIG, man, that's pressure welding. You know about that. Putting the keyhole in. You're obviously well understood about pressure welding.
Yeah, I've done pipe welding. I mostly just fabricate. I don't do any pipe welding like I'm not like in the industry like the oil industry or anything like that.
I'm in that. I'm in the oil industry. I'm a maintenance service person.
Oh shit! So you have to be.
Yeah.
No, those guys.
Thousandths of an inch. Right?
There's not much. You're saying they just flew in a bunch of new guys, but
well, they try to. You'll never do it. You can't reskill that kind of skilled trade. You can't.
That's what
learn
I'm
that
saying. So
yeah, bro.
the ball is in your court.
That's right.
If you're saying, "Oh, I can't get on a construction site," they're gonna make exceptions because if they can't have their oil pipeline flowing, you guys are critical to the infrastructure, and they're gonna have to listen to what you guys want. Just saying.
Yeah, and you just go. Yeah, I don't even want to get too hard into it, but yeah, I mean, there's emails even flying through, and it's not terrible. It's terrible what they're and they always had us bowing down to shit, man, and it's just another one, right? Because people are part of a really safety situation and it's high critical situation. Like you can't even take aerial photos of a refinery, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But you can't even it's like I know flies out, it's a refinery. We make gas, right? We make oil. Right? There's no mystery there. Everybody in the world knows how to make fucking oil and gas. They know how to make the exchanges. It's just And there's just the stipulations I've seen over the last 2 years and what's coming.
Were you the hockey puck? Were you the guy that was going to do a test in the wintertime, like a laser range test over a frozen lake or something?
No, bro. Yeah, you know what? I read about the guy who actually did one, but yeah, I am. Yeah, I'd be one of those guys. Yeah, I totally do, dude. Yeah, right over Lake Winnipeg. Yeah, yeah. But you know, I don't have to prove it to myself. I already know. I mean, I would do it just to kind of build a
I
case
mean,
up. I mean, but there's already enough data.
what about the people in your area, right? Like the people who are welders or just your friends, right? And the construction workers. Just to prove to them, they probably they probably know that shit because when you're welding pipeline up a different slope or whatever, everything's got to be leveled, your pipes and everything.
But you know what? Everything's so compartmentalized that you only just show up like a welder. Have you ever seen that funny welder thing where he shows up out of his limousine, has golden gloves? Everything's so compartmentalized, right? You got a guy, there's a rigger, there's a fitter, there's a digger, and there's so many other things that there's, you know, that build up to even the welder showing up there. There's, you know,
He's even got a helper to grind off his slag.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's fine, but that's not going to, you know, change their mind whether it, you know, whether she's welding that tube or not. It's level at that moment, but is it level 1,000? Of course it is. Of course it is. I'd love to help them to understand that. I think it would be.
It's more productive though.
It'd be assumed. It would be assumed that we're on a flat. Right?
If you got, let's say you got the welder, he's the finesse guy, right? Just doing the skill, and then you got the guy, his helpers grinding the slag. Do you really want to wear out your welder if he's wearing himself out running a big 9-inch grinder? And
welders don't do that. Welders don't run that.
Well, I'm saying I know they don't because it's not productive to take your highest paid employee and wear his ass out running a heavy grinder with a wire wheel.
No, but it's not an apprentice doing that fit. There's actual mechanical guy called a fitter.
Right. But no, not the guy grinding the slag.
He's just as equally important.
I'm not saying he is or isn't. What I'm saying is that the welder, you don't want his arms fatigued. If I had to run the heavy grinder and go up, you know, vertical and all that shit, then I got to get in here and lay a good bead after running that heavy ass grinder. I'm not going to have the finesse plus that thing is vibrating your hands.
Well, absolutely.
You're not going to have that finesse that you need.
No, you got to respect your welders. You have to.
Well, there's a reason for splitting the jobs because after you do that, you're not going to have the hand finesse that you need.
You know it. That's right. And they're all equally important. You have to have the land right. You have to have the angle right. It has to be exactly fit to where it needs to be welded. Right.
And that way the whole system.
That man's strength.
Like that's how I cut my welders. I could run the grinder all day if I had to. That's not going to wear me out. But if you got to just do that, and then it's like, here, go do 20 push-ups, and then let me see you run a nice weld bead. I'll do another.
You sound like a guy. I'll fit for you any day, man, because I could talk to you. And that's the beautiful thing about talking to your welder, right? What do you need me to do, right?
You got to have you work as a team. You tag team the weld.
That's right. I don't want you to do that. That's my job.
Actually, I've seen them tag team both sides of the pipe at once. One guy,
deadly. Oh, well, yeah. In TIG, tandem.
Yeah, but it keeps the warpage down too. If you do them both in tandem, the pipe is not pulling to one side.
Well, less heat to the surrounding area. You don't have much expansion or retraction, right?
But see, if you weld half the pipe, it's going to pull to one side. If you're welding them both at the same time, they're offsetting each other.
Yeah. That's a heat exchange, heat affected area. Is what it's called.
Damn, he bailed out on us. Platypus left.
Yeah.
I don't know what time zone he's in, but I'm in. It's already 2:00 here.
Yeah, bro. It's time to get another cigarette. I'm gonna find my cigarette.
What I'm saying is, though, people do need to stand up to like tyranny as this government dictates and shit, because we're going down a road that there's no like if they allow this to keep happening and there's no pushback, we're gonna find ourselves in a bad situation really fast.
Well, you know what? As far as the energy grid goes, and this is something I will solely talk about in my own personal beliefs, and you will need that. and there will be some pushback. If I don't know what we got to keep this electrical grid going, man. And that's electrician, pipe fitter, boilermaker world. All the tradespeople, they keep this country running. They keep our countries running. All our countries running.
You know what I think too? I think they're going to make a secret deal with these people. They'll say, okay, you guys here, since there's only a couple hundred, we'll just make an exception. They've done this before with Obamacare. In America, some of the union jobs, they got an exception. Oh, you don't have to get Obamacare. They cut deals with certain people rather than fight them.
Right.
Rather than fight whatever labor union or whatever, the pipe fitters or welders.
Yeah, right.
Rather than fight you guys, they might just say, hey, just keep quiet. Don't tell anybody, but we'll let you just like, you guys don't have to.
That's what they even say in the unions. They say, hey, don't make waves. It's their playground. Show up, do the job. You know what I mean? Just be happy you have a fucking job. Right? That's what they do, man.
What I'm saying is, like, they'll cut corners for the cops too. Like right now they're saying, oh, the cops need to get it, the firemen. And eventually the holdouts, they're going to say, okay, just don't tell anybody. We're going to let you slide, but just don't let anyone know we let you slide. And that's because they really don't have a choice. There's certain jobs you can't replace. Even the Navy SEALs and shit, the special forces, they wouldn't take the jab. They lost a lot of them, and those guys are hard to replace.
I always got concerned when the nurses won't take the jab. They're starting to fire them and everything. I'm like, who's going to run these hospitals that you're going to expand, right?
Nobody. They're purposely creating a chaos situation, just like when they held the containers.
You know that. I know that. Yeah.
How long have you been around? Well, you know those container ships. They never had a problem offloading them.
No, I don't think so. Why? There's very good riggers out there. Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's hundreds of boats. They can't offload their containers. That's done on purpose. They're doing that shit on purpose. Sure. They're like, oh, there's a labor shortage. Bullshit, dude.
No, there's not.
Last time they put a job application, there was 100,000 people signed up for that job because they know it pays well. It was way oversubscribed. People who wanted to work there, they know those guys make good money.
Absolutely, you're a crane operator at that point. I mean, or a rigger. I mean,
or a truck driver, even a truck driver,
or a truck driver. Whatever. That's a valid and great profession.
They were making.
I don't make shortage I've seen in the recent history is brains.
What is it, Mike?
Brains, intelligence, knowledge, understanding, common sense. It's not common.
But I'm saying, like a skilled trade, like maybe a crane operator, is not going to be so easy to replace. That's a specialized skill set.
It ain't that hard to operate them cranes, dude. It's a bump for each lever. Yeah, you drop. Who ain't played the crane machine?
Well, I thought it was pretty difficult.
Weights and values, man. This is pretty.
Listen, bro. And I don't put it no higher than using the chainpaw hoist in my barn that rolls on an IB.
This ain't fun, man. We're talking critical lifts of vessels. We're saying nobody's barn. We're talking critical lifts of vessels of infrastructure.
What I'm telling you is, having done that, I guarantee you I could go pick up the trailer of a semi and put it from one spot to another. If I had the proper equipment.
Absolutely. As a trained person who can understand that. But not anybody. Come on. Not anybody.
Like I said, there's a shortage. Listen, that just goes back to the shortage in knowledge, not people. There's lots of people that understand that.
Yeah, you need to know, like, safe weight limits and, like, understand the structural integrity of a wire rope.
Listen, it doesn't take any more instructions.
How many blocks, how many threads of the block?
I could tell you how to operate one on a fucking phone in 10 minutes.
I know you could. But you're old school.
Listen, it's all about understanding the weight and how fast you're moving it and what damage that weight can do when you move it at certain speeds.
Did you stop for the gravity, though? Did you stop for the gravity? That's what I want to know.
Mm-mm.
I'm fucking with you.
The gravitas is a situation. If I drop this container on your ass, you're dead.
Yeah, that's right, bro.
It would only add to the fun of the job. For me, I'd be up there smoking. I'd be up in the crane smoking weed.
Light another one.
But yeah, I got a Bay City crane on my farm that I operate, so we don't have to compare it to my farm knowledge. I have a Bay City crane. You know what that is?
I imagine it's one of those fucking crawler cranes that are on the top and like an overhead jib.
Big track? No, it's a 2-track, big, large 2-track with a cabinet in the center and fold out beam system that goes 450 foot.
And you can You got a 450 foot?
That's
insanity. So it was in some dude's field, and I just couldn't stand to see that technology in the field. And I said, "Hey, what's up with that Bay City crane, man? You want to sell it?" He said, "I'll give it to you if you can move it." This is 5 miles from my house. I drove it home 3 days later.
You're deadly, man. That's awesome.
How much does that crane weigh?
That's smoke, dude.
Oh, about 90 tons.
Yeah, I was gonna say with a 450 foot boom, that's a lot of iron sticking out there. You're gonna need some counter.
Listen, you couldn't have dragged it out of the spot. I contemplated how do I get it sink out of the mud, and then my brother said, "Look, it's got to be running to get the fuck out of the mud, bro." So we finally just made it row and started playing with it. Made it run and started playing with it.
It's got tracks on it.
It's a 2-track. Give me a minute. When I'm done eating this plate of food, I'll get you a picture of a Bay City crane.
Yeah, I imagine it's like the old.
They unloaded boats with them.
The old steel crane, yeah, man.
They unloaded boats with them.
Like an overhead crane. It's a big overhead crane with a system, and you lock in, right? No.
No, man. It's just something you sit in and drive.
It's a boom crane.
But it has a double block on each side, right? Like you got a tower. It's a tower on each side, and you ride it.
You got two balance posts that you set.
Yeah. It's not. It's basically an overhead crane with a fucking cock on top, a cockpit.
No. The cockpit sits under the crane at the base of the crane. Mm-hmm.
Like a ladder truck, like a fire truck ladder truck.
It's not even what you're imagining. A vehicle you drive around, and this is a 2-track with a big motor and a operator carriage sitting on top of the 2-track in the middle.
Deadly. That's deadly. Yeah, is that it or no?
Huh?
He'll get us a picture in a minute.
Well, it's got the booms and the riggers. It's got the outriggers and the booms. You know, you can put extra weights on it and shit.
It's a mobile. I was thinking a stationary kind of crane, like a shop crane.
No, you can drive it. It sits on a 2-track like an excavator.
Deadly.
Yeah. Caterpillar tracks.
Deadly.
You need that for 90 tons. You need Caterpillar tracks.
Yeah, it's 90 tons, so you imagine it can move 90 tons. It can move up to 110 tons with the outriggers, and if you put the balance weights on it, it moves more.
Your counterweight. Yeah, I was gonna say if your boom is 450 foot, you're gonna need a lot of counterweight.
This image
did you ever just leave your pendulum sit there and wait for it to move?
No.
That's
no. It's got a wrecking ball.
Did you just set your pendulum there and wait for it to move, man? That would be like.
Yeah, it doesn't have a wrecking ball, but it's got a ball at the end of the cable system by the hook where all the rails meet. It's probably a 50-pound steel ball where all the cables have been forged together in a ball.
You got a four.
That always sings. It never moves by itself. You know?
No shit.
Yeah, it never starts a pendulum effect because the earth rotates. It never does that.
You need
that. Got a 4-part line. You got a 4-part line on that thing.
It keeps the cables.
Wow.
You got to keep a
4-part
little
line?
tension on it. Yeah, you need
So
to wait.
yeah, so this crane folds. If you look at it, when it extends outward, each piece is held on the top at an actuation point, and then you have to pin them together when you fold them out shut so that it folds down. It'll fold down to what, 90 in 4 sections. What is that? 45 foot in 2.
What? It's that big?
Dude, it's 450 foot of boom.
And it was in a fucking. It was on a farm with fucking 1,000 acres.
Fuck
They started buying. They bought shit in tonnage to save money because they were a large farm, and they used this crane to unload it.
Yeah.
That's a big
I guess so.
And load up the empty containers because their materials come in containers, certain shit like fertilizer and
Which not? Train containers.
large cattle farms. Yeah, exactly. It moved train containers.
Get it.
Large cattle farms don't grow their own corn feed, so they have to get it shipped in. If there's not train tracks by them, then they want to buy the whole train car.
Yeah,
this is what they need.
Can't they get a container delivered? Just have it delivered and drop a container?
Yeah, they set it on a flatbed semi and bring it to you, and you pick it up with a crane, or you can have a vacuum system that sucks it empty and puts it in your silo, but that's more expensive than that Bay City crane. Shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
You got all the air do it in 5 minutes, right?
That crane may look like it's only bigger than an average house, but 90 foot, you figure it. If you got a 60-foot peak on your house, it's 30 foot bigger than it.
Kind of impressive, man. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, wait, what didn't you say it had a 450 foot boom?
Yeah. Well, listen, it depends on how many sections you put on it.
Well, now I'm confused. Is it a single fucking arm crane, or is this a pendulum crane?
It's a single arm crane that's supported by support cables and balance weights that you put inside. See that container that's on the 2-track? Only the front of it's for the operator to sit in. Listen, the back is motor and weight post, and you put weights in there and slide it down these posts at 100.
You lift that boom can go up.
At
you
100
pull on the
pounds
bottom, you lift your boom up for your up and your low.
Yeah, and when you build it into a Trex kit, you use the cable system to lower the boom. You disconnect
That do a lot of work.
You have to move a section in.
Our grandfathers built. Yeah, our grandfathers built all the bridges that way.
Yeah, you can run it 2 sections, 4 sections, 6 sections. You can put 100-pound balance weights on it at a time, or 500-pound balance weights.
It's a good crawler. That's a crawler crane. That's a crawler.
Yeah, it's a Bay City crane. They call it a crawler crane, but they are Bay City cranes. They come in multiple sizes. But what most people don't know is the smallest one can be equal to the biggest one, because the only difference is the amount of sections they have on their boom.
That's right, or the pennants, or the number of lines that you go there. That's why I was asking about the fucking
return lines.
The block, the block. You need the pennants.
Those are your support cables. Yeah, it's a tension system.
A system like that's probably got 3 to 4 inch fucking pennant lines on that.
Yeah, and that's called an assisted lift.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, it creates tension, and it uses the tension so that the motor doesn't have to haul the brute force of the weight. Some of the weight is lifted by tension. Period.
Totally. Yeah. And then the tension multiplies between the block that you're lifting on, right?
Listen,
you got a 4-part block.
I want to tell you. So I got 30-ton and 60-ton dump trucks, and I was telling my brother one day I'd lift a 30-ton dump truck, and he said, "Yeah, I think so." I said, "That bitch would lift a 60-ton," and he said I was full of shit. And we were buzzed. So I started putting every fucking counterweight I had on that motherfucker, and then I lifted the fucking 60-ton, and he was like, "No shit."
He's loaded. He's loaded though.
Yeah, he's loaded. This bitch got the gear system. It's got the gear system to lift all the weight you can. The question is whether or not you can balance it and not tumble over.
Wow.
Right?
Well, that's why there's safe working limits, right? Yeah.
Yeah, safe working limits. Yes, the safe working limit. There's an equation that's equal to the weight of the system and the counterbalance weight.
That's right. And you know what? Willie Nelson loves virgins. That is the equation, man.
Well, what it's called is reverse track weight. Yeah. Anything that's on the reverse portion of the track, any weight that's on the reverse portion, reverse of the boom.
Well,
opposite of the boom. That's what it's called.
That is taking the most weight there in a left. Yep.
I've seen people take off all the shell and just stack crazy amounts of weights on this motherfucker. Fucking crane have 100 tons sitting on it, and this motherfucker just slinging shit around like it's nothing. Because you could move this motherfucker with a 4-cylinder motor. It'd just take you a little longer because it has the gear reduction system. The weight to the motor. Listen, the weight to the motor is the initial turn of the smallest gear, and that's the only load the motor feels. It doesn't feel all the other gears, and they're turning.
That's hydraulic. They're on a hydraulic fucking system, are they not?
Well, the crane, when it pulls the crane, it's basically a winch, a gear reduced winch with a boom.
In that box, there's a huge drum. Yeah.
And I can use that gear reduced winch. Listen, I've had motherfuckers talk shit to me when I was drunk on the internet, and I said, bitch, I'll drive my crane over there and steal your house. And I meant it. I'll go in the basement with 8 car jacks, jack your house up, put 6 straps on it, and drive away with your house.
You can use that service.
And you in it, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's right.
And I meant it.
That
I was good and drunk. I was good and drunk.
People and
I envision it in my mind. So they say, see it? They say it. See it? Then do it.
Bye-bye.
I was drunk, so I was like, a bunch of 2-ton jacks, just get it up off the foundation, you know what I'm saying? Fucking pipes, we ain't even got to unhook them. We get the winches in there, and the crane will unhook the plumbing and the gas system for us. We just jerk it up and drive away before the gas fills the air.
Let's go to Tim Hortons, have a donut.
You fuck, yeah. We parked in Timmy's. Yeah, the headlines read, man caught at Timmy's getting a double-double and a twofer with a Bay City crane in a stolen house. A stolen residence. Get sentenced.
Are you guys getting a thunderstorm by you?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I had 8 inches of snow. It's fucking storming, bro.
Not up here, boys.
Yeah, thunderstorm.
Come my way. About time you got your fucking.
I had 8 inches of snow, bro. I'm fucking mad.
Man, you can have it all. You can have it all.
Raining. It was 40 degrees today.
It's rained so long. There's not even slush out there, Ron. Yeah.
I just heard the thunder coming. I was wondering because you're to the west of me. It usually comes from west.
I'll tell you. High areas on my property that normally aren't flooded are flooded because of the way it slowly melted while it rained and dumped it down at the same time. I'm getting flooding in areas I shouldn't get it because it's too fucking high. I built that property up to avoid flooding.
Well, that's.
Well, we don't normally have rain this time of year. It's normally snow or we don't get much precipitation.
So it was winter when I woke up. It's now spring. We're getting them spring showers, bringing Mayflowers. I'm wondering if the flowers are going to bloom tomorrow or during the night.
Everything is ass backwards, man.
It's crazy.
World.
Yeah. Fucking, it was like 67 degrees here today, and then tonight around like 8, we had a tornado like not too far away from here.
Are you in Missouri?
Illinois.
There was a guy from Missouri. He said he had a tornado come through there. So yeah, Illinois and Missouri.
An Amazon building.
It was 33. It was 33 yesterday. It's 53 today, and I got the window open because I'm hot in my house.
Oh, it was that warm today? 53. I thought it was in the 40s. Shit.
Fuck, my gauge on the front porch said 56.
Nice.
Nice.
I like
Fucking winter.
I like to go outside, man, and do some yard
Oh,
work.
you ain't got a sled. Okay, I see. You're a Michigander, don't have a fucking snowmobile.
I don't have a snowmobile, man. I don't live on the ice.
And your kind and the horse you rode in on while I'm trying to drive my sled out of here.
Come race on the ice on Lake St. Clair.
Damn it. We do. We drive. I go up to Lake St. Clair, but I also drive across the bay between the Lower Peninsula and the Upper Peninsula. We do solemn on the pillars of the Mackinac Bridge. We go in and out and see how fast we can do it. We've done it every year.
Freeze over? The Straits of Mackinac freeze over?
Hell yeah. We do it every year once they freeze, but it hasn't freezed every year, but it's supposed to. It did when I was a kid, Ron, but now it's like once every 2 years.
Yeah, because it's kind of moving water. It's kind of draining off, you know what I mean? It's draining out of the system, so it's always kind of flowing slightly.
It keeps a constant level, so the Great Lakes freeze, bro.
You're up there.
We do the polar. You've never done the polar plunge. We do the polar plunge on the Great Lakes, bro, when they're frozen. But what you're trying to conceive is a complete freeze over. And you'll never get a complete freeze over. See, you got to ride slow across
That's a
there.
huge water, right, bro? That's a big water, right?
Yeah, you'll have a pond of ice in the center of it, but there'll be a frozen path. The first thing we do is find the path. But generally, it's on the Great Lakes where you can ride where the snow is. That's frozen.
I've seen them once. I only seen them once in
If
my
it's
life.
not frozen, the snow is going to sink down and it'll be a pond.
I went
You know
to
what I mean?
Thunder Bay once. I went to Thunder Bay once, and it was like an ocean. I couldn't believe it.
Mike, did you ever see that where it's like a pressure jam where the ice heaves up? It's like it buckles from the wind shifting and you get like a collision.
We get them. You can, we get wind drifts, wind lifts. That's what we call them. We get mountains in the ice.
If you're snowmobiling, and it's like some of these are like 3 feet up. They're jammed.
Yeah, well, they go one way. They go completely down the straight, so it'll be a straight line across the straight. And what we try to do is be in between two of them. They can look like frozen waves, but that's just it. You don't just drag race across here the first fucking time you hit it, bro. You gotta find your spot, man.
I'm just saying at nighttime, it's that could be dangerous if you're at nighttime. You're going
not for an amateur. Yeah.
No, Puck. Skilled men stay off the ice. No, we don't. I don't drive at night, bro.
Yeah, you can't see, and you're.
But here's the thing. Are you thinking if I go off the ice in the water, I'm going to sink on my sled? Because you know that's not true. It turns into a skidoo when I get in the water, and I just keep fucking going, right?
You can go across water for a good amount, but eventually,
no, you can go all the way across on the newer ones because they're a sealed hull.
Oh, wow.
It's a Sea-Doo once it. My Arctic Cat's a Sea-Doo once it hits water, bro. That shit's sealed. All I got to do is keep it balanced and keep the throttle.
Nice.
Now, see, is above the water.
It's a paddle
along.
It's a paddle track. So old sleds were made out of aluminum, and we got these carbon fibered sealed hull things that you haven't seen too many new sleds, bro. You're thinking of an old ass made out of aluminum sled. No,
aluminum. Yeah, you're saying they don't. Well,
so you've seen a Sea-Doo, right? I'm going to tell you what you need to imagine. You've seen a Skidoo.
Yeah.
So imagine the Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo, Ski-Doo. There's two different kinds. A ski is the one you stand up on. A Sea-Doo is the one you sit down on. No, it's a Ski-Doo. They just call it jet ski. It's a jet-propelled Sea-Doo. That's their name, Sea-Doo. It's a brand name, bro. Just like Ski-Doo. Right. But you need to picture a Sea-Doo with skis on the front and a track cut out and put in the center, but it's still got a hollow core in the center where the track bolts to. It's a carbon fiber core. So they're basically the same fucking thing, you know, just a little lighter. We got a little less thickness on the walls than the Sea-Doo does, but it'll float as long as you don't rupture your walls of your
So
sealed
under the
hull.
driver, there's basically an empty. You could store a
hollow
cooler.
area.
It's all storage in there.
No,
It's a hollow cavity, isn't it? It's hollow, but you can't access it. It's completely sealed in a box.
No,
is
you
it?
don't make it accessible. You want it sealed, and it's part of service. You only have it open for service and maintenance.
So it's completely sealed off from the bottom,
yeah,
but the top is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on the front, there's this entire sealed unit, but on the front, you can still lift it up like a normal fucking jet ski, and that's where your motor is. But it's sealed to be a flotation device. There's really nothing under there you got to service unless you put a fucking hole in it,
That's
bro.
good because
Then you open it up to patch it with fiberglass.
A lot of people that own snowmobiles do drive on ice, so it's probably good that it is.
That's why it's made
unsinkable.
that way. It's made to float. They're made to float now.
But
because they realize the old ones you could ride across a 60, 80 foot pond if you're going fast enough a 200 foot pond. But you got to be going fast when you hit the fucking water on an old sled.
I better modify a canoe on that, man. I better.
Then it's hard as hell. Listen, then it's hard as hell on an old sled at 120. You got your body is basically a aluminum U. It's a box that's only got 3 sides, and then it's got runners down the bottom of the box where the track is. So they become, when they go in the water, paddles, and you would think they keep you straight, but they pull you around all over. So on the older sleds, it's real hard at 100 mile an hour to keep that bitch straight when you go from snow to water.
I've seen guys do it. They have like a competition who could skim across the water.
Insanity, man.
Well, we still do it with the new ones because I mean, you can lean too far left and roll a new one and end up, you're not going anywhere. And now you got to.
I rolled a shitty-old one. I wouldn't want to know what it feels like to own a new one. It would break my glass.
If you lose forward momentum, the thing is not going to flow.
The gas more.
It is not buoyant enough to support itself sitting still. But moving it has enough buoyant surface area to stay afloat. Are you with me?
Hydroplanes, doesn't it?
Yeah, consistent hydro. Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah.
They're just built in a way now, man. You get 100, 250 yards out of water tracking. We call it water.
Thank God there wasn't a bulge in the water as I was going. It was a flat plane. Like, fuck, if I hit that bulge, I'd be over.
Hey, I'm just a Michiganer, me and Ron, and we were. Hold on. Hold on, hey. We're talking about sleds, and we were waiting for the Canadian to interrupt us about the sled, and correct us.
Damn.
We got sleds.
I was agreeing.
We got sleds in lakes and frozen lakes and all that shit here.
Yep.
The Canadians sound like Yoopers. Like if you go to the Upper Peninsula, they sound Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, hey, are you lost, buddy?
Wants to be Canadian. He wish he was, but fuck.
Hey.
You can keep trying.
Hey, are you hungry, eh?
Hey,
you need a beer? You thirsty?
No, just drink what you need to.
I can help you with that if you want.
Actually,
if you want.
Like the UP is connected to Canada. It's connected to the same landmass.
Yeah, we're very connected, man. Like these Great Lakes that you talk about.
We actually got 3 peninsulas,
They're kind of great between 2 nations, right?
Michigan actually has 3 peninsulas.
We share it, right? We share those Great Lakes.
Actually, but they do have fishing grounds, like the fishing waters of Canada, and over here, like they're different. Like if you want to fish on that side, you have to. Your license has to.
Hey, Lake Michigan salmon is Lake Michigan salmon, eh?
But
those boys that.
Oh, Lake Huron perch, that's still perch, eh? Walleye's walleye,
eh? They call it a pickerel.
And it's good.
I know.
Fucking with me every fucking day.
Walleye are the best, man. Like if you get a fresh caught walleye, that's like the best Perch too. Perch is probably better than
Amazing.
walleye even.
Yeah, I don't know. Like walleye's the best.
They're pretty much similar though. The two fish are very similar. The perch is a little bit more tastier, but you don't get as much meat. They're kind of
freshwater. It's a freshwater fish. Am I wrong? Freshwater perch. Yeah.
Yeah, freshwater perch.
Yeah.
Same thing with salmon. You get salmon.
It's common. Oh yeah, of course we get salmon. We get coho. We get sockeye.
No, here even in the Great Lakes we get them too.
Coast. You get those in the Great Lakes?
Yeah,
I'm a prairie guy. Hey, I'm a prairie guy. Like I don't see the Great Lakes. I just fuck with this guy all the time.
What? Hey, you never see the Great Lakes? Hey, you fucking land lover.
I told you I was in Thunder Bay and I saw it once.
Liver land loving Canuck, you, eh?
Yeah, I really am.
You,
I'm
this
a prairie
fucking
boy.
guy. I thought he knew the waters, eh?
Don't get fire on this, eh? This is what you're talking about, man. You want to talk about flat, man?
Thought he knew the waters, eh?
They don't call them the Great Lakes for nothing. Hundreds of miles of water is nothing to joke about.
Billions of gallons.
We got even flat prairie land here. I don't even need water to measure it. I got enough flat land around me.
You know, when you can't see land for hours, it's almost like an ocean, like a freshwater ocean.
They're in the ocean. They
Part
are.
of this. Yeah, I'm desperately in one of those. That's right.
I mean, I've never been to Lake Superior, but Lake Huron is pretty damn big. I've been there, and I'm like, damn, it seems like it goes on forever.
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 of them. They first walked into them. This is the story I heard in high school. Okay, don't hurt me on this, but they thought it was the end of the world.
You know why? Because your eyesight. We all know you can't see very far. You know, human eyes are only so good, but it is
but
that
they didn't know
massive.
that. They didn't know that.
Well, when you sail, even
Big
if you're
ball
in a
of water.
boat, if you're in a boat, you're not going to see Canada for a long time. If you're
I've been
sailing,
on a lake that big. That one there in Manitoba in Canada, that Lake Manitoba or Winnipeg, whichever fucking, there's 2 of them, man. They cover the whole province. You couldn't see the other side. There's no way. Not with those P1000.
No. What? At Lake Michigan?
Yeah, or even that one, Chicago to fucking whatever. Yeah, but I'm just
Only
saying, like,
60 miles.
Yeah.
Lake Michigan is long. It's long, but it ain't. It's not so wide. Lake Huron is wider.
350 miles.
Yeah,
we got some big lakes. Those Great Lakes. Here, Michigan is that? Michigan. Yes, it is a Great Lake, isn't it?
They are.
Yeah.
They are all Great Lakes. Yeah, Michigan, Superior, Huron.
Superior, Huron. Okay, Erie. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Did I get them all? Ontario.
Yep.
You go Ontario's one? I've never seen
Lake
that one.
Ontario, yeah.
I've never been there.
It's on the other side.
Tim Hortons. Maybe I'll show up.
By Ohio. Yeah. So
it's at the bottom. Yeah, he wouldn't see it. It doesn't.
I wouldn't see it if I could stick. That's right.
Well, if you know where I want to go on my bucket list is I want to go to
Canadians see what Lake Superior, Lake Huron, Lake Ontario.
I want to go to the bunny ear, the top of the Keweenaw Peninsula. I want to see.
Listen, you guys actually see all of them because when I go east of Michigan, it becomes Canada when I go around Lake Erie to go to New York.
Yeah.
That's
I always wanted a sailboat.
So Lake Erie is entirely in Canada, but accessible from Michigan.
Sure, we'll let you in, I guess. But I have to write a letter.
Lake Erie, yeah. If you
look at this map, I'll tell you, Lake Erie starts or USA starts below Lake Erie,
and St. Lawrence and flows. Yeah, man, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful lock.
Only a portion of it is considered even in the United States of America.
Right.
Lake Erie. Only
Lake Erie's like Cleveland. Cleveland is up in Lake Erie.
All right. That's Ontario from my side.
Then you got Toledo. Toledo is in Ohio. It's I don't know if that borders the water.
Windsor, That's why you got a 351 Cleveland and a 351 Windsor, because we could just ship the shit via the Great Lakes.
Yeah. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be the Panama Canal of fucking North America. Like, it's
but Lake Erie is situated right on the border between Canada and the United States.
Yeah, it's the trade for fucking Portage,
Detroit River.
And
the Detroit River is like the Mississippi. It's it's not really.
Yeah, on the bottom, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York are accessible to Lake Erie, but on the top, it's all Canada.
Yeah. And it should be.
Yeah, but everything below it is in so listen, my point is when you look at that, the only thing, the southern shore is America. But 90% of that lake is on Canadian land, dude.
Yeah, I didn't
we only only own the shoreline. So by international law, by national law or universal law,
that's right.
The body of water is accessible to us because we own shorefront property. And that's why we fought for that shorefront. It wasn't we didn't own that. We stole that from Canada, the lake shore.
Actually, Toledo in the Upper Peninsula was like a trade. It's like
yeah, we stole a lot of that. It wasn't a trade. We forced them into that. We bent their arm, Ron.
Who? Ohio?
I did
Ohio
a book
sold
report. America.
Ohio.
It was part of an agreement.
It was integral. It was an integral part of the
treaty agreement with Canada and the natives. That's native land from Native Canadian Americans, dude.
I know it's all reservation land, man.
That entire lake
is governmental.
Shut up, Buck. I want to say this. That entire lake is owned by the natives of Canada. It is in the, excuse me, shut up. It's in the original treaty Canada signed with the Occidental American Indians. We owned it and we treated it out to Canada. So technically they own that shorefront in some of Pennsylvania, some of New York, and some of Ohio. But we took it. We didn't require a pass for it. We didn't police it. So we pretty much took it. So they said, fuck it. They gave us what is known as a treaty agreement. Because we agreed to let them have that property based on the treaty we have, or Canada has. I say we because I'm both Canadian and American. But
I didn't know that. I didn't know you're Canadian too.
Yeah, I have dual citizenship. I'm a First Nations person. I'm actually free to go to Mexico or Canada without.
It sounds like you're a state citizen too. You could be a state citizen, like you could be a Michigander and just be exempt from it.
I'm a native Michigander. That's what I am.
Yeah.
That's my status.
Nice.
So that was my father's status too.
That's the way to go, Mike.
And they don't like to give it to white Indians, but because my bloodline goes chieftain, they can't take it from me because my ancestors have signatures on those treaties, so I have an inherent right to it.
It's fucking good.
I have an inheritance rights to anything they signed.
I'm all
if
for
I
that,
accept it. Now I can disregard it. I can say I don't accept it because I'm one of the generation. My great grandfather signed that treaty. I can say fuck what Grandpa did. Take our signature off. We don't agree with that shit. Then it becomes disputed.
Well,
but none have done it, and the ones that tried to do it realized they'd only be they'd be 0.5% of a dispute.
What is the amount of water that we get from there, Mike?
I had a question.
Water
from which one? Only Lake Erie is the least polluted.
On the United States side, how much water does Nestle take from that?
A lot, and it's all polluted. I want you people to know it's polluted with calcium from metal forging.
Yeah, man. Like it's all downwind, right?
Yeah, all the forges are right there on the waterways in Detroit. They're right there on the river. You can ride down the Detroit River that connects to the Great Lakes, and you can see hot metal everywhere. in the biggest forge you ever fucking seen.
I've never seen it. Can imagine.
Take the ferry to Boblo.
Hey.
It's not Boblo Island no more. It's something else. But take the ferry there. You'll see them.
Actually, Boblo was part of Canada. They I guess they bought it from some Canadians, and I don't think they don't run the amusement park anymore.
No, I went to Boblo when it was open though as a kid. I won a Michael Jackson contest on the ferry to Boblo.
You know that boat, Mike? I think
I won
do you know?
Yeah, I did. I won a zipper coat. I won a zipper coat for my ability to moonwalk and glide.
Nice.
I want to see that. I want to see that. Show that video. I want to see that zipper coat moonwalk.
If you look,
I wish I had
it. The Bobolo boat, how it was built, it looks like it might have been like older civilization, like that Tartarian.
It looks like what mud flood people call Tartarian technology.
It's steampunk. That's a good one.
Yeah, steam powered paddle technology. Well, we had steam power too. So what you're saying is essentially any steampunk shit we use is Tartarian because
I'm saying I don't think it was.
And the thing is, Tartarian was a name given to all taken over societies. It wasn't one group. There's no such thing as a Tartarian.
Because I'm using a general term because I don't know what else to
Tartarians
call
could have been, the Ottoman Empire when we took them bitches over and robbed all their shit and made it part of the collective. They
it's
became
just old
Tartarians.
technology. I'm saying it's probably old. It's older than what they claim. If they claim it was built in 1900, it could have been built 100 years before that. Is what I'm saying. It looks old. It looks. I don't believe it was made in the era they told us. I think it was inherited, and that shit was. When you've seen the pictures of Chicago, like a marble city, I'm like, what? That's Chicago? Are you kidding me? Like there was people built this shit. I don't know who they were. But they built technologies and like that steam powered boat, and
Boilermakers built that.
The workmanship on the Boblo boat was fucking phenomenal craftsmanship. The hand carving, the
Here, I'll show it to you. It's just a multi-deck. It's just a multi-deck steamboat, dude.
Right. But I'm saying it was built in an early era. It was pretty impressively built. I've never seen the engine room. I'd like to see that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the staircase and stuff. I'm looking at pictures and I'm
when I was on it when I was a kid, I thought it was old as fuck. If they were saying when I was 7 in 1977, I went to Boblo. If they were saying it was built in the last 20 years, I'd say yes, they're a liar because it looked old as fuck. And there were evidence of that in the metals. There was evidence of pitting. And they just painted right over the pitting from hundreds of years on the water.
It could have been a couple hundred years old. That's probably why they burned it up. They're like, you know what? This boat's way older than we're telling people. There's so many lies, man. Like if you go in Detroit,
today it looked great. That's after the picture I showed is after the Boblo Island nightmare. You know what I'm talking about.
They burned that boat. Oh, look at what a shithole.
Yeah, we can show it before and after, though. We can show a documentary picture where it shows it.
What was that? What was that fucking operation where they poisoned Winnipeg and a couple of these fucking places there just north of that or south of that?
Is that with the chicken poop, and they made the chickens all
No, not even a joke, man. No, there's no chicken poop, man. I'm telling you, man. They
Mike, is this a recent pic of what it looks like this now?
It's a mirror. It's a mirror of the old pic and a mirror of the pic now that it's burnt. It's burnt up now, and they covered it to repair it.
Oh, they're trying to fix it?
Yeah, that's why they got all those are just coverings. Yeah, those are just tarps. Yeah. It burnt,
what a wreck, man. That's a shame. It was such a beautiful boat.
Cool. That is a beautiful boat.
It's just a piece of Detroit history. There's two of them there.
It is.
It's amazing. Yeah.
The Boblo Island ferry boat. Where did it come from? Let me modify my search.
I think they said it was built in
on the fucking River Rouge. We had the River Rouge there coming through.
It looks like a river boat.
It was a paddle wheel
It
fucking
just
boat.
looks like an old river boat. Yeah.
It is. This is the boats that would go down the Mississippi. They were built.
Where
this
were
way.
the Bobble Island boats built? The SS Columbia, America's oldest surviving passenger steamboat, which was the Bobble boat, was built in Toledo in 1902. Okay, so 1972, it looked 72 years old. That could be feasible. In 79, it would have been 77 years old, and served as the Boblo boat ferry, ferrying crowds of people from Detroit to Boblo Island amusement park for 90 years.
1972, they had a fucking coal fucking
No,
steamer.
I was born in
paddle boat.
72, and in 79, I went on the boat.
Sure, they did. Sure, we did. That's a cool steamer, paddle boat.
So it burnt,
what ran the paddle?
it burnt in 1992 then because they had 90 years of service.
Off coal.
Is what they say, but honestly, I would think it's older than 90 years too.
Yeah, it looks older.
Well, I've seen a lot of our technology, and you can't say, listen, Toledo technology is Detroit technology because we designed it and we contracted it out to them to manufacture because they were on our water shipping route, and they decided to build. Michiganders built that Toledo factory.
Maybe they're better.
You know that, Ron. The Cleveland. The Cleveland 351 was built in a Michigander-owned factory that was in Ohio.
Oh, Detroit was the hub, dude. The industrial hub of the Midwest.
And they went to Cleveland because the taxes were cheaper. They built their plant
on the lake.
Yeah, they built their plant in Cleveland because the taxes were cheaper, and they could still ship it there via the waterways that are created from the Great Lakes, the rivers.
See, my cousin lives in Cleveland, and I drove there to see them, and they got like coal, they got oil.
Ford had a Cleveland motor, a Windsor motor, a Toledo motor. Chevy had Toledo motors, Windsor, Canada motors, and
what's the difference now?
Chevy had plants in Pennsylvania.
What about the Arrow, man?
We had Dodge plants all throughout Michigan. We even had Dodge manufacturing plants in New York.
Are the heads compatible with the blocks if you had a Windsor or you had like a 351 Windsor?
The blocks. Maybe. Wait. Well, yeah, they're compatible, but one, because one is a normal 350 small block. The other one is a 350 with 400 heads.
It's got to be bigger than that, man. They're fucking super engine, fucking diesel engine.
No, they're not. A
357 in that motherfucker.
351 is a
listen. A 351 is a 5.7 liter gasoline naturally aspirated combustion motor. The Windsor. The Windsor is a 187 valve, 7-to-1 ratio, 200 horse, 351 small block. Where that's the Windsor. Where the Cleveland is a 351 M400. It's got 400 heads on it and bigger valve bodies, and it puts out more horse. So the Cleveland lasts longer, or the Windsor lasts longer where the Cleveland's bigger weight. No, I got that backwards, don't I?
No, you're going there.
No, the Windsor is the M400. Yeah.
The Windsor had the bigger motor?
Well, the M400 is not a bigger motor. It has bigger heads.
Bigger heads, okay.
Yeah.
Same cubic inch.
Same cubic inch.
Galaxy. I had a
greater output.
Galaxy, 1967. It was built in Canada.
Well, low fucking. Give them the fucking one.
Well, it migrated here to Michigan, but it was built in Canada. I had the documents. I'm like, oh, the guy bought it in Canada.
Yeah, it's called a 351 modified 400. It's a 400 small block, but it's built on a 351 frame.
That sounds interesting. I love those cars from that era, like
Yeah,
the 60s.
so the 400 engine was based on the 351 Cleveland. Yeah.
So it's
They
just
have
a
a
bored out 351.
Yeah, so the Cleveland is a small block with a 12.7 millimeter stroke and 102 millimeter bore, 6.6 liter, it's a 6.6 liter small block. That's the Cleveland. And the Windsor is the 400. So the Windsor's just got bigger heads. It's got a deck increase. Man, I know it's like a 10.29 head system versus a 8.29 head system, and that's inches. 8 inches wide versus 10-inch. 8-inch heads versus 10-inch heads. You know,
more combustion, more power.
But you literally got a 351W, a 351C, and a 351WM, which is a modified 400. So what they got is a wider head. The heads are bigger, they're easier to cool. But what a bigger head does is allows you to make a bigger domed portion for the piston, so you get more compression, which means more torque and more horsepower. And then if you increase the size of the valves, you can let out more air and let more air in, and that increases horsepower even more.
What an amazing industrial feat.
So when you increase horsepower and torque, that means so at a certain torque, you can pull a whole shot half a block because it's only got the torque or the power to spin the tires to 30 mile an hour. But the M400 got so much fucking torque, you can smoke the tires all the way to 50.
There's no tires, man. It's a fucking paddle wheel, dude.
Oh, this is gearhead shit that I love. It's where the rubber meets the concrete. Asphalt.
In this situation,
this is the part I love.
Where would you have that engine?
Combustion ratio, torque ratio. Most people don't even know the equations that go with it. So you had a custom Galaxy, is what you said, right? Like a 500.
No, it was not a custom. It was just a basic run of the mill. It was
Galaxy 500.
Yeah.
That you could get a Galaxy
it was a
500
custom. Yeah, it was a custom, Mike. Custom was the low end. It wasn't the deluxe. It was custom was the lower trim.
Yeah. The Galaxy 500 is a custom. Galaxy 500 custom.
Yeah.
A fucking engine that would run one of these cruise ships.
Did you have the 460 4-speed, or did you have
I had the
block?
puny. I had like the 200 something. It was a puny ass motor.
Oh,
the motor.
You had the 269 straight 6.
He bought the economy model, that cheap bastard.
269 straight 6.
No, it was. I think it was a V8, but it was the wimpy
Was it
one.
a 500 custom?
It's a board fucking engine.
Hold on, bro. I gotta know. Was it just a 500 custom or a Ford Galaxy 500?
No, I think it was a 5. It wasn't even a Galaxy trim. I think it was just.
It was a 500 custom.
Yes, it was that.
All the Galaxies came with a V8.
Yeah, the Galaxy. Well, mine still had a V8, but it was like it was like a 280 or
a big bore V8.
It had a wimpy V8. It was like a 280
something. Cruiser, like we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay, so you had the 289 4-speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a Galaxy. It's a Galaxy body. It's just called the 500 custom. Ford 500 custom.
It didn't have
because it had a small V8.
Sounds cool.
I bought it sight unseen, like from an auction, and I thought it had the big motor, and I was like,
yeah, they wouldn't let you put Galaxy on there unless you had that 6.6 Cleveland or the 460.
Yeah, that was disappointing.
Galaxy was a package. The Galaxy package.
It had the motor.
That means you had the motor and trans, the torque, and the gear ratio to blow out the entire Galaxy. That's why it was called the Galaxy.
And it was a sexy beast. It was a very sexy.
Oh, yeah, even
what kind of ship is this?
Listen, even the customs are sexy.
I am listening.
Yeah.
Like, what is
I like
I'm talking around. Even the cheapest of the custom, it's a 500 series, the Ford 500.
It needs the bigger motor though. Like if I would have kept it, I would have put the big motor.
All the Ford 500 cars are sexy as a motherfucker.
Oh, the 67 was really sexy. I was like, wow, I fell in love.
All of them. All you got to do is look at the Ford 500 series. It's kind of like Impala or Caprice to Chevy.
Yeah, they're beautiful cars.
Yep.
But when you don't have the motor, it has the looks, but it has no motor. Dude, Mike, the hinges on that car, they're like 3/4 inch thick steel.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, what is this? Look how overbuilt this thing is.
Look, did yours look like this? Probably not. It probably wasn't that clean or sexy. I don't know.
Oh, that thing, yeah. It did not. You have the fastback. Yeah, mine was not that sweet.
Yeah, that's the 500 fastback.
You're not even talking boats anymore.
Oh, that thing's sexy. Yeah,
it is. That's the difference between the custom and the fastback. But the customs are still nice.
I thought mine looked cool.
Yeah, yours. Listen, this. Okay, so some of the normal people think that you couldn't get just a 500 package outside of the Galaxy that was badass, but they forget about the 67 Ford 500 custom had a 427 4-speed in it. Cobra Jet.
Yeah.
They're fucking idiots, man. They're idiots, dude. I'm telling you, this is one of the baddest Ford 500s out here. I'll show 500. It's a 67.
Is this your car, or is this just one you picked off the internet?
No, this is just an internet pick. I don't have one of them. I do have a Galaxy 500, a 70, but I have one of these 67s with Cobra Jet customs.
I'd like to get one, like maybe when I'm older.
It's not done. It's one of them that's there and totally original, and I'm yet to do something with it. You know what I mean?
There you go.
That's a Galaxy 500 custom with a 427 Cobra Jet in them.
Nothing but engine in that motherfucker.
You can use that 427 Cobra Jet engine right now to lead the drag race circuit. If you're a bad motherfucker.
Nothing but engine in that.
Those will beat the fucking 526 cubic inch series. They'll beat the 526.
I'll smash it.
The big blocks are just like small blocks. You can make a small block beat a big block. You can make a big block beat a small block. It's all about gear ratio.
That's right.
For the distance that you're racing. If you're going to race 2 miles.
How do you shave weight? How do you shave weight off that? It's a pretty heavy car.
These cars they're coated with a tar. First you acid dip them. Then we drill holes and shit, Ron. Because, there's way more steel there than you need. So you can waffle the frame. You can make it like Gutenberg cheese. You know what I'm saying?
That's all engine. That's all engine. That's engine.
Yeah. The frames are, like you said, 3 1/4 thickness, dude. Tube steel. So you can just drill a lot of holes in it.
Oh, even the doors. The doors themselves probably
you just have to make sure every hole is 1 inch from every other hole. And then you can drill holes all the way through it waffled, as long as you got a 1 inch piece holding them 2 holes together. And it won't even twist when you pull 600 RPMs and lift the front end.
Well, I'm saying
I call them old gas guzzlers.
The steel on the doors and the quarter panels is so thick. You hit it, like say you knock on it, you could tell it's substantial.
Oh yeah, you don't want to punch that old car. You can punch a new car and put a dent in it. You won't dent that fucking old ass Ford.
That thing it's like a helmet. Yeah, it's tough.
That's why we call it Detroit Iron, bro. That's why we use Detroit cars for a fucking smashed up derby, son.
You know what it reminds me of, Mike? Like a shovel blade, like a spade shovel blade.
Yeah.
It feels like that.
Nasty.
Yeah, they're that. Exactly, they're that thick. Yeah, that's the point. Yours probably look more like this. The old man laid back custom 500 with the 289.
You into the bikes ever? Good old Detroit shovelheads or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I'm into motorcycles.
Yeah,
what gearhead isn't?
They're deadly.
I got a shovel head and a pan head.
That's kind of what it looked like, man.
Wow, that's a space mobile. Look at that.
Yep, that's what mine looked like.
Straight up. It's like
no, the back wasn't rounded like that. My back end wasn't rounded, and the window wasn't rounded.
Yeah, yours is probably the earlier year when it years earlier than that. Where
mine was more square. This one,
yeah, they
the
were
earlier
square.
one was mine was mine was
that's
later.
a 68.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a 68. They started to round them later in the years. They were more squared up in the beginning of the years. We didn't know how. That's called a rolled. Stop, bro. That's a feat of technology. We rolled the walls and made them rounded so we could make them thinner, and they still had the same strength, Ron.
The rounded glass, I don't think I had that.
That's why older cars are squarer than newer cars, because older cars were thicker and we could make them a flat side, and it was so hard to dent in because of how thick they were. The newer ones, when we thinned the metal out, we put an arch on it like an egg's got an arch to add strength from that angle.
What year is that? What year is that car? 1963 is like we're about to go to space on that, or what?
Is the white one?
It's a 68.
Yeah.
It's a 67 or a 68.
Look at it, like, we're gonna like tour the moon on that. We're gonna buy this car. We're gonna tour this moon, children. Children, get in the car. We're gonna tour the moon.
The front headlights that are stacked. The vertical
I can give you a picture from a different angle, bro.
The vertical headlights in that front end is what I was like, damn, this car's sexy.
This car kind of looks like a 63 Impala Super Sport, Ron. Really, that's really what I think these are reminiscent of. This is Ford's
what
version.
Did you say, Mike? I didn't hear you.
It's Ford's version of the 63 Impala Super Sport or the Chevelle. Here, I'll give you a picture. Hold on. You'll see it when I lay it sideways for you, bro. It's Ford's version of this fucking car, I'm telling you. You'll see it. Here, takes me a minute to do a copy snip. I'm old. My bad.
Just appreciating old Detroit muscle cars. Like, even though it didn't have the muscle.
I'm the guy that can take you down to the evolution of a car and a manufacturing and a shape. Because
mine didn't have that weird rear end.
Yeah, we changed the shape due to material and process to have the same strength with a thinner thickness. So a 3/4 inch steel wall, man, it's like trying to penetrate a tank. You can run into it sideways and it doesn't. You're just gonna fucking dent it, and that's it, you know. But when we make it a 1/4 inch wall. Dude, some of these had 3/4 inch walls and panels on the doors. These cars in the 60s. Dodge and Chevy too. Your fucking Chargers can be 3/4 inch or 1/2 inch.
What are you talking about? The door hinge? Like
the thickness of the panel wall.
Well, they're obviously not 3/4 thick. I'm saying
no, not 3/4.
The hinge for the door was literally that thick, though. Like the steel for the hinge, it was about 3/4 thick. I'm like, damn, that is some thick plate that they made these hinges because the door was heavy. You know what I mean? The door probably weighed 200 plus pounds.
Yeah.
And you need a strong hinge. And I'm like, damn, they didn't skimp on the iron. Look at the thickness. I mean, like you don't see nothing like that even on my truck. There's nothing near that thick. Because the door was long too. The door is probably 4 foot long.
That's a big ass door, right?
Hey, dude,
Can you imagine what the strength needs for that hinge thing just to hold that up?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't skimp. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I'm like, look at this.
That's awesome.
This thing. It does look like it belongs on a tank.
It should. It is a tank.
It was probably like 16 gauge steel or 18 gauge steel. Yeah. Probably 18.
That looks like an El Camino. That last picture.
Yeah,
I wanted to say.
It looks odd to me. I don't think mine.
Like.
Well, it looks too thick at the rear end. At the very rear end, looks too tall, like a Corvette. Looks like you took a Corvette rear end and mixed them together like a hodgepodge.
It's something. It's way too long. The back end's way too long.
Only. What is this for, dude?
I don't know.
Oh, I seen this coin shortage bullshit. They're pushing that again, Jensen?
Yeah, fuck, man, I'm done listening to that shit. Fucking life, weird life, fucking bullshit. Fuck. Fucking big. Fuck off. I gotta fucking hang it up on that.
I'm gonna see if I got a picture of it on my phone. I'll share it.
I'd rather watch fucking big old cars that didn't exist. But
I am a car guy. I do like cars and trucks.
like cars and bikes and boats and anything mechanical or whatever, right? Anything that boats or floats or fucking.
I like machine tools.
Yep. Ron used to scrap engineering and manufacturing plants. He knows a lot about a lot of that shit. Ron used to go out and salvage everything he could and scrap the rest.
I used to sell those machine tools, old
I
lathes,
know.
like stuff.
Yeah, high speed tooling steel. Yeah, a boring bar, stainless steel cut off. They still got life in them. They can still be used.
There's real value there, man. There's real value.
You get to go in and scrap out a turning shop, man, whether it's vertical or horizontal. You could get $1 million in tooling and not know it and just scrap it all.
I have a cigar box, like a wooden cigar box of high-speed steel.
Yeah.
It's got
the high-speed steel is more valuable than the fucking carbide because you don't reuse carbide, but you resharpen and reuse high-speed steel.
Okay.
I got a good amount. I got
where's
probably
high steel used? Where's high steel?
I got 3/8 and I got 5/16 and quarter.
And once we're done using them for the intended purpose, we just grind them all up and make them cutoffs. High-speed cutoff steel. Yep.
You're talking tensile strength, looking high-strength steel, not high speed.
No, man, it's called high-speed stainless steel. Stainless steel. High-speed stainless steel. Tooling steel.
New type of steel, man.
I'm not talking high. It is high tensile, but it's intended for speed.
Okay.
It has listen. The reason it's rated high speed steel is because it's relative to the spindle speed of the machine it's being used in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just like a carbide, they'll give you recommended speeds to turn it at.
I can handle that.
Or so a 1600 spindle speed. That'd be a RM MG50 G180
is that cast steel?
SP16
or is that
M150 that tells the coolant to turn on, to go to 201, to run a spindle speed of 1600, and then to start spinning and start a 7-inch cut.
All right. Okay. You're getting like an over and beyond whatever the fuck. Is that a cast steel?
Cast? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's not cast. Iron's cast. Steel's not cast. All steel is rolled.
So high-speed steel.
Am I right, Ron? Cast steel is called cast iron. Diluted cast iron.
So it's worked iron? It's worked steel?
Steel is worked. It's rolled.
I get that.
Steel is worked iron. So it becomes steel when it goes through a rolling process.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right.
So what makes it so fancy?
So you can't have cast steel.
Well, that's why I was throwing it at you, man. Right?
Oh, to test my knowledge.
Well, kinda.
You're testing me now, huh? So the strongest cast you can have is diluted cast iron.
It's kind of shitty iron.
And diluted traded cast iron is what we use on military grade drums that are like 2 inches thick, and they gotta stop a 200-ton tank. Wow. We don't want them to wear out very well. We don't want to wear them out very well.
I don't think like
so we cast them. Listen, diluted means it's casted at 3,000 degrees, and then in 3 seconds, with Freon injection, it's brought down to -0, and it's hard and dense as it can be.
That's right.
And it's still
And
not
it's
considered
fragile.
steel.
And it's fragile. It'll break exactly where you want to.
It'll break.
That's not what I was asking, man. Speed steel. This crazy speed steel. I've never heard of it.
High speed steel M2.
Yeah, what? Is it an alloy? Is it pressed steel? Is it a forged steel?
It's got tungsten in it, so it's high speed steel.
Tungsten.
It's
So it's
tungsten.
an alloy.
Yeah, it's similar to a carbon steel.
Okay. It's another grade. So it's a formed steel then.
Yeah, you melt it together in a blast furnace and then solidify it in a shape.
That's what I was asking.
It's called machine tool because it's made to cut other steels. It's harder.
I've heard of tool steel. I've heard of tool steel. It's ultra hard. So high speed steel is
you can cut high speed. That's what it means.
Right.
Like you turn faster.
Right. Cool, man. That's cool. I'm just asking.
So it's all about the temperatures when it's poured. So it's kind of like diluted iron cast, except when you solidify it at 4,750 degrees, then you take it down to 3,000 degrees Celsius. You know, you go from 3,000 or 2,000 to 160 Fahrenheit in an instant.
You gotta do a neutralization period.
It's called molybdenum high-speed tool steel.
Molybdenum.
It is a tool steel.
Molybdenum.
That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And he has some components to it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
molybdenum is
UNS T11302, right? It's T11302 steel.
Never heard it.
Tooling steel.
You use molybdenum in like 4140, 4130.
Yeah.
It gives you more of a it gives you more
It's
of
a tungsten.
malleability amongst the product. You can better shape it and easier.
Listen,
Yeah, cool.
it's a tungsten steel process.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was new to me. I never heard that.
T1 was the first high speed steel. T1. Tungsten 1. But it's from the tungsten process. It's just they said what they did to iron to make it diluted, cast iron to make it real dense and real solid. They did the same shit to tungsten. They got it hotter and brought it down to a lower temperature quickly to make it dense and solid.
Yeah, could make it brittle. Could make it brittle doing that way. I think they naturalize it. I think they put it.
They do as much as they can.
Yeah,
They neutral. It's called neutrally after it's casted. It's neutralized.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of us listen when you worry about. You said, "How do we lighten it up?" And I said, "We drill holes through frames." A lot of us get so hyper fastidious on weight. We take the old frame out and we build a hollow two-frame chassis, and we lose 1,000 pounds.
Hey, man. Did you know the ISS is floating?
Yeah, but we don't
in like 2,000 degrees.
We don't lose 1,000 pounds just on the frame, but we lose 1,000 pounds on a high-speed chassis frame. You can put all the newest, lightest, hardest materials: carbon fiber brakes, aluminum runners,
everything
high-speed disc rotors, shit like that, and you're losing weight on everything you attach to it. So it's not just the frame; it's the front end and the rear end too. That
would it survive?
Hold on, bro. It's a combined weight loss.
Oh,
and then when you acid dip them and get the tar off, fuck, you're losing 1,300 pounds on a 2-door, and damn near 1,800 pounds on a 4-door.
With a 4-door? Hey, how did Tesla's fucking car?
Listen, that shit's so heavy. When we make it a drag car, we build the lightest chassis you've ever seen. That's only got a roll cage around the driver, and then we cut everything out but the outside body, and we weld that to the frame because them they're just fucking thick, dude.
Because we can.
Yeah, they're thick and they're heavy. But it means a tubbed body won't be denting on. I built drag cars that the body I put on there once I just raped everything off of it. The wind pushes in on the body and puts these big circular dents in them because it pushes the whole panel in. The wind going from 0 to 130 in 6 seconds.
You know what I don't like is when I get one rock from a trucker and it splits my whole screen when my car freezes in the winter and I reheat it. I got a whole goddamn stream of rock there across my.
I went out there with a torch, dude, in cold water and popped the whole dent right out the side of a car. And these new cars they're so thin. You know how you heat up a cookie sheet in the oven and it pops.
See that? Can you see it in the live stream?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, you had the deluxe, custom deluxe.
Really showing up.
It was sexy, man.
That is a big engine.
That's a custom deluxe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a custom Ford 500 custom deluxe.
Nice.
It needed the motor. It was all show and no
Well,
go.
you know what tells me it's a deluxe? It's got the vinyl top.
No, it was white. It was just white paint. It wasn't vinyl.
Well, yeah, it's okay.
It was a custom
You can
500.
get it with a vinyl, but they have the 2 different colors. Usually, the deluxe has a different colored top or a 2-tone paint job.
I wasn't crazy about it. The color, like the puke green, but it looked cool. Like the whole.
Look at the engine.
You know,
I have a good engine.
I got some Dodge and Ford green paints that my dad had from the 60s, and they are dull and ugly as hell. But if you take it into the mixing booth and you apply some metallics to it, tap in a little pearl and candy, you can make some hot colors out of them.
I don't necessarily mind the green, but it needed like maybe green metallic.
I can use that. I can use that green to increase the amount of purple I have as a base color, or darker colors on the spectrum. I can use that for light filler.
Yeah, there was no metal flake.
But in person, that green would be fucking amazing.
Well, if you take that green and give it a shot of Mopar purple, it's going to come out blue or a light purple. And then you mix it in with a dark purple, you will have a Mopar purple, plum crazy purple that's maybe a shade off. Because I got shade testers for fucking paint, you know.
Look at the front end. The front end was sexy.
I got a digital tester. I can put the digital tester and it'll give me a paint number for the paint I'm holding it over. It'll tell me exactly.
The front end?
It looks like a mad fucking dinosaur fucking beast taking me down, man. That is a mean machine.
Listen, bro.
That's awesome.
Listen, a non-car guy would think that's a Plymouth Fury.
Yeah?
Yeah, but they wouldn't see the Ford up there, but it looks just like the Plymouth Fury, dude.
Well, it's got an interesting beak on it. I mean,
it doesn't look like my
very interesting. Like it's one of a kind.
It doesn't look like my Plymouth Fury, but it looks like a certain year of Plymouth Furies.
But the beak on the peak, that is
here. You want to see a real Plymouth Fury? How it sits in the garage?
I don't know, man. That's what that one looks like. It's got a good beak on it. Looks like the eagle. You got a dead cat in yours.
So Plymouth Fury 2. Listen, this is my gem, my baby. The only car I like better than this in the collection is a '63 spit window Corvette, and I got a '57 Corvette. I got an old Thunderbird, but this is a Plymouth Fury 2.
Oh fuck yeah!
383 full blown, and that's what a gearhead calls a dime piece, baby. That's my lay.
That's a Hot Wheels car. Look at that motor.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I had to cut that hood custom for it to do like that. You can't open it or close it. You got to lift the ass end up, slide it over the blower forward, and then take the hood off.
That's beautiful, Mike.
You got to do tricks to it just to work on it. But I like the way it looks without. Otherwise, I'd have had to cut a hole the size of the blower. You know what I mean?
I would like a Hot Wheels car like this.
It's only supposed. Yeah, it's only supposed to have the 2 ribs on the hood. It's not supposed to have that blower sticking out.
No, I get that. That's
but
like
it had a 383 in it, and I thought, man, that bitch would look full blown with 3 nipples instead of 2.
Only one takes air though. You only need the blower. The rest is for looks.
Yeah. Well, they can cool the motor too. You can make them functional.
True.
You can make them cool the motor, but their overheating wasn't really a problem with that car. The engine carriage is so big it doesn't hold heat.
You only go a quarter mile, so
that's a gallon of gas, dude.
Right.
On 4 gallons, I can get all 4 gears.
4 gallons.
You know it's got baby seal seat covered interior too.
Really?
No, it's a fucking joke. I do have leather, custom leather interior in that though.
That thing is deluxe out. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like a race car. It looks all pimped out.
That's my wet dream. I bought it a different color and put that color on it. I painted that.
See, like that's almost too nice to race. Like you don't have the roll cage. I don't see a roll cage.
I don't take that to too many fucking races, Ron. I've never raced it, and I don't take it to too many car shows. It's kind of one of them that just sits in the collection that I've been thinking about putting in my bar portion of the barn just for something to look at with the knucklehead and the shovel head.
Just eye candy, yeah. I mean, you can't drive it anywhere.
Listen, in my bar, I got a big hot box that I built into the wall, and I had to roof it and side it and all that. But I just set a Harley panhead in there.
You should take it to the Woodward Dream Cruise, but you can only go so many miles with if it's 4 gallons per mile. You're not going to get too far.
Well, it's kind of a joke. I actually think you get about 7 to 8 miles per gallon.
No, that's not bad at all.
That's not what it's about, though. I'm right in.
He said it's not bad at all. Listen, my piece of shit old car gets 30 miles to the gallon, but yeah.
What? How do you get? What kind of car gets 30?
I was talking about like the Yugo and the Chevette. What do they get? 20?
Oh,
they get like 24. 25.
I was gonna say nothing.
You know what I mean?
I don't think you own anything that gets that high of mileage.
Hell no, I don't.
It's got a big V8.
Everything, yeah. Even my Lincoln's got a V8. Yeah, with bigger bore injectors, a bigger cam system.
Yeah, I don't think Battlemax drives anything less than a V8.
Listen, I beefed this fucking Lincoln all up because it was all-wheel drive, and I didn't realize I was putting. Well, I realized it, but I just didn't think about that. I was putting stress on the distribution drive axle because it's like an H. There's 2 axles for the front and a drive shaft that goes to the back, and then 2 axles for the back. And so I ended up having to have a custom system made for that. Cost me $6,000. So
what truck was this? Was that mud truck you have?
No, it wasn't a mud truck. It was a Lincoln MKZ.
Oh, Lincoln. Okay.
Yeah, because I took it from 182 ponies stock to 325 ponies.
Mic check.
That's why I like the SHO. The SHO looked like an old lady car and got down like a bitch.
Thanks.
Yeah, you can talk. Battlemax will be quiet. I'm not above being quiet, so somebody else can get their word.
Can we see the mud truck, Mike?
Yeah, I think so. I think I got that on this.
That looks like a baby Bigfoot. He's got the baby Bigfoot truck. Didn't have as big of tires, but you can tell there's a lot of engineering. I mean, Mike is a fucking machinist, a mechanic, a welder, like all the shit, all the trades he learned.
Yeah, all around fabricator.
That's pretty impressive amount of skill sets. I mean, some guys that can build a motor can't do the other things, but to know all those trades is
my dad did them all, and what my dad didn't do, my uncles did. So I got sent from uncle to uncle to uncle. You know what I mean? To learn this and learn that.
Self-taught. He's like Jay Leno, except he builds all his shit.
He's the loss of a dying breed.
I know some people find it hard to believe, but listen, bro. Jay Leno offered to buy my '63 split window. He wants it.
Hold on. What did you say? Jay Leno bought your car?
No, he wants to buy my '63 split window Corvette because it's a custom thing. There's only 4 of them, and that's what he likes to fill his collection with, one-offs.
Oh hell yeah! Look at that.
That's a mini Bigfoot. It's a Ford Ranger sitting on 44s. That's not a full-size truck. That's a Ford Ranger.
That's
fucking deadly.
I want that.
It's got a 460. It runs on E80. The Plymouth Fury runs on E82. That's not it's not top fuel. It's just airplane fuel, you know.
And those ones that has Posy fucking Posy suspension.
Yeah, it's ethanol. E80 is ethanol. It's a high. It's an alcohol. It's an alcohol burner. It's just not pure alcohol.
E85. I used to see E85 fuel, but I don't see it anymore.
You can buy E85 at the fucking gas pump, but that's not the E series that I run on. I run on a different E series. It's race fuel, RE.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the E85 stuff at the gas is like shit. It collects water and because
because they did a poor mixture on the alcohol and the ethanol.
Shit. I wouldn't want to feel that. I wouldn't want the fuel bill. That is insane.
The fuel system collects water and then it corrodes, right? So especially in Michigan where it gets cold and you get condensation, all the fuel system
we don't want
it doesn't last very long with E85.
No, because the cool temperatures will separate it. And it'll make it fuck up your system. You'll have moisture. If you get 1 droplet of water on your piston, right, on top of the piston, water doesn't burn and it doesn't compress. But when you send an electronic 1,000-watt ignition system through it, it becomes a plasma cutter. So you get 1 molecule of water. Hold up. You get 1 complete molecule of water on your piston. Your ignition system comes off, and the spark you send down through it to make it run zaps a hole right through your fucking piston.
You get cavitation. You get those holes and pitting and shit.
Yeah,
I imagine.
Catastrophic.
You can't listen. Water in a high amp fuel system is a bitch. You don't want it. It'll kill your fucking race car. It'll melt the pistons every time because the high pressure separates water from fuel, and you'll end up when you spit all the fuel out, some water attaches to your piston.
Hey, Mike.
Hmm.
Hey, you don't have to shut up, man. You know what? I like listening to you talk, you know. But just don't interrupt me or I'll have to come up there and smack you down. I'm only kidding.
You want to sing? I know a new song. It's Exodus. Exodus.
What? Say it again. Did you write a song?
Exodus, Persona non grata. No, I got a new song to sing.
All right.
Exodus, but you got to keep it on the death metal. I'm the one you blacklist, the one you quickly dismiss. Me being on toward, not hatred, no hatred unexplored, discard, cast aside, all anger magnified. This is my emancipation, cut the tumor, burned buried deep inside. Your voice brings me to rage. I can't stand the thought of you, persona non grata. Repay my faith misguided, this falling house divided, my words you disavowed, verbal shots across my bow. Cannon fodder, I'll be no more, enemy now at my door. This is my emancipation, my silence now becomes a roar. Your voice brings me to rage, I can't stand the thought of you. Persona non grata. I've been the downcast, I took the blame, fault all the shit you laid on me. You put me dead last, defiled my name, to bring me to my knees. but I rise up and drop you out. Revolution is about to be laid down, and I'll earn your science. I'll work for it, for your fucking silence through violence. This is my Independence Day. Your voice brings me to rage. I can't stand the thought of you. Discord is my true reward. I detest you. I protest you. I've obsessed you. You require me. You retire me. You rewire me. I walk away unsolidated. My revenge uncoiled. The one you can so despise, now everyone has to recognize. Here I stand, tower above you, underfoot I think not of you. This is my emancipation, living in a world devoid of education. Your voice brings me to rage. I can't stand the thought of you. Can you play a beat to it?
Yeah, I actually hear it. I actually hear when you've said like what the death metal. I could hear do 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 do. Like when
Persona non grata. Persona non grata.
So that was inspiring. So who was that song about? Who's the person?
Exodus.
Yeah.
Helio. Exodus. That's an. No, Persona non grata.
Not a person.
It's by Exodus.
Oh, okay, I get it.
The song is Persona non grata, and it's by the band Exodus.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
They're fucking. They're awesome, dude. Here, I'll share the link with you if you want to check it out. Helio shared it with me. It's the shit. He's like, you got to check it out, Mike. He sold it to me by saying, this is the new Master of Puppets Metallica album, which means it's the new hot shit on the block in our language.
sometimes my head can't handle the heavy metal, but
oh yeah, this shit penetrates your brain, drives you insane. I just like the flow, so I let it go. Yeah.
I have to like sequester myself away from most media music so I don't get clouded.
Well, at your age, you're stuck in a certain mood music, but most music is mood music. You have to have the mood for that music, right?
No, listen, I'm not really stuck in it. I'm not really stuck in any particular mood or genre.
You're in that peace and love genre.
No, actually, you know what what I've been able to portray on my instrument, on the guitar, is I like ragtime, honky tonk, big band era,
blues,
all these influences. I like the old blues. Yeah,
ragtime. I was gonna say that ragtime, honky tonk, and blues all exist in the flavor. I hear you do. You're like doom doom doom, doom doom. Good time.
Listen, I laugh at myself sometimes because I'm going, that is corny as fuck. I'm like,
but it's a good time vibe. I don't know. Listen, some of the shit you thought was corny when you said, did you guys actually like that? We were digging it. It was all bluesy and funky all at once.
Which one? Like when?
Man, a few times you played and you said that sounded all bluegrass, but to me it sounded more like blues and funks mixed together. There's been a few times me and Helio said, no, that was jamming. You just wasn't digging it.
Yeah,
it wasn't your flavor.
Well, it's not that. It's just I try to project a certain thing that I'm feeling or hearing inside of me, and sometimes it doesn't line up, so that I have to make adjustments.
My rhythm kind of matches a heartbeat and a blood flow.
Right.
Guess what? It's 3:27 a.m. where I'm at. Makes me think of a Corvette.
Yeah, it's pretty late. It's after midnight. I gotta go to bed.
Well, I don't care how late it is. I was thinking about my Corvette. 3:27, bro. My season ended. I'm out to have fun. Day off, I might not get another one.
You don't know, man. That's right.
No, the winter is my days off.
I kind of miss the karaoke on here, so now I'm awake. It's like, where are they all? That's
because first I pushed it, and then I got tired of fighting against people to push it. They want to talk when we're trying to sing and make a fool out of ourselves and have fun, and then Miss Musk came in and pushed on it because she's like, man, we got a lot of talented people and good singers and shit.
I know.
So she captained it. If you want to be the next one to captain it, me and Miss Musk will pass the torch to you. Because I got the torch from Karen. It was Karen's idea in the beginning. Karen B. Shout out to my homie.
Right on. Cool. I love this community that there are these connections. That gives me a lot of hope.
Ooh, you got a couple. Well, a person, you want to go through them people and try to talk to them because I want to go get some snacks. I'm hungry again. Always catch up on the eating I missed off when the winter starts.
Mm-hmm.
During the summer, I work good and eat poor.
He's like a bear. He's gonna go into hibernation. He needs to.
I know.
Hell no, man. Listen, bro. You got to hear it in this perspective. I got 2 days a year I work. I got two kind of days in my year: a work day and a vacation day. Summer, the entirety of summer and spring are my work day.
Right.
Fall and winter is my vacation day, my day off. I get 1 day off, and it's the fall and the winter.
Well, I'm kind of here full time, so that explains my situation.
So by the end of the day off, I'm ready to work again. But by middle of the first day or June, I'm ready to quit again. I need a day off, but I won't get one until fucking November.
The blacktop paving is a tough gig.
Yeah. So my day off really starts. I'm happy if all the maintenance and everything is done by December 15th, or I've had to go to Christmas Eve. And my people didn't care because their wives got the shopping done, and they said, "Fuck it, I'll make money all the way up to Christmas Eve," because I give them a week or two off. Actually a week or two. They're on their winter break the minute they're done doing maintenance. So my guys will take it all the way up to they're going to wake up Christmas morning with their kids, but I got guys that'll work with me till 3 a.m. in the morning Christmas Eve if we got to.
Do you do any snow removal in the winter?
I don't, but my trucks do and my employees do. I got 10 trucks that I lease my dump trucks. I lease 60 tons.
That's what I meant. Like to have all that iron just sit around through plow season.
I got 10 30 tons and 2 60 tons. I put blades on them. And the city pays me so much every year for those trucks. And they pay the wages. So I get rent on that truck. They pay for the gas.
Nice.
And they pay the driver.
Like you hope it don't snow.
Yeah,
so the county doesn't need to own them. He just rent them from you.
Right. So those are the ones that I'm trying to get the maintenance done on them before the end of the year because they're going to go right to snowing. But if there's not, when it rains like this, then I get on-call money too. Because they're on call, I get a solid amount for each truck every week. I'm going to make a couple $1,000 every week, even if my trucks don't do no work during the winter.
Do they put a salt spreader on the dump truck? You got all that hooked up?
I don't. That's their shit. You just go to
they mount it on your truck when
we go to the county yard and just back up to it, and they mount it on. Their maintenance man mounts it on.
Oh, it sits in your box.
It mounts on the back of the dump box.
Okay.
And you fill the dump box with salt to give you weight while you're plowing on the road. And when the spreaders are empty, because there's one on each side, you got to get in the box and shovel it into the spreader.
Do you wear that fucking salt level though? Is that salt always level?
I already said I don't do that shit. My employees do it that don't want to take the winter off. I don't know how the fuck they do it. You can work just as many hours plowing snow as you do asphalt, but at least with snow you get a break. You might
get
work
tired though. You got
that.
When you're plowing snow, you don't. Sometimes you go like 16, 18 hours. You're just going.
You do that all year long with asphalt. You might go 24, 36 hours. Then you get 5 hours.
Shit. You run it that hard.
You do one time. You're not doing that.
No.
That way, man. Come on.
No, they only do that if they choose to.
Like in your town, like 10 kilometers at most.
If a Puck would quit interrupting me, when we go out of town, we sleep in the truck. So it's hard to sleep in the fucking truck. So most of us would rather just try to sleep for 4 or 5 hours, then go back to work and get the job done quicker and go the fuck home. So it's by choice. I don't force anybody to do it. They want to get home. They want to get home and get the fuck out of the truck.
Hey, but if you got guys that'll work put in that many hours, then
listen. My guys do the same shit I do. I told them when they come here, I make my money every summer. That's what you should do too. Worry about day off come winter. Come winter. During the summer when you're not working, sleep, eat and sleep. That's literally how I have to do it. That's how much we work.
That's a lot of hours, yeah.
It is, but they also can make
typical winter hours for.
Damn it, Puck. But they listen. They can make up to 130,000 in the summer, 7 months, and then they have 5 months off for the year and make more than their 130,000, depending on what position they fill doing.
See, that's you treat them well, man. That's good money. Make more than a doctor.
Most of the guys work their ass off for that 5 months of sitting at the home just bugging their kids. Hey, Dad's bored. Let me love on you. Come here. Let me talk to you. So I did it.
At least you treat them right, man. And you know what? They'll put in those hard ass days like that.
My kids got a 5-month download every winter. I'm serious though. I think about all the shit they need to know now that they're reaching a new age, and then I go home in the winter and download that shit. I'd keep notes. I keep my journal in the truck with me wherever I go, because if something really pisses me off, if I beat somebody's ass at the gas station, by the time I get where I'm going, I'll sit out there before I go in and write it in my journal. It helps me get over it, so I'm not pissed off no more. Otherwise, I'd just be a pissed off guy all the time. I have a hard time letting shit go. I wonder how many generations we put up with assholes like that before we got this asshole that did that much that pissed me off on that day. Then I start thinking about all the dumb shit that had to happen to him to make him an asshole, and his father before him, because he wasn't just an asshole because he was an asshole. He's a father because his father made him an asshole. And I start adding percentages to generations, and the next thing I know, I'm all confused in my head, and I don't know who's the asshole anymore, and I feel bad because this guy had a good reason to be an asshole, and I shouldn't have beat his ass. So now I'm mad on a new level. That's just my mind. These are the workings of my insane mind.
What the hell was that? That was some. You got in a fight at the gas station with some asshole.
Yeah, this dude ran into my 49 Ford with my daughter sitting in it, and she said something to him, and he's like, "Fuck you, bitch."
Oh, he got what he deserved.
Before he finished saying that, I was done pumping gas and jerking. I was jerking his ass out the truck, and then I beat his ass, and then I ended up paying for the repairs myself. And by the time it was over, for some reason I can't remember why, but I felt bad. I beat him up because he was just a dumb fuck and he didn't know no better, I think. And then,
well, you can't talk that way to children, man, or even adults, even. Yeah,
that's how I got there. Yeah, it started with, somebody didn't teach him that.
Right.
Well, I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong about that, too, that somebody probably did teach him that, and he just chose a different fucking way. Most parents who got kids teach your kids not to talk shit to kids. Because, come on, you're a kid. You can get that one.
That's the world, dude.
And this kid said, "No, fuck that, Dad. You can call a kid a fucking bitch when they're being a fucking bitch."
You can't do that.
I was instantly a raging monster.
And then,
oh, my baby. It's my 49 Ford. It was my dad's. It was sitting in the field rotting, and I just decided one day to make it into a gem because that's what my dad probably planned on doing with it. He just never got to it. Now it's a 351 Cleveland Beast, nickel plated to the gills, aluminum panels. It's every.
Online job training that's fast.
I put the same amount of love into every aspect of this car. I pimped out. Mike Smith pimped out every portion of the car, from the dash to the fucking gas cap.
I could see you gave it. You spared no detail.
And then this motherfucker hit my daddy's truck and called my daughter a bitch. I beat him up, and when I was telling the cop about it, I kind of said it like that, and I said, and then this son of a bitch just comes out of nowhere, drunk, slides through the BAM! And it wasn't snowing, it wasn't even raining. He was just going so fast, he slid through the gas pump and hit my fucking truck, and then called my daughter a bitch for saying, hey, dumbass, you hit my grandpa's truck.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And he thought, this is what I thought, he thought he could get away with it because she said grandpa. But see, her daddy owned the grandpa's truck, and her daddy was a young, pissed off, ripped up motherfucker that just worked 16 hours that day. And it started at 4 a.m. That dude just didn't know that. I had him by his throat when it was over, and he was knocked out, and I was holding him up against his truck, beating on him, and still talking shit to him. And the cop just took it like a matter of fact. I looked over and the cop was looking at me. I didn't even realize he pulled up. This cop didn't pull out a gun and say, stop or I'll shoot. He just let me finish, and I said, what's up? He said, you know what's up. I said, yeah. I let him go. He fell. He said, damn it, you shouldn't have did that. I was like, man, he hit my truck. He called my daughter a bitch, and I had a long day. By the time it was over, he was laughing. He said, well, let's talk to this guy. I said, what? He said, if you don't want to press charges, I'm not going to press charges. And the guy's like, I don't want to press charges. I ain't got no insurance. I don't want to get a ticket for no insurance. He said, well, then why did you tell me you didn't have any insurance? I didn't ask you for it. The cop, he was a funny guy.
It must have cost a lot to repair, too. I mean, he spent so much time.
Okay, them trucks got the sexy body lines, the rolled out fenders, the ground effects. So I had to replace the running board that goes from the rear of the truck all the way to the front fender. I had to replace the rear fender and the rear side of the box, the driver's side rear. I had to
Was it reproduction, or can you still find parts like metal?
I found an old box, an old truck in a field, and I cut the pieces off, and I welded it back together, and I made it to where you couldn't even tell I built it. Because the truck I got, the other side of the box was fucked up. The passenger side was fucked up, but it had a good driver's side. So I went to fabbing.
That's a lot of work, yeah.
I can cut a car in half and weld the half of a different car to it and make it to where you can't even tell it was ever cut when I'm done, bro.
Mine's starting to rot out. I got the rock salt rot on the cab corners.
Yeah, that's all over in Michigan, bro. Cab corners are thin as fuck nowadays.
It's a Chevy, yeah, so I'm gonna have to cut that shit out, and
you
I'm gonna do it
almost gotta look at, if you buy a newer car, you gotta look at the older cars and the spots they rusted out. And then you got to go through with chip guard and cover those spots with chip guard on your new vehicle. And then the chip guard's got to wear away before it can rust your shit. And then in 10 years, your shit won't look like the old shit does.
You mean like bed liner? I got some bed liner, like the Rhino liner.
Chip guard is rubberized spray paint. Yeah, it's
hey,
like.
Hey, you guys, have a good night.
All right, good night.
Later, man.
So you could, what you're saying, Mike, you could buy a can of like chip guard is somewhat like, it's like a weaker version of Rhino liner, a spray can.
Well, no, it's rubberized paint. It's for a different purpose.
Okay. But nothing gets behind it. Like you're not going to get salt behind it and rot your shit. Because I know Z-Bart, you know the Z-Bart shit, it never works. It gets little cracks, micro cracks, and it just flakes off because there's rust behind the Z-Bart.
It's called, chip guard and rocker guard are the same thing. Have you seen the trucks where the lower half of the rocker panel and all the way around the edge of the wheel well and all the way up the front of the car or truck is painted black, that's painted black. It's called rocker guard. It's painted
Okay.
with rocker guard, but rocker guard is chip guard. It's got rubber in it. It's a rubberized texture, so you're coating your vehicle with rubber, which makes it harder for the rocker to rot away, but it guards it from chips too, because if a bounce hits it, it doesn't chip your paint, Bob. It bounces off the rubber content in it.
What about the back side of the panel? Like I've seen guys using like some kind of rust preventative oil
Rocker
spray.
guard.
Rocker guard?
Yep, look, I'll show you a can of it. You buy it.
After I fix it, I'm gonna fix it. See, that's good to know this shit from someone who lives in Michigan and deals with this shit.
Yeah, rocker guard would have kept all that shit from rotting out. You can repair it now while it's not as bad, and then put rocker guard on it and make it last longer the next
That's what I
time.
need to do. Yeah.
Yeah, any of these products will work good for what I'm talking about. Heavy texture chip guard, that's rocker guard, but it's way thicker. So you're not really, you don't worry about the bumpy looking surface, because that's rubber shit. It's keeping your shit from rotting away. And it's making rocks bounce off your shit and not chip your paint job. But it's black, so it two-tone trims the bottom of your vehicle or your truck. Gloss black.
This company Sim or Sem, whatever. I bought some copper infused primer, like for the weld-through primer.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to use on my rocker. So when you MIG weld, the metal gets all shitty and it rusts right away. I was thinking the copper would be the copper primer is more expensive than the aluminum, but or whatever, the zinc primer.
A lot of people spray this rocker guard on their new cars, and they just make their car two-trimmed or two-toned, where the rocker or the part of the body that's going to be under the car, are you with me?
Yeah.
They'll spray that black with this guard because that's getting snow and rocks, and that's the first part of the car to rust.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people spray their cars with this.
I'd get a case.
Yeah, it's good for people from desert areas too, because their paint jobs get all chipped up from rocks and dirt. Well, this shit's got rubber in it, so it just makes dirt bounce off of it instead of sandblasting. Rocks
Which
bounce
kind do
off.
you use? The
Me, I
Dupli-Color
use
or
heavy. I use the heavy.
Okay.
Yeah, I use that heavy texture chip guard. And then I spray high gloss black over it to make it look sharp. But it's not going to be a smooth surface like you try to get as a body man up. It's smooth surface. It's functional, though.
You can tell there's rock guard on it, yeah.
Yeah, somebody makes a joke about it and you say, that's not supposed to look good. That's supposed to keep my truck from rotting away over 10 years.
That's called saving metal, dude, because you're going to get cancer on your truck if you drive in Michigan.
Yeah, people spray this on the cancer spots. I know guys that on the big 4-doors that got struts in the back, they take the struts out as soon as they buy them and spray heavy chip guard right there so the strut tower don't rot out. Where the strut mounts in, those rot out of old cars because it's just a painted metal surface under the car. I know people that do their entire underbody and frame with heavy coat.
Remember the Z-Bart, Mike? The Z-Bart rust protection? It was like bullshit. Undercoating.
This shit was the cheaper version of Z-Bart. It's kind of, you got to weigh the look versus what it's going to do, but it doesn't look that bad from a distance. Right when you get right up on it, you can see it has a texture to it.
Well, the Z-Bart never protected the underbody.
I know.
It gets over your nuts and bolts, so you can't. It's hard to work on shit. Your fuel lines, all that shit, and then it doesn't prevent the rust because it gets through all the little cracks, and you get rust behind the Z-Bart coating, and the rust is even worse, as if you didn't have it at all.
Yeah.
If you didn't have it at all, you could rinse the salt off.
Now
right?
your butts. Listen. Now your bolt is still in there, but all the way around where the bolt goes in is rusted out. Yeah,
it's a mess. It's a mess.
I know. I've seen dudes paint their entire truck with heavy coat.
Well, when you got to replace something like anything, fuel line, brake line, all that shit, it makes wrenching on it a nightmare.
Listen, my boy painted his fucking S15 Sierra 4-wheel drive winter truck with fucking what do they call that? Bedliner spray.
Oh yeah.
And a his Ford Ranger, not his S15. It's a Ford Ranger look. And he told me as soon as he painted it, he said, "Look, Mike, satin black's in." I said, "Yeah, it is." He said, "So I can get away with painting my Ford Ranger with bedliner and it'll never rust away." I was like, "Well, if you say so, but it does have an Outback rugged, cool look to it."
Put some the body panels.
Look, he painted the whole truck. I painted the picture.
Oh, I didn't see the pic. I was resting my eyes.
Painted the whole truck. Look, I told him to put the tube bumpers on it now. I said, "You better put the tube bumper on it, the roll bar, and the brake light cover protectors. And then it'll look pimp. It'll look like an expensive package."
It looks like gator skin.
I don't think it looks that bad for being bedliner, man. It's bedliner. That's his Michigan work truck, motherfucker. That's a truck that's not going to rot away and get you to work in Michigan.
It's not going to dent either. You got that metal coat.
He's like, "I want to drive that to work for the next 20 years. I like my job." I thought, yeah, you like that fucking Ford Ranger too. That's why you coated it. You pig coated it.
Do you think there's any rust going on behind it already? Before you sprayed it.
Yeah, that was my question, but I didn't say that to him.
He encapsulated all the rust. How old was this Ranger?
It's a 96.
Oh God, there's got to be rust behind the.
That's what I thought.
Well, at least the rust will hold together. This bedliner will hold the rusty panel in one piece. It could just. When you close your door and it's just flapping, it's like, it's gluing all the rust together. He must have spent a pretty penny because that bedliner stuff's not cheap. But good paint is not cheap either. But I've never seen someone do that.
He says eventually he's going to put green paint over it, make it two-tone green and black. He's going to spray.
That's an old truck.
He's going to spray adhesive primer over top of the chip guard on the top half and leave the rockers black, and then paint the truck green, and then tape off the rockers and paint high gloss black over it, so none of it's dull. That's why he's not going to put the tube bumpers on it. He said, "You're going to have to walk up right to it to notice it's got a bumpy texture, do its whole paint job." I thought, "Oh, okay, dude. I understand what you're trying to do. You're just trying to drive the same truck for 10, 20 years in Michigan, which is hard to do if it's not a 70s truck. I'll tell you what, them 70s, they were built so good, Ron. Even without this shit, they're still together in fields 30 years later. But what, a 78? What is that? 6 years younger than me? So it's 43. It's 43 years old. I got a lot of 78, 77s. I got a 72 Ford truck that really was pretty solid when I pulled it out of the fucking field.
What years were they shitty? In the 80s were pretty shitty. The metal was rotting out.
The really rotten ones, it gets really, really bad in the 90s. The 80s started to rot around the wheel wells and the rockers. In the 80s, like 86, it was starting to get so thin that the rockers were rotting away. But before like 81, your rockers never even rusted off your fucking vehicle, because I seen a 64 Datsun the other day that's still got a solid rockers on it, bro. It sits in a field. The grass grows up into it after being driven in Michigan for I don't know how many years.
If they just undercoated, like not even undercoated, but if they zinc dipped the metal panels, like if they did that at the factory, this wouldn't be such an issue. But they want cars to rot out. They don't want you to drive a 20-year-old car. It doesn't. You're not buying new ones They want you to buy a new car every 10 years. Oh, your car's 10 years old. That thing's old. Like, I mean, your son's car, what is it, 93, this truck or whatever it is? That's already old.
That's not my son's, that's my buddy's. My son wouldn't do that dumb shit. My son would say, well, just do the body work in 10 years. Do the body work proper now. And if you want it to stay that good,
I was going to say, your son probably drives a pimped out.
Just a buddy. Just a guy I went to school with. Yeah, my buddy driving pimp shit. Or my boy drives pimp shit. If he ain't gonna pimp
I would imagine he's not driving a bucket like that. It's probably older than him.
No, if he's not gonna pimp it, he thinks I'm supposed to.
Dad, pimp my truck out for me.
I want it. Yeah.
Well, he sees all your other custom cars. He's like, hey, can you hook me up?
Can you put that paint job on this? Yeah, that's actually exactly what he says, bro.
He wants the $5,000 paint job.
Yeah, can you do that on this piece of shit? You know, I spent 3 weeks on that paint job. It painted it 4 times. It was done in 6 layers. It's pearl candy, and it's got pearls and ambient clear coats. It's multi-layer flip-flop. He said, well, that's what I'm saying. Can you put that on my neon with the airfoil on it and the ground effects? It ain't gonna make your neon no faster.
Did you make him wet sand it? Did he do all the work, or you had to do all of it yourself?
I make him sand, dude. I told him, you know, if you want to sand, motherfucker, I'll do it. But 6 layers of sanding is a bitch.
I hear that.
You know, and he's like, okay. I told him, well, you know, I gotta sand every layer. Like, I'll paint 1 layer, and then one portion's gonna stay that color, so I tape off that portion and then spray the next layer on the entire other portion. And you gotta sand the first portion and before you paint over it, or it's not gonna lay smooth. It's not gonna be a perfect mirror image. You know, you won't even be able to buff it out smooth. So
what are you doing? How many do you start 3 different levels of sandpaper?
The paint job he was talking about had 6 colors in it. Went from one color to the next color to the next color to the next color, and then said fade to black at the black. So
he wants that Cobo Hall paint job.
Yeah, where you start it purple or green or yellow or gold, and then fade it through the color spectrum all the way to black, the way it's supposed to fade and the way it's meant to fade. Like each color on the spectrum next to its next according color. That way it's pleasing to the eye. In the spectrum, you got 3 colors of purple before black. And when you put those 3 colors in a collage before black, and then you put the lowest color number of black that first, and then you put 3 colors of black, people don't notice it, but they do notice it. Their mind, their eyes notice it, and it makes it more pleasing to her because it fades into pop. Fades into pop. That's why I called it fade to black.
Yeah. Now we got wraps. So
the first time
wraps, man. What do you about wraps, man?
Listen, the first time I did this paint job, I did it on my Power Light bicycle when I was a kid. I came up with it, and we're talking about I did it on a Ford Falcon, and then I did it on a '69 Camaro, so I did it 3 times and I perfected it. And this is a really tedious paint job because it is multiple levels. And then it's all clear coated with an ambient clear coat to make it flip flop. So when you look from a different angle, all the colors that are changing spectrum lightly, those colors change color, but they're still right next to each other in the spectrum. You know what I mean? But yellow becomes gold. Green becomes purple, purple becomes black, a shade of black.
Like, how many hours did that take? The whole from start to finish?
Couple hundred.
Oh God.
300, lots of sand and multiple layers. But it's the ideal with the 69 Camaro. I've been offered 80 grand for the 69 Camaro just for the paint job.
Yeah, I wonder 300 hours. That's a lot of.
Yeah, the ideal was to not. Nobody else had this concept. In the 70s, they did it. They would start at the beginning of the color spectrum on some shit and fade it all the way through the spectrum. But in the 70s, they tried to put a disco vibe on it. And I tried to put a clean cut pop vibe where it smoothly transitions to a pop. Smoothly transitions to a pop. You know what I mean?
They had some cool paint jobs on the motorcycles, like that Candy Metal Flake, and
Oh, so you know you really get what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's Metal Flake Candy, disco style. Start out at light yellow.
I didn't know it was so many layers. I thought it was just.
The very front of the car was a trim of white around the nose cone. Then it goes to yellow around the nose cone. 3 different colors of yellow on the yellow spectrum to gold to green. 3 different colors of green. 3 different colors of blue. 3 different colors of purple. 3 different colors of black. Pops at black on the black in the back. And in the back, I made letters that said fade to purple. And I tried to do them the opposite arrangement because I had to so you could read it. If I, put it black to yellow, then the black would be on the black and you wouldn't be able to read it. So even the wording I put on there, each letter had 12 fucking different colors that were layered. A lot of sanding.
Yeah, that's what I hate. Like the spraying, like laying down paint there's so much prep that goes before you just even spray it on. People think that.
Well, that's because if the surface is fucking perfect when you put it on there, any idiot can get it right because you can lay it all bumpy, fucked up, and bubbly, but then you can just sand it all to a smooth, even layer.
That's a lot of work, right? Sanding that shit down.
So the better you are at spraying in body work, the least amount of sanding you can do, but you're still going to do a lot of sanding to put a micro finish. It's got to be laid even. Yep. But so I'll put it in a metal term for you. You're trying to get a micro finish, a reflective finish on your paint instead of porous, instead of having it porous.
You got to hit a 2000 grit paper. You got to work it all the way fine.
Yeah, and when you do these ascending layers, when you sand it, you ascend through the layers of sandpaper, and you have to sand it from one grade to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the micro finish grade. It's a process.
Tedious as hell, yeah. It takes up.
My fucking wrists and elbows hurt just talking about it.
Oh, yeah. You know what it reminds me of? The Karate Kid where you ask him to wax all the cars? Wax on, wax off.
When your elbow gets hurt from sanding, that's when you start just moving your hand back and forth and trying not to move your elbow, and then your wrist gets hurt.
You get that from you running a nail gun too, a roofing nail gun. It goes through your wrist, up your elbow.
Yeah.
The impact.
But hey, Ron, when me and you grab a hold of a guy, he can't get away from us, right?
I got vice grip forearms like Popeye.
That's what I'm saying.
From grabbing bundles. I got
you can bend over, grab a bundle, grip it, and stand up with it, and just keep walking. Because even if your arm gives out, your grip never will.
Yeah, I got that from handling bundles like nothing. Now I can.
Yeah, I got that same shit. I can pick up a 100-pound part and just walk with it hanging from my arm. My grip will never give out. My arms get hurt.
It's funny because the new guys that come on the job, they can't.
Struggle.
Even some big guys are like pussies. They can't grab it. I'm like, dude, it's only 100 pounds. It's like a roll, and they're having a hard time handling it.
Yeah, roll.
Well, yeah, the valley rolls are like 90.
Yeah, 90 weight. Yeah, I'm with you.
Ice and water shield is pretty heavy.
Isn't that like a $110, like 60?
Yeah. And sometimes you get the thicker dimensional shingles or heavier bundles. Yeah. And I'm just surprised they don't have any stamina. Some of these bigger guys, I'm like, come on, man, you guys.
Oh yeah, I expect bigger guys to have power, but only for 2 or 3 lifts. They don't have stamina.
They gas out. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they gas out. But they're strong as fuck for the first 3 lifts.
It don't do me no good. I got a full day of work ahead. It's like,
yeah, that's why I know. That's why you dance around. I've worked with big guys. This is how I know how to whoop them. You dance around until they get winded, and then you come in with everything you got.
The rope-a-dope.
Yeah, they can't even handle it. They block the first 2 and then get crunched by 6-piece. I'm a little hyper guy. I got a 32-piece punch combination. I never go backwards. I always go forward. Once you're winded, I wait till I sense weakness, and then I attack it.
Unless someone wrecks your truck, then it's just on. It's just on full
speed. Yeah, then there's no thought. It's full natural. 1 deep breath and pull it from the gut.
That's not even thinking. Like, oh, this motherfucker.
My nutsack's gonna hurt when I'm done. It's all anger. It's all feeling. I'm gonna be like, this. It was more like this, Ron. This motherfucker just crushed my daddy's truck and called my daughter a bitch.
Oh yeah.
I think I chipped teeth, bro.
Yeah, that guy. He had it coming though, man. I could definitely say that it was justifiable, Mike. I would be on the jury, not guilty.
That's what the cop said. Well, I can see that's a good reason to whoop his ass. So if you don't want to press charges, we're just going to call this good where it is. It looked like you gave him enough to learn a lesson. You think you'll call the next guy's daughter a bitch? I'm like, I don't think so. I think that guy would be scared to talk to kids for a long time to come. He said, I think so too if they're not his. I was like, yeah.
He needed an attitude adjustment, yeah.
Yeah, he probably treated his own fucking kids like I probably made life better for his own kids. He went home and looked at them and thought about it. Well, maybe I shouldn't call him a little bastard. Apparently, some people don't agree with that. That's why my fucking arms broke. I broke his arm. Beat the fuck out of him, manhandling him and shit. Yeah. I was fucking mad, dude. You don't call my daughter a bitch. I don't give a fuck about any legal results once you do that. I got money. I don't worry about the law, bro. I got money.
Remember someone else you helped out? He was he beat down the transgender reading hour, whatever, and there was some incident at the library. And dad got.
He just started choke slamming the transgender at story hour, and I was like, "You're right about that. We're wrong about doing it in front of the kids." I took like 10 punches from that guy and pushed the tranny away from me before I finally got mad that he was hitting me. I was like, "Look, dude, just stop." I was laughing at first.
Wait a minute, you got involved with that fight?
Yeah, I made him quit after.
The tranny thing? I thought that was someone else you were helping out, like a local dad or something. I didn't.
No, I told him he was right for doing it. When I talked to the police, I said he was right. He just got so mad he didn't want to stop once dude was hurt. That's all. I didn't get involved in it. I just got socked a few times, Ron, while I pulled him off so he didn't go for murder.
Oh, you were there when it happened, and one of the other dads. Okay.
In Jackson, yeah. I felt once he
pulled him off.
Yeah, once he started beating this motherfucker almost to where the point I thought he was going to be dead at the end of it, I felt bad that I pushed him to do it. He was right. He was right for what he did, but I didn't think anybody needed to die about it. But I don't know, that's debatable, really. Maybe the dude just thought you get what you accept. Maybe his daddy told him the same shit at me and he was done with it. I'm just not going to accept this no more. I'm going to kill this motherfucker, and so society's got to learn something. I'll be a martyr for my cause. But the truth is...
Society. That shit wouldn't happen back in the day, man.
Well, the truth is, people go to jail for murder every day that the society never learns about, and they don't learn anything based on what you did. That's the thing. They swipe it under the rug, and people who aren't in trouble don't care about people who are.
They're pushing degeneracy, right? They're pushing that on the children. And there's not enough pushback. Oh, you're a bigot. You're transphobic. Like there was a guy in here, Helio was talking with or whatever. He was in here earlier, and he's bringing that shit in. Like he said, he's transgender or whatever. It's like, dude, that's not even. We don't talk about that because no one gives a damn. We're here to talk about flat Earth. We don't care about your sexuality or whatever your gender dysphoria.
Listen, don't get us spotted by the LGBT because they'll keep coming nonstop for an eternity. There's millions of them. They're legion.
They just look for
many.
Victimhood. The victim.
Yeah, they look for those battles, man, and that's why we say, look, we don't care about that. Nobody cares what you do in your bedroom, and
but it distracts from our cause anyway. Like our cause is not that. I don't.
It does. It becomes their cause. It becomes we're battling their cause in here. Their right to be treated equal.
Remember people that were here before that were gay flat earthers or whatever. It's like we don't really give a shit, dude. Like keep your personal business to yourself. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like no one needs to know your personal business. It's not. I don't get why people think it's important.
Yeah,
it's like keep that shit to yourself, dude.
Go get fucked with that shit. That's what you do. Get fucked in your bedroom, get your rocks off, and don't tell me shit about it. I'm not telling you about how I fucked my wife for 16 years.
Yeah. Transgender, bisexual, pre-op, he, she, they thing.
Well, okay, I'm a super heterosexual swinger lesbian. Well, I'm just saying I'm not promoting the thing out here that, the wife swap, I'm not telling you what I'm doing in my bedroom as a heterosexual.
As you shouldn't. That's what's your personal business, right? So it's
the kids might hear us talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the way it should be. Like people say, "Oh, then you're being old-fashioned or whatever." But it's like, yeah, that's the way things should be. Like you shouldn't be putting your.
It's not old-fashioned. It's a moral against ethical.
Right.
So it's politically correct for you because ethics say it should be okay, but morals say it's absolutely not. Man makes ethics. Morals are inherent. Right?
And it makes me want to fall back to like one step above the Amish. I want to be able to have a car and a phone and internet, but living like a more self-sufficient lifestyle is not a bad idea. Like how they do it, but they take it to an extreme to where no electricity is like I couldn't handle that. No machine tools. I just I couldn't revert to that basic.
No motor vehicle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No motor vehicle, no phone, no electric, no indoor plumbing. I don't know if they got indoor plumbing, but it's like they suffer needlessly on some points. I mean, at least in my opinion, I'm like, do you really need to live with no electricity? Like, really? That's a little in this day and age. I don't know. I mean, but that's their thing, man. But it just seems rough. It seems unnecessarily. But if the grid goes down, they're like, "What grid? we don't need to." What are you talking about? The grid went down. It's like, huh? What? And I guess that's you're prepared. You got plenty of wood cut, and it's like you don't need a power grid. Nothing changes. That's pretty.
I agree.
Cool.
They got it right, but then they just took it too far. They got it halfway right.
Yeah, but it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope too. I could see their point, like sticking to their guns, because if you accept a little bit, right? Once they get the wedge in, they didn't start out with transgender reading hour. It was like they started out with maybe a gay rock band like Queen, right? Oh, Queen is okay. We like him. And then the Village People. And then who was after that? Like these openly gay people.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Boy George.
Boy George, yeah. George Michael, but it got more and more to where it's like Michael Jackson was probably, but I don't know, not openly, but I think it came more and more acceptable to now where it's like normalized, and then they moved on to even more extreme stuff, right? So I could see why they're like, well, if we take electricity, then there's going to be cable TV, then there's going to be MTV, then there's going to be pornography, and they probably don't want to slip down that slope.
Yeah, it's all about normalizing things, making things that are out of whack become the norm. Apparently, it's just in your face every day.
You know what they do? They boil the frog slow. They didn't start like they introduced this stuff slowly over many years and decades, and we're at the point now where we're at the point of lunacy, where things are like clown world. Like, are you serious? They're telling children this stuff in school, and it's like it's over the line, and some people snap, like what happened when he told us about what happened at the library. But if there's no pushback, you can't allow that to be normalized. Someone has to take a stand. Maybe not necessarily like beating someone like in the library and beating them half to death. Maybe is not the perfect answer, but I can understand. Like I could totally understand that.
I think the word lunacy was a very good word to describe today's society. It's just lunacy. I mean, every day you wake up, you're looking to see what the hell are they pushing today. It's just...
Yeah, I wish we could roll back the clock like into the 1960s or something, where the cars were cool. There was more of an ethical. People were more moral. They weren't as degenerate. I mean, there was degeneracy. The hippies, like, they were degenerates. But I mean, the normal people in the 60s that weren't like the hippie ones. But the hippies actually were right about the anti-war. Like, I'm totally with the anti-war thing. Because like the war part is that's the New World Order shit, right? That they want wars. But all about that. And I don't even care, like the drug thing, like the smoking weed. That's okay too. But maybe the other shit, the mind altering drugs, maybe lay off of that shit.
Yeah,
some of those.
You basically realize if these kids are going back to the 60s and 70s and 80s for music because they're fed up with what they're being fed today. And some people say that 2012 is going to be this big change and nothing really happened, but I don't know. Maybe something did. It seems like we've shifted into an alternative universe. Sometimes it's like we're not living in the world we used to live in anymore.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like the old world better. I think if we could turn the clock back, it would be a better world.
If I could turn back time to the good old days.
The 60s had the cool muscle cars, like the ones we were just putting in the chat. They had the big motors and all that cool shit. Good styling, nice, sexy styling.
That's definitely on the bucket list. If I ever won a lottery, the first thing I would buy would be an American muscle car from like the 60s or 70s. Firebird.
Can you even buy enough gas? You guys have the gas over there by the liter?
Yeah, it's very, very expensive. You guys are experiencing the price hikes. You are starting to feel what we feel a wee bit.
Yeah. Well, especially a lot of us have big trucks, like V8 motors. They suck up a lot of gas.
Yep.
Yep, but what we were paying $5 for, you guys were paying $1.50 or whatever. We've been paying $5 for fucking years,
You know why? It's mostly your tax. They put a shitload of tax on it. It's not that it's all the state. The state is taxing the piss out of you.
They are. I've noticed that. It costs over £10 now for a packet of cigarettes, which is, I don't know, $6, $7, and 80% of that goes to the government.
How much? $10? That's what it costs in New York. New York has prices like that.
But it's £10 here for £10.50 now for a packet of cigarettes, and about £8.60 or £7 that goes to the government.
Pound is worth more than $1, so it's even more. It's probably like $15.
Yeah. It's a few years now, and then when we fill up our cars, it's like 3 times as much as would cost you.
You know what Becky was saying? Becky is in Australia, and she was saying it's $20 Australian to buy a package, so it's $1 a cigarette in Australia.
They just want people off the cigarettes for some reason. The National Health Insurance, the NHS over here, National Health, they want to cut down on people from smoke-related things that they have to pay for. Like, we pay national insurance too, as well as our tax. Yeah, they're taxing the shit out of us.
They don't care about your health. They want you dead. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I know. They're pretending that that's the reason, but it's not. It's just
they just want to tax the piss out of you. They don't care about your health, man.
Yeah.
They know that you can't quit. They know that you can't quit smoking, so they might as well take advantage of you. It's just like a drug dealer. If a drug dealer is selling you whatever, cocaine or whatever, and he knows you can't quit, they're gonna charge you as much as they can, right? They don't care. They want every last penny out of you. And the drug of choice is tobacco. They're gonna take every penny they can out of you.
Well, anybody who does smoke tobacco, you should get it whole leaf style. It's an agricultural product at that point, and you don't pay the high tobacco tax that they put on it. Leafonly.com. Not trying to advertise, but it's better. It's better than any cigarette you'll buy.
Save you money. The thing is, most people I need a cigarette, and they just go buy a pack of cigarettes because they need it right then and there. They don't plan ahead. Like, even people I know that smoke, they don't even buy a carton. They buy one package at a time, and it costs you a lot more to buy them that way. You pay 50% more to buy.
They're hoping they can quit after each package.
What's that?
I used to hope I would, each package was a new chance for me to quit. That's why I did it that way. Each
for 10 years, 20 years. It's like, but I mean,
yeah, and then you just get in the habit of it, and
how much money you
was only smoking for about 6 years before I was able to cut it out.
You spend twice as much money, over the course of, you need that pack every day for years, and so it's like you're spending so much additional money unnecessarily instead of just coming to grips. Like, you know what, I know this whole week I'm gonna be smoking. I'm just gonna buy it this way and save myself half the money. It just seems uneconomical.
At least be honest with yourself.
Yeah, be honest with yourself and realize, you know what? And then maybe I'll buy this 10 packs and I'll try and quit gradually. I have them all here, but I'll try and wean myself off to where I'm not smoking so much.
The more you buy, the more you smoke, though.
Right.
Not necessarily. I could buy food for the whole month and not eat it all in one day.
You got to pace yourself.
It just comes down to anything. Like, if I have a whole, like I said, if I had a whole case of beer, do I need to sit down and drink the whole case? No, I'll have one after work. I don't need to have the whole case. Maybe some people can't. I know people who can't control themselves. But to me, it seems like it would be like food. You know what I mean? Like, just because there's a whole box of cereal doesn't mean I need to eat the whole box at one time.
Well, they're taxing the shit out of us and they're getting away with it. It's daylight robbery.
got to roll your own, man. If you could save $1 rolling your own, you could save probably 50% or more.
I've done that. I've got that little machine that you buy the cigarette thing.
Oh, the tubes, the little tubes for the cigarettes.
That's the one. Yeah.
How were they? Did they smoke for you?
Yeah, they're nice. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Yeah.
I love a good roller because you can make them as packed as you want, or if you're not feeling it, you can make them a little less packed.
Is the quality of the tobacco might even be better if you get the whole leaf?
Oh yeah. If you roll your, like I was talking about from Leaf Only, I was able to get 3 pounds of that shit for like $30 or some shit. 3 pounds of tobacco.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Just about. Think about a pack of cigarettes for $10 versus a pound of tobacco or half a pound even for about $10.
How many packs?
If you get it organic,
off of a pound of tobacco, you could probably make a lot of packs.
Right. I'll give you an example. That 3 pounds of tobacco lasted me for about 3 to 4 months. So it's like, yeah.
Because tobacco doesn't weigh very much. It's almost like weed. Like an ounce of weed will make you a lot of cigarettes. So there's 16 ounces in a pound. You're probably making how many packs out of a pound?
But they're very clever here. I've tried looking to import from Europe, but they still put tax on it. They'll
still tax you?
Yeah.
They opened your package and stole it?
Nah, they're clever.
What are you, they're stealing your mail?
No. I've looked into. I do buy online sometimes, but online from the UK or Ireland, they always add the tax to it. Doesn't matter if you're buying from Puerto Rico or France, you're still going to pay that 70-80% tax on it.
70%? Holy shit!
Yeah. Oh yeah, true story, bro.
Wait a minute. If you get someone in the States and they can mail it to you as like, hey, birthday present, there's socks in here and it's really tobacco, how would they, say it's a pair of shoes or whatever? They don't need to know what it is.
Yeah, you could try that, but you wouldn't get too much trouble. But they'd probably half the time find it at customs.
I don't know. 3 or 4 pounds of tobacco is probably not a very big box.
Yeah.
It's not big, but it's not small.
Would it fit in a shoebox? Like it could say, "Oh, it's just a pair of shoes in here, and it's just tobacco instead."
If you had one of those vacuum seal bags, yeah, you could. If you pulled all the air out of it, then yeah. But you'd have to do it that way.
Thanks, man.
I sent that website, and like I said, they don't tax it as an agricultural product in the States, so I don't know how it'll come up in Europe. They have like tax like a leaf, like you're buying a bag of leaves kind of thing.
Like tea leaves. You know what you got to look into? Vaping. Vaping is economical, and you can get a lot of vape for your money. And you can wean yourself down. My friend quit smoking by reducing the nicotine, like gradually.
That's how I quit. I'm working on quitting again that same way right now.
And it's a little easier, like when you smoke a cigarette, it's always the same potency, but you could decrease it and then you get used to like having less of it.
I was speaking to an American at work because I work in a hotel and we have some American tourists coming there. We had 2 there in the last month. And
was it an American chick?
No, I didn't see any of them, unfortunately.
I'd be talking to chicks at a motel too, bro, if I worked there.
Oh, I talk to them all the time.
Yes.
Some talent.
Smooth game there. We're already at the motel, no-tel. What's up, girl? For you, I do got that all day breakfast and bed.
Room service. He wants some room service. Bring me some towels.
So how many women there do you see in a week that you say, damn, I want to give that girl whatever the hell she wants here just because I want to?
Oh, every night.
Oh,
free room service.
That job sucks, then, doesn't it?
Well, I would.
You got to deal with the rough-looking one too.
Sorry, Ron. But there are some shenanigans going on from time to time. Anyway.
Ever have a girl get locked out of her room butt naked, tied up with money for the pop machine?
Yeah.
Listen, bro, I frequent motels. I know some freaky shit that goes on there.
Aye, well, it's more upmarket than a motel.
Sir, tied up naked bitch. Sir, I seem to misplace my key card. Could you help me out? Well, misplaced? Shit, you ain't got nowhere for it. Are you sure a key card's all you need, hon? Are you sure I can get you anything you need for you, ma'am?
Michael, trust me, that's happened, bro. That has happened.
Well, what are they doing outside the room? They're like, oh, I went out here to get something, and I came out naked to get a bucket of ice, or what?
Yeah. Listen, I don't do that to a chick, but I met the tied up chick at the pop machine with gagged with quarters saying, can you help me out a little bit? I was like,
oh, God.
Are you serious? She said, yeah. I just looked at her like, well, okay, fuck it. Give me your quarters. What are you drinking? What's your flavor? Here, I'll just put them in. Knee it with your elbow. Your elbow's not tied. Knee it with your knee. I don't care. Pick your own pop. She was like, cha-tunk. I stuffed it under her armpit and she wandered away. I didn't want to know no more.
That's some freaky business, man. It's like,
and then, listen,
how would you even get out the door?
Yeah, and then here's the thing with being married. I came back to the room. The room, you could see the room from the pop machine. I never see my wife look out the room, right? But I go back in the room, I shut the door, I'm like, yeah, let's get busy again. She's like, who the fuck were you talking to at the pop machine? I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck you
got? The naked woman.
You got X-ray vision? She said, I looked. I was like, I didn't see you look. She said, I cracked the door and used the mirror. I was like, damn, this is bitch, I married you and I never knew you was a 007, bitch.
She's always watching you, bro.
She said, Mike, you married a child. I've grown since then. I was like, well, you got me there.
What was the hotel? This sounds like a freaky place.
It was a
Was it a normal hotel? Or?
It was a Best Western in
Oh, we have that here, Best Western.
The pricier time. It was in the pricier side of Alabama, on our way to Florida.
Best Western is like a better upscale place, yeah.
Yeah.
It was. These were people with money that probably had a mansion at home. That I figured he went to the motel just so he could show everybody else what he was doing.
It probably wasn't his wife. It was probably like a
well, whoever it was, he was bragging about having her when he kicked her out the room butt naked, and then he was bragging about pimping, like having it like that. When she went back and no other man touched her. Yeah, I got to get back to the room or I'll be in trouble. Thank you. Like, damn, your man must be a pimp. That motherfucker got a third arm, don't he?
Someone opened the door, right? She's not shut.
Right. Shit, this was the girl that all the doors on the hallway would open for. All she had to do was go up and bump them with an elbow. I don't think anybody on the damn married, they wouldn't have argued. Well, honey, we have a visitor. You want to talk to her? Are you sure?
There's a naked woman at the door.
Are you sure, hon? She's already naked. We've been talking about this for years now. Now, either we're going to do it or it's just never going to happen.
I've never seen that, but yeah, that would be weird.
And anybody that thinks that's crazy, you've never been married.
I'm actually not married at the moment, so I got one of the guests. Let's just say a lady from gave me her phone number on the WhatsApp.
Oh, he's sending out formal written invitations. This nigga got a card with his number, name, and address
she
on
gave me
it
her,
already.
she gave me her card. She said, "Put me on the WhatsApp," and the next thing I know, she's texting me to bring her up whiskeys, and so I did.
Yeah, hey,
So
I've got that. I've got that where I've flown paces for work, and I sat next to somebody on the airplane that was really good looking, so I talked to her nonstop, and then when she got up and left, she just put her card on my tray, email address, all that shit, phone number. I was like, damn, I can't have this bitch on my Facebook. My old lady, you'll be tripping. What is she thinking?
You get caught out.
Huh.
I got a blowjob on the back of a bus one time. Greyhound.
Very casual blowjob.
Yeah, the bus is a pretty.
It was in the middle of the night. Everyone was asleep.
God damn it, I was trying to smoke a hooter and you're fucking choking me.
That was funny, bro. I got a blowjob in the back of a bus one day, man. What?
Yeah, dude, I'm hitting this, and he just all matter of fact, all nonchalant. Yeah, I got a blowjob once.
Yeah, all the time, man. It happens all the time.
The bus is a bumpy ride.
On the bus.
Okay, so let me fill you in on the full picture. My 16-year-old gives me that funny eyebrow look sideways. Then I choke on the weed I'm inhaling.
Sorry, 16-year-old.
I'm like, Christ, girl, I've told you about, man. I'm not sending you out to wolves that you don't know about. I've told you about these men. So just write it off on, yup, Dad said they were out there.
This is
before I met my wife, though.
Not PG. The chat room is a little bit rough here.
Yeah, let me say that, sex for minors is a bad thing, but sex in itself is not a bad thing. Blowjobs are not a bad thing. There's a proper time and a place for everything.
And yeah, right.
And children just don't need to be raising children, and that's why we tell you not to do that when you're young. We want your life to be good.
It also makes it more let the kids be kids, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
there's plenty of time for that when they grow up.
Yeah, there's a proper time and place for everything, like the back of a Greyhound bus.
Right. It's a long, boring ride. You might as well enjoy it, right? It's like, oh, how long is this bus ride? 24 hours. Okay, okay.
It was like an 18-hour ride. We were chilling.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder.
You dirty bastard.
Does the Greyhound bus have a bathroom, or is this like?
Yeah, but that's not somewhere you.
I'm not saying that's where I'd want to be in a dirty ass Greyhound bathroom. I'm just saying, 18 hours that's a long trip, man.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 stops where you get out and stop at like a fast food place or some shit. Got to start talking to them in the line before you get on the bus.
Smooth talk. Hey, do you want to sit next to me? Yeah, I imagine that doesn't work so well on a packed. If there's too many people, it has to be like a pretty empty bus.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know how we didn't get caught, honestly. It's a good story.
Well, because the bus has big, tall seats.
Did you have a blanket?
No.
No blankets, pillows, no. Yeah, this stuff happens all the time. So, I suppose what I was talking about before, before Michael took off on a tangent there, tobacco,
Motels. We're talking about motels.
motels. I was talking to an American outside. And he was smoking a cigar. He was smoking a cigar, and he loved his cigars, and he was telling me that he can get ones from Cuba in America for like, well, the ones he smoked were like $1 in America or something, but he can get them for like $5 from Cuba or something in America. And I checked online, and they cost us £30. The one he's buying for $5 from Cuba costs us 30 quid, which is like, like, I don't know, 40, 50 odd dollar. He gets it for $5. I'm so jealous.
Smoking Cuban cigars, huh? Those are pricey.
Yeah. I suppose he wasn't getting the most expensive ones, but he was talking about a Cuban cigar for $5.
That's not bad. I mean, yeah, if he's getting Cubans for that, and then you're paying 50 over there, holy shit.
Yeah, we're paying near 50. Yeah, I checked it.
That's not. It's a rich man's thing, smoking cigars. You always see the rich guy with the top hat smoking cigars. You don't see the working stiff smoking big cigars.
I'm not a huge fan of actual cigars. I like pipe tobacco a lot.
Yeah, I love cigars.
I've smoked some cigars before. I actually like a good quality cigar.
There's nothing like it, man. And it burns for like an hour, and you just sit and smoke it over your whiskey. Oh,
yeah, and
it's better than a blowjob on the back of a Greyhound bus.
That's what you do if you finally made it big, and you make some, or any kind of like a celebration, like, oh, I just had a baby, here's a cigar, have a cigar, have a celebration.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. I treat myself sometimes. Spend 10, 20 quid on a couple of cigars. Just one or two. It's crazy. But
well, you got to spend it on something. If that's your entertainment, get a nice quality cigar, and that's your entertainment. You could waste it going to a movie or something, or you could have a nice steak and a cigar and some whiskey, and there's your day. There's your party.
Well, that's it. Yeah. You got to treat yourself.
I imagine so, man. Being like a wage slave and working for someone else that takes 90% or half of what you make. That's not fun. You know what I mean? All the taxes you're paying, 50% taxes, 80% taxes on the cigars. It's just over. It's too much.
Yeah, 30-40% taxes on your petrol, 20% taxes on your food, 70-80% on your tobacco. It's just, that's crazy.
What do you get to keep? None of it. It's like there's a taxes on top of tax. Like, wait, I've already paid tax. You're going to tax me again on the dollars or the money I already saved. You're going to tax me on that. Everything I buy.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Hang on. Yeah, this is what always bothered me from a very, very early age. You get taxed, so they tax you, and then you decide you're going to save something. And if you save it for a year, the government notices that, and then they tax that savings that you've done for a year. They actually tax you again like 12% on your savings or something. But you say, well, hang on a minute. You pay, you charge me 20% tax on the money that I earned. And then then I took some of that and saved it for a year or two, and after the year, you charge me another 12% or something percent.
Why? How did they even get away with that shit?
Exactly. I have fucking no idea. And then you also,
can you keep it in cash? and then that way they can't hit you for that extra tax.
Yeah, but they tax you
That's what
twice.
you gotta do.
They tax you 20%.
Double taxation, man. That's double taxation is a fucking taxation at all. For me, taxation at all is theft. If they're taxing your wages, that's called slavery. If they take 25%, you're a 25% slave, and then they took another 12 on top of that on what you've already slave taxed.
Yeah, they really tax it. That's where the saying.
37%.
That's where the saying daylight robbery comes from. When they actually had a tax. Remember, they used to have a tax on pipes, on an actual pipe. You smoking a pipe, they used to tax people for having pipes. They used to tax people for chimneys. They used to tax people for having windows in their houses. So if you had 4 windows, that's where the saying daylight robbery comes from. Is because and way back in, like, I don't know when it was, like 1800s or early, they used to tax people for having windows in their houses. Honestly, oh, you have 4 windows. You owe us $400 this year because you have 4 windows.
People were taxed less back then. The people didn't tolerate the taxation like now. Like now, people have accepted it. They live in a socialist country. They accept high taxation, and they keep raising it. They never go down. It always goes up.
Yeah, and the other thing that really bothered me was you are taxed for dying. For the privilege of dying, you must now pay death tax. Excuse me, I've worked all my life. You've charged me 20%. You've charged me you taxed me 20% of my earnings. The stuff I saved, you also taxed me on that. And now that I'm dead, you're going to charge my beneficiaries for the privilege of me being dead. They're going to charge, like, my dad left me 10 grand. You're now looking for $2,000 because my dad's dead. Death tax.
That's triple taxation. He's paid for his wages, he's paid for his savings, and now he pays a death tax. That is the definition of highway robbery right there. They're robbing you blind.
What about when they raise the gas price? And basically a tax too, when they raise the price of wood or raise the tax on the price of wood. You know what I mean?
It's worse over there. They have a value-added tax, a VAT that they charge on everything. The VAT, say that, like he was saying, the tobacco, he would pay a VAT tax. That's all in tax.
Value-added tax, yeah.
The value for them. Fuck.
Oh yeah. And then where's all this money going? They're like they're crying poverty, and we can't pay this, and we can't pay that. And they're making billions every fucking year. Yeah,
you know what? They give you just barely enough to survive. They're stealing right off to get the 25%, then another 12%, and then every time you buy something, you pay a value-added tax. How much of your money do you keep? How much do you actually get to? Let's say for every pound you make, how much of it can you spend? 10 cents? Is there 10 cents that's not taxed? Is that what you got to live off? That they take 90% through tax? That means you're a slave. You're a 90% slave. There's only 10%, and then even your inheritance, they tax that. It's already been taxed. That's insane. That's fucking insane. It's wrong.
There's something very, very wrong with that system, but everybody seems to just sort of accept it like a normality, because what they did is what we were talking about earlier, is they slow burned it. They slow boiled the frog, and everybody was like, yeah, okay. And eventually, everybody just accepts it as normality when it's absolute insanity.
And you think they don't want any generational wealth, even if it's a small amount like that. Like your dad worked his whole life to save that, and he'd give it to you, and his life savings is being plundered by these son of a bitches. He's already been taxed on every dime he's made.
Exactly. I
find that disgusting. I find it really these people make me disgusted.
Yeah,
I wish people would opt out. I wish as a group we could come together and not play their game. Say no more. Like, we know what you're doing. We're not going to comply with this. It's just too many other people will go with the flow. That makes it hard for us if everyone else is playing the fucking game and we're the only ones not.
Yeah. that's correct. Tipping points and numbers and
there's a bunch to say on this, but I wouldn't feel comfortable saying it on the live stream.
What's that? Give us a hint.
There's a bunch to be said about this whole topic, but personally, I wouldn't want to say it on the live stream.
Yeah, we'll just keep it on the down low. We're just in a roundabout manner talking about how this system we have is bullshit.
It pisses me off that they've lied about the shape of the Earth. It pisses me off that they've lied about most things. But this is one of the subjects also that really, really pisses me off. Probably even more than the shape, because of what they're doing. The draining of resources of this. What are we? Servitude, servants, or whatever. It's just
Indentured servitude. Yeah,
that's the word.
So
yeah.
basically, everything you're making, you can't even afford a nice cigar. It's like, you know what? This cigar should cost me $5. Why am I paying 10 times that price? This is insane.
Yeah.
That's why the American Revolution was the tea tax. At least I don't believe history. Like, there's a question mark over every historical event, so I don't know if that's even a true event.
Yeah.
But I could see them not wanting to pay the tax.
Now the Boston Tea Party?
Yeah.
It's strange. That came up the other day. I don't know where that came up. I was thinking about it.
I can send you a book that explains some of that.
The thing is, I don't believe any of it anymore, because it's like, what do they not lie about? Who the hell was George Washington? Was he really who they claim? He was a Freemason. That's all I need to know. Freemasons are those fuckers are no good.
Wasn't that the spark that lit the independence thing to get away from England? But
allegedly, but look, we're still slaves to them. You know, like the Queen still taxes. The taxes from here go to the Queen, go to the City of London, go to the Vatican.
Imagine that. Yeah, and she owns like fucking 70-80% of Canada anyway or something.
She's on their currency, so she's on the Australian currency.
Something interesting. Did you know the Queen of England is not allowed into the city of London?
Yes, that's its own entity, like Washington D.C. It's basically part of Rome. It's its own province, like within the country. It's its own. It's like the Vatican is not part of Italy. It's its own independent state.
And it's like all three of those places are the same state, in a sense. You know what I mean? They're under the same jurisdiction.
That's the New World Order. That's their headquarters. They have the City of London, they have Washington D.C., and they have the Vatican, and they have the whole fucking world, for that matter. You know what I mean? It's like they run all these governments from those locations.
They run all the corporate governments, yeah.
I would say Switzerland too is part of it, like Davos and all these places where they that's their little headquarters.
Yeah, that's another one.
They're exempt from war. No, we're neutral. We're neutral. Bullshit. There's a war. You know, the war that you started. There is no neutral, motherfucker. You want to start a world war? You're gonna live in this shit. See, that's how you know who's running the shit. You know what I mean? The people you're not allowed to criticize, and the people who can opt out of a war, right? And we're gonna opt out. Just leave us alone. Everyone wants to be left alone. No one wants to be in a war. What the fuck?
Yeah, now that you say it that way, it sounds like Switzerland is maybe the headquarter of the whole thing. I mean,
a lot of the snakes live there. A lot of the snakes do live there, but they have many homes. They don't have just one home. You know what I'm saying? Like they have, like you don't say that, like Rockefellers, Rothschilds, they have more than one residence. They have residents all over the place.
What's interesting also is that the Rockefellers, or maybe it's the Rothschilds, their name is actually they changed it from, I want to say, an Italian name. The Bushes have changed their name from a German name.
Bauer. Rothschild was Bauer. But I don't think that was his real name anyway. That was a German name. I think they're Jewish, so they probably had a name like Rosenstein or something, and they changed it to a German-sounding name like Bauer. They're chameleons. They don't like to assume their own identity, so they assume other people's identity, and they disguise themselves.
Pretend to be part of the population.
Ron, can I send you a link to this book I'm talking about, and you can read it and see what you think?
Yeah, send it to me.
On this subject specifically.
Pretend to be part of the population over which they currently reside, but they have absolutely no fucking ties to it. They're just draining it for resources.
Subversiveness. They subvert it from within. They've done it everywhere. Even like they get into Russia. See, now the reason they could subvert the country is because of the political system we have. We have like this so-called a representative republic. So now if the representative doesn't represent you, you're absolutely fucked. If it represents them and not you, what happens? You have no representation. And that's the Boston Tea Party was no taxation without representation. We don't have representation. We have fake. It represents them. So there's got to be a way out of it where we can't get hoodwinked anymore. Like, oh yeah, you're going to vote for this asshole or this asshole, but they're both going to screw you over. You're not going to screw over yourself. Like if you had some self-determination, like local autonomy, you're not going to screw yourself over. You're not going to charge yourself a 50% tax. You're not going to charge yourself a death tax, right? If we had a normal community amongst our own people, we're not going to rip each other off. Oh, you want those cigars? They're $50 a piece. That shit wouldn't happen. We're going to tax your dad's life savings that you inherit. We're going to tax it with no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Once you get in this death spiral, they keep even one of these guys, these New World Order guys, his name Klaus Schwab, I think his name was. He's like, you will own nothing and you will be happy. You'll own nothing. Well, pretty much, we don't own anything now. You've taxed it all away.
Yeah, right? Well, that's true. Is that the bald guy that talked about the Great Reset?
I don't know. He's one of those scumbags from the
Switzerland or something.
Yeah, I think he's from the United Nations or something. He's one of that mouthpieces for the New World Order. What their plans are, they want basically feudalism, like worldwide feudalism. They don't want any kind of middle class. How dare you smoke a Cuban cigar, you pleb? No, you can't have that. It's $100 now.
Modern day politics, democracy, all this kind of political system we're living under is just a very, very well disguised form of feudalism. We are basically living in a feudalistic society. People just don't.
You hit the nail on the head, straight up.
It is. It's slavery. It's when I talked about this earlier today. I'm like, okay, they take what 25% of your wages. That makes you a 25% slave. Now they're like. When the slave owner said they abolished slavery, they went to what was called sharecroppers. The sharecropper was basically a slave who rented the land from the landlord, and the landlord would take 90% of the earnings. Okay, you made this much. My cut is 90%. You keep 10%. He would give him just enough to barely feed himself, right? That's kind of, I'm not sure the ratio is perfect, but you get my point. You're basically a slave.
No, that's basically how they do it, bro. Like, for real.
Right. So if they take half of your pay, like in Europe, it's pretty customary to take half of your pay. You're a 50% slave, and that's almost the norm. And if you take the value-added tax plus the tax on your wages, I mean, you're basically at least half or more is being taken. That makes you a sharecropper. You're not much better off than a sharecropper. But as long as you could have a nice cigar and a whiskey every now and again, the people just accept it. It sucks, man. It sucks. I don't know how we get out of this death spiral. The problem is too many people are okay with it. Like the people that have their job, they don't care. They have just enough pleasure in life that they don't revolt. Like, oh no, at least I'll have my cigar once a week and whatever. Ideally, if we could work ourselves out of the system, kind of like independent and build our own network of towns. That's what I'm thinking. Something like I'm using the Amish as an example because they're like an autonomous group. If we could do something similar, but not live as primitive as they do, we could still have electricity and internet and drive cars and stuff, but live in like a non-taxable city or whatever, or county or what, just a community where you're not taxed to death. You don't pay state tax, you don't pay federal tax, something like that. Something where we're shielded from their tentacles somehow. And the people could be a lot wealthier. You know, imagine if you could keep 100% of your wages. If you had all of your wages and you didn't have to pay a stupid tax like that, you could live a lot more comfortably. And that's the whole point of working, is to keep what you earn, not to have someone steal it. You still there, Mike? Hello? Anybody there?
Be back.
PMAC is back.
PMAC?
PMAC is back like a heart attack.
What were you going to say? You had something you wanted to say.
Oh, well, it's a very interesting topic, like this whole thing about feudal systems and politics and money and shit. Taxes. It's always bugged me.
But they said that slavery was abolished, but it hasn't been. You can make the claim that this is a form of slavery. And it even said in the Bible, everyone will be a slave. And when you look at it in those terms, it's right. It's like, wait a minute, everybody is a slave. Right? If you're taxed on your wages, that is slavery. Everyone is a slave. It was true.
Yeah, if you look at the world today, the way that we can't trust history anymore, and the way they've lied about fucking everything, and you find yourself living in a heavily taxated place, that's exactly what it feels like. But they hand out these wee thingies to people. There you go, have that and have it. Aren't you great? You've got this, you've got that. You can go here. You can have this concert. You can have this internet. You can, and people just like, oh yeah, okay. I was like, when you look at it, we are fucking basically slaves. That's crazy.
It's a different form. It's a different form. They had at the coal mine. They paid people in script. They called it script money or script coin, and it was only good in their store. So they would pay you a token. This token is only redeemable in their store. You couldn't take it to the next house, so you were stuck. So out of your wages, you would pay rent. You'd pay rent for a house to stay in. You would pay your food bill at the store. And then by the time you paid all of that, you were still in the negative. You still owed them. So you'd have to borrow. So they kept, it was basically indentured servitude. There's no way out. And then sometimes people would leave like, oh man, well I can't spend the money. It's only good here, but let's just get the hell out of Dodge because I'm just getting like the song. I'm getting deeper in debt. You're working in a mine and a miserable job. They did it with the farms. Oh, we've abolished slavery. Oh, let's just call it sharecropping. You take a share and we take a share. 90% for me and 10% for you. I'm the landlord and you got to pay me 90%. So it's just another way. And also, the slave thought he was making something he could keep. At least he could keep 10%, so he would work harder. Like, oh, I'm going to work harder because at least I can keep some of it. And it makes your slaves work harder. If your slaves have no incentive, then they don't work. You can whip them and whatever. They still don't have a motivation to work.
Have you ever heard of that saying, mutton dressed up as lamb?
I haven't heard that, no.
It's kind of like they put a veneer. If they put an outside on something where inside is fucking rotten, that's what they've done.
I've heard of wolf in sheep's clothing. I've heard that, but I've never heard that other phrase.
Something like that. Mutton dressed up as lamb would be like they've just put a veneer on the outside to make it look good. But
lipstick on a pig. They put lipstick on a pig, but it's
yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's the one. That's what's happened today, isn't it? And also, for an example, right? You're a single man living in Europe or the UK or Ireland. You go out. All you earn is you earn £10 an hour. Now, and you work 40 hours a week or whatever. By the time you've paid your rent, your internet, your tax, your car insurance, your electricity, you fuck all. You have nothing left. You've hardly anything left. It's crazy.
Yeah, so that $50 cigar will cost you all week to make that.
Yeah. If I get a lot of tips that week, I might treat myself to a cigar, but otherwise you can't. It's the whole thing about going out to work, what I've been doing for years, is it's supposed to make your life better because you're a working person, but after you've paid all your bills and everything, you're barely living on $150 a week. Which is okay, but you can't really.
That's feudalism. That's feudalism. You don't own shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're taking it all. That's the sharecropper. That is exactly the sharecropper scenario. He does all the hard work. The landowner takes all of it, almost all of it. He gives you just enough to survive. That's it. You have just enough to pay your bills and eat, and nothing more. Maybe you can have a cigar. That's it. That's slavery.
That is. Yeah. Yeah.
And it shouldn't be acceptable. Like, people shouldn't accept this. Like, this is unacceptable. Like, that you should have to, like, you know how everyone in America before the COVID, I think 70% of people did not even have $500 in their bank. 70% of the whole population didn't even have that, like, for a rainy day. Like, hey, if something bad happens, at least I have a little bit of money saved up.
I heard that.
What does that mean? That means that basically 70% don't have shit. They're paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah. It just doesn't seem right, does it?
Well, they didn't pay any fucking tax, right? Maybe they'd have a little bit more.
Even if you paid half the tax, you'd be fucking happy. But
how about none? How about none?
Yeah, none sounds good.
If you must, maybe they could have a sales tax, and that would be it. Like, you keep your wages, you keep your wages, and if they charge taxation for whatever it goes toward, I don't want to pay any tax, but I mean, like, it would go toward whatever. Say the fixing roads, the roads are always shit. But if that was it, and they kept it under a certain amount, then it could be tolerated. But the whole system we have now is just indentured servitude. That's all it is. It's just it's disguised. It's disguised. Slavery disguised as something else.
They're always crying poverty, and the infrastructure shit. The roads are shit. And the other thing that bothers me too is toll bridges. What the fuck? Don't we pay for that with our taxes? Now you're charging me $1.50 to fucking drive down a highway. What the hell, man?
We've got those here. You know what we have interstate highways that have been taken over as a toll road. You have to pay a fucking toll to drive on the road. There was an interstate highway it was paid for with gasoline taxes.
With taxes that the states should be paying for. It should be free, but they're taken over by a private company that's now making $1.5 million every 6 months from people driving down a road that they've already
sold it. They sold Interstate 80. Interstate 80 and an interstate highway was supposed to be paid for through gasoline taxes, and it was supposed to be a federal, the federal government, and free for all the people to travel. That's why they called it a freeway. A freeway means it's free. Well, guess what? They put fucking toll booths on the freeway.
Yeah. You pay $1.50 to drive fucking 10 miles, and you're paying tax.
Oh, it's more than that. It's more than that here. Some of these roads are $12 to ride on the tollway in Ohio, the Turnpike.
No way.
If you got a trailer, yeah. I mean, well, I drive on it for 100 miles or so, but it's if you had a trailer and the trailer has 2 axles, you pay even more. Like one axle has a certain price, 2 axles, and it's just not a big, heavy trailer. It's just got 2 axles, but it's not. It's 12-foot trailer. It's not really big.
When people overcharge you or ask you for a lot of money for something that you don't feel, we have a saying here. You say to the person, "Hey, you should put a mask on while you're robbing me, because you're just fucking robbing me. You should put a mask on." The bandits, it's daylight robbery, isn't it? Everywhere, man. All over the world is just gimme, 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 gimme.
They never roll it back either. Like, there was people in America, they had the Tea Party taxed enough already, right? That's what they call it, Tea Party. And it kind of just fizzled out. People that were just sick of paying high taxes. But there's no one to represent all the tax slaves. We have no representation.
And you're never going to get a politician that becomes very popular in the American system. It goes, "Listen, boys, I'm running for president, and you know what? We see when I make the office, fuck taxes."
Yeah, we had that. It's just all smoke and mirrors. It's a puppet show, like Ron Paul. Ron Paul's like, he was against all this high taxes and shit, but he's not going to run shit. It was a way to appease people, to think there's a way to fix it through voting. There's no way to fix it. We're never going to vote ourselves out of this mess. They control it with an iron grip, and they're not giving it up. It's just not going to happen. There has to be another way to opt out and just say, you know what, I'm not going to play your game. We as a people are opting out. We're gonna form our own communities and live autonomously in the country. We're just gonna live outside your system. Within our system, we're not playing.
They're never going to let that happen, though. It's like you said earlier.
They have no choice.
Is there a way? Is there a way you could do it more peacefully? But the only way to change the system, unfortunately, the only way is armed rebellion. That's the only way you're going to change it.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I use these people, the Amish people, as an example. They never formed an armed rebellion, but they still have autonomy. They live in their own communities.
Okay.
Even the Native Americans have their own tribes where they live in their they could have a casino, they could do whatever they please, and they live outside of the jurisdiction of the United States.
Yeah, so if 20 states just succeeded and just went, right, we're going to do it our own way. We're going to be autonomous.
It doesn't need to be a state. It doesn't need to be that large. It could be within the state. It could be a county. It could be one county. One county decides to leave the state. I no longer want to be part of the state of Michigan. This is our county. Everyone within this county does not agree to be under the jurisdiction of the state. So we're making an autonomous zone in this state. Okay. It doesn't need to be a state level. Yeah, it doesn't need to be. So you have, and if there's 50 counties do that within the state, now the state is starved for taxation. But at a county level, you can control things, and you can get enough support from within a tight group of people, and just make 1,000 counties, make 1,000 little private counties, and just Don't live in your own bubble. Live in your own bubble, and while everyone else is in this, and then if all the qualified people start opting out, say, look, I'd rather live like this. I don't like this way. Guess what? Then their way falls apart. It doesn't need to be an armed rebellion. It just needs to be a choice. Having a choice.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. People in the next state over will go, I like the way those people are living. I want to live like that. And then they do it. And then
when all the productive people come over to your camp, then the other camp fails. Like, okay, your system has failed. You have all the losers and all the people that are the takers, and all the makers have left. The people who make and are productive people, they've all left your system. If you think you're going to run it with welfare recipients that don't want to do any work, who's going to do all your... The system requires workers. If there's nobody working, the whole shit falls apart.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that I was born in California, and I recently withdrawn my citizenship, and I'm no longer a United States citizen. And
My friend did that. My friend just did that.
I got paid taxes. The taxes are voluntary. Taxes.
Yep.
It says it in IRS codes, like it's complete voluntary.
Get away.
Really? You can't. You're not. Yeah, it's not mandatory. You can't be taxed on your income.
A citizen is basically you're an employee of a corporation. You're
a government employee. A citizen is a government employee.
You can opt out of it. You could say, I never agreed to the terms of this contract. I never signed a contract, so I'm opting out of this, what was imposed on me. And you have every right to do so.
They're not taxing you as the living man. They're taxing your person. A person and people are two different things. A person is a fictional character. So like on your driver's license, it'll have your name in all uppercase letters, and any bills you receive, it's all uppercase letters. If you go to court, they have your name in all uppercase. And it's because, like on tombstones, if you look at a gravestone, it's in all uppercase. It's Babylonian. It's you're considered dead. The second you get a birth certificate, which is you get like a couple weeks, like anywhere from like a week to like 3 weeks after you're born. That's your registration date. That's the day that you became a person. And that birth certificate is like why it looks like it's on bond papers, because it is. It's traded, and you like everyone who actually most countries, anything that's like under the UN, I believe, we all have trust accounts. Like we all have trusts that are set up. Birth, yeah, and these accounts that have like millions of dollars in them. And there's a lot of remedy too. Like there's a lot of stuff you can do. Like I just paid up my rent for the next 3 years. I just paid off my car. I paid off my cell phone bill.
You got your son's number. So you drew into your strawman account, like
yeah.
They cover that. They've been covering all your bills through there.
Well, I paid like just a large lump sum to. I used a different means for different things. So like my rent, I used something that's called a promissory note, which in 1933, when we went off the gold standard, which is when they started issuing birth certificates, what they replaced gold with, because the U.S. went bankrupt. I think it was the third bankruptcy, and like a man or woman, after I believe it's 7 years, I think it's 7 years. Your bankruptcy is, you're kind of like forgiven for it. Like the history like starts over, but a country, it's every 75 years, I believe, and 75 or it's 100. Yeah, no, it's 75. I forget. I think it's 75 or it's 100 years that you're forgiven, but we're going through it right now again. But it was in 1933 the last time we went through
the Jubilee you're talking about?
Huh?
A Jubilee?
I don't know what that
the
is.
debt jubilee, where they forgive the debts. It's called the
yeah.
jubilee.
So what they did in like when they took us off the gold standard is they needed
They took
something
off
to
a
back the currency with,
system and put us on a credit system, a non-substance based system.
yeah. And so human work energy is what was used to replace it, and it was done through the birth certificate. And so every time somebody's born, there's a trust that's set up in their name. And like anything you do, like people will think, like I live in like Santa Monica and there's like homeless people everywhere. And I hear people all the time saying like they're just like mooching off the government, and, like their tax dollars are like I'm like paying for them to like just get welfare and all this stuff. Like our tax dollars don't pay for homeless people. They don't pay for schools. It doesn't pay for any of that stuff. That it comes out of the trust accounts. So like that's why they're like so like anal about when you're like a kid, like if your attendance, because if you don't show up to school for that day, they don't get paid. And same thing for in jail, like why they want so many inmates. Like our taxes don't pay for the jails and stuff. Like there's way too much money. The taxes couldn't even come close to covering it. It's all comes out of our trust accounts. And so there's a lot of money that's in the trust accounts. And the government said when they took us off the gold standard that they would pay all the bills. Like, and you actually have to seek it out, find it. Only the seekers will find. But
I believe the government. I trust them wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
bastards.
Yeah, into the moon, right? The government said so.
Yeah. Once you actually start like studying about like the IRS and everything, like they're like the hounds of hell to most people, but they've pretty much become my accountants. Like
as it should be.
Yeah, I've really learned to enjoy the IRS the past few months.
So your payments have cleared through that your routing number that that's on your social security card, right?
Yeah. Well, I set up a DBA, doing business as, and got an EIN, and so I set up a DBA in my all uppercase name. It's in my all uppercase name, and that's a state at the end. So I have a
trust too, right? You get a trust.
What?
You set up a trust.
Well, by setting up the EIN, you set up a trust. When you set up the EIN, it's an estate EIN, so that sets up a trust.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, my friend just did this.
If you ever decide to do any of this, make sure you read and research and do your due diligence, because if you don't, like, screw you up, you can lose a lot.
If you fuck it up,
so many people come in and just like wanting to do it just for money. And I just recently, I've been doing this for like about a year now. Like I'm actually how I found out about you guys was Cuddles on here. He stops in. Cuddles is really, really intelligent. And he's very well versed in it. And he was talking about, he just mentioned something about Flat Earth and that he's in this Discord. And so I asked him for a link to it.
Well, welcome. Yeah, good.
But I've been in like 6 skulls pretty much every single night.
Are you researching the Flat Earth, or are you just curious?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Are you researching the Flat Earth at the minute, or you Cuddles give you a link?
I've been looking into it for a couple of years now.
And you think you're living on a spinning ball?
Into that.
No, I'm not on a spinning ball.
Well,
a lot of flat earthers are into the opting out of their citizenship.
You state in your account just a simple man living on a spinning ball flying through space.
It's the name of my account on here, or my description.
Yeah.
No, it was a joke because I set up this Discord for the Flat Earth channel. That's why I have the little logo or the little emblem that's like the ball Earth guy shaking the hand with the flat Earth guy.
Oh.
It was just a joke.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, I guess you have to sign. He found out where his birth certificate was registered, and it's something like the Vatican holds the titles or something through an office in St. Louis or somewhere. I forget all the details. He was kind of rambling. He's not real. He's not
Probably
real
did it through
articulate.
Anna von Reitz, through
What's that?
the assembly. He probably went through Anna von Reitz through the assembly.
I'm not
I
sure.
heard about something where the trust accounts were all like held through the Vatican, like through something from
Yes. Yeah, something in the Vatican. I forget the name of the company or whatever it was called, the entity. Even on your birth certificate, there's something on there that I forget what it calls you. Like the property, like your parents' name is like, forget the word they used.
And you could get the secret knowledge.
He was throwing around a bunch of words.
there's so much just random shit like that. There's like our language is what's been used to deceive us, and
It's two sets of books, dude. They're cooking the books. They got two sets of books. Like, oh, your name in all capital letters. Oh, now you're a corporation. You're not a human. You're not even the word human, but you're not a man. You're not a man or a woman, right?
Human. If you break it down, I've been studying etymology like a lot ever since I got into this. Where it's like human is hue, man, and hue is color.
Man.
The color of man. It's kind of like color of law means
Color
like
of
a law,
yeah.
but not a law. It has none of the actual like weight that a law holds. Color of law, so.
Appears as not what is.
Huh?
Things are not as they appear to be. Like when you appear in court, you are appearing as, you are not that, but you are appearing as that.
Yeah, they always try to stump you too. They'll be like, so you're representing yourself, and like if you agree to that, then you're falling down into their jurisdiction, down to their level. And
you don't want to represent.
Yeah, you don't represent yourself. Like I heard somebody say today, they're like, I'm a living being, and that's kind of like the same thing as saying I represent myself, because being, like, you can't represent yourself. You are yourself, and so a being. Like you're being something, so you're a living being. So you're in the fiction again. You can't be a living being. And it's like the word asking, like as king. So you're asking.
Have you read the book, The Constitution of No Authority?
No.
It's called No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority. And yeah, he talks. Yeah, Lysander Spooner is his name, and he basically goes through it and says, "Wait, the Constitution is null and void. We've never signed it. If your parents signed a contract, would you be bonded to that contract? Let's say your grandfather signed a lease agreement. Would his great grandchildren be bonded by that agreement? So what he's basically saying, like, this is a nullified document. We have no obligation, and not the Bill of Rights, but the Constitution."
Sounds interesting. I'm looking it up right now. Am I able to post books in the chat?
Yeah, you should be.
Good, few good books on PDF.
Got it.
It's interested in them.
It's a thin book too. It's not very thick. It's an easy read.
Been reading a lot this last year. A lot.
Got my
My eyes are blown out from reading so much on a digital screen. It's like really fucked up my eyes.
You see that flat executor?
See what?
I just checked out how much it would cost me to order 1 pound of organic burley from your website. The one you posted, right, is $23.99, right? You know how much it cost me to actually get it posted here?
How much?
$77.99.
I wasn't sure if they'd pull that bullshit on that website or not.
What? What are they charging you? The VAT tax or the shipping?
It still might be worth it because the amount more tobacco you get a bunch more tobacco, bro. Like it's wild compared to any kind of actual tobacco like labeled product they tax as a tobacco product. You'll just get so much more if that's like what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's probably still worth it. It's like maybe £60, 50 something pounds. I'll still get a pound of organic burley leaf tobacco. Probably work out cheaper. Probably.
You can get how many packages of cigarettes out of a pound? If you could figure, you get 100 packages of cigarettes, and each pack over there costs you what, 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Do your math.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
It's like, well, shit, that ain't bad. 100 packs.
2-hour drive.
Still not too bad. Yeah.
I was gonna say you don't even lose that much from the stems that you have to pull out, which you can take those and you can chop them up and you can use them as a pesticide at the base of your plants. Mix it in with your mulch and whatnot, or just mix it in with your mulch. But yeah, it's a pesticide.
Wanted to get most of it out of the way. When I first went,
That's something to look into. I'll definitely be looking into it.
Just trying to help.
I think it applies anywhere too. Like your jurisdiction in your country, you could probably opt out of the agreement and free yourself from being this tax slave. I'm not sure in other countries, but I'm sure there is a way to opt out of it because they're ripping us all off with the same 2 sets of books.
Most countries, most like countries that aren't like third world and aren't communist, you can do it. Yeah, we're the creditors. They're the trustee. We're the creditors.
I just want to hear firsthand if that actually worked for you. You paid your rent with that.
Who granted
straw man account?
Who granted the account of the birth certificate in the first place? Whose signature is on that piece of paper?
And can they provide the original paper?
That piece of paper, the birth certificate security, is your mom's on that piece of paper. She's the grantor, and which in turn makes you the heir. But she never left a will, and so they presumed that you're dead. And so when they presume that, it ends up they basically scare you into admitting that you are the corporate entity, the person, which is a fiction. It's a color of law. Like that, the all caps name it's not a grammatical right. It's not legally right. It's a legal fiction under their own regulations.
Yeah, our parents are supposed to claim us after we're born, and so that's how we get lost at sea is because our parents are supposed to go. I think it's to vital records and claim us, or we become wards of the state. That's how they're able to just take us to jail and we don't own our cars. You don't own anything. You don't own your house. If you register your car.
I'm actually Googling this now, but when you applied and became a non-citizen thingy, Bobby, does that not give them the right to then, but where are they going to kick you out to if you're no longer a citizen of the United States or UK?
No, you're a free man on the land. That's what's called.
Like on the land, right?
Yeah, because you have a right, a God-given right. It's not man's laws; it's a God's law to live on this land where you were born. So, Michael J. Smith even said that he's not an American citizen; he's a Michiganian.
Who's Michael J. Smith? Sorry?
He's Michael Smith. You're just talking battle model.
Oh, Michael. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a
free man.
You're in the water jurisdiction, and so there's
going to say the maritime jurisdiction. I was just going to bring that up.
Admiralty law, and so most people believe that they don't know it, but they're acting in the water jurisdiction pretty much all the time, and until if you were born to parents that actually like knew about all this stuff and you were raised never like receiving a birth certificate, never like getting indoctrinated into the system and just growing up just knowing who you were or who you are, then you wouldn't have to file any paperwork. You wouldn't have to like claim like that you're a living man, and you wouldn't have to do all this stuff. You would already be a free man on the land. You would never have gone into the water jurisdiction, and so they wouldn't have any authority over you whatsoever. And
kind of interesting, actually, because the maritime jurisdiction in Revelations, the beast of the sea comes up onto the land. Just an interesting. It may not mean anything, but it's interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Like the whole, like pretty much all of the government, all of the courts, everything is based on like the Bible, and it's all scripture. Speaking of the Bible, I just found like 2 nights ago, a house down the street from me. These people are like just setting all this stuff out at the curb, and I guess like their grandma died or something, and they were just like coming to like take all the stuff and take the house. And I was like, "Is there anything in there?" And they're like, "Just a bunch of old shit." And, like I got out and I looked, and I found a Bible from 1823, and it's like a thick leather-bound Bible, and it's a Geneva Bible, and it had like family history going back to like the 1700s, like all in the like all the marriages and for like births and everything.
Yeah,
the family Bible
They didn't
like a legit record.
They didn't want it. I found the
They
will and
didn't
living
want it.
testament in it. I gave that to them. Like thanks. There was I found like the scrapbook, like they're just you could tell like they did not care at all. Like there was like bags full of newspaper clippings like from like the guy and his wife, like because the guy was like a screenplay writer, as a pilot. He owned a magazine, and I found in the scrapbook there was a picture, and it was like signed. It was an award-winning photo, and it had the negatives with it too of Richard Nixon that the guy took, the guy who died. And there was so much stuff, their family crest, and like all these letters, and like all the addresses were like in care of, and like stamps that are all like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cent stamps, and like on everything, and everything's in like the finest script writing like I've ever seen. Like I couldn't even read a lot of it. It's so nice.
It's sad that they
I
don't
like
care about their family history. Like going back to 1700s, and they could care less. It's like
Yeah, just literally laying in the trash.
they just wanted the money, the fast money, and like all their history is gone. You've just cut like hundreds of years of lineage. You don't even give a fuck.
Yeah, I felt so bad for the people, like, or for the people that died. Like,
Yeah,
you can tell. Like, I had this scrapbook that was like filled with like stuff like for like to pass on. It was like a leather bound, like really nice old scrapbook, and it has like so much cool stuff in it. Like I took so much stuff out of their trash. Like, I have like a pile
Maybe it
of like.
wasn't their relative. Maybe it wasn't
No,
even
it was. I went up and asked them because I was like, "There's a lot of stuff in there. There's like a lot of family photos, like really cool family photos, and the old negatives and stuff. And there's like a lot of like photos that were like autographed by people that were whoever was back in those days. And there's like pictures of like castles and stuff, and like him like right after the war ended. There's a guy that I can't remember his name, but I wonder if there. I'll take a picture of it and I'll try to post it on here.
Which
you guys
one?
get who he is. But
Well, you know
they're
what?
like
Now
to the end of World War II.
you've inherited all that wealth.
Yeah, I was thinking I should probably just kept the will. Just made a DBA in the name. I didn't want it. Not gonna know how to fucking
Well,
claim
even
the
that
trust.
Bible's valuable. If you
government.
got an old Bible like that, it's valuable.
Yeah, and it's funny because I've been looking at Bibles online because I wanted to buy like a nice like old Bible. I wanted to actually get 2 of them, and I wanted to mail one to my grandma and have her sign it. I want to go fly out to Wisconsin, and I know she's in a nursing home right now, and I remember last time I was there I was like looking through her Bibles and stuff, and like going way, way, way back, there's like I thought it was so weird because I didn't grow up going to church and reading the Bible at all, and just ever since I've been actually learning about like the law and just the whole government and everything, all this corruption and just how we've been lied to, and that there's so much good stuff to know.
So much lies, so many lies, bro.
Yeah.
Well, when you find out the big one that the Earth is flat, and you're like, okay, what type of control system does it take to have every single leader of every country play along with this giant lie? It takes an iron grip, like you can't believe, 100% control over every state apparatus, right? Or else the truth would leak out. Like there would be one country, let's say Spain or France, somehow became independent, said, all these countries are full of shit. They've lied to you about this. They never went. What do you think would happen to that state? They would become a terrorist state, right? The world would go against them, or some kind of bullshit. No one steps out of line. Not one country on this plane of ours ever speaks the fucking truth about at least this one topic. None of them.
Yeah.
That means they're all puppet governments. They're all illegitimate. We already know that. But when you come to that reality, like, holy shit, this is just a 100% illegitimate government. Has no representation at all. Then it could be nullified, right? It's like, wait, this is nullified. There's no representation. We need to nullify this government and do something like what you're doing right now, how you're opting out.
Yeah, even before Flat Earth and stuff like that, it sounds like you already had an idea that you've been lied to. So, and you're doing the whole opting out thing of the citizenship, etc., etc. I think you already had an idea or knew that something isn't quite right with the world, and so you even before. I mean, you're considering it, but yeah.
Actually, I found out from this homeless lady about well, I kind of started my journey into opting out through something called the American States Assembly. I'm kind of separated from that now because I don't know, there's just a lot of like weird stuff going on with it, and it's like almost like feeling like kind of cultish. And like they don't want you to like study any like through anyone else. Like it was just really weird. But I didn't like leave.
Sounds
but
like controlled opposition. They don't want you. They want to control what you do. It's like, wait a minute, I'll study whatever I please.
There's probably
anyone that has anyone who's like really high level of knowledge that was in it got like pretty much like exiled from it. And like I didn't really get into like a dispute with any of them, but like I just haven't been going to anything through it and just studying on my own. Like in all
you're the kind of person, once you smell a rat, you just jump the ship.
Yeah.
Did you get the Black's Encyclopedia, the Black's Law Dictionary, like where you could it defines all these terms?
I have 1 through 9. I tried to post them in the chat, but it's not letting me post any documents in it for some reason.
Yeah, my brother bought the book. He's got the actual paper book.
They're expensive.
How much is it?
$1 million.
Yeah, depending on what like edition you get.
Paperback, I think.
Like 11 or 12 editions. It's paper. It's probably like.
Oh, he doesn't have nothing that thick. It's just one book.
Is there like I know I have up to version 9, and I think in 9 there's like 3,000 pages, but.
Oh no, he don't got nothing. I think he's just don't have the encyclopedia. He's got the dictionary.
Yeah, no, it's just the dictionary.
The dictionary's 3,000 pages.
Yeah, that
can't fit in one book. You get 3,000 pages.
Yeah, edition 4 is like 20. Let me see right here. I think it's 2,500 pages or something.
You need one of Michael's
there's like 11 or 12 editions now. There's 19,000 or 1,956 pages on number 4. And I see on number 9 there
A book
is
collection. How many do you have? I have one. How do you cart that around? On a dumper truck. There.
It's all in one book. How thick is the damn book?
They're pretty big. I know I have I think number 11 too, but it's a bunch of documents. It's like a document for each letter of the alphabet. It's like that might be in actual volumes if you buy the book. So like it might be like kind of like a Webster's, how there's volumes for like between certain letters. So it might be in a bunch of books because like every single edition that they come out with, like they add just a shit ton more stuff. Like you can never keep up with it.
All that horse shit needs to go away. Like if you can't fit it on one page of print, like one sheet of paper, then it's bullshit. Yeah. All this legalese, all this doublespeak, all that shit needs to be dissolved. It's all fraud, right? It's like the color of law. It's all deception and fraud, doublespeak. Yeah, it needs to be nullified because it's not a valid contract.
Yeah, it's a trust law. And the law of the land, which is the law on whatever land you are on, and it don't hurt.
They're in violation of that.
Take their stuff, and as long as there's no injured party, injury or loss, like there is no crime.
You have been injured. We've all been injured by indentured servitude. It's an injury. Like if they're stealing your wages, that's an injury.
Well, it's that they're not stealing it. It's voluntary. We're volunteering for it, and like we just don't know.
Is it if it directly comes out of your check? Are voluntary?
They're not taking it from us. They're taking it from our
employer,
fictional straw man. And so it's not us that they're charging. We're just agreeing to pay. Like when you get a parking ticket or something, they're not charging us. And also, when you get a parking ticket, like you get the ticket, and that ticket is actually like a coupon. And same for when they send you an electric bill in the mail. How they have the little thing that tears off at the bottom. It's a coupon, it's a check. And so when you're paying that, they're double dipping. So like they're not. Even though they make it seem like they're going to shut off your like electricity if you don't pay it. Really, if you actually call what I've been doing is there's this guy called I'm Batman Jr. on YouTube, all one word, just I'm Batman Jr. And I actually did this for just my cable bill. And I'm not very good at speaking at all. I kind of like stutter and I'm just not confident at speaking whatsoever. And so it was kind of difficult. I had to try quite a few times to actually get the right person where I was able to do it. But what you do is when you call is you're pretty much like saying like who's making that claim that I owe money, and you're just questioning them, and you're just never admitting to being that all caps name, and you're just saying, well, who's making that claim? Like I just want to speak to my accuser. I feel there's something wrong on this bill. Can I please speak to my accuser? I would love to pay for the bill, but I feel that there's been a mistake on it, and I need to speak to the one who's claiming that I owe them something. And they can't, obviously Spectrum or Sprint isn't going to be able to talk to you because Sprint is not a real man or woman. And so there is no Sprint. Sprint's a fictional entity. It's just a fictional character. And so there's never going to be a Sprint that can call you. And so by the end, when you've just kind of taken this in circles and like you kind of want to like say everything as a question or making a statement. You don't want to answer questions. And so if they do when they're trying to like verify who you are or what account it is, if they're like, so can I get your name? And so you would say like, the name I've been known to use is so and so allegedly. And so like at some point they're going to be like, why do you keep saying the name you've been known to use? Is that your name or is like or not? and you say, well, could it be that that's a name that I answer to, or that's a name that I respond to the sound? And like, how can one be a name? Like, you can't be a name. I am myself. Like, I can't be a name. A name is just a sound. I don't have rights over that name. And there's probably many people that have, or that respond to that name. But what at the end, you're pretty much saying, like, well, the only way that we can move forward with this, if you could just a note down on the account that to cease and desist on this bill and continue with the services until the entity or the man or woman known as Sprint or Spectrum or whatever contacts me. You can reach me on this phone number, and until then, please just cease and desist and leave the account open until I'm reached, because I feel that there's been a mistake on this. But I'm Batman Jr. does it really fucking good. But you can do that with your car payments. You can do it with
everyone on here should look into what's called reclaiming your securities on YouTube. Also, this Batman Jr. guy sounds pretty fun. I might look him up. But yeah, reclaiming your securities. Everyone should look at it. It's pretty interesting.
There's a guy, he just started a YouTube channel. I'll post a link to it in the chat right now. He just started it like a month ago maybe, and a lot of people are now starting to like find him. But his name's Christopher Hauser. I'm gonna post him in the chat right now. And I recommend starting watching his videos, like going to his channel and watching his videos from the very beginning, from the very first video he posted. His videos aren't long, and he's like, this guy just got out of prison like 2 years ago, and his friends are still in prison, but it's in the Supreme Court right now. They like pretty much like just took him out of prison because he was like getting too many people out, like released from. This guy's just a wealth of knowledge. He's insanely smart, and his videos, he's so easy to listen to, and he explains stuff so well. He explains all this stuff through trust law and all this, tons and tons of remedy, and he's just an amazing person.
Themselves in prison.
Huh?
People educate themselves in prison if they are thinking about it.
This guy, him and a bunch of his friends went to prison. It was completely, he speaks about it. There's like 3 videos that he talks about it, where they all got arrested as they did like $2.4 billion in liens on judges and public officials and cops, and it was actually not them that liened them. The trust or the treasury put the liens on them. They just submitted all the forms and stuff and the evidence so that the trust or the treasury would file the liens. And so the treasury is the one that actually filed the liens, but all these judges and police officers and DAs and prosecutors and all this shit they were all getting liened, like their trust accounts. And so like in Tennessee, they like made up new laws, and it was super corrupt what happened to them, but they're like actually paying for it now. Here, I'm posting it right now. His channel. I just posted the link for his first video that he posted, and it's him at what is it called? It's and it's called Sovereign Shuts Down Municipal Corporation. Municipal Corporation. Yeah, you want to fast forward it to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It's only like a 20-minute long video, but as he starts talking, that 3 minutes and 20 seconds. But then you can click on his channel. It's Christopher Hauser. He only has 1,000 subscribers. Found him, he had like less than 100. And this guy's an super, super amazing wealth of knowledge. And he's so good at speaking. He's so good at speaking.
Well, guys, I'm going to get off and watch that video. Peace out, y'all.
Yeah. Hey, what was the thing that you said to look up again?
I sent it to your DMs. Also, Ron Levelson and PMAC. I hope you guys look into that stuff. Like I said, the reclaiming securities, like that. That's some really good information. If you take it with a grain of salt, though, also,
Will do, bro. Thanks.
Yeah. Good night, guys, or good morning, or whatever it is. It's early morning, late night.
Good evening, good night. Thanks, bro.
I've only come onto this Discord a few times. Whenever I have somebody who I get a lot of times on the Skype groups that I've been on, people like once it gets late at night, we call it like flat Earth time, and pretty much everybody that's on there believes the flat Earth. And whenever somebody has some sort of like debate or just questions about anything, I always come on and just look down in all the little sections where you can click on it, like the Antarctica section and the satellites and all that stuff. And I always find really good info in there. But I came on this little live stream one other time, and Battle Mod was just dismantling this guy that was like saying he's a professor or something. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah.
I was just making a meme for a friend on Facebook. Just making a meme. Wee funny meme.
Dog. You know, right? Go. Bed. Oh, fucking crime shit, bitch. Where's shit? Russia. Touch. Quit. Quit. Do it. Do it. Hey, be good. Me good today? Oh, it's him. Come on, man. That's good with my left hand. Give me some credit, man. doing? I'm brushing. Pet it. Come on. Come on, I don't have the brush. Pet it. Breathe. Good. Good. Wait. Mm. Mm-hmm. He's loving room. Easy. Mm. Boy. Boy, jealous. Oh, man. I need your butt rubbing. Love it. You need some patting and butt rubbing. Brush. Yeah. Butt love it. Dirty.
You see me riding dirty. Michael! Miguel! 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 You're hot micing, bruh.
Why you stay out in the cold till open kill them bite butter, butt biter. Please. You open cold will kill them. In the cold. Get your motherfucking fence. End up bleeding. Don't bleed. Stop it. But me.
Hello, Michael. Malmon. Hey, what's up, bro? You're hot micing, I think.
Hmm? $13. $7.2. Hey.
Hey, what's up, Michael?
Shit.
Yeah.
And pinging fast in the motherfucker.
Faster than the motherfucker.
They're lagging everybody else right now, but they turn mine up because I've been bitching. At the beginning.
We could hear you talking there.
Could you? To my dog?
Yeah, we could actually. Yeah.
I was brushing his butt. He's got fleas. I gave him a flea bath and then I brushed him down. First you kill the fleas and then you brush them off, right? The dead ones?
Yeah, and the eggs.
And he's a pit bull, you know, when they lay down, their jaw is so wide and their neck is so wide that when you're brushing their butt with the bristle side, I can see him smiling ear to ear, dude. That motherfucker telegraphs his smile. I just had to say, damn, is Grandpa brushing your butt and loving you and brushing you down? Daddy's loving on you, and he's just leg going 100 miles an hour. Yes, you are. You washed my butt first. This dog will get in the fucking hot tub with me. He loves that shit, dude.
I didn't know. I thought that you were talking to a human or something. You were like,
freaking my girl rubbing her butt.
Could have been. Yeah.
No.
What did I join in on?
Maybe
she had to run home real quick and she'll be back in the morning.
Hey, Snoz.
Hey, what's up, P-Mac?
All good in the hood, boy. Feeling like a villain. What's happening?
Oh.
Not a lot, man. Hey, what's up, Battlemon? Been a long time.
I'm digging the jive. He good in the hood, chilling. You
chilling like
dropping?
I heard something about like you play with your dog's butt, man. I came in a weird time, man.
Bored. Listen, I got bored. I noticed the dog.
It doesn't matter how bored you are. Don't stick your fingers in or around any dog's butt.
No, well, not like his butthole.
Oh.
On the top of his back, by the base of his tail, he had a bunch of fleas there. So I gave him a bath and I got rid of him. And then I got a dog brush. It's bristles on one side and whatever on the other. A brush on one side and ruffers on the other. And I was just rubbing the spot where it was red from the fleas. And he was smiling his ass off and leg running 100 miles an hour. So I'm high. I'm like, oh, Grandpa rubbing your butt down, making you feel good.
Man, don't say those words, man.
Well, it's actually
internalize those. Whatever you just said, internalize it. Those are the kind of things you say in your head, not out loud.
It's more of his back. Well, I didn't realize I was on muted, bro. And people were listening.
We can hear everything.
I got a dog too. I get it, man.
Michael's having a good time anyway.
You heard me petting the cat then too, buddy.
Yeah.
I said, you sexy little bitch.
Why do you talk to your pets like that, man?
He's about a 2-year-old cat. He's coming into his ball sack. The fluid's starting to drip. I gotta raise him and get ready. One day I'm gonna take him on the front porch and I'm gonna pet him and I'm say, you see that stray bitch over there? What you gotta do is run over there and jump on her ass and rape her, and you gotta be loud about it.
Man,
you gotta be row.
Battle Mod, love you.
I raise my cats and my dogs like children, bro.
I feel like I need to call animal control or something, man.
Well, the only thing that fucks like a rabbit is the damn cat. Come on, we all know that. I'm not doing anything sexual with the cat.
I haven't got a cat, so I can't say.
I'm tired of his ass humping on my legs, so I want to take him outside and show him all the stray pussy in the front yard. That's all. It's a dairy farm. There's all kinds of cats out here.
You don't get milk from cats. What are you talking about?
Well, people think...
Wait, can you milk a cat? Is there a thing? Can you buy cat milk?
No, it's a dairy farm, but dairy farms attract cats, so you can tell you've never been a dairy farmer. Every idiot in the city thinks we love cats just because we got milk.
No, but real question, though.
So they drop their fucking cats off here that they no longer want. I'm just a guy that loves animals enough. I don't do anything to...
All right, listen, from what I've heard, I can tell you that you probably love your animals too much, man.
Whatever.
He takes real good care of them.
I mean, shit, you can milk goats. You can milk fucking almonds. Can you not milk a cat?
I don't know. I'm sure you could if its boobs were big enough and you could stretch the udder, but I've never tried.
But what if it's what if cat milk is the next thing? You know what I'm saying?
I've heard they actually milk rats and put that in our milk, so I don't know.
I feel like that'd be too much work.
Have you ever heard that conspiracy theory? They're milking rats. We're really drinking rat milk. I'm a dairy farmer. I'm reading this
you know how much milk would come out of a rat, though? That's too much effort, man. It would be easier to milk a cow.
Yeah, too much effort for not enough. Yeah, you get a half a glass of milk for every pull of the udder, and you get to play with these big, long fucking nipples, too, That's what udder is.
I'm starting to understand why you're on a dairy farm.
Oh, man, you can make a sexual joke about everything you do for animal husbandry, but it's not sexual. It's just everything
Well, you
is
married
sexual.
your animals?
It's animal husbandry. That means they get...
I know.
That means you understand that every bit of enjoyment they ever get from life is you. So if you rub your dog's boobies and tell her she's a sexy bitch and she smiles, then you gave her some enjoyment in her life, and that's purely what it is. You itch your dog's butt because the fleas tore up the spot at his back where it meets the tail. That's technically not the buttocks. That's the back. But if the dog's enjoying it, who gives a fuck,
Also, why is everybody every time I come in here, 90% of the people in here are muted.
Though. Well, it's late. Most of these people are probably sleeping, I think. Most of them people probably didn't hear that shit. P-Mac was the only one who heard me talking to my Rosa, like, bitch, quit fighting it. You make it hard when you fight it. I was cleaning the man.
I love you, baby. I love you.
Yeah, now that I think about the shit I said, you probably thought I was raping some bitch. You fight and you make it worse. Don't I rub your butt good? Damn, I'm fucking embarrassed now. No, first
happy times with the wife.
No, I'm not married anymore, but I got a girlfriend. First I sprayed flea spray on the cat and then brushed the cat out because they got to get rid of all 3 of their fleas, or it's senseless to just give one a flea bath.
Did you spray the girlfriend to get rid of her fleas, or?
Huh? No, the girlfriend went home.
Oh, she took her fleas with her.
Yeah. Well, she was sleeping with the dog, so she might have fleas. I don't know.
She might. You're gonna have to rub her butt.
I might have fleas. She was the one that looked at his boobs and his butt and said, "He's got red spots. You got to tend his booty."
Damn it, Michael! You're gonna have to de-flea your girlfriend tomorrow night. You're gonna have to rub her butt and everything.
Well, I'll use that to get some sex out of her, dog. I'll say, "Well, I de-flea'd the dog. Now I got to rub your butt down.
I gotta check you for fleas, honey. Just lie down."
Yeah. So, yeah, just lay down, get naked, and let me check you for red spots where fleas are biting you.
Oh, you do have enough red spots. Here's one.
He just gave me my lame game for tomorrow. That's just lame enough. I might get a laugh and some pussy out of it. I have been deprived. I'm not feeling that way anymore. I'm in a good mood. Okay, so I was just.
It wasn't that bad. We didn't hear too much. It was just this odd time. There was just like this. Hey, baby, fleas and rubbing, and I don't know. I tried to warn you.
So you only heard the dog because after I fucking brushed the male cat, he probably stepped on my wireless mouse and unmuted me when he left. And that's when I got up to loving the dog. And my mic's laying on the love seat, and the dog's all the way over here on the bed. When I brought him in from man, I can't believe my mic was picking it up that good from across the room.
I was, yeah. We couldn't hear much.
It's funny, he's picturing a heart-shaped native ass, because it is heart-shaped. Boy, that native girl's fit. She works hard.
Fit as fuck.
I'm feeling blessed the last 3 days. It started out slow and then just bam! All in. I'm like, hey. She said, "I'm not scaring you, are you? Am I?" I said, "Hell no."
Oh, she said that?
Yeah, I said, "No, I'm feeling wrapped." She's like, "Wrapped?" I was like, "Yeah, wrapped around your little pinky and that nanny you've been laying on me." Shit. Whooped.
I don't think you're the kind of man that's going to be whooped, but...
No, but I am finding I'm waking up and checking to make sure it's still there. Oh, yep, my nanny's still here. We're good. I can go back to sleep for another hour. I ain't got to work till spring.
That's right. You get the autumn and winter off, motherfucker.
Yeah, because the other businesses are easy to run. They run themselves, and they got general managers. Because asphalt is a service, it comes with complaints. So you got to deal with complaints from both customers and contract holders, and residential, commercial, and state. The state's a bitch. Commercial, they're just picky about deadlines. They're not really big on quality. So a commercial lot has to be perfect right around the front of the store. But if it's fucked up away from the front of the store, they don't really care. You know what I mean? They're all about packaging. And packaging is how it appears when you stand there and look at the store and you take it all in. Do you want to go in there and buy something? You don't care about the speed bump that's not supposed to be a speed bump at the beginning of the parking lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in residential, that old man owned that house for 90 fucking years, and let me tell you, blood, sweat, and tears, boy, he busted many a knuckle to get that fucking house. You better fix every little fuck up in my driveway. Even though you're the guy been doing it for 30 fucking years, and you think it's perfect. So you had to tell the old man, I don't see what's wrong with it, old man, and this is my profession. Okay, how about you're just a job site foreman and you tell me what to do? And then you go through and do just little itty bitty details that are trim where shit meets, where the asphalt meets the concrete, the trimming or edging around the grass, you know what I mean? The entrance. One little spot had oil on it and it didn't lay right. You know what I mean? But I can appreciate that. I'd rather deal with the old fucking man than the state. You can please the old man eventually. The state's just trying to keep you busy so you don't make the deadline, so you make no money and you pay for half their fucking job. That's the way their damn contracts are set up. I'm ready to tell the state to go fuck themselves. I make more money from the motherfucking Lowells, the Wendy's, the tool distributors, the parking lots. I make more money from parking lots than I make from highways. You get per square footage, I'm getting quadruple for I get 50,000 per square footage in a parking lot that if you laid it out on the highway and put it down, I'm only making 10 grand.
Wow.
So I got to do 5 times as much for the state to make the same fucking money. And I thought this would be an advancement for my company when I went to get the degrees that allowed me to get state contracts, you know. Hey, live and learn. I think before my son totally takes over, I think I'm going to say fuck the state, and I'm going to tell him, do commercial, and do it in these 8 states, because it's still, when you're making 5 times the amount on a parking lot, you can spend a few thousand to drive 4 states over. It's economical to go 4 states over, so you try to get international contracts from Wendy's. Ooh, Wendy's, can I do all your parking lots on the East Coast? Oh yeah, I'll give you a discount if you let me do them all. And then they got this whole group that they don't have to worry about, because if they're giving it to you, they already like you. They like your word. They like the work you produce on your word. So they can figure this whole eastern section is taken care of. This sector. We don't have to worry about that. We just pay Mike. And we're saving money.
Hey, you're talking business, man. You're talking business here.
Talking dollars.
Dollar.
Thousands.
I need dollar. Dollar is what I need.
Yeah, I don't make my money by the millions. I make it by the thousands. And that's if I'm laying asphalt. Now, if I'm doing maintenance or seal coat, then I'm making my dollars by the hundreds. And I'm paying labor too, output, overhead, fuel, gas, crack filler, asphalt to fill potholes, tack. When you fill a pothole, you're making new asphalt stick to old asphalt. You would think you could just stick it in there and it all stick together, but that's not true. You got to put a glue in there that makes the new shit bond with the old shit. And it's called tack, asphalt tack. If you pave a 2-inch cap over an old asphalt, you got to spray the whole thing down with tack. And it fucks the tires up on your equipment when you drive over it, because it's fucking super adhesive glue. So you can imagine, when you back up to cap it, you're going all the way as the rubber's ripping up glue. And then you gotta fucking go through and respray them fucking tire marks.
I gotta go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
You gotta spray them as you go, and I made a thing for the paver that sprays tack right in front of the rear tires, and I should patent that system and sell that system, because they could probably sell it to the manufacturer of the of the paver because it has a reservoir, a pump, and a complete nozzle system, and a flush system for tack. Because you're spraying glue, you got to have heaters. You got to heat the glue or it doesn't move, you know? Can't just pump it through a steel thing. That glue is the tack is nasty to work with. A lot of companies just put water on it. But then if you don't wait for the water to evaporate off and the glue to be the only thing left because of the water evaporated off and under the heat of the asphalt, well, what do you see? Well, I think dogs and a mouse. Get him, boy. Where's he at? Get him. Move. My dog's more of a mouse hunter than the cat. The cats, they'll just sit there and look at the mouse. Because they eat canned food, and when their food's out, they eat it when it's gone, and they leave the plate. You know what I mean? They eat canned fish. You know. The dog, his food will be laying out. So the mouse gets his food, so he doesn't... He doesn't suffer for a mouse to live. He's like, fuck you, I can't let you live in the house. You're eating my food. He's a pig. He's 60 pounds. He's fat. He's wide and fat. He's a funny dog. He just... When I fuck with him, he smiles so big, he makes me so happy. I just end up loving on him. He's a lovable animal. He's cute, man. He can smile. You know when he's happy with you, and if that don't tickle you, Pete, man, something wrong with you. You can't enjoy the most basic shit in life. I can get I can feel good because a squirrel smiled at me, and yes, squirrel smiled. Give a squirrel a can of mixed nuts. Just set it down, open it up, and walk away and let that motherfucker come get it. When he tastes them salted nuts, that motherfucker will start chirping and smiling, and he will want to relay to you how happy he is, because them are fucking good nuts. I got squirrels I feed mixed nuts to, pistachios. Every time I see a new nut, I try to get some and introduce the squirrels to them just to see their reaction. It's worth $1 million. It's priceless, actually. Priceless. You couldn't put a price on it. It's definitely worth a nut.
God damn.
How's that fucking happen? Damn. The cat opened the damn window all the way up. I don't know why. There's a screen in it. She can't get out. I put metal screens in. I took the fabric ones out because my cat got razor blades. And she knows it. She'll just say, and walk out through the hole. She got mad when I put the metal screens in. She stuck her nails into it and it didn't go nowhere. And she was flexing on it like, oh, I'm going to break you. And it didn't break. It was a bitch to get these big ass screens in too, because the cords that hold them in place, you can only get one thickness. And the screen was so thick, I couldn't get the shit in place. I had to heat it up, make it malleable.
Ew.
Because the metal screen up. Oh, what's up, bro?
What's up,
Ron?
It's just 6:30 a.m.
Where you at?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia. You know what Georgia means when you're pimping? When you're talking pimping? I'm a Georgia, you fool.
What?
I'm gonna take everything you got and make you, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna be happy I took it.
That sounds more like... Never mind.
To Georgia, a fool is to rape him of his entire life and make him happy about it. Or her. It's pimping slang for I'm getting it all.
Hey man, what are you guys doing awake right now?
Me? Some of us get up early.
Oh.
Me, I keep odd hours when I do asphalt.
What is that?
So it takes asphalt, paving, parking lots, driveways. So my summer just ended, so I was working late, and the first day I got off, I worked the last day. I worked 14 hours, and it ended at 5 at night, and I fell asleep for 6 hours. So I was up at 11. So my hours are funny right now.
I'm in Ireland. I'm just back from work. I've been back from work for 7 days, I think.
So,
3 hours. So having a couple of drinks, shooting the
right. So today, this morning after I shoveled shit, went to sleep at 8 a.m. and I got up at 2. So
yeah,
I'm just still awake.
And I'm back on tonight at 11 o'clock. Bang.
Is there any conversation going on right now, or is just
we just wrap up bullshit shit?
Oh, okay.
Me scratching my boy's butt, my dog's butt. Them trying to make fun of me about it. He had fleas, man. He's got a rash from all the bites. Come on. You know your ass would itch if you got bit by 1,000 fleas on it, right?
You got something you want to talk about, Ryan? Something that's fucking...
I know. Let's get off the fleas in the ass, right?
Fleas in the ass. ass fleas.
I mean, I don't have much to talk. Are we live streaming right now or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, always, huh?
I've thought about that. I don't think I want to tell the native woman I got to check her for fleas. She might get insulted.
How do you guys
Oh, she might like it.
How do you guys feel about the whole metaverse?
Metaverse?
The new Facebook thing?
Yeah, the VR thing, full of mints. You know, where everything we do right now, well, in the real world, is basically going to happen in the metaverse. And he said it's better for us to do it there because we're going to have more time or something like that. But in reality...
Yeah, they think the revolution's going to happen in the metaverse.
Yeah, that's just stupid.
That's to say you're not going to fucking revolt at all. You're going to talk about it on the internet.
A world of ones and zeros. That's bullshit. And did you see the presentation?
I say, listen,
an alien. Seriously, he's like, and he's using the hand thing. And
yeah, I say the metaverse is best left in the Sonic the Hedgehog comic strip. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
If you want to make a difference, don't get on the internet and scream, "Let's go fucking Brandon." Go out and fucking change something in the real physical world.
Yeah, do something, motherfucker.
All of us on the internet, we're just talking. We're not doing. Action speaks louder than words.
At the same time, like, this world is so fucking crazy, right? It's so strange, it's so surreal that I don't know if I even want to change it. Should I even try? Is that not what it's trying to make me do? To make it think that it's real when reality is not?
When you say, "Oh, Brandon, you're making me think you're inviting Brandon to go out and rape Joe Biden with you." Fuck Joe Biden. Come on, Brandon, let's go. Fuck Joe Biden. Come on, Brandon, let's go. Fuck Joe Biden. Right?
How the fuck did he...
I gotta wonder, is that Brandon guy gay, or are they inviting him to go rape him? Tax him and rape him, Brandon.
He likes driving cars, bro, but like yourself.
Oh, I know. I'm just making jokes about him. I looked into him. I had to Google why they said "Let's go, Brandon." So yeah, I read the whole thing. I watched the video.
All messed up by "Fuck Joe Biden," and she was like, "Let's go, Brandon."
Yeah, she said, "Listen to him. They're saying "Let's go, Brandon." I said, "Oh, I get it." Like when Obama ran through the states, and they were saying, "Fuck Obama, you piece of shit, motherfucker." And the news reporter that was showing it said, "Look, they love him. They're screaming terms of endearment. And you could hear people saying, fuck you, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. You're fucking our country. You could hear them saying it on the news. And they're like, they love him so much, they're screaming terms of endearment.
How the fuck did Joe Biden become POTUS? My God. I mean, I thought Donald Trump was a stretch, but Biden? Snuffy Joe Biden?
Listen, I think since Ronald Reagan, when they elected the first fucking actor into office, we just been getting raped with bullshit. It's all a smoking pony show. You know? It's candy bars and soda pops at a ball game. Because the world's a stage and politics is a show. So, you know, racism's a problem when some politician says it is. Everybody's an economist when some politician talks about the economic state. Everybody's an election analyst when we're having an election. These are the things people grab onto that are dumb as shit to repeat and act like they know something. People with educations talk about their fields of employment, you know, what they do, their home life, their status. They don't talk about politics. Rich people don't sit around and talk about politics. Believe me, they spend their money to motivate it. They don't sit around and talk about it like poor people do. Poor people use it to repeat the reporter and you'll sound intelligent when the reporter's just repeating what's on the fucking printout screen for him. He's not intelligent. I knew, when I knew 9/11 was a fake and I was young, when the fucking news reporter was telling me about structural integrity. I said, this shit's happening. This news reporter isn't a structural engineer. What the fuck does he know about structural integrity? Why does he know about it the minute the shit's happening? You know what I mean? It should have been, oh my God, and just a bunch of dumb shit. Look at this. And then they should have had to go back and analyze it as they learned about why it happened and then tell you what happened. They shouldn't be trying to get all technical from you like they were prepared for it.
Yeah, like reading from a script. Straight away on the day they were,
with the specialists. On the day it's happening, they already got an engineer on there. We got an engineer 2 minutes after it's happening, he's telling us it's corrupting the structural integrity. No, he didn't say that. He said it like it was something he knew.
And
I
think 9/11.
Listen, it takes 1,800 degrees Celsius to affect them pillars wrapped in concrete. Airplane fuel doesn't burn long enough to reach that temperature. It burns fast. It's got a high flash rate. It's impossible. Jet fuel, diesel just doesn't burn that hot. What he said was impossible. But when he said it, he programmed 1 million people that watched it and believed it 100%. They believed it was a real-time event they were watching live. When there was just a controlled demolition going on, and everything they seen was made in a CGI studio. I don't give a fuck what people say.
Yeah, we heard boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it happened instantly. It was a controlled demolition. When you, when you do them, they're over in a few minutes when they're done properly. When they're not done properly, the top of the building ends up rolling down the street. It was done to perfection, only in 3 in a row. The only people who could do that is the military-industrial complex, because every contractor that is doing it, he can't do it that perfect. And you know why? Thermite costs a lot of fucking money. The more thermite and the more explosions you put in the building, the more money you spend and the less money you make. That's why we have demolition compilations where top of buildings roll down through the middle of New York. You know, I mean, because the only way they can make money is to do it with the least amount of materials possible. I think sometimes they know, well, that's not enough to do it. Oh, well, the top of the building rolls down the street. It hits another building. Insurance covers all that. We don't pay for it. We save money, and it still gets done. You save money when the insurance is paying for it, right? So let half the building roll down the street. Right? It'd be good business. It'd be shrewd business. You're letting insurance pay for half the shit. The removal of everything. The minute it rolls down and crushes everything, every insurance for every building gets involved. You're not spending shit to even get rid of that. Hell, the city's probably going to clean it up, not you. It's off your job site. It's no longer under your permit. You know? Your permit is attributed to a piece of land. If your building's halfway down the street, you don't have a permit for demolition on that parcel. You know? That piece of land. You're not permitted to work there. If you did want to go down there and smash it up, you'd have to go get a permit first. Or start working and see if the city shuts you down. Well, there's a top half of a high-rise building in the middle of the street. Either way, you're saving money. It's cheaper. You didn't spend $100,000 to blow the top half of the building off. You saved $100,000 and you made it.
You're the money man, bro.
Well, yeah, it's all about materials and overhead. Thermite's expensive, dude. You can spend $100,000 on thermite quick.
Yeah, military grade thermite, very expensive. It wasn't one of the cousins of fucking George Bush, one of the head of security of 9/11, the Twin Towers?
Yeah, I read some shit like that too. Yeah. What is there, a mouse over there stalking your food? Hey, why you on guard? Milo, the dog. What you? Damn mouse stalking your food. I gave him a steak and a big pile of peas, the rest of the peas and the green beans, because he loves that shit. But he ate the steak and he was too full for the green beans, so he's saving them for later. You know. I think some mouse keeps coming up and stealing his green beans. He's just watching that plate and not moving, still as he can be. It's a farm. We got field mice, and it's getting cold. They come in, you know. It ain't nothing I can do about it. That's why I don't get rid of the cats. There's rats for the feed silos, you know. When the rats attract snakes.
How many cats do you have?
Oh, shit. I don't know. I think it's hard to count them because well, it's hard to count them because there's a lot of feral cats in my woods. I know that, a lot of them, and I don't see them that often.
How many house cats?
Oh, house cats! I got 2 house cats. I got 3 cats that come in the house, but one's an outdoor cat. He's a big Maine Coon, and he likes to go outside and run all the other cats. He beats down feral cats for fun and raccoons. He's a big bitch. He looks like a minx. He's good size. You know, and he's an outdoor cat, so he's close to the wild, you know, so he's muscular and trim and healthy. This motherfucker will jump on a turkey and bite its neck and ride it for a half hour till it dies. That's how strong he is. And then he drags the turkey up on the steps and just leaves it there. Look, Dad, I got you a turkey. I hate that shit. I don't need that. This cat will kill 10 turkeys a year. I give them away on the holidays, you know. If it only lays there for an hour, meat takes about a day to lay there to start going bad, to decompose. So if you get it in, 14 hours of the kill, you can just dress it, boil it, clean it, you boil it, and purify it, and then just freeze it. like a store bought turkey, but it's wild turkey. Wild turkey tastes better anyway. More dark meat. I like dark too, though. But I give them away on holidays. Hey, you need a turkey? Yo, I got a turkey. No, I got you a 30-pound Tom turkey that was wild. Spent his whole life in my front yard. You want it? Yeah? Okay, come get it. Or I'll take it to him, on my way to work or whatever. Next time I run into town, I'm a good guy. I'll drop it by for free. Just because 10 turkeys take up a lot of room in the meat freezer. And yeah, I'm one of them guys that, I hunt and I forage. So I'm trying to fit 5 kinds of meat in the freezer and have a variety of meat enough for a year. I wouldn't like to keep any meat longer than a year. But I'll have squirrel, rabbit, turtle, fish, venison, wild boar, game boar. If somebody in my family goes out hunting, I'll trade meat for meat. I like elk or moose. I like game meat. Better for you than beef.
Bouf, le bouf.
Yeah, I'll trade beef for elk. Because they'd rather eat.
What's elk like? Is it like venison, but like
no, it's whiter and it's better. Elk rump roast is good. Elk is good. It's better. It's not as gamey as venison. Venison is gamey, and that's because they're thin and because of their diet. They eat tree bark and nuts and whatever they can find. Deer might have to survive off some twigs,
Well, I watched some shows, Life Below Zero and Alaska, and he's got his 2 kids out and his wife out in the boat, and they're killing reindeer. But it's like
caribou.
Or caribou.
I like caribou too.
You see the daughter, she's like, and then they're stabbing.
Caribou is reindeer.
They caught them while they were crossing, but when they were vulnerable, so they go out in the boat and then they just stab them in the back of the head, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, well, you catch them in the river, so they're easier to transport because that's a heavy fucking animal, a caribou.
Yeah, but it's also the right time to do it because they're swimming, and so they just instead of using bullets, which cost more, they use a spear.
When we go,
it's and the kids, like his daughters.
I go to Canada, bro, and caribou hunt, and we do it from a boat. It is the way most people do it.
But that ensures their survival for the first 3 or 4 months of winter because they've killed them 3 caribou and take them back, cut them up, and.
Dude, the caribou will give you a lot of cuts. Caribou pork chops, caribou chops.
No, you're eating like a king. That's good shit. It's just good meat, bro.
Look, these are caribou chops.
Free range.
Free range meat. And so here's elk chops. This is what an elk chop looks like. It's whiter, but it's still red meat. It's just not as gamey. That's all. And it's got fat, so it's not real dry and rough. So most people with venison, they overcook it. That venison is too lean to cook till it's totally done. You're best off to do venison medium rare.
Leave a little bit of red in the middle.
Yeah, because it doesn't have meat. It doesn't have fat. So if you cook it all the way through, it's going to end up a dry wafer and disc, and you're not even going to be able to eat it. And the way you cooked it is why it gives you the double shits. Because game meat will give you the shits. Game meat's not like normal meat clogs you up. You eat 2 venison burgers after eating beef all week long. The venison is natural and it's healthier. It's going to make you shit out everything that's been bound up in you. Because that's what natural meat does. It helps you. It goes through you like it's supposed to. It digests like it's supposed to. So So when you eat game meat, I take a shit at the same time all the time.
Yeah, every day at fucking 2:00.
Well, I'm just not bound up by those meats that are full of chemicals and vaccinations and shit. Only eat grain. Only eat grass-fed beef. Most people don't, there's no nutrient content in grass, and grass-fed beef is to say I've eaten tortured beef. Because it starved its entire life. It'll never get full on grass. It'll just, every moment of its life will be waking up and trying to eat enough to get full that day. They got two fucking stomachs. What the fuck? And even if they did fill their gut with grass, they still wouldn't feel full because they didn't get any nutrient, and their body's just going to shit it right back out real quick because it needs to get real nutrient,
Yeah, they'll be finding them berry trees, and bush trees, different trees and things.
Yeah, you need free range beef, not grass fed or fed a certain diet. Free range beef is the best beef. But see, they tried to stop that. That's why they were on them. It was the Bundy Ranch. Those people were making the healthiest beefs in the world because they let them go through the woods and eat their natural diet, where they could get a high protein diet and a diet that actually flushes out all them damn chemicals they put in there. Free range beef actually takes a solid shit. When normal cows, if you grass feed a cow, it's going to shit mush its entire life. If it's corn fed, it's going to shit mush. That's not the normal way for a cow to shit. Farmers actually look at cow shit to see how healthy their cows are, or their horse. It used to be doctors just took a shit sample from people just to know their health, because it's the easiest way to know the health of any living thing. What do you shit out? How well is your digestive system working? And it also tells us something about your diet and why you're sick. All sickness is diet, dude. People don't know it. They wake up every day and eat the same shit. Motherfucker live on Burger King and wonder why they're always sick. And they can't shit a solid turd. Well, you're eating cardboard every day, motherfucker, and fake cheese. Processed cheese. Not real cheese. Real cheese is good for you. Make your own burger. Eat a mixture by venison, sauce, premium sausage, and premium beef, and mix the venison, the beef, and the sausage. And then you'll have a healthier diet, and you'll shit regular, and it'll have a stiffness to it like it should. Turd's not supposed to be mushy for any living thing. That's a sign of sickness.
I'm getting hungry now.
What, looking at them elk chops? Man, that shit's good too. You got to put a shitload of garlic on it. You got to put garlic on every meat.
I noticed there's a lot of shit on it. Is that pepper and salt and
pepper, garlic? Yeah, it's a dry rub. Those are my chops. I had to dig for a minute to find that. But I like elk chops, but I'll dry rub them and then I inject them with some shit too. And bake them. Baked chops. Sometimes I'll put elk in rice with cream of mushroom after a dry rub. And let it bake in the rice. Because it comes out good.
So what's your diet? What do you eat?
A small amount of meat, a large amount of vegetables. Vegetables grown on my own farm, and meat I try to make sure comes from the wild. I hunt. Hunted my entire life, except for when I was in the Marine Corps. Because I ate what the Marines gave me. Or the government gave me, I ate my government meals.
Do you work out every day?
No, but I generally work every day during the summer. In the winter, I'll work out on the bars or push-ups or handstand push-ups. I do in the winter. I just try to. I don't want to lose muscle, so when I go back to work in the summer, it's harder. But I do farming and asphalt in the summer, so that's why I'm ripped up. And then I just do, low weight, high reps to maintain it during the winter. Strength. During the summer, I'll walk laps around my property. In the winters, I jog because I'm not doing a lot of exercise and I'm used to doing a lot of work. And if I don't jog, I won't burn off energy and I won't be able to sleep. But I'm not one of them people that cook 3 regular meals. I live by natural standards. My body tells me when it needs nutrient, and I get nutrient. And generally, it's afterwards, I do activity. In the wild, you'd eat a little bit, and then you'd use that energy to walk and find more food. Or to hunt, fish, maintain your structure. There's only so many things you need to survive. Fire, food, and shelter. If you got those things, you can survive. Fire, food, shelter, and water. It's why most country cabins were stationed near or around water. Water is the essence of life, all life on Earth. Carbon-based life needs water. We're a carbon-based life form, but they tell us carbon is poison when it's in the atmosphere. Does that make sense? Plant life is carbon-based.
Do a lot of the people when you hear that are in the call just leave their computers on?
Some people do.
Yeah.
About 12% of your body's atoms are carbon.
Carbon? Okay.
Well, your body's made up of atoms, so 12% of your body is carbon. Carbon's in all the structures of all the nutrient. And it's in hydrogen. So it's in water. You ever had hydrogen water? So pure water that's had extra hydrogen molecules added to it. That's the kind of water rich people drink. It helps keep the cells that deliver oxygen to your blood healthy. And to have healthy blood, you need oxygenated blood or you'll get sicknesses. So it's essential that you take care of the cells that deliver oxygen to the blood. Doesn't just absorb oxygen, it's delivered to it by a chemical process, biochemical process. Hydrogen creates a biology that goes in the bloodstream and bonds with the blood and delivers oxygen in that way. It starts life in the digestive system and ends life in the blood. That's why the kidney filters the blood, because of those type of enzymes. Same way proteins and nutrients are delivered to your cells. So if those cells that deliver the stuff that keep your blood healthy aren't healthy, then you're not going to be a healthy person, because your blood isn't going to be healthy. And real health is blood health. The healthier your blood is, the healthier everything else is. A man with healthy blood doesn't worry about erectile dysfunction. Healthy blood means you've got a healthy heart on. Oxygen and hydrogen, water, multiple kinds of garlic, high amounts of garlic in your diet can improve blood health. Garlic helps. Certain kinds of garlic helps detoxify the blood. And then other garlics help those enzymes that deliver oxygen to the blood. They promote the growth of those enzymes. The more you got, the more oxygen your blood's got. It's the amount of oxygen in your blood isn't relative to the amount of oxygen in the air. The oxygen you breathe isn't really delivered to the blood through the lungs. It is, but not a large amount. Most of it comes from enzymes that deliver it to the blood. Most people think increase blood health by just breathing, and no. Poor blood health can make you feel like you never get enough oxygen, or it makes you labor. Your breathing is labored because you're trying to get more than you're supposed to get because you need more oxygen. And that's a deficiency, a chemical deficiency in your body. It's not. It has nothing to do with your lungs. Your lungs are just a reaction that starts to tell you need more things that make these enzymes grow. They're warning systems. That's not always true, though. Sometimes your lungs, you're just a smoker and you got emphysema. But emphysema can be cured by upping the amount of enzymes in your body that deliver blood to your oxygen. Then your lungs don't require to do 30% of the workload. You know what I mean? They're required only to do 10% of the workload, so you don't have to breathe as much when you got healthy blood. You take shorter breaths and less often. I've read a lot on this. Long distance runners try to promote the blood delivery system, and they drink that hydrogen water because while you're running, you're promoting digestive activity, which breaks down these nutrients and then delivers it to enzymes, and all the processes are increased while you're running. So as you're digesting it, the enzymes are delivering more blood or more oxygen to the blood. So long distance runners can run farther and harder, taking less breaths, because they get their oxygen from within their body, from hydrogen cells that are broke down by enzymes, and deliver it directly to the blood. We got so many lung problems because we've been deficient of these. They feed us everything that is void of that nutrient. The lungs work harder, and that's why a lot of people got emphysema. Plus, they smoke. I mean, if literally smoking wouldn't even bother you if you got the nutrients for these enzymes, because your blood is delivered mostly to your blood. Oxygen is delivered mostly to your blood through biological process. So it doesn't matter how well your lungs work at all. They're just a regulatory system. So it's like if you're low on this, or it doesn't, the process got retarded then your lungs kick in and boost in the extra 30% you need. But that's not supposed to be a rely on the lung all the time thing. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be only when it's low and high, you know? The lungs regulate that. The lungs aren't the primary source of oxygen for human beings. If it was, we wouldn't be able to survive in the womb when our lungs are full of fluid. Most of the oxygen we get is delivered directly to our blood from our mother system. That's how an umbilical cord makes a deep sea diver survive in the womb. It's just an example of how they fuck us with the food. They know all this. This is how knowledge makes you a god in this world. You can play with people's lives even in a manner they can't even comprehend. Because you have it and they don't. Knowledge.
Yo, how do you partner with a server?
Well, I don't know. We don't really do full partnerships. We talk to Indio. Indio's the server owner, and if he wants to partner with you, he'll make a room where we can just post your link. But if you got a server you want promoted, you just give me a permanent link, and I post it a few times every time I'm on here, which will be a lot now that my summer's over. This is my busy season.
I'm gonna try to shoot you a text.
Didn't you already send me a infinite?
I just did.
Link? Oh, I thought. Okay, no, the first one was an infinite. All right. I thought I told you to send me an infinite one the first time. Is this infinite? Don't cancel it. And if you leave this active, I'll post it whenever I think about it, bro. And not just in this server. I'm in 42 servers, dude.
Yeah, that's infinite, man.
I can post your server 42 times, 3 times a day.
Damn.
And I'm battle mod. I mean, I ain't bragging, but a lot of people like me, I'm a legend. They go to servers I share links to just to see what I'm sharing.
You certainly are.
It's up to you to keep them there once you get them there, all right? Once I get them there, you got to treat them right, or they'll get the fuck on. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Batman?
Hey, Battle Mod, how are ya?
I'm good. I'm just not
You still
letting
up?
you. Yeah, no, I just up.
You were talking a few hours ago, so that's only a few hours sleep.
Yeah, I slept late. I slept late yesterday in the late afternoon, so I've only been up for like 10 hours now.
I have a question. F.E. Batman.
And I'm the type of guy that can have a 16, 18-hour day and it's no big thing, so I'll probably be up another 9 hours.
Have you ever heard of Mr. Batman?
What was that?
Have you ever heard of Mr. Batman?
No, I never heard of Mr. Batman. Who's Mr. Batman?
It's like some old guy that debates. He's like, Mr. Batman. I'm pretty sure Battlemon has heard of him. Mr. Batman.
Have you heard of him, Battlemod?
Just as he was talking about being up for another 6 hours, he's fallen asleep.
Yeah.
No, he's probably away rubbing some dog's belly or something. Getting rid of fleas.
So, we could.
What?
What happened, man?
So how long you been here, Ralph? Round.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I always join and leave. I've been here for like 6 months, but I always join and leave. Like it's not me being like I'm never really here permanent. Like I'm always up and up because I own my own. Like I always make my own servers, and then I delete them, and then I make them, and then I delete them. But I'm gonna try to keep this one.
Oh, so that's what Michael was talking about when he says you got to keep this. Stop. Don't delete this one, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows you.
I'm gonna invite you if you don't mind.
You're a serial deleter. Yeah, go ahead. I don't mind.
Are you guys retired or you guys still work?
We sound that old to you, yeah?
No. I'm not talking about your guys' age. I mean, there's a lot of people that retire at 30, 20. They get rich off script or something.
No, I'm still working away, sir. I'm still working away, doing the shit, paying the fucking government all my money.
Yeah. Have you guys ever tried stocks or crypto? I've never tried.
No, I've never tried it. Some people are saying it's good at the moment. Some people are saying it's shit. I just never been interested in money.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the what do you call it? The drive to make money and invest money and seems fruitless to me. Huh? Money is good, of course, but I think I'd rather concentrate on other things. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, are you into the crypto? Are you doing the crypto dance?
Nah, I only just now, like yesterday, put something in a stock, which is like a metaverse stock. I want to see if it's gonna do good because supposedly the metaverse is gonna go famous and viral and this and that. So I don't know. Maybe.
You've got a lot of people in your server, bro.
I just started it, so it's not too many, but you have some good conversations in there. I'm gonna give you VC perms, so you don't have time.
Do it. Don't do it.
Huh?
Don't do it. I'll come into your server, start singing karaoke, and some drunken night, I'll be singing.
He'll be all Delta down. What's that fly?
Whatever you have on.
Could it be a rose from
days gone by? Did I hear you say
your mom was putting out this very day? I'm gonna take her to my mansion and get
in
her
the sky?
high. Delta down, your mama's got man panties on.
That's it. That's me.
She loves to have non-stop sex when I get her high. Yeah, I sextify everything. That's what I do. I got country roads. You've been on my lonely mind. So you got sexified today. I'm putting that shit fuck away. I'll be sexifying everything till the day I die. What can I say? A healthy sex drive, it keeps mankind alive. It supplies eternal life for mankind. A healthy sex drive. Eat a lot of garlic, man.
I do like garlic.
3 times a day. Make dick hard like a Rottweiler. No ED. You don't need Viagra. You just need garlic. 3 kinds. I eat 3 different kinds of garlic 3 times a day. I'll eat 9 cloves throughout the day if I can. Some raw, at least 3 cloves raw a day. Because you need raw and cooked. Cooked releases certain nutrients. Raw gives you certain nutrients on a timed schedule by digestion. So these are things that older people knew. My grandma wasn't a pervert, but she did tell a man, son, you need to know, you want to have a good marriage, you got to have a healthy heart on. You need to eat a lot of garlic in your life, son. That's why your grandpa's garlic patch is the biggest patch we got. I was like, damn, I wondered why we grew more garlic than anything else, Grandma. Now I know. Yup. And certain things help you poop regular, certain things help you detoxify, certain things in your diet help boost the enzymes that deliver oxygen in your blood. And they knew these carotene in carrots improves eyesight. Radishes have certain shit that improves brainwave function. And older people knew this. They knew their diet affected how their body worked. We don't know that today, and we live on shit. And then we wonder why our body don't work properly and why we're always miserable and, why we can't think straight. You can't think straight because you don't give your body what it needs to think straight. That's a function. It's a biochemical process. It needs biology so it can have chemical. You can't get the chemical without the proper biology. That means you have to eat stuff or it won't become biological. So if you don't it's like fuel for your race car. Put the cheapest shit in there, your race car's not going to run right. Don't wonder why you ain't got the horsepower you should get out of that motor. It's because the fuel you put in there was crap. Same with your body. We're fueled by food and nutrient. If you're putting food in your body that doesn't have no nutrient, then the only process you're getting right, and you're not even getting that right, is eating it and digesting it. Because it's crap, it's not gonna digest properly. Shit's gonna sit in there. When you start eating healthy shit, that crap will get pushed out by a good venison burger and some chicken of the woods, some morel mushrooms and ginseng and field mustard, field onions, field cabbage. If all people if everybody knew how to forage and we forage for just one meal a day, if you ate one forage meal a day with one portion of free-range meat or meat that lived in the wild or wild game, the people would be 1/3 healthier, which would change that 1/3. When people are eating the proper stuff, their brain functions properly, and it's just physically impossible to be stupid. When your brain works properly, it's like your laptop on dead batteries. It just doesn't process quickly. recharge a battery, it'll be zipping. When you click on a link, it'll go straight to it. Same thing with your brain. When you feed it right, somebody asks a question, you're boop to the answer. Bam! What's 2 times 2? 4. You know? What's 12 times 12? 164. Bam. Motherfucker that don't eat right, he'd be like, let me see 12 times 12. 2 times 12 is 24. 6 times 24 is 120. 6 times 4 is 24. 144. You're wrong, Mike. But it took him 20 fucking minutes. And I said it wrong just so I could do that. It's not 12 times 12 is 144. It's not 164. But the brain works faster when you eat properly. The blood pumps better. And here's the thing, you don't have blood pressure problems when you got more oxygen because you don't have to pump as much blood. So it's not high, it's low. Your blood's high because your body's lacking oxygen, so your heart's pumping more and more blood, trying to get it oxygen through the blood because the lungs aren't doing the entirety of the job. So the two together, your lungs are overworked, your heart's overworked, that leads to dying early. I mean, that's a major reason for early death, heart or lung problems. That's 60% of all deaths. People just learn to keep their blood healthy. Those two sicknesses would disappear. What's that mean? 60% less people would die. And I broke it down to statistics in a matter of seconds. A science. Of course, I've had a lifetime to think about this and I've developed it. You know, this isn't it's a from memory presentation. I'm not thinking about it as I go. I've known this. These aren't even my words, they were my grandmother's words. She learned it over 90 years of life. I hope I make it to 90. She made it to 90, so I take her advice on health quicker than I take advice from people whose parents died at 40 or 50.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 90. God damn it, I'd be happy with 70.
Hell, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd be happy with 70. By 90, I would. I think my grandmother was ready to pass at 70, but she loved her Lord so much, and she was such a God-fearing woman that she believed she believed this. God must have more work for me to do, or I'd already be home, son. So his will, not mine. And that's how she lived her life. She didn't stress about it. She walked in faith. And she was a diabetic that made it to 90. It's because she controlled her stress and she managed her blood.
I'm never going to see 90. Truth be told, nah. No chance. No chance.
What, because you drink?
Well, no, but I also, I make sure I get...
Listen, my grandpa made it to 88 and he had 5 pieces of bacon and 2 pieces of toast every morning for breakfast with 2 beers. He drank a case by lunch. The man probably drank 2 cases every day, and he lived on pork, beer, cigars. But he ate a lot of garlic. He ate a lot of raw garlic. He ate a lot of raw vegetables. But the man made it to 87, raw vegetables and fried pork.
Yeah, you don't know. It's kind of in your makeup. It's in your genes. It's all.
It is.
Yeah.
But I really believe the raw vegetable diet has a lot to do with it, P-Mac.
Yeah, I like the raw vegetable sounding thing. That sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Raw vegetables with fucking fried pork. Come on, two sides of the spectrum.
Courgettes, carrots, parsnips, and
if he wasn't eating pork, you had to fry him a big fat house burger, and it had to be pink in the center with 2 pieces of pork on it. I'm serious. My grandpa loved his bacon. That motherfucker had pounds, always had pounds of bacon, Canadian bacon. He'd have 8 different kinds of bacon. And when the beer got him feeling funny, he'd just eat bacon and a cucumber, bacon and some carrots.
Well, this is the thing. You hear about people living to 90 that smoked all their lives, and you hear somebody who never smoked dying at 45 from fucking some kind of cancer out of the lungs.
Yeah. Well, another thing my grandpa did is he ate small portions. He ate 5 pieces of bacon. He'd break them in half, and he'd eat a half a piece of bacon, eat a couple radishes, eat a half
probably
piece
for most of the day. He would eat that good breakfast. He would eat, and that would be him.
No, my grandpa could take an hour to eat 5 pieces of bacon and 10 raw vegetables. He'd eat a little bit and let it settle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he tried to put 5-10 minutes in between every small thing he ate, and he ate small amounts. It was his modus operandum,
Yeah, modus operandi.
Dude, I remember a lot of times you just get up in the morning and bake some pork chops and bake a bunch of bacon and cut it up on small plates, put it in small portions and put it on plates in the fridge with chopped up sliced vegetables, cheese, crackers, and he'd set those plates out. He'd have 3 plates, 4 plates, and he'd set them out and he'd just eat a little bit when he needed it. All day. Like if his stomach felt funny because he was hungry, he'd eat 2 pieces of bacon and see if it quit. If it didn't quit, he'd eat a couple vegetables, a couple cucumber slices. If it didn't quit, he'd eat a cheese and a cracker and a piece of turkey. If it quit, then he was done. I used to sit there and my grandpa would sit by the refrigerator in the kitchen. We had a dining room table, but we had a table in the kitchen right by the fridge for my grandpa. It was by a couple windows. It was like a coffee nook, like a breakfast nook. And that's where my grandpa lived. He liked it. He could watch us work in the fields. Cool. He could see everything that went on behind the farm. He didn't care about what happened in the front yard, or who was coming and who was going. But when I put up cameras, surveillance cameras for my dad's anhydrous and shit, when we started learning there were meth heads wanting to steal our shit, my grandpa said, "You can put a camera?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Put one on the driveway, boy. Put me a monitor right here. Tell your grandma to get the money out the bank. Pay yourself for doing it, too." $200. I was like, "Really, Grandpa?" He's like, "Yeah. I want to see the driveway in the front of the barn. I don't like your dad's friends." I said, "My dad said you've never liked his friends. I call his friends Uncle, Grandpa. I think they're all right." "Oh, they're all dumbasses. Don't you believe shit your dad's friends say. Grandpa knows what's best. I'm 87, you see how I live, boy. Hand me that piece of cigar, I want to finish it. You're closest, give me a beer." I'm closest to the fridge, so I'd lean over, open the fridge, give him a beer, give him a cigar, slide his plate closer to him, and listen to Grandpa talk. He'd sit there and read books all day long, dude. I think my grandpa read more books than any motherfucker I ever knew in my life. He was a book-reading motherfucker, dude. He'd read 2 books a day sometimes if they were short books, That's why I got a nice library. My grandpa, if he read it, he owned the book, you know. You know, old people. I bought that. I own that. Build a shelf. Put that on the shelf.
Did Grandpa made the farm? Did he make the farm?
Grandpa made the estate, made the farm. Yeah. Grandpa was the smartest motherfucker I ever knew. And he lived drunk. But I'm starting to rethink that. I think my grandpa had a tolerance for beer where he just you know, I used to love Pepsi, and I could drink a case and a half of Pepsi in a day, you know? I never noticed it because I had a tolerance. I honestly think my grandpa could drink beer for half the day and not even have a buzz. I mean, I don't know. I can't exist in his mind, but I literally lived that way for a lifetime. So my grandpa would have drank. He was driving dump trucks when he drank a case. He built an asphalt company drunk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he'd go in the barn drunk and repair heavy equipment. Everything I do, my grandpa did. I learned it sitting at a kitchen table. When my dad got old, he sat at the same kitchen table and he did the same shit. When I came home from the Marine Corps, he tried to make sure that I understood everything he ever taught me. He spent, a few weeks making sure his boy, his baby boy learned it all. And then he questioned me about my brothers, made me go over and have conversations with my brothers because he wanted to know what they knew. And he trusted he trusted the fact that I didn't lie to him. I never lied to my parents or grandparents. Why? What reason would I have to lie to them? They tried to give me everything they had in life, including everything they know. Both. Mom and Dad left everything they owned to me. Grandma and Grandpa left everything they owned to my mom and dad to give to me. I had no reason but to trust them enough to give them nothing but the truth. I ain't lied to you.
I hear you. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I'll catch you later, bro.
All right.
Nice chatting as usual, Michael.
What time is it over there?
It's nearly 1 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, 1 p.m.
Oh.
I'm on at 11 tonight, so.
Oh. You work third shift at the motel?
Yeah, at the hotel California.
So you even work the right shift to be hitting on ladies and get lucky.
Oh, yeah.
Come hang out in the office, honey. I got a bottle.
I got something in my pants.
I can see PMAX, a movie and a book series. PMAX Erotic Hotel Stories. A series, a TV series, and a short book series. Or a long book, depending on how many stories you got to tell. I bet you see some real freaky shit. I've seen some crazy shit in a hotel. So if you're there every damn day, I can only guess,
Yeah. You guess right.
But I know I've seen some crazy shit in a motel, bro. Who kicks their woman out, their wife out the room naked, tied up to get them a pop?
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
And gets off on other men looking at her while they're helping her get a pop. That's just twisted. It's just twisted. I wouldn't show somebody a naked picture of my wife. I wouldn't want them to want my wife, even though we're not there anymore. She's not my wife, and that's because she was showing real life photos of her naked ass to other people. If you're with me, it wasn't my infidelity.
Yeah.
It was I worked too much. It was my work ethic from But I did all that for my family. It is what it is. I don't revisit it. I wouldn't change any of it for a lifetime.
Moving on, just moving on.
Yeah, my grandpa secured 2 generations, and I know I secured 5 just on the money that the estate has banked. Not even the money I get, because all the profit ain't mine. All the profit goes to the estate. I get a percentage of the profit and a paycheck for my position, that every position I fill. If I labor, I get a laborer's paycheck. If and if I'm the general manager, so I get a general manager's. That's a set amount, I get salary.
Same with the managers will get $2,000 a month or something.
Yeah, it's more than that, but yeah.
It's more than that, but we get like $1,000.
Well, yeah, so you get paid salary? Mine's like salary with profit sharing, with paid anything physical I do, I get paid labor. And I work nonstop, so I'll bank 108 hours for a $23 an hour position, and then make a bunch of profit and get a percentage of that. 20% of the profit is mine. 80% goes to the estate or the bloodline.
If your outgoings are less than your incomings, then you're making money.
Yeah, well, put it this way, I was willing to invest my whole self into it because it's not just for me, and I'm cool with that, I didn't. If I make $1 million, I don't realize it because it's not for me. It's part of an estate. It's property of an estate. It's for my family, my bloodline I created, that others created for me and passed down to me. That connect, that my link. I mean, my brother and his wife are both dead. Somebody got to take care of his fucking kids. That bugs. It bugs me just because they died young and they lived miserable. Their existence was suffering. People shouldn't suffer like that and die young. If you suffer, at least you should enjoy a long life, but I don't see how you could if you were suffering. So I don't know. It's a great mystery. It's not for us to know. I don't think I'm supposed to know everything.
We could never. It's just not possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I think there's some things out there that are absolutely not supposed to be known by man. They'll never be available to us just by themselves.
All right, Michael. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow night.
You better get some sleep. So you'll see me. Shit,
you're always here
today. I won't be on Sunday, or I won't be on for all day Sunday. I'm gonna take care of my people I adopted, but Saturday, once they're comfortable, it's all about they can listen to me talk on Discord because now they're supposed to feel like family in my house. I take a day and make sure they feel that way. I invited you in here to be treated like my brother.
You do right. All right, bro. Catch you later.
All right. And so that means if my brother lost everything he owned, and he's richer than me because his shit doesn't belong to the estate. But if he lost it all, I'd pick him up out of the dirt, set him back on his own 2 feet, buy him everything he needed, and give him a bank account. That's how I treat my brother. So I'm taking people from homeless to knowing damn well that they're all right for a minute. I know it's one thing to you can buy a person a home, but that doesn't solve shit. So I try to get families that have both a man and a woman. If they don't, then it's just a woman. I've helped men that are raising their kids alone, but they gotta have a plan. So I'm gonna buy you a house and help pay your bills for 2 years. But what's your plan about being able to take it over when the 2 years is up so your family stays not suffering? That's what we get out of the way. Once we get out of the way, I tell them, hey, we don't, the business part of it's over. Now your family. You're a brother in my house. Your family's hungry? Go in the kitchen and feed them, brother. See what we got to eat. Don't have to ask me for shit. I buy all that shit out there to eat. If it gets ate, I'm happy. If it gets ate and all gone, I'll go get more. Just let me know. The butcher just lives down the road. We go get game meat. I get from a country market. So we can get wild boar or farm pig. We can get elk or beef, you know? My butcher sells it all. That's why he's my butcher. 'Cause I'm not a one meat kind of guy. And that's not sexual. I'm a one woman guy, but I like beef, elk, pork, venison, caribou, goat, lamb chops. I like it all. All should be meat for man. Hey. Yeah, there we go. Damn dog fucked up all my shit. We're all alone in here. Damn it. Maybe we should just sing a song. Fuck it. Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker. By 11, smoking herb and drinking burning liquor. Never rich, so we were out to make that steady figure. Once I was 11 years old, my daddy told me, go get yourself a wife or you'll be lonely. Once I was 11 years old. I always had that dream like my daddy before me. So I started writing songs, I started writing stories. Something about that glory just always seemed to bore me. 'Cause only those I really know will ever really know me. 20 years old, my story got told. All the morning time when life was lonely. Once I was 20 years old. I only see my goals, I don't believe in failure, 'cause I know the smallest voices, they can make it major. I got my boys with me, at least those in flavor, and if we don't meet before I leave, I hope I see you later. Once I was 20 years old, my story got told. I was writing about everything I saw before me. Once I was 20 years old. Soon we'll be 30 years old. Our songs have been sold. We've traveled around the world and we're still roaming. Soon we'll be 30 years old. I'm still learning about life. My woman brought children for me, so I can sing them all my songs and I can tell them stories. Most of my boys are with me, some are still out seeking glory, and some I had to be behind my brother. I'm still sorry. Soon I'll be 60 years old. My daddy got 61. Remember life, and then your life becomes a better one. I made that man so happy when I wrote a letter once. I hope my children come and visit once or twice a month. Soon I'll be 60 years old. Will I think the world is cold, or will I have a lot of children who can warm me? Soon I'll be 60 years old. Soon I'll be 60 years old. Will I think the world is cold, or will I have a lot of children who can warm me? Soon I'll be 60 years old. Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. Once I was 7 years old. Yep, I'm bored.
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is Mike talking to? And I just popped in here, dude, but then I realized you were rapping now. How you doing, brother, man? How's everything, man?
I'm good.
Good, dude.
It's just a song about
You wrote it? You wrote the song?
Oh no. That's Lucas Graham. 7 years old. He got his start on America's Got Talent.
Shit, I don't even know who that is.
Support him, man. You don't know what America's Got Talent?
Oh, I know that. I heard about that show. I don't know who that man is.
Oh, he's good. He's an upcoming star. Support his growth. Buy his album. He's a good kid.
So he made it through America Got Talent.
Yep, cool. And then he wrote an album.
That's cool.
And this is one of his first songs. And it's kind of a not your normal song. It's more of a story.
Mm-hmm.
It takes some lungs to spit it all out without pausing or slowing down, too. I'm working on that.
Is it kind of like a rap, or there's actually a melody to it?
No, here it's a song. I'll share it with you, so you can listen to it. My daughter wants me to get to where I can spit it all out in one thing, so she can make a video and meme it. You know, she likes TikTok. I love my daughter, so you know I get stuck.
Of course, bro.
I get stuck in these, you know. Dad, I'm going to do a TikTok video and it's about you, so you're going to have to practice.
Do me a favor, bro. Send me a link to your daughter's channel so I can show my daughter. Yeah, like maybe she can follow her, check her out. Maybe maybe they can start chatting. Oh, she's the same age.
Her TikTok, they're both 16.
Yeah, my kid is 15.
Oh my daughter's 16, gonna be 17 in April, but that's still the same. It's still same age, bro.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask her for a TikTok leak because I like to. I like to show her I trust her, so I don't monitor all her shit. I'm not a dick. Like, oh, you made a video. Where's your link?
Yep.
I don't have a TikTok either, so. But she shares them with me, you know, afterwards. So I see how many likes they get and all that. I just don't. It's like I figure TikTok's for a bunch of kids. If I go in there, that's like going in during my daughter's gym class and trolling her with her friends. You know, that's all. She's a good kid. I raised her right now. I trust her.
I believe that, bro. I don't monitor my kid either. Yeah, I've raised her right. I don't need to monitor her. You know.
Right. I can leave my kid in a house full of money and guns and nothing ever happens. And she can have every kid from her high school here. And they still can't peer pressure into what's doing wrong. I know I don't troll her here, but I got video on everything that's not a private area in my house. If there's a problem, I like to be aware of it, you know. Right. The front room, I got a monitor there. I send a lot.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, my front room. I don't check the hallway or the bathrooms. Front door, driveway, my barn. Because, I got a lot of money and tools in my barn. And that's not even touching my my machines or, you know.
You got a big-ass shop there, right?
Or my performance parts.
And military mindset is a little different, right? Like you're...
Yeah. I'm not going to use it to, like, if I caught my daughter doing something she shouldn't do, but it didn't lead to a bunch of bullshit and it wasn't detrimental, like, I mean, if I caught her playing with guns, loaded guns in the house, pointing them at her friends, that's something I'd address right there.
Of course.
But if it's just something simple, then I just try to cover it in nonchalant conversation in passing without addressing the fact that I know she did it. You know what I mean?
Right. Of course, man.
I just say, well, this is something I got to cover. So then I'll go try to instill my belief on how that should be done. Or whether it should be done or not. You know what I mean?
Of course, bro. But you taught your daughter how to handle guns, right? My kid knows how to use guns, dude. She's 15, like, God forbid, like, she has to run to the room, you know? Like, she knows.
My daughter's second in the state in shooting competitions.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
She knows how, she knows how to modify a gun. I teach my daughter more than the average.
Oh, shit. All right. That's a little different, dude.
Yeah, she can field dress an AR-13 quicker than most Marines, quicker than me. she's got little hands. They're perfect for it. She memorized every movement. And dude, she beat. I'll tell you what. I got to give her props. She beat my best time when I was 18. When I was a kid. When I was a geeked Marine, I'm the most fearsome force on the planet at this time. You know, I'm a Marine with his rifle. That's the deadliest force on the planet when I was 18. Now it's a Marine there's a reason they call him Jarhead. He's the best.
Wait, what'd you say? Jarhead?
A Jarhead, yes. I was a Jarhead. I was the best trained order follower that you could get until I didn't follow orders, and then I was on my way out anyway. So, because I didn't agree with a lot of the shit I had to do in armed services, because I thought for myself, and I thought, well, yes, if we were in a situation where this absolutely had to been done, then I'd be okay with what I done. But we forced this situation, we the United States, because we lied to get here, and so now we're just insurgents in their land. So
good for you, bro. So how did you did you get dishonorable discharge? How does that work?
No, I didn't get a dishonorable discharge. When I got fed up, we were somewhere where we weren't supposed to be. So I just didn't follow orders when I was in Special Forces. And it's because my commanding officer, I worked in a multi-task force thing. So instead of being, I was commander of my regiment, or sergeant of my group. I was the CO of my group, but not of the entire thing, because it was a unified, it was a coalition of forces. So we had Rangers, SEALs, and Marines, Raiders. And we were someplace we weren't supposed to be. And some people, when there's questionable deaths in your career, people that you think, maybe I shouldn't have had to kill them, and that might fuck with my soul.
Sure.
My immortal soul might be damned for what I did right there.
Yeah,
but then we go to some place we're not supposed to be, and we see all these pieces of shit just terrorizing this entire village. And they say, we're just going to kill the head guy. So basically, we're just going to take out the leader. There's going to be a new leader, and we're going to leave this entire village being terrorized. And I couldn't accept that order. I said, no. I'm going to kill all these motherfuckers because they earned it by God's law. And I'm going to free this village. And this time, as a Marine, I'm actually going to be a hero. And my commanding officer said, if you try that, I'll kill you. And I said, bitch, we both know my scores. We know that's not possible. You're not the man that can do that. Step back in your position, bitch. I'm the deadliest killer here. And this is what I'm doing. If you get in my way, you'll be the tally of my bloodbath. But this is it's a righteous one. And I'm going to do it because I believe in karmatic value.
So you did your thing?
Because I got tired of I got tired of following orders that could endanger my immortal soul.
So it was after that they wanted to let you go?
And then, so when I got back from the place we weren't supposed to be, so we weren't there wasn't a tribunal. There wasn't a charge. It was just, you didn't follow orders, so you can't be Special Forces. And I said, well, at least I didn't lie. And my head commanding officer, who was a Marine, I'll give him this. He said, no, you didn't lie, Mike. I read the report. What them people were doing, by God's law, they did earn a clean death. And quick and instant, delivered by righteous men. That's right. You didn't lie about that. And you didn't lie about you as the most qualified killer there. But you know how it goes here. You didn't follow orders. We can't have that. You can't be part of that coalition, so you can't be part of MARSOC. So you have to pick a different position. And I had 9 months left. So for the last 9 months, I was qualified for it. So I took a mechanic equipment and engineer position, and I left out of the garage saying, fuck the Marine Corps and fuck the U.S. government. They're full of shit. They don't care about nobody.
Well, good for you, bro. You had balls to do that, to step away.
And my dad was dying at the time, so they give him 2 years, so I was going home anyway, brother, So because I was going home, I was like, fuck it, I ain't even supposed to be here. They ain't gonna charge me.
Right.
No, the truth is you couldn't kill me if you wanted to, buddy. These bitches are gonna die. He just chopped up I just watched these two dudes chop up this kid's mom in front of the kid and the entire fucking village. Them people weren't gonna live. Yeah, man. Over diamonds. They weren't living. They didn't deserve to live. They didn't deserve to breathe the same air as that child that they took his whole life from him. He's gonna carry that with him till the day he dies. He is.
I know all about that, bro. I've seen people who kill people, dude, who went mute. Like my neighbor, bro. He was defending. He didn't even go out. He was defending our city, and he came home. He was literally mute, bro. He didn't talk to anyone. He killed another man that he didn't know, and he just couldn't handle it. Like he went mute, bro.
Yeah, well, I couldn't have handled that. I couldn't have went home leaving it the way it was. Because I would have, every night I laid down, I'd have thought about it. I'd have heard my mom's word, my grandma's words, my dad's words. They all said the same stuff. And I wouldn't have been able to sleep. Evil prevails when good men fail to act. They all said it. So I protected my soul. Fuck you. If karmatic valence is a real thing, I'm about to tip the scale because these pieces of shits all deserve to die. They're all cool with what just happened. So they're the problem, and I'm the solution. And my Lord enlightened me to that. I was blessed. I'm a blessed man. I'm not going to give thanks for getting through this. I'm going to give thanks for the blessing that was there, so I already knew I could do it. I already walked through faith. I already knew it was going to be done as soon as I decided it was going to be done. Wasn't nobody going to stop it because I was blessed. Not because of anything my government did. Everything I ever accomplished in life was because I was blessed. That's my belief,
I hear you, bro.
I could have been a person born of no faculty.
Sure. Yeah.
I wasn't. And I feel I was actually my grandmother's blessing because she lived a righteous life as a God-fearing woman. I was her blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my father's blessing for the same. How could I insult that when I understood it?
You still got family around, bro? Like
me? Yeah. Fuck, I got 5 brothers and 6 sisters still alive.
God bless, bro.
I mean,
Parents are not around anymore, right? Parents are not around?
No, my mom and dad are passed. I'm 49. Grandma made it to 90. Mom made it to 70. Dad made it to almost 80. Grandpa lived to be 87. They all lived full lives. Outside of the expectation. But they lived a farmer's life and a God-fearing life. I'm hoping to live in the 80s and 90s if he be willing to. I'm hoping I got a higher calling,
How many years did you spend in war, Mike? Like, where were you? Like, are you talking about Iraq and stuff like that, or Afghanistan?
Well, where I wasn't, I can't really tell you, but I tried to tell you with the resource.
Okay, I got you.
All the regimes were trying to control that resource I was talking about, diamonds. So you should be able to guess where that was.
Yes. Gotcha.
I've been to Iran, Iraq. Seen Gulf Wars over and over again. I've seen other skirmishes in places I was special forces, so a lot of skirmishes I can't tell you about.
Got you, bro. Totally understand.
I could still be in prison for it.
I don't even know why I asked, but you know what to do, bro. Yeah, war is fucked, dude. Like war
But
fucks up the life.
I'm definitely a Gulf War veteran with combat ribbon for a couple of those Gulf Wars. Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Gulf War I, the conflict, 12 years of service.
You didn't go to Bosnia by any chance?
No. No. That's one I didn't see.
I don't think there was much. There was no combat with American soldiers. They were just kind of cleaning up the situation.
When I was with my specialty, we normally went where people were to be taken out without people knowing who did it and when it was done. But that was after 8 years of service too, so only 4 years of that. And that was because I was selected for that because when I went in, I was already a second-degree black belt in Kempo style Taekwondo, and was a state champion wrestler, and an athletic person.
Oh shit! You wrestled
in high school.
Damn, bro.
So I was perfect for combat readiness and special forces. And my
damn, cuz.
And my psychoanalyzations said I was calm in high impact situations. But that's not, it doesn't have any, it's just the way I was raised. Well, people in the middle of gunfire, they see nothing but problems in the end of the world. Me, I'm forming solutions while it's happening.
Right. Some people are just born like that. When the situation is intense, you just get calm naturally,
Yeah, because you have to figure out the solution to get your ass out. You don't. Real intelligent people know you don't get out of this based on faith. You do get out of it based on faith. Faith in yourself that you can solve this damn problem.
Well, you gotta do the right thing.
You have to be reserved. And as a native, my dad always said, we got a principle, mind, body, and spirit. So in your journey in life, you don't take a step in your journey in life when you're in doubt. If I was in doubt in the middle of the battlefield as a native, I was supposed to hide, duck out, sit down, and collect mind, body, and spirit, align them, then move on with a purpose.
Yeah.
And mind, body, and spirit is your thoughts, your feelings, and how your thoughts and feelings affect your body. Or how fear can grab your heart and make it pound and make your ears ring and make you feel sick. It's about controlling fear. Because when you walk through life in fear, you're killing every life, every living being on the way, from the shit you're not paying attention to that you're stepping on in your journey in life while you live in fear. But everybody you're just throwing out of your way because you're scared. You do. When natives knew, even though they weren't the most advanced society by everybody else's history, that fear, just forget. There's only two fucking feelings. It's love and fear. All the bad shit comes from fear.
Yep.
And all the good shit comes from love.
100%, bro.
And some of the bad shit comes from love. Rejection of love. And I mean, it's not fear when you love somebody, but it is when you love somebody and you don't approach them. That's fear of rejection on love. But the fear stems from your love. So the two they're absolutely relative, and the two are absolutely relative to your mental and your physical health. And your mental health is absolutely relative to your physical health. The condition of your mind, can make you sick beyond repair. So yeah, so we knew we had psychology.
Oh, I'm sure. Shit.
Native, natives, primitive natives. We had psychology and mental health and problem, action, solution.
I mean, in the Marines too, right? It's psychology is a big deal. Like it's something you're gonna.
Oh
work
yeah,
on. It's like the most important thing.
For special forces, you get a lot of you get a psycho and before you go and before you come back, and you actually get a mental maintenance plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they notice some answers that might lead towards trends, they try to focus you on not letting that trend take you over, controlling your mental. That's part of what Jesus was talking about. No man can serve two masters. So if you don't master your emotions are your master.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do control your emotions, but you don't master your reality, somebody else in this world will master it for you. That's where governmental comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you don't govern yourself through free will, you're asking other people to govern you and your actions. Because your actions are contrary to natural law or God's law or Levitican law or ecclesiastical law, to be specific, or natural or universal law. These are all different references to Ecclesiastics and Leviticus. God's law, natural law, universal law. It all goes back to biblical Leviticus and Ecclesiastics. All law is based on the Bible. All law is ecclesiastical. Even American law, it's ecclesiastical. It's the same law that the guys on the roads to Galilee tried to condemn Jesus by. The Jewish ecclesiastical lawyers on the road to Galilee tried to judge Jesus by the same law you get judged by. So go back and read his answers bearing that in mind, to what the lawyers or the scribes, what he answered. Because when he said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, by ecclesiastical law and by Genesis, the law of first seizure, you were told by God to go out, be fruitful, multiply, subdue earth, and have dominion over. So the law is based right there. What you subdue, you rule over. So the law of seduction is defined by first seizure. This is ecclesiastical law. So when we came to new lands that weren't populated, if I seized it by God's law, it was mine. I was supposed to subdue this earth and have dominion over it, and it was mine. And then I was supposed to be fruitful and multiply and replenish earth by doing this. Meaning, replenishment means I'm going to send my children out to do the same thing, to seize their own land, subdue it, and have dominion over it. That makes you a God and a Lord right here on earth, a landlord. And that's what Jesus was covering, the law, when he said, have I not said, it is written, ye are gods yourself? You're a God and a Lord over your area. You subdue when you subdue it. When you're the landlord and you're the God of your family, or the chief Melchizedekian priest over your parish. Your parish is your family. And it's your job as that position to bring them back to your Father and righteous and teach them the law, to purify your generation so that you might be righteous in all generations.
Can I get Amen, brother, man.
Because the generational curse is just a law of nature. Whatever we give to our women, they make better. We give them a house, they give us a home. We give them a seed, they give us children who love us. Our children, whatever we give them, they increase, they multiply. I taught my kid martial arts. She broke my 3 ribs by the time she was 15, I don't fuck around with her no more. She multiplied it. But by the same law of generational curses, if I teach her bad shit, she'll be way. If I teach her to be evil, she'll be way more evil than me, and that'll be true for her kids too. They'll be 10 times more evil than her. And then in 10 generations, we see 100-time generational curse, just like God said. Tenfold, 10 times. And then there might be one in your generation that break it and say, this just isn't the way men are supposed to live. You guys got it all fucked up. Some idiot in our past was an idiot. And an evil narcissistic one at that. There'll only be one. But then that one will lead the way for others. There's always just one from the beginning. But that one that learned something, the one that got, the one the epiphany bent over and slapped, you know what I mean? And he had an epiphany. He does things based on his epiphany that teach what he believes to new people, and it makes it easier for them to do it. And that's the law. Do unto other people as you would have them do unto you. That brings us into the golden rule. It is not written, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood, flesh for flesh. And by the law of nature, if you kill my kid, you took my property from me because I'm his God. I'm his creator. I rule over him. He's mine. I can't bring him back to my father because you already sent him there before I made him whole. You owe me. Your life is forfeit. It's mine. I can either enslave you. I can either enslave you or I can end you.
And I'm going to end them.
Well, okay. That would be your choice, Neil. I'd make you replace my son and fulfill his duties. And if you didn't do that, I'd fucking end you.
How would you do that, Mike?
My son would do much work on the farm that supported the tribe. He'd now do that work. He'd have to do things my son didn't do, like apologize to my son's mom every day for killing her fucking son.
You think you'd be able to live with that person who took your son? That would be hard.
I'd try, Neil. Maybe his parent was one of... Maybe his parent was one of them stupid people that was sending down them generational curses. And if I didn't, knowing that, at least try to see if he was and break that generational curse, yeah, I couldn't live with myself then either.
Wow, that's deep, Mike.
People make mistakes. We're not perfect, not one of them.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That would be a rough one because, I mean, your own
first call, I'd want to kill him, so I'd say his life's forfeit, but you better spend a week or two saying goodbye to your mama and your daddy, or I'd probably kill you if you came now.
Yeah. Emotions, right?
But come with your tools and your work boots, motherfucker. Because you're doing the other son's work, too, because you took his fucking brother. Now his work's not enjoyable because he got to work with you every fucking day and not his brother.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you a question, a little off topic. How are things going in Michigan? Because it seems like now in New York...
Weather or...
I'm talking about with the nonsense that's going on with the...
Okay.
Because now it seems like they're tightening the grip and they're mandating that you wear a mask and you show...
They ain't trying that shit in Michigan. They know better.
New York is getting harder.
Yeah, you know what a Michigan phrase is. Michiganders say, or what? And, or we'll do this, or you'll be tore up from the floor up. That's a pure Michigan statement. We tell a motherfucker we do what we want. And for that to be a law, you got to be able to enforce it.
All right, well, I want you to do one thing in Michigan. Right. You have to do this one thing for me. December 31st.
What?
You got to beat Georgia.
Oh, well, fuck. I'm not a fair weather fan, but I don't say we're always winners. U of M?
You got to take out Georgia because I want to see Bama and Michigan in a national title.
I would like to too, but I can't promise that to you because I know my guys like to fuck it up when they got it right there. But I still love them because I'm not a fair weather fan. I love them for who they are, but they'll probably fuck it up.
Listen, Michigan Wolverines, small but fierce animals.
Yeah. The funny thing is, there are no Wolverines in Michigan. Wolverines aren't native to Michigan.
Doesn't football teams Wolverines? That's the whole point of it.
I know, but doesn't that make you wonder? Why didn't they pick the Badger? The Badger's just as bad as the Wolverine, and we actually got them in Michigan.
That's true.
Michigan Badgers. The University of Michigan Badass Badgers. It's got a ring to it.
Yo, Neil, but it's the same law in New York and everywhere, so...
But I'm just a dumbass that expects common sense in everything we do, but common sense isn't common. So it was a false dichotomy from the get-go. I gotta learn it and accept it. Right? Common sense is a false dichotomy. They should have never taught me the word. It's not true word. Sense is not common. My dad told me that. I said, well, why the hell is there even a word common sense? Because some idiot made a compound they shouldn't have. Or maybe somebody said, this should be common sense. And people thought, oh, sense is common. No, bitch, that's why we're saying it should be common sense, but you don't seem to have it. Some idiot didn't have comprehension or sense.
Yeah, don't use the fork to eat cereal. Use a spoon. It's common sense.
but you can get the cereal with the fork, and then you still got the whole bowl to drink. You know, there's a headache of logic behind every. Don't you want a whole bowl of milk to eat when you're done? No, I want a little bit of milk with every bite, bitch. I use a soup spoon on cereal. I ain't gonna lie, because I do like milk with every bite.
Mike, I used to sit in front of my table as a kid with the box of cereal, reading the box of cereal. And boom, boom. That's not done anymore.
No.
Kids don't play in the street anymore. They don't read the cereal box anymore.
There used to be.
What the hell's going on?
There used to be dots on the back of Cheerios and word puzzles and comics and shit. Archie Bunker or Archie, whoever started on the back of a cereal box, didn't he?
The Archies, yes.
Yeah, didn't he start on the cereal box?
Yeah, the Archies, Veronica and all of them.
That started on a cereal box. And I swear those were New Yorkers, bro. Hey, I'm trying to Archie here, man. I'm trying to Archie here. What the fuck, man? Archie was like that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's like, isn't it obvious? I'm trying to fucking do something here. I took Archie for a beefcake that would just beat your ass if it wasn't in a comic strip. You know?
Protecting the grip over here in New York, boy.
So Neil, what are you talking about, bro? It's the same laws, New York and everywhere in the States. So like,
yeah, New York's the one that they're gonna have.
No, but I was walking. Listen, I was able to walk around without a mask. Now they're passing this new shit.
They're gonna have a vaccine passport too, ain't they?
Right, now they're going with that, and you can't get in job sites.
Well, every liberal business has got a. New York is full of those corporate headquarter places, and that's why.
Yeah, they shut down a whole job site I was on yesterday, not because of that. On 85 J Street in Brooklyn, some guy fell off a scaffolding to his death. They shut the whole job down. Yeah.
No shit. He fell off and said, bloop.
Yeah, it was like, I just mix a whole bucket of patch, and I'm floating out to bring the floor up to the elevator, so when the flooring goes in, it's level.
Yeah.
And they come up, yo, you got to get out of here. Shutting the whole building down. I'm like, dude, I just poured a whole bucket of patch. I gotta float this out. I can't just leave it, because I'm eventually gonna come back here. And if you think I'm gonna break this up to redo it, you're out of your mind.
Did you float it?
Yeah. He's like, all right, I'll come back in 10 minutes. Try to get it Yeah, I got it enough for when I go back. I hit it with another coat. It'd be good.
Yeah, you can spread it all out to low spots, and leave it where you can fill it in.
Yeah, floated it nice.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But,
I know what you're talking about too, though.
Yeah, it's not concrete. It's more like it's an underlayment.
Yeah, for the actual flooring.
Yeah, for the flooring to go, whether it's carpet or vinyl, doesn't matter. This is the underlayment, so you use that. You mix it like how would you say, maybe a little looser than a pudding, so you could mess with it, and then you let it sit a couple of seconds, and it dries up a little more, and then you can play with it a little more and
shape it and shit.
Exactly. It's like a craft, boy. But it's years and years and years of doing it that somebody just can't come and do it unless you're good with tools. Unless you probably be fine. You're a worker. Show you one, and you probably float it out better.
Yeah, I can work a trowel in many different ways. Concrete, plaster. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm familiar with working substances.
Somebody else never a tool would be lost.
For surfaces.
Right.
All the way down to spot putty on a body. in Bondo, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
I make those surfaces perfect. Mirror perfect.
Yeah, they have to be.
I'll sand it for 1,000 hours if I got to. I'm a picky bastard. But what I won't do is paint it and have it look like shit.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Nope. Right, I'm with you. So I'd floated the floor too. Because this is a representation of my work, bitch. I'm going to tell people I did that floor. When this building's done. Oh yeah, that 5th floor over there in that corporate liberal bullshit building? Oh yeah, I floated that shit. Hey, that's a good shit, huh? You like that shit. You walked good on it, didn't you?
My father taught me a trick. Because there's a lot of people on the job. And you could get blamed for something you didn't do. So let's say VCT tile at 12 by 12s, you do one way, one the other way, quarter turn them. If that's make sure in one corner you got one going the same way. So now you did this floor. So somebody comes and says, listen, you messed up over here. You walk right to a corner and say, nah, that's not mine. He have little markings to mark where he worked.
Yeah, this corner is mine, and this ends my work. Beyond this ends my fuck up. That area over there, somebody else lords over that.
Right, dude. The foreman came. He brought me into a room and said, "Listen, you messed this up. Or you're stepping, your towel stepping." I'm like, "How a big job, You're looking around. I'm like, "Geez, that's not to look like my work." I went to the right-hand corner. I said, "Nah, this is not my job, my friend." He's like, "How do you know?" I said, "Because you got the tile going correct over here. My floors, everything I do, on one of the corners in the room, a tile would be going the same way. And if it was the same way, the layout, then I'd have one piece quarter turned. And that marks my room. So go find the moron who did this. Leave me the freak alone." Left him standing there scratching his head.
Yeah, he had to look at it and say, "Oh, I get it." Damn.
Yo, Mike, there's Brett Buckus in a live stream. I don't know if you want to unmute him or I should take him to a PC check-in now.
Oh no, well, man, we ain't doing shit. I'll unmute him. You can check him in.
Is he a baller?
What's up, Brad?
Let's find out. Yeah.
Buckus, Buckus, like the coach.
Brad Buckus.
Yeah, you got to speak, Brad. We start to wonder if you're one of the guys. Oh my God, he's a runner. He's from Logan's Run. He's a runner. We got a runner.
Like a husky, right, Mike? You
he said, "Oh shit, he's on to me. He knows I'm Sean Hawkins."
Hey, Mike, that's true about huskies, right? You can have them for 10 years. If they decide to run, they're gone.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't never coming back. You did something that he just can't accept.
Yeah, I had a few of them in my lifetime.
He forgave you, but he just can't accept it.
Yeah, gone. You could have them from puppies on up. If they decide they're going,
Well, they know what we know. All things are forgivable. Some things are unacceptable. I was pooping, dog, and you looked at me wrong while I was doing it, and you did it one too many fucking times, man. Don't look at me when I'm shitting, Neil. I had a dog that hated that, bro. And when I realized it, I'd go out there and stare at him when he was pooping. And he always did the circle and then pooped facing the same direction. So I'd go out there and stare at him, and he'd try to do the circle to redirect, but he always lined up from the same direction, so he'd be looking at me, and it'd piss him off. He'd hate that shit. But he'd end up shitting, and eventually he'd come running around and start jumping at me and try to bite my shirt and nip my leg and shit. And I'd be like, hey, you better get off me, because, you know, I maintain the alpha position in the back. But he was a cocky fucker.
Hey, I had a husky one time. Well, it was my friend of my family's, this guy Ernie. He was from Kentucky. He was a bone breaker for the mob, though, but a great guy. He actually missed his ministry. He was great with kids. He should have been like a youth pastor or something, because he brought guys, took them from the street, and instead of them wound up dealing drugs, they wound up becoming hunters and outdoorsmen, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
He had this husky King, and my mother just had my fourth brother, my brother Christopher. And do you know that nobody but my mother can go to that bassinet? He would sit right there, and anybody else but my mother, he'd show back the freak up. Only my mother could go to that bassinet and take the baby out.
Dude, that's why my Milo is my daughter's dog. He's almost as old as her. She's 16. And we got him when she was like a year old. And he just watched her the minute we put her to bed. As a puppy, he wondered why we didn't keep the kid by us so we could protect it. So he wouldn't sleep with us. He'd go sleep with the kid and protect it. And as he got bigger, he got testy with people about his kid. If he didn't like you, and that Taylor was out in the room at 3 years old, I know if the dog didn't like you, because he'd be sitting in between you and the kid always.
Yeah, my mother was nervous, though. The guy Ernie had to tell her, listen, Gloria, he is not going to harm that baby in any way. He is going to stop anybody else from harming that baby.
Yeah.
You know, you're the mother, and you're the only one, while he's here, that can touch him.
Yep. He might get offensive as the dad does. Some dogs have to watch the dad interact with their children a lot before the dog will even be cool with it. And that's the way my Kilo was. He'd get up, I'd pick her up. I worked a lot. So when I come home, I'd get her. And I'd give her a bath and I'd wake her up because it'd be late. So that way my old lady could sleep in. I'd get her up, feed her, give her a bath, change her diaper. That way the kid's sleep is up for 3-4 hours during the middle of the night, sleep longer in the morning, give my old lady a break. Diaper already changed, the kid's sleep now till 10 in the morning, my old lady gets to sleep in. But the dog would crawl up on the couch with me because I'd sit her right on my tummy, and I do like my old lady. I get skin-to-skin contact with my children. I know how to build a bond with my children. Hold them, look in their eyes, let them go to sleep while I'm staring in their eyes, talk sweet to them, let them know who loves them and who's the one that's going to defend them. And it only took a couple times for the dog to pick up on, oh, he's an alpha dog. Oh, he's got this. Oh, I only got to do this when he ain't here. My dog picked up on it. He picked up on Mike. Mike's just as nervous as him, and Mike could kill a motherfucker over his kid. So then my dog got laid back. He'd look at me when he got nervous about people getting too close to his kid. And I'd be like, Kilo, that's my brother. He's okay. That's That's his tailor too, you know. That's what I tell him. Because I told him, that's our tailor. I can't always be here, you watch her. And he would, as a puppy, dude, as a fucking 1-year-old. He listened. He would, shit. By the time he was 4, he'd come out, as soon as I got home, he'd come out from her room and look at me and smile. Like he's proud. I'm watching her, Dad. And I'd come home after the end of a day. Yeah, and I'd come home at the end of a day and make a 3-course meal and eat like a pig. And I'd make him a plate too, you know. That's why my dog likes breakfast. You work a 16-hour day, it's easier to come home and fry some potatoes and cook shit up and make an omelet. So I ate a lot of breakfast shit, you know, because it's just easier. You can have omelet, French toast, and toast and potatoes, and it doesn't take you, an hour and a half to cook the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my wife is big on breakfast. She makes big breakfast, pancakes, home fries, and like the potatoes that she makes, seasons them up. And you go to a diner, it's like, God, they suck. I feel like telling her, go back there and show these people how to make some home fries, please.
Yeah.
But she hooks it up, pancakes, bacon, home fries.
I'm the same way. I call them American fries. I slice them thin.
Well, it depends on what she's making. If she's just cutting up the...
Right. If you're hash browning them or making... Yeah, there's 2 ways to do breakfast potatoes. Decently thick slices. Well, I call them tater steaks. Or shaved. Like hash brown.
Yeah, and then I think she just scrambles a whole bunch of eggs and then she just grates cheese on top of it and lets it melt.
Yep.
But like, if the eggs get a little brown on the bottom, she don't. Oh God, she loses it. I'm like, it's fine. No. Makes like the perfect breakfast. She's got her own pancake recipe. Yeah, my wife is good with that, man. She's really good. As a matter of fact,
I learned my pancake recipe from a woman. I hear you.
By the way, this whatever this icon is of me, that's my 11-year-old. I was blaming people on here. I say, who took my picture off? And I don't even know what this icon is. So I changed it back, and then my son comes down. He said, Dad, I put that icon there because he's on the same account, I guess.
Oh.
So I was like, all right, put it back.
What is it?
I have no idea what the hell it is. Looks like an alien to me.
He looks like
Gotta be
was it? What Stripe? What, that gremlin Stripe?
Gotta be one of these plays. Who the heck knows?
Probably some anime character. I'm not.
Right. Or that too. That could be it. That anime is big with kids. The anime, the Japanese cartoons. But when I was a kid, we had it too. We had Gigantor, Speed Racer.
Yeah.
Well, those were all Japanese cartoons.
Yeah. That's why Speed Racer was translated like a fucking kung fu movie. The cartoon character was still talking after he said, let's go race.
Yo, I loved Speed Racer as a kid. That was some storyline.
Me too. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They made their cartoon character's mouth move for 10 minutes, but all he said was, let's go. Let's go race. Let's do this.
And the mouth is still going for like 10 seconds.
Yep.
That's hysterical. I'm going to avenge my father's death.
Go, Speed Racer, go. 10-minute sentence.
Here goes Speed Racer. He's a demon on wheels.
He's jamming down the pedal like he's never coming back.
Yeah, you got it.
I love Speed Racer. Adventures waiting just ahead. Go. Speed Racer, go. Speed Racer.
They messed up the movie though. Oh man, they could have made such a good movie out of that. Just look at the storyline of the cartoon and you'll be fine.
He's often flying as he guns the car around the jack. Go, Speed Racer. Yeah, I like it. I like Speed Racer.
Driving, Mike.
Since when did winning become so important? Do what?
What was he driving?
Oh, fuck, I can't even remember.
Mach 4? Was it the Mach?
Yeah, Mach. Yeah, I was going to say Mach 1. Yeah, Mach 4.
Could have been. I don't know. I'm going to Google it.
I think so. Mach 5.
I was off by 1.
Yeah. Well, we both had the Mach down. We knew it was a Mach car. Right?
Yeah, I used to race home from school to watch that. You kidding me?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I love Speed Racer. You know, how many people I've seen people with the Speed Racer car make
that. You seen people with the like a replica?
Yeah, a replica. I thought it was a body kit, but I actually think they cut the front nose cone off a Corvette and made it themselves. Because that Mach 5 looks like a Corvette with just a super front end, you know?
Yep.
It does. It looks a lot like a Corvette. I like the newer version of it. It looks more sleek and shit. The Mach 6 Speed Racer. Because he gets the Mach 6 in the later ones. I was thinking he started with the Mach 1 and he advanced to Mach 2, but I knew he advanced. I just couldn't remember to what. But he had a bunch of different cars, like the red one and the white one were different. Right?
Yeah, and then you had Racer X, the yellow one.
Yeah.
Brother, right? Racer X was his brother?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, everybody always forgets Racer X.
Where's all the ballers? So anti-flat earthers, they don't come around.
There ain't no debate. There never was. They're starting to learn it. The Mammoth car, he had that Mammoth car, right?
Yep.
What the hell was the Mammoth car? I can't even remember. He had the red one was Skullduggery. I remember that one.
Speaking of cars, mine got hit the other day. I pull in to get my freaking one of my sensors put on for the ABS brakes.
He had the Black Tiger. He had the red car, the Black Tiger, the Mammoth. What was the Mammoth car? Was that green? I can't remember.
I'm not remembering that. Yeah, some dude blasted me leaving a garage. He's haggling with the guy over a price. Young kid, he's in a van. I'm 40 feet away from the entrance of the bay.
Mm-hmm.
The kid gets in his van, throws it in reverse, guns it, and smashes into my car.
No shit.
No freaking shit. I was inside the office playing with the dog. And the mechanic comes in, he goes, "You better get out there. That guy just hit your car." I'm like, "Yeah, right." He's like, "I'm not kidding." I'm like, what do you? I was 40 feet away. How could he? And I'm trying to like figure it out. Like, because all the guy had to do was back out of the bay. Once his nose was out, go left. There's the exit. From what one of the guys said was he threw in reverse and he gunned it as he was staring straight ahead at the guy, the mechanic. Like,
yeah. You just crushed your fucking car.
Yeah, and now I'm in a rental
Did he taco it, or did he just fuck up a door or a panel?
No, he messed up the whole right fender, the right front, smashed it through. The steel came through the bumper, and the bumper's rubbing on, rubbing it. No lights broke though, because his bumper must have hit my freaking just a corner part. He did enough. Listen, it's at least $2,000 worth of damage. And the problem is, my neighbor has it in her name because my insurance would have been too high. So now I'm thinking right away, I'm like, dude, Mike said my aunt just dropped this car off. I'm waiting for an estimate. She's going to flip out. So when the cops came, I'm like, I'm just waiting. This is my aunt dropped it off here. I'm waiting for the estimate or for them to finish the work, and she's going to come back. But the car was parked, so nobody was driving it,
Right.
So either way, but I wanted to make sure that my name don't go on there.
Right, on the police report.
Her to drive it, right. So, but I don't want to put her through none of this bullshit, It's almost 3 years I haven't had any incidents. Because I do a lot of driving. When you do a lot of driving, the possibilities are greater.
I don't know. Michigan isn't crowded like like New York. I can go to Detroit and I don't. You know what I mean? I probably don't go drive under the same circumstances. I've been to New York. My wife had an aunt that lived there, and I swear to God, dude, I'm an asshole, and I just I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to drive in New York. I let her, and she was just bitching at people all out the window into it. I was like, damn, this is like poetry in motion. I loved it.
Well, you heard what Mario Andretti said, right?
He
said it's safer driving in a race that I do than driving in New York City.
Oh, no, I didn't know he said that. But that makes sense because my sister, my ex-wife's aunt, she was like, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm trying to turn. Hey, bastard, I was going to park there. Hey, I got a guy in the back. He's an ex-Marine. He'll beat the fuck out of you, motherfucker. He's special forces. I was like, damn, lady. She's like, what? You ain't going to back up my word? I was like, no, I'll cash that check. I'm just surprised you can give it. She said, I give it and get it with the best of them. I was like, damn, New Yorkers are out there. Get out the car. And she'd get out the car, dude, and be the most prim and proper and polite lady in the world. Get behind the wheel, and all of a sudden, she's a son of a bitch. I was like, oh my God.
She's a demon on wheels when she gets
It just blew my mind, bro. She was like a God-fearing woman in the house. We got in the car, and everybody was a motherfucker or a bastard. I was like, holy shit. She said, are you offended? I said, no, I'm an asshole. She's like, oh, okay, then we're good. You're just surprised to see it come from a woman. I said, yeah, that's all, hon. That's it. You do it well. She's like, well, thank you. Look at this motherfucker here. I'm talking to you and this bitch steals my spot. But, dude, if somebody...
thing.
Yeah, man. It can take you an hour to park, and it take you a half hour to move 10 car spots forward sometimes, dude.
And the funny thing is, when you get a spot, it's like you don't want to leave it. You'll take a train somewhere else.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Yes. Dude, we were going to a sandwich shop that was around the corner and 2 blocks down. And we sat in this one spot 2 blocks down for 30 minutes. And once when we pulled up 2 blocks down, I thought, damn, I could have got out 20 minutes ago, ordered our sandwiches, and everybody be hooked up as soon as they get out the car, you know? Why didn't somebody say something? 2 fucking blocks. It took us 35 minutes, dude. I was like, motherfucker. I ain't seen no shit like New York. New York driving is crazy fucking shit. It's just fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, now they're trying to hammer her, and I think this is right because she told my wife, my neighbor, that he's still going to have to pay the deductible, even though they're trying to go through the kids' insurance because it shouldn't be her insurance. She was parked.
Yeah, it should be his.
Right. So, but
yeah, you still got to pay the deductible.
Man.
How much is the deductible?
I don't know. They're still trying to. I'm still waiting for a claim number. The mechanic's like, listen, get the claim number, and I'll get the process going quicker. Plus, he's going to get other work that they got to do on his insurance because the guy was an asshole. He beat him out of money. So he's like, listen, whatever I can get on the insurance, I'll get on the insurance. Don't get greedy, but he'll pay for some stuff. Just get the claim number.
Right, he crushed my brake pads because a collision can crush your brake pad.
Right, he's going to get whatever he can. This guy's he's got pictures on his wall. I think I finally found a good mechanic, to be honest with you. He's got pictures from back in the 40s when his grandfather had the shop, to his father, to him, you know?
Oh, third generation?
Yeah.
That's the name of my company.
Everything.
That's the name of my asphalt company, Third Gen Paving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think I got one, and he's got a famous daughter. She's a musician. She plays, but
if he grew up with Grandpa and Dad, he might be just like me, absorbed all his grandfather's knowledge and his dad's.
Right.
He was smart enough to know it was valuable because his dad and his grandpa were both successful.
Right, and he's got a nice shop, man. It's got a nice. I like that when I'm able to see pictures of generations before.
Yeah, it's built on something. You know, the kid grew up hearing it at the breakfast table, the lunch table, the dinner table.
Exactly.
It was conversation around the house. Cars were their life. Those are the kind of people you want working on your car.
Exactly, and you see them like in racetracks. They were racing. They had cars in the races, and then I'll ask him about a picture. He'll take me right back. Yeah, that was my father.
Yeah, you'll have at least one. What do you call it? Complete restoration in the thing. He should have. Well, I'm saying most guys have one complete restoration under their belt. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Most gearheads. In 3 generations, they should have at least one classic car restoration with generational mechanic families. Sometimes it'll be the same car that each one of them redid.
I think it's a Nova. Remember the Nova in the 70s? Souped up?
The Yanko.
That's the one I seen there.
The Yanko, did it have a stripe down the side of it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a Yanko 427 Nova.
Those were monsters, them cars, right? Those are little monsters.
They're drag ready.
Yeah.
427 4-speed, 411 rear end gear. They top out in a quarter mile with a big block. Yeah, them bitches are monsters. Anything Yanko is a beast. Yanko bought Yanko was a company that bought the leading sports cars of the days and put big blocks in a bunch of small block hot rods.
Oh, okay.
They bought the 69 Camaro. They made a Yanko Camaro. 427 Yanko. They made a 427 Yanko Nova. You know what I mean? Yanko Mustang. They weren't specific to just Chevy either. You know, they do Dodge, Ford, whatever. Kind of like a DeLorean.
Right.
The DeLorean package.
My cousin Connie had a 73 Rally Sport, like creamsicle, the orange body and the white roof. This is 73. She bought the car brand new.
A Rally Sport Camaro?
Yeah, when she moved into my house, listen to this. This is 83.
Listen, I like to tell people this. You know, the 67 to 75 Camaro Rally Sport was an RSSS. Any Rally Sport was also a Super Sport. They were Rally Sport. The 69 wasn't just a Super Sport, because the body style is a Rally Sport style. So it's a 69 RS/SS. They're both.
The car had a little balls right from right.
It's like every Trans Am is a Firebird.
Right. Well, the car for, let's see, 73 she bought it, 83 she moved into my mom's house. 10 years she only had 11,000 miles on the car.
Ooh.
Now, I was taking that car out when they were all asleep. I grabbed the keys, take that sucker out, and go spinning. And I hear them arguing, Gloria, I left the whole tank of gas in the car. This morning there was nothing in there. My mother's like, I didn't use the car. And then my mother be saying, Connie, I filled the tank up. And I'm over there. It took a while before they figured out I was stealing the car at night.
That 73 is a sexy ass Camaro too. You know that, right?
Yeah,
with the big grill and the split bumper. That's a split bumper.
I was buzzing around the town with that freaking thing. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, for any Camaro guy, that's a must-have. If you got the 69 and you're collecting 69 to 70, you have to have a split bumper too. Whether it's a Rally Sport or an IROC Z, it doesn't matter. You know, as long as it's a split bumper. Yeah. I can take a 81 and make it split bumper, but you know the only difference between the 81s and the 70s are the front clips. You know.
Trying to find the one she had. That's it. That's the one.
I like
that orange one. 73 Camaro 1970. Yep, Camaro Promo orange, but she had a white. She had a white roof on it. But that was the color. Yep. I love that car. How many girls I got that
They're
car?
sexy. They're sexy. Orange and white looks good on them Camaros. Did it have it had the two rally stripes too, didn't it? Or it wasn't a rally pack. It had the two rally stripes on the hood and then the white top.
Right. That's
and it wasn't a vinyl, right? It wasn't a vinyl. It was just a painted white top.
I'm not remembering.
Look, I can picture the car you're saying. I love those cars. I like my 67 Rally Sport, Super Sport. I have a rare one. I got a convertible 67 Rally Sport, Super Sport. But I'm a Camaro guy. I like the Camaros. I like them orange ones did up here. I'll show you what I like. In a 67 split bumper Rally Sport. Got to have a cowl inducted hood. Got to be modernized. You got to get rid of that white painted top and just paint the top orange and put the two rally stripes on the cowl inducted hood. And then shave everything else. You know what I mean? Take the trim, take the side trim off and all that. Them are sexy fucking cars.
Absolutely. I'm kind of thinking hers was a vinyl. But she just pulled it out of the showroom and she left it the way it was.
Karen B was telling me that she had a car and it was her favorite car. And she wished she could get that car again. And I was like, well, what kind of car was it? She's like, it was a 67 Camaro, Mike. It had a certain front end. I said, yeah, that's a split bumper. She's like, oh, yeah, you know. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. I got one, but I'm not going to carry and be it because I only got one.
You're damn right you ain't carrying B in that.
If I could find one for cheap in a field or in a barn, I'm not going to lie, I like Karen. I'd paint it the color of her channel and put her little Karen B insignias on the back. I'd build her a car, put a small block in it.
So, Mike, you can take a car and restore it right from scratch?
Yeah, we just take it all apart like a model. When you put it back together, every part will be brand new.
Damn.
Fuck yeah! I spray. I can do a $10,000. I can do a $18,000 paint job that's multi-layered with flip-flop, candy coat, and fluorescence. I can do flip-flop paint jobs and shit.
So you're saying
ambient
so
clear coat.
Or just American cars?
Any car. I'll do any fucking car. It doesn't matter.
If I get my Mercedes down to you, my ML500, I don't care how long it takes.
ML500 Mercedes.
I want the car to look like it looked when I bought it because it's got a sentimental value. That's the car that my wife's mom helped us get, and then she passed away. So, it's sitting in front of my house, and I'm not getting rid of it. I want to restore it.
If you put the Euro front end on it, it'll give it some. But I know, that's the SUV one, right?
Yes, ML5. Speaking the last of the good ones that they made. Once they went to 05, it was not good no more.
Yeah, so I could do it all the Mercedes standards, even if the frame was bent, I could do that. So, dude smashed your Mercedes?
No. I'm in a Nissan Pathfinder now. The Mercedes is sitting in front of my property. I don't know what's weird. I started up.
I was going to say you didn't whoop his ass. I whoop him up his ass when they do my favorite car up like that.
Dude,
I'd have been on a... Bitch, you don't look when you back up, bitch.
I was in shock. You know what he had the nerve to say?
He'd have been bitch.
He said to me, well, why the heck did you leave it there? I said, 40 feet from the bay so people can get out. And when they get out, then I pull in. That's where you leave it. What's wrong with you? He's like, these guys got me all flustered because they're trying to rip me off. I said, they're not trying to rip you off. You pulled in there. Your van was dead. He gave you the price on an alternator. He charged your battery. And when he gave you the price of the job, you haggled with him right away. I don't know what the whole job was, but it came out to 5 something. And the guy wants, what do you think? 350? I don't know what it was. I heard alternator. There was things. Listen. The guy's a mechanic. He's been there for generations. He's got a business.
I'm with you there.
$109 for the diagnostic, even if they do the job.
Yeah.
Still $109 for the diagnostic. And I understand that. Guy, he spent 5 hours with the guy, so he must have been there. I just pulled in. From what I understand, he was there for hours.
Yeah.
He's on the phone, getting this, getting that, trying to get this, trying to get that. Right? He was just looking for something for nothing. So he got his battery charged up. Finally, what happened was the guy said, listen, I can't do it for $350. I have a business here. The price is $550.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's because it's diagnostic. He diagnosed it. He charges. It's a business. He charges for everything he does.
Right.
Me, I just, I got a salvage yard in my side yard. In my left 40.
Right, so you could do it for $350 and be okay.
Fuck, I could do it cheaper than that.
Right.
Because I probably got a salvage alternator, not brand new. Alternators aren't as expensive as, listen, alternator isn't as...
alternator. There was a couple of things.
I know, but I'm not going to dog your boy, but to diagnose an alternator, all you got to do is charge the battery, fire it up, and take off the positive cable. If it doesn't run, if the alternator, if it dies the minute you disconnect the battery, then it's the alternator.
I don't know what they would do.
Because listen, the alternator starts the car on any car from the 30s to the fucking 2020. The alternator, the battery starts the car and the alternator runs it. Your electronic fuel pump runs off your alternator, not your battery.
Right.
So if you disconnect the battery, which is running the fuel pump,
it'll still run.
Yeah, and the alternator doesn't take over and make it run, then you know the alternator's junk. That's all. You don't need a diagnostic system to diagnose an alternator, but it could have a bunch of other problems too.
Yeah, there was a few other things that he had.
It could be a map sensor. It could be a relay, a voltage relay. There could be other things in the problem that you do have to diagnose, and then you got to charge him for the equipment. A proper diagnostic system is $12,000 or above.
Well, I think that's what the kid said. He said, "Listen, I told you what was wrong with the car." The guy's like, "That doesn't mean anything to me. I got to see what's wrong with the car."
I know. I'm with him. He's got to get his money, or it's not worth it to him to run a business that he has to license, bond, and pay insurances on.
Correct. He's got a whole garage, so I understand that.
Yeah,
when I first got my job done there.
Listen, when I do heavy equipment and diesels, don't think I get paid for everything, even though it's a simple process. On a fucking diesel, diagnostics is a lot more expensive. I'm still getting my $250 to my $275 or my $300 for diesel diagnostics. A diesel mechanic gets $56 an hour, dude. To $70. It's kind of like a Mercedes mechanic. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, Mike.
If you paid a Mercedes
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get my Mercedes to you.
Yeah, if you paid a Mercedes mechanic to do your shit, a Mercedes specialist who went to school to be certified for Mercedes, you're going to pay him $180 an hour.
I know.
And he probably can't paint. He probably couldn't fabricate. He probably couldn't straighten your frame because those are a lot of different certifications, but I have them all. I can do insurance work in my garage. Meaning I can zero your frame out. I have the equipment to not only align your front end and rear end, but to align your frame. I got stretchers, formers. It's a complete system that you put the rack on, and I could do a Ferrari frame to Ferrari standard.
How much equipment you got on your property?
I wouldn't say it's a repair shop. I'd say I have a machine shop on my property. I got 6 barns and then a brick building I put 6 barns around the brick building, 2 in the front, 2 on each side. They form a U around a brick building, and the brick building is a machine shop with a flat roof.
Nice.
It's got I got
how many tools?
I got machining centers, I got turning centers, I got vertical centers, I got a cylinder hone, which is an automated Fanuc controlled cylinder hone that's big enough, with a big enough turret that you can put a motor block on it. They're all computer programmable Fanuc controls. I got an EDM. It's a wire cutter, so it does precision cutting, but the newer shit is water blast, a water jet. I don't have the newer. I got an EDM cutter. It's electronic discharge module. It's a plasma table, programmable plasma table. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I'm going to take pictures of my vehicle. I'm going to send them to you.
But with the table, I can cut gears. If I need to replace a gear in your transmission, or like for a motorcycle, not for a car, because the banding and shit is a little different in a car transmission. They're not set up like you think they would be. A bunch of gears in it. Unless it's a manual, then it's a gearbox. It's not a transmission. Transmissions do it through clutch systems. You know, this
And
clutch.
what's the purpose of the transfer case? Why did
transfer case? Yours is all-wheel drive, so you're a front-wheel drive car that's going to send a drive shaft to the back to power a rear end too. That's it.
Yeah, I know that's gone because I hear it knocking. I know that needs to be done.
The universals?
I'm not sure. Because
that Mercedes is. Listen, that Mercedes has probably got a sealed shaft. You can't even look at the shaft.
Right.
It's sealed. You take it apart and then you pull the shaft out, and then you see if you can, if it needs universals. And their universals are set up not like normal universals.
When I had my Ford Flex, the transfer case went, and I brought it to his mechanic. And what he did was, he just took the whole drive shaft out, put it in the back of my car, and he goes, "Now you got two-wheel drive," and it stopped making a noise, and I drove fine. But now, when it happened to the Mercedes, I thought I was able to do that, and the guy said, "No, you can't do Mercedes. Once you take that drive shaft out, it's not going to go."
It's got a fault sensor that tells it that the rear end's not getting drive supply, so shut down. Don't go. Something's fucked. It tells the sensor says something's fucked up in the 4-wheel drive shit. The rear end's not working. See a mechanic. Click, and it shuts your motor off.
That's what the guy told me. He said it's just going to shut down on you. He goes, you may be able to pull out on you, but it's going to shut down.
Yeah, if you got a dealership code and a scanner that will access the computer system, then you could put in you
could bypass it, right?
Yeah, if you had that Mercedes technician code, but it's a mechanic number usually. Usually you put in your mechanic's license number and then a 4-digit dealer code, and it allows you access to copyrighted systems. They copyright all their systems so that you just can't have a hack and slash guy. They want you to own a Mercedes. You got to be able to pay that expensive ass Mercedes mechanic. Their money rolls downhill. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They make their cars to where the guys who pay to go get their certifications know they're going to get rich fixing your car. That's what it boils down to.
I think you're right.
The dealerships are going to get rich maintaining your shit. There's more money to be made in a car than just selling it. If you can make it to where they have to bring it back to you so you can maintain it, then you sold a car and a maintenance contract. You didn't just get a sale you made money off of. You got a lifetime of maintenance too. And then for Cadillac and all, they're all the same. And then for your warranty to be good, you have to do the maintenance schedule. So you have to pay a certified specialist to do your maintenance schedule. This is a guy that's going to get paid, $180 an hour to do your fucking oil change, your filters. Check, do a 30-point inspection, see if your timing chain stretched out. Make sure your seals aren't leaking. You know what I mean. Simple shit, but shit that can wear out.
That get you on.
And that'll be the first 10,000 miles, just to make sure you don't have a dud, a manufacturing dud, a lemon. Then you get to the 50,000 mile maintenance schedule, the 100,000 mile maintenance schedule, and the 150,000 mile maintenance.
I got over 200,000 on this car.
Right. So you know what I mean. They just want to keep that money coming back to Mercedes in their conglomerate of maintenance, and they're not just a car company; they're a maintenance company too. But it's that way with every good car. Ford's trying to get into that, where the newer Mustangs and shit, you need a Ford Mustang certified specialist. to do the newer Fords.
If I had to guess on this to get this thing proper, it's going to be way over $5,000, just with the work that's got to go on in the internally, and then the cosmetic outside.
On the Mercedes, well, this is just it. I can do your body, but when it comes to that drivetrain, I don't have that code. I can't can't reset any alarms. They're sealed stuff. If I could get your drive shaft out, but the parts are dealership only parts to rebuild it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you have to go to a Mercedes dealer.
Yeah, because they're not going to buy parts for you to fix it because it's got to be fixed to their standard.
Right.
If you owned a Ferrari, they wouldn't even sell you a part. They'd say, bring it down and our mechanic will give you a fucking, we'll give you an estimate.
Yeah.
You can't get that part unless we're the guy that's putting it on. But the good thing is it all comes with a warranty.
Yeah, if you don't have money, you have no business owning a Mercedes. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. I can put a badass paint job on it if you get all the internal shit properly.
I'm looking.
Listen, like if your motor needs rebuilt, that's something I knew. I can pull the motor out and get the motor innards, and I can rebuild that and upgrade that. But when I put it back in, all kinds of stuff has to be reset and the computer has to be reprogrammed. I can't do any of that shit because I don't have access to it. I got a programmable system. I can program uncopyrighted car programs, but copyrighted programs I don't have access to. So a Chevy Lumina from 1996, I can totally reprogram that. It's not copyrighted. A Mustang before the year of 20, I can reprogram that. But, Ford got into that and they copyrighted their shit. You can't even look at their settings because their settings is part of their 400 horse option. It's not all in the motor. Like you got a jet injectors that's possible to flow 300 psi and 2,000 gallons per minute or, per 5 minute. But that doesn't tell you what they're set at to run properly for that horsepower. Now, if I had that code, I could look at their entire parameter setup. And then I could steal it and apply it to my car. Because we do that. We learn by taking the stock settings and tweaking them. Mechanics, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
So I'll put a 30 millimeter upgraded injector in my car and it'll be set at certain parameters. And then I slowly adjust it up, just like if it was just a manual. I'd keep changing the jets until I leaned it out. Basically, every time you bump up the program, you're changing the jets because you're changing how much fuel it gets and how much air and how much spark and how often and what revelation every 3 seconds, every 2 seconds. And this adds to your performance. So the 400 horse package is mostly in the programming, not in the equipment. Because it's possible to get 1,000 fucking horses out of it. But if you write the program that gets you 1,000 horses out of a 302 with a certain set of equipment, well, you own that program because it's new shit. And everybody else is going to want to use your shit and you want to make them pay for it because that's your knowledge. So it's called intellectual property, It sucks.
Yeah, one day I'm going to get it fixed up. So it's sitting in front of my house.
Sucks. Yeah, it sucks for the guy that won $300,000 on the lotto and he bought him a $100,000 car and then He got a $200,000 house. Now he ain't got money left, and he can't maintain the house or the car. And he's now living outside of his means.
Foolish spending.
Yeah, because, well, no, just driving the car. You're getting closer to the maintenance schedule, which you can't afford. So as soon as the 30,000-mile maintenance comes, it's going to get smart for you to think about selling it to retrieve your money back, because you can't keep putting thousands in it to maintain it.
That's what I'm saying. Never bought it in the first place. You hit the lotto for $300,000. You don't do that. That's not a lot of money.
No, yeah, get a cheap Mustang you can maintain. Yeah, you're right, but there are people that do that, dude. They won $375. They bought a $170,000 Ferrari.
Well,
not knowing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, not knowing that they'd have to keep the rest of their winnings just to maintain it for the first 4 years.
Right. That's what happens with a lot of these athletes. Their big mistake is, and they're trying to, counsel them to not do these things. Most of them go out and buy a 150-foot yacht. Do you know what it costs to maintain a yacht year in and year out?
Yeah, you need a multi-million-dollar company. You need to be on the lifestyles and the rich and the famous.
Right. You don't buy a yacht if you just signed a $20 million deal. You rent it if you want to go out on a yacht. You do not buy one. That'll take your money real quick.
Hold up, I gotta look. Did somebody lock you out? What do you mean?
No, I don't know what it was. Like, I tried to get in right now, and it says I was unable to join voice text. But maybe I don't know. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe the system was rebooting or something. I don't know. But then, like,
no route. Did it say no route?
No, it like where you go to join the voice thing. It was like faded out, and it said unable to join voice text. But then, and then, like after a minute, it let me.
Yeah, that's a Discord glitch.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Your Discord was probably in the middle of updating.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah. I
just dropped a track called Flatney Dangerfield.
I can't get no respect. I tell you, no respect.
Yeah, you know him, huh?
I love him.
Yeah. So in the song, the chorus goes, "I get no respect," and it's like the video. It's a short video. If you want to play it, go ahead. I dropped it on the thing. See if you see it.
Oh, yeah, hold up. I'm reading something. I'm Server Politics. You dropped it where?
I dropped it on your message thing. Should I drop it on the live stream?
In DMs?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I can play that. That's the Rodney. Okay, Flatter Dangerfield or whatever.
Well, it's a rap song, but I use him in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, you used his voice?
Well, no, like you just have to watch it. It's just like it's like an intro with him, and then the chorus with it. You just have to see. It's only like 2.5 minutes long. It's a rap song I made, but like I use him in it.
Does Cat C right off mean the engine map is intact? No code errors. Take a record for now. Neo no. Cat C on what? You mean an error code C or a Cat C code? That's a catalytic converter code. Or category C. Well, I'd have to know what kind of car it is so I can see what a category C means, but generally it is a case of a car insurance write-off after a vehicle's been damaged. Oh, I'm with you. Are you meaning that's what he's gonna put it? He's gonna put it in category C to charge everything. Yes, that Cat C is how he'll charge the insurance for everything that's not doesn't have an error code. Not everything that we fix on your card has an error code and an insurance that becomes a category C or an insurance write-off. Yes, brakes. There's usually no error code other than well, there is nowadays for brakes, but I guess there's still some things that don't have error codes, don't have sensors.
Hi, Mike. Yeah, I was meaning like over here in the UK, if a car's written off on a category C, it's road repairable. It's like frame damage, and everything else is still running.
Oh, yeah.
So you could transfer all the electrics across for Neil and not get any code errors, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. You got no code errors, but maybe the car drifts or dog tracks because the frame is damaged. Yes. So yeah, with Neil's car, he could just say the frame is damaged, and that puts him in the $10,000 range of money he can collect, not really do work. He doesn't even have to prove that. He doesn't have to send evidence that the frame's damaged. All he has to do is say the car now dog tracks or wanders. The front end's unalignable and don't need evidence of that. Now he can claim up to a certain amount of money on straightening the frame. Frame straightener is fucking expensive, dude. That's why you can spend 50 grand on a frame straightener, and that's for a cheap one. A good one costs about $87,000, $90,000 for a frame straightener. But they're generally for cars that are high value maintenance. In a Euro state, it's probably a lot of money, man. Probably, yeah.
We use H-beams. We just get H-beams and weld a jig with an H-beam, and then mark it all off. We as well, bro. Yeah.
Your frame straightener is kind of set up like an H. Yeah, it's set up on the same principle. It has touch spots, and if on the H, the first feeler has a 2 millimeter difference than the second one, then yes, that's where you're going to apply pressure and heat to straighten it. You know what I mean? It's pretty much the same principle, yeah. But
let it get warm and
the good thing about frame straighteners are the racks themselves. Apply it, whether if it's a chain rack or a pressure rack. A chain rack, you'll hook chains to it and move that, and it'll pull on it, and then you heat it and it pops it, where a pressure one applies pressure. It was like a Jaws of Life, like a pincher thing, but a large one. Yeah, I know you know. I mean,
I was just thinking that for Neil, because if it's all going to be code problems, if you're moving the drivetrain across, if you could get a body damage and take a running drivetrain with no code error and just take the whole loom. I mean, I know how you work, so I know what you're going to do if you get Neil's car. So I know you've got the bare shell, and I know you can just, take a loom and put it straight across anyway. So,
yeah, we could take a car that is racked. You could buy a car that's wrecked and transfer it if that's what you're implying for a restoration. I could get an insurance class C total. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm with you. I could get a totaled car that has a bent frame, but everything else is good, and I can just switch it all over.
Yeah.
And as long as I don't unplug it, I keep it all in one package on the drivetrain or on the K-frame, then yes, I don't have to reset. I don't have to reset anything. Yeah.
Yeah. And the gas acts will let you cut everything away from it, and you don't need to. You don't need any hassle with
But
cutting
the
wires.
problem is,
Just
man,
cut the flame off the wire. Yeah.
here in Michigan, if you got that, and it's sometimes they'll want the going price for it because they know the only value in it is those transfer parts, which cost more than the car itself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You actually, when you look at maintenance, got $30,000 worth of repairable shit on an $18,000 luxury vehicle
Mm-hmm.
because of labor.
Yeah.
But they'll they'll attribute all that value to a transferable total. Because those aren't cars. Some cars they don't want to. Here in America, you can get a salvage title on a Class C. We just go apply for a salvage title, and then we'd have to prove we actually put it back to stock specification. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
I
you
could
have
get
to. Yeah, you get new VIN plates for it.
Yeah, and I get a replacement title. You actually just add a 4-digit code, and you put that plate on the car. So the new VIN number will be the old VIN number plus 4 digits. But yeah.
Yeah, plus your digits. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get a salvage. Title. Yep. I got a 81 Trans Am Turbo that was totaled by a company, and it's got a salvage title. Because there wasn't anything wrong with it. It was stolen. And insurance paid it off and wrote the car off Class C. But it wasn't Class C. It was just stolen. And then it came back 20 years later.
Isn't it just a scam? Isn't it just a scam, man? They do that all the time. Someone takes your car, goes shopping in it, and they write it off totally, and you pay for it. It's bizarre. And there's nothing wrong with the car. Yeah.
Yeah. But all they got to do is say something's wrong with it that they don't cover.
Well, DNA does that now, yeah.
But we don't have the roadworthy standards that you do.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I suppose over there. I mean, our impression over there is if your car's in good working order, it doesn't matter what it looks like. If you can prove to the cop at the side of the road it's in good working order, it's fine. But over here, no, you're arrested. Your car's impounded.
I've seen a guy driving an insured Ford truck that somebody had hit in the door. He couldn't open the door, so he just cut the whole door off, got it out of there, and then used a house door, half a house door, and just put that on hinges and put it up in his truck. And he's just driving it. Yeah, what's up? I got a half a metal house door up, and this is my door, my motherfucker.
Yep, nothing wrong with it. Yeah, wearing a seatbelt, quite happy, not going to jump out the door because he's got it tied with a bit of string, probably.
Yeah, and in America, they got the ideal with, a Jeep door is thinner, so yeah, that's straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Canvas doors, yeah. It's a wagon train thing, mate. It's a coach builder thing because it's the coach builders and the masons, mate. They still hold sway over there, and they like to be able to do what they like over there. So certain laws weren't enacted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Neil's 4x4. I've looked at that old Merc since they were in. You remember they were in Jurassic Park at first, and that was a Mercedes everybody wanted with 20 tires. I'm jealous of it, man. I think they're lovely. Like, yeah.
Yep. You want to see? Listen. You want to see the craziest hillbilly invention I ever seen?
Hell yeah.
I don't think it's roadworthy, but it's a Ford truck without the box on a 2-track.
Okay.
That bitch will go anywhere, but you ain't hauling shit. I'm wondering where I could mount that 50mm Civil War cannon at. And that'd be my zombie truck.
You would have to put it on a rotating bed and have a joystick on the steering wheel.
Yeah. Yup, I need the bed. Yup. We kill many zombies. Look, this is a redneck white trash lift kit. Even I build, I'll make solid frame lift kits. But even I laugh at this shit. This is funny as hell. Motherfucker just got pipes on there. It's just a normal frame. And he put pipes to lift the frame up off the front straight axle. I can't believe that. That's the dumbest shit. And he got tractor tires on it. Like, yeah, dude, it's fuck. You should have used, if you used tube steel, it wouldn't be that dumb. But the truth is the frame should still be sitting on the axle. Because the frame's what holds it in place. And the body should be lifted up with them pipes. Then it would be a proper redneck hack and slash, and it'd probably work good for a long time. There's a difference between a hack and slash and a redneck repair. Yeah, what I mean? Hack and slash means you did fabricate it, just you didn't put a whole lot of thought into it. You did the least amount of engineering you could. That's a hack and slash. I've seen Broncos with the gate on your fence, the door you come through on a chain link fence. I've seen Ford Broncos with chain link fence doors for doors. The 90s Ford I'm not lying, and they're just cruising around Michigan and nobody says a fucking word about it. Period.
Oh, why the fuck not, man? It serves a purpose. It lets the air flow free. You're safe from incursion. You know what I mean? Okay, you might catch a fly or something coming in, but yeah. Why the fuck not, man? It's not structural. Why not?
Yeah, door doesn't. You don't even need the door because you got a seatbelt. You don't have to have a door. Jeep set that precedent.
Yep. Thank God, mate. Thank God, because Land Rover sold out on it. Land Rover doors used to lift out on pins. They've done away with that, man.
Yeah.
They sold out.
Land Rovers are nice when they're hooked up. I like Land Rovers. You can do a lot of shit to a Land Rover. You get the older one, pimp it out, it looks like the newer one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when they really became popular and expensive was like 98. But you can buy the 91 and trick it out to look just like a 98 for way less money. If you're me,
Yeah.
Here, I found a Chevy that's exactly like what I said. But I seen this on a Ford. But that's a Chevy. He got the same shit. I seen a dude driving an F-150 with a house door like that. I mean, here in Michigan, it works. We don't have a real standard on the body. And we really don't have. You don't have to do a roadworthy inspection in Michigan, dude. I've seen people look. This is one I've seen a lot. People get hit in the rear end or rear-ended, and they just rebuild their rear end with wood, They cut it out and put a wood rear end in there. I've seen that a lot. Like,
oh,
I'm
bro,
not a
I've
mechanic.
got pictures of.
I'm
I've got
not a
pictures of
mechanic.
dudes with sheds in it. Yeah, sheds
I'm
in the
not a
back of their truck.
mechanic, but I'm a damn good carpenter.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's cool. He should have just painted it white. It'd be hard to notice. Right?
Why not, man? You know, yeah, fuck,
why not? We don't have a roadworthy. If we had a roadworthy inspection, they'd be like, hell no, I'll get that up out of here. But we don't.
Hang on, where are you posting it?
Isn't that? Oh wait, damn! I'm doing it in bot command. What the fuck? Sorry. I'll transfer them all, and then I'll delete them from bot command. I thought I was in live stream voice text. I was gonna fucking. So this is the lift kit I was talking about in the first place. I was gonna play Flatter Day's song, but then we got on cars.
Yeah, I'll shut up if you want to play it, mate, and look at the pretty pictures.
Oh, okay.
Oh man,
I do want to play it.
Damn.
Yeah,
man, that's not even a house door, bro. That's a cupboard door from a kitchen. That's a split cupboard door from a pantry, bro.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, man.
No, the one I
yeah.
seen was an actual. It was the one I seen was a gray steel, looked like a factory door or a brick building door on the Ford. But that I don't know. It was close to what I seen, so I just fucking. God damn it! What is this? It was close to what I seen, so I just posted. Fuck it. How did I embed a link for an image? Oh, I must have copied the image link, huh? Okay, whatever. God damn it. Yeah, this one's funny. I like the carpentry stuff. A good carpenter wouldn't have put that door in there. He just filled it with wood and painted the wood to closely match the shit. And that's the kind of repair that you do in a pinch. Because, hey, if this guy's just a working man who needs to get his ass to work, and, you know, that's his work truck, it gets him to work, then, you know, then he did what he had to do to grease the wheels of life, you know, and keep them turning. And I can dig that. But I like the carpentry shit better. You know?
And yeah, that's just a toolbox. That's just a guy's car. That's all he needs, man. That is all you need, bro.
Just a trunk. He built a toolbox in the back of his trunk. Yeah, it's actually not that bad. If he just painted it white, bro, it'd be hard to notice. You wouldn't notice it from the front. In Michigan, unless your car is really loud, the body's falling off the frame, and it's driving, it sways all the way down the road, or dog tracks. That means the ass ends in one lane and the front ends in another. Then the cops won't even address you. But if you got that kind of shit that looks unsafe for other drivers, you know, like this door might be unsafe for you, but hey, okay, in Michigan, that's your choice. But you can't endanger other drivers with your piece of shit. So there are instances where in my state they'll say this isn't roadworthy, even though we don't have a roadworthy standard. We don't even have California emissions, you know. I don't have to have a Cadillac. Yeah, I don't have to have a Cadillac converter even on my car. In California, if you got a classic car restoration, you have to put catalytic converters on it and motorize it. In America, in Michigan, if it didn't come with seatbelts when it was built, I don't need seatbelts. If it didn't come with a catalytic converter when it was made and I restore it, I don't have to have catalytic converters. we are starting to get to where, though, if it's a resto mod, then you got to add that shit. So if it's not totally stock, and you can look at it and see it's not stock, they'll say you should have upgraded to proper safety equipment when you resto mod. You put a modern motor in it, now that means you need a modern safety equipment. And I'm sure we'll get eventually to modern motors put out more emissions, so you have to have, we'll get there. I know we will.
Yeah.
They make money.
What'll happen eventually if it keeps going, Mike? What'll happen eventually? Will these cars eventually will that car have to be made undrivable if you refuse to put a cat on it? Like would that have to have some sort of safety?
If we had California emissions and I took my if I took my Chevelle, my 63 that I post with the 529.
Yeah.
If I took that and had it tested, it's not going to meet the emission standards. No way, no how. Not even with catalytic converters. You know why? Because it runs race fuel. So it'd no longer be considered a road car. It'd be considered a sport car. I could only drive it on a track. It changed the entire classic car game in Michigan. But I think because it's the Motor City in Detroit and we're a manufacturing state, they're not doing that to us because they realize there's trillions of dollars worth of classics in Michigan. And if you piss us off, there won't be no more to buy. You put a bunch of crazy standards on the shit we build, and nobody will get them because we just won't do it. We're Michiganders. We'll say, fuck you then. You're a rich bastard. What do you like? You like your Mopars? Because we literally got so many of the rare bodies that are left here. So we do have salt that eats away your cars. But we also got a bunch of farmers who bought all these classic cars and drove them till they quit running and then pushed them into a barn. So we got a lot of the world's classic cars still sitting right here in Michigan in a barn on a farm. If you're going to be a dick about it, it'll just stay in that barn. And farmers are pricks. They don't need your money.
Yeah.
They got millions in tractors. They don't need your fucking money. you know? I'm serious. They know they'll